nobody there, means no one to share your last meal with. Your spirit's in disrepair. You wonder if Siddhartha wished all the Buddha. Was he scared? Hope his people make it back to hell. Hope his people make it back to hell. Was Jesus' Father fair? Was justice done there on that limb? God's hand must have been scared, because the devil's always after hell. Yeah, the devil's always after hell. Oh, Apollo, can we be spared and wait for impending disaster? Oh, does anything care? Or were they writing Zoroaster? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, are you even there? Or is it life in darkness after? Oh, is it life in darkness after? Oh, about the way the world's crumbling down and down and down? No beach, just coast will come closer to town. Well, I see San Francisco Bay in the sundown through goggles or underground. Suddenly, California can't be found. Should all take a good last look around. It's closing time. I leave home, the neon glow and the open sign. You're coming anytime, but you passed it by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own sign. Oh, but you're running out of time. How long do you think we'll stumble around and drown, saying the structure of the world was faulty found? For what it's worth, the earth is round. Ain't got no good news to say, so say nothing at all, at all, at all. How long till the third tallest tower falls? you're blasted by the road you're on. Gotta try to turn around your own design. Oh, but you're running out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're coming out of time. There's hope alive inside. You're running out of time, but there's hope alive inside. You're coming out of time, 'cause there's hope alive inside. Oh, but you're running out of time. I wonder why you walked on by. Could it be so hard to smile? I think I'll follow you at least another mile and hold it down, but won't you all the while? All the while. Ever since our two roads have crossed, I don't know if I'm lost. I suppose that it's possible. Could you help me find God? I'm exhausted. Had it, I lost it. No matter the cost, won't just watch you walk on by. Could you say it if I should even give it a try? I don't want you to lie. I want your love is all I want for my life. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. To have love is all I want for my life. To have love is all. And I wonder now if you knew so
On July 5th, the White House posted this seemingly uncontroversial and unremarkable tweet, a list of places it had donated vaccines. It seemed like a banal government press release few would give much thought to. That is, until it was suddenly deleted, and for fear of causing an international incident, no less. See if you can find why. The problem was not the actual donation, nor was it the mere reference to Taiwan, a word the US government uses all the time, and nowhere in the tweet were the words country or nation. No, the concern was about this tiny flag, which the White House called an honest mistake. So fragile is this issue that merely tweeting an icon of a flag might be interpreted as a change in policy, or even a recognition of statehood, something that could trigger a military response by China. And yet, so too could deleting the tweet cause confusion. Afterward, the Taiwanese Foreign Ministry asked the US not to cause unnecessary speculation after its president and de facto ambassador were left retweeting a message now deleted. This was not the first such diplomatic mishap, nor, surely, will it be the last. The US government practices a strategy of deliberate ambiguity, leading much of the public, many in the media, and even a few politicians to misunderstand its position. Despite what China would have you believe, the US does not, in fact, adhere to the One China principle. Neither does it support Taiwanese independence, though it does have unofficial relations with its government. The reality is much more complicated. Sponsored by Morning Brew, the free daily newsletter I read to stay up to date on the world of tech and business. When Mao Zedong founded the People's Republic of China in 1949 and promised to, quote, liberate Taiwan, the US initially decided not to intervene. Only after the invasion of South Korea in the summer of 1950 did the Truman administration begin recognizing the strategic value of Taiwan. 4 years later, in 1954, the US signed a defense treaty, promising to protect Taiwan if attacked. This, along with America's refusal to recognize the PRC, lasted for another 25 years, until it discovered a bigger threat, the Soviet Union. Largely in response to the communists up north, America finally recognized the People's Republic in 1979 as the, quote, sole legal government of China. It promised not to pursue a two Chinas or one China, one Taiwan solution, which meant ending official relations with Taiwan. It also stated, in a communique, the United States of America acknowledges the Chinese position that there is but one China and Taiwan is part of China. Upon hearing this, you, like many people, might conclude that the US acquiesced to the People's Republic. But if so, you're not paying close enough attention. It recognizes the PRC as the sole legal government of China, but doesn't define what China is. Remember, Taiwan is formally known as the Republic of China, and both claimed to be China. On the other hand, it merely acknowledges the Chinese position that there is but one China and Taiwan is part of China. The key word here being acknowledge, which is not the same as accept or recognize. It does, however, give a similar impression, at least on a cursory reading. And this is certainly no accident. The American position then and now is to obfuscate, to narrowly satisfy China's stringent demands while giving up as little as possible in the process. The US could argue it fulfilled its obligations, while China could argue the US fully agreed to its position. A mutually enforced facade of resolution. In reality, nothing said or done back in '79 truly resolved the issue. Both sides only kicked the can further down the road. And far worse than simply delaying that ugly conversation, the talks created the superficial illusion of agreement, leading to hurt feelings and accusations later on. In other words, America spoke as vaguely as possible, which China gladly exploited. The Chinese translation of the document, for example, uses a word closer in meaning to recognize, despite there being an accurate translation of acknowledge available. It's quite possible that many in China and even Taiwan, most of whom read the document in Chinese, believe the US promised more than it actually did. That was, after all, kind of the point. There's another similar linguistic misconception. The One China principle is the term for China's position, that Taiwan is a part of the People's Republic. This is not the same as generic lowercase One China policies, which every country has a different version of. When China accuses another country of violating the One China principle, it's really only saying that it disagrees with the action, not that the other country has broken a promise. Make no mistake, the US does not adhere to the principle, only to its own policy, one which has gone unchanged for over 40 years. Now, in the process of recognizing the People's Republic, the US ended its defense treaty with Taiwan, replacing it instead with the Taiwan Relations Act. The TRA was designed to reassure Taiwan by providing it with the weapons it needs to defend itself. And while it states an expectation that the issue will be resolved peacefully, it does not guarantee military support, only that the president will inform Congress of any potential threat, and then take appropriate action. Still, all parties operated under the assumption of eventual unification. All that changed in the 90s, as Taiwan transitioned from brutal authoritarian rule to what is today one of the strongest and most vibrant democracies on Earth. The process was neither smooth nor easy, and made advocating for independence legal, complicating the situation. Today, the future status of Taiwan is still the primary issue that divides parties. On one side are the Blues, who favor closer economic ties to China. China buys nearly half of Taiwan's exports, which they see as a critical relationship to maintain. To them, China is less an adversary and more a business partner. The dominant party in this camp is the Kuomintang, or KMT. On the other side are the Greens, led by the Democratic Progressive Party, DPP. Greens see trade with China as a dangerous dependency that leads to economic coercion. They prefer the term Taiwan to the Republic of China. But while the KMT is sometimes sloppily labeled pro-unification and the DPP pro-independence, this is simply not true. In reality, both sides agree that maintaining the status quo is the best short to medium-term strategy. And neither side, except for a few radicals, advocates unification or independence. The Greens argue Taiwan is already an independent sovereign state, and thus has no reason to declare independence, something which would surely start a war. None of this is meant to discount the ferocity of Taiwanese politics. Healthy democracy is fierce and messy, but to highlight how subtle their differences. This graph helps put things in perspective. When asked their preferences, the Taiwanese public has answered remarkably consistently for 20 years. The top 3 responses are all maintain the status quo, and only differ in the long term. 28% prefer to decide at a later date, 27% wish to maintain the status quo indefinitely, and 1/4 wish to maintain the status quo but move toward independence. Only a small minority wish to unify immediately, move toward unification, or declare independence as soon as possible. Ironically, it's most often Americans halfway across the globe who panic when China flies fighter jets through Taiwanese airspace, not the Taiwanese public, for whom such shows of intimidation have become mundane. Most are content simply keeping things as they are. As is the United States. Officially, it does not support independence. But remember, American diplomats are precise in their meaning. The US does not say it opposes independence, which would mean taking a position. But while it does not take a stance on the outcome, it does advocate for the process. Not only does it oppose a forceful unification by China, so too does it oppose a unilateral declaration of independence by Taiwan, something that would also destabilize the region. When Taiwan's president proposed a public referendum on independence in 2003, the US was caught between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, it did not support what it perceived as dangerous antagonizing. On the other, it did not want to publicly oppose a legal democratic process. Instead, it reiterated, indirectly but unequivocally, that it did not support independence, sending the message that the president had crossed a line. Since then, Taiwanese officials have gone out of their way to prove they don't plan on rocking the boat. In 2018, current President Tsai Ing-wen stayed silent on a referendum calling for its Olympic name to be changed from Chinese Taipei to Taiwan. And she's in the green camp. Every major politician today understands the need to proceed with caution, repeating, sometimes monotonously, that they won't pursue independence. That doesn't stop China from claiming they support independence, however, which engenders nationalism at home and helps narrow the boundaries of what's acceptable. But things can't continue like this forever. While America and Taiwan support the status quo for now, everyone agrees it's untenable in the long term. One of the 3 red lines China says the crossing of which would trigger an attack is if Taiwan refuses to ever consider negotiating unification. The possibility of change, however minuscule, is thus imperative to maintaining the peaceful status quo. The question is, in what direction does time favor? In terms of public opinion, the answer is clear. When broken down by age, it's evident that younger generations feel an increasingly strong Taiwanese identity distinct from China. The 2014 Sunflower Movement demonstrated how determined young people are, which recent developments in Hong Kong will surely only convince them of more so. And yet, every day China's military and economy grow stronger. It may believe time is on its side, that the balance of power will only shift in its favor. Likewise, does it surely notice America's growing disinterest in acting as the world's police force. China may doubt the will of Americans to fight a war so distant at a time when it's so preoccupied at home. In the meantime, Taiwan is stuck in a historically unprecedented limbo. A weird in-between state in which it can enjoy freedom only if it pretends not to. A status quo that has somehow survived 8 American administrations, 40 years, and yet can suddenly be called into question with a mere icon of a flag in a tweet. You may wonder where I find the ideas for these videos. Instead of reading traditional news, which is too often dry, sensationalist, and irrelevant, I try to consume less but higher quality news, and today's sponsor, Morning Brew, is one of the few sources I've read every single day, now for about 6 months, long before they started sponsoring the channel. Morning Brew is a daily newsletter that covers topics like tech, business, and finance. In other words, it's kind of the perfect fit for anyone who enjoys these videos. I find it's a good way of staying up to date on a wide cross-section of different topics. One edition may feature a concise summary of the most important news story of the day, followed by some fascinating statistics, and a few links to the best articles, videos, or tweets of the week. Best of all, Morning Brew is completely 100% free. There's no trial or premium upgrade, just a concise daily newsletter delivered to your inbox each morning. You can sign up in about 15 seconds just by clicking the button you see on screen now.
On this episode of China Unscripted, the US may be saying the right things about Taiwan, but is it taking the right actions? Could keeping the status quo with Taiwan actually be putting the US in more danger? Welcome to China Unscripted. I'm Chris Chappell.
I'm Shelley Zhang.
And I'm Matt Ganeshta.
And joining us once again today is Ian Easton, Senior Director of the Project 2049 Institute. Ian, it's great to have you back on.
Chris, Matt, Shelley, it's great to see you guys. Thanks for having me back on the show.
Well, so, it's the new year. So what are the Chinese Communist Party's plans for Taiwan, especially, since at the end of the year, it's going to be the 20th Party Congress and a very important meeting for the Communist Party. So what can we expect?
Well, that is a very good question. I guess there's 3 possible scenarios for the year ahead. One is that we see the Chinese Communist Party continue the pattern of behavior that we've seen in recent years, where they steadily increase tensions year on year. And so we could see that again this year, where they start to do things that are even more coercive than what we saw last year. And of course, last year was a pretty intense year in the Taiwan Strait area, so that could continue that pattern of coercion. But to your question, the 20th Party Congress is coming this fall, and so there is a possibility. I don't think it's likely, but there is a possibility that Xi Jinping and his comrades in the political bureau, in the standing committee, might decide to focus more on other issues, especially internal issues, domestic political issues, and that they actually turn the heat down a little bit on Taiwan. That is possible, that they downplay their intentions for Taiwan. And of course, there's a third scenario that is there's a significant uptick in tensions this year, and that they do things that are really extraordinary and really provocative. So, last year there were periods of time where analysts thought that the People's Liberation Army might make a move on some of Taiwan's outer islands. That is still something that's possible. And of course, there's always the possibility for an accident or miscalculation or surprise attack.
I know, taking over Taiwan is central to the party's idea of national rejuvenation. Do you think, Xi Jinping at the party Congress wants to be essentially declared leader for life? Do you think in order to do that, he will feel like he has to take Taiwan?
No, I think he's already in a position to be a dictator for life. I think he's already done a lot of extraordinary things, a lot of very troubling things in the last 10 years to set himself up to become leader for life of the People's Republic of China. He's already engaged in sweeping purges across the board. He's engaged in some very authoritarian dictatorial behavior, and I think he's already set himself up for that. I don't think he would need to do anything else, frankly, to justify the continuation of his leadership. The problem, though, I think for Taiwan is that Xi Jinping and, frankly, the broader party apparatus around him are very, very hawkish, and they are very prone to take risk. That's a pattern of behavior that we've seen in the past 10 years. And so that does not bode well for the future.
Well, personally, I feel a bit relieved to hear you say that because, all of our merchandise is geared towards Xi Jinping as leader of the Communist Party. If he were replaced, we'd be in trouble. Go to ChinaUncensored.tv/merchandise to look at our great.
I was not thinking that's where you're going to go with that.
That's why I'm 2 steps ahead of you.
Yeah, ahead. That's what's happening.
Well, so I think one thing that often gets lost in the conversation about China's military intentions towards Taiwan is, we look at like the record number of jets flying into Taiwan's air defense zone. But what gets lost is just how much effort the Communist Party is putting into its military buildup globally, getting strategic ports, investing in critical infrastructure. What do you think these sort of more global actions and ambitions, how does that tie into Taiwan?
Well, that's a fantastic question. And it's true. The Chinese Communist Party has...
I asked the fantastic question, not you, Sheldon.
They have invested in extraordinary access to critical infrastructure around the world. And in fact, they're building it. They now own and operate around 100 port facilities around the world. So not just in East Asia or Southeast Asia, but also in the Middle East, also in Africa, also in Europe and South America and the Caribbean. And so they are everywhere. And they've done this under the veneer of pure commercial and economic activity. But once you peel that back just a little bit, it becomes clear that they actually have militarized many of these projects and that they intend to militarize many more in the future. And in fact, at this point, they're not even trying to hide it, that they've actually codified this into PRC law that all Chinese entities abroad, all ostensibly commercial entities, have to follow military civil fusion. In other words, they have to install Trojan horses, backdoors into their infrastructure that allows the Chinese intelligence services and the People's Liberation Army to access that data, that information, and to leverage some of that critical infrastructure, some of those logistics nodes in the event of a conflict. And so, what does that mean for the future? What does that mean for, a nightmare scenario in which China attempts to invade Taiwan? Well, in a scenario like that, the U.S. military and its allies are going to be mobilizing. They're going to be moving forces around the world, including through key maritime choke points, places like the Panama Canal. So if Chinese industry, Chinese companies, state-owned enterprises, if they are controlling places like that, how is the United States military, how are allied militaries going to be able to access that? I think that's a very important question, and I think it still remains somewhat unexplored.
Could you give an example of a port where, if you look at it, it's clear it's been militarized instead of just commercial?
Yes. So the port in Djibouti, there is a PRC commercial port there, and right next to the port, they've extended that to build a very large military base. And that military base now has a very large garrison of Marines and potentially PLA Special Forces troops. They have a large tarmac that can be used for helicopters and also for drones. And in fact, they've actually installed a military grade laser system, which they started to use, I believe, in 2018 to blind, temporarily blind. I mean, it's not for life, but it's very dangerous to temporarily dazzle or blind U.S. military pilots that are flying in and out, because there are a number of countries that have military bases there. It's a very strategic location. And so the U.S. has a base there. The French have a base there. The Japanese, the Italians, all have bases there. And so China has built this base, and they've built it on the back of what started as civilian infrastructure. This has actually also happened in Argentina, out in the Patagonian desert, where they started construction, I believe, in 2013. And it was supposed to be a pure science project. It was cooperation between China's space program and Argentina's space program. But very quickly, by I believe 2015, it became clear that this was going to be a PLA space base, and it was going to be PLA only, that Argentina was not welcome to have staff there on the compound. It's a compound that's surrounded by high razor wire fences, and local government, including from Buenos Aires, can't even access it without being invited first and escorted around by Chinese military personnel. And so that's another example of a facility. Now, that's not a port facility. That is a space facility that they've actually militarized under the veneer of what initially appeared to be, in that case, a science project. And so that's another area where they'll go in and they will talk about development and cooperation, and countries will sign on to it thinking that they're going to get, economic benefits or scientific benefits or technological benefits or whatever it may be, and then ultimately see their own sovereign soil, in a sense, taken away from them and exploited by the Chinese military.
Well, I know the U.S. is particularly concerned right now of a port in Equatorial Guinea that China seems to be interested in doing the same thing, to making it a deep water port with potential military applications, which would essentially give the Chinese Communist Party the ability to project power into the Atlantic Ocean, which would be a pretty big shift in balance of power.
That's right. That was a very interesting story that came out in December. And it's interesting because of the location. And it's also interesting because it's indicative of a much broader trend. I mean, the Chinese government has tried to secure an airbase in Greenland, of all places. They tried to secure an airbase in the Azores, also in the Atlantic. They've made a move on a port in, I believe, in UAE, the United Arab Emirates, on the Persian Gulf, and they're starting to do that around the world, where they actually already operate these logistical hubs. You know, the Chinese government operates a port in Australia. They operate 4 major container ports in Mexico. Um, they're in Greece, Greece's largest container port, 2 or 3 of Europe's largest container ports. On the surface, those are all commercial operations, and they have been commercial operations. I think what's concerning for the Department of Defense and the national security community more broadly in our country and in other democracies is that pattern where the PLA starts to come in and those facilities start to be militarized.
And so you think ultimately this is a way for the Chinese Communist Party to interfere with the United States' ability to project military power into Asia, into the defense of Taiwan?
Yeah, I do. I think there's very little question that they're doing this with a strategic end in mind. Now, there's the broader strategic goal of increasing Chinese Communist Party influence, political influence more broadly on a global basis. But in the event of a Taiwan scenario, something that the Chinese government military thinks about a lot and plans for and is investing extraordinary resources into, all of those facilities could potentially be used to interfere with, to disrupt, and to delay U.S. and allied military movements, where you would have ships, for example, or planes or satellites being moved to position them to defend Taiwan.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that it's even less, how to say, less easily observable than that. Like so they've got this strategic port in Djibouti, which has direct access to the Suez Canal, right? So imagine if in the event of war, the Communist Party basically blocks international shipping through this key area, and then it's actually major U.S. corporations and European corporations that are then lobbying the Western governments to not engage in war so that they can resume their shipping. And imagine how much power, whether it's Wall Street or the City of London or other institutions, have on politics, right? It's the way that the anti-war movement affected the outcome of the Vietnam War 50 years ago. But you could also have, in this case, not so much protests, but actual corporate lobbying changing the outcome of the war because the Communist Party has made it so disruptive for those companies.
Yeah, Matt, that is such a good point. I do think that they are exploiting all of these avenues, commercial, industrial, trade, technological, their control over countries' supply chains for critical infrastructure and also critical equipment. And of course, we've seen this on multiple occasions during the COVID-19 pandemic, where China's government has leveraged its stranglehold over international supply chains of things like PP&E for a political end. And that certainly is something that we should expect to see happen in the event of a Taiwan scenario. And in fact, it's probably something that's happening already. And it may account for the fact that in spite of some really good rhetoric that we've seen over the last year or two from fellow democracies expressing support for Taiwan, very little action actually to put anything behind those words.
I mean, look at what the Chinese Communist Party is trying to do to Lithuania right now on an economic level. Not just stopping trade with Lithuania itself, but pressuring European countries that want to do business with China, not European countries, European companies that want to do business with China to not do business with Lithuania.
And it's interesting with Lithuania. It's not like Lithuania has broken off ties with the PRC and diplomatically officially recognized Taiwan. They have only done a very little bit of a show of support for Taiwan. It began with
having a trade, a representative office.
Yeah. They're essentially the Taiwan embassy, which they can't call an embassy, used the word Taiwan, right, instead of Taipei.
Mm-hmm. And just opening one, I think.
Yeah.
Too, right. So,
yeah. So, like, a very minor show of support for Taiwan was enough to kick off this entire situation. So we've been talking about these the potential for these economic ports to become militarized, but you know, you were mentioning the current economic leverage the Chinese Communist Party already has through these ports and through a variety of other factors. How is China using its economic leverage to further undermine Taiwan? Shelley gave a great example, Lithuania.
Yeah, I think Lithuania is a great example. We've seen this with airlines around the world. We've also seen this with major car brands, companies around the world having to change their websites around, um, having to minimize Taiwan's presence in Hollywood movies, for example. I know a lot of media companies have come under some pressure not to talk about Taiwan or to talk about Taiwan in a certain way and not to mention maybe other things. So, for example, you will very rarely see American newspapers or CNN or others talk about the Republic of China, which, of course, is the official name of Taiwan's government. They will talk just about Taiwan, and they'll talk about Taiwan as a renegade province. In other words, they'll use the kind of jargon that the Chinese Communist Party would prefer, and by doing that, shape the narrative in a certain way that favors Beijing and not Taiwan or not even the United States. It's not objective truth, right? And it's also complicated, of course, because United States policy when it comes to Taiwan is not based on objective reality. It's not based on empirical evidence or the facts of the matter. It's based on political expedience and precedents that were set in the late 1970s and early 1980s, which at the time made good political and diplomatic sense, but today, in view of events, appear a bit less wise.
Yeah, it's interesting that the U.S. policy on Taiwan is so hard to understand for lay people. Is that often reporters will just mix up the Chinese Communist Party's One China policy with America's One China policy. I see people who are kind of Taiwan experts complain about this all the time. The idea that the Chinese Communist Party is trying to get the world to believe that everybody believes their One China policy, which is that Taiwan is part of China and the PRC is China. They use that to kind of confuse people. But the US policy is so unclear to most people that they actually think, oh, yeah, it's the same thing, right?
Well, it's very unclear actually to U.S. government officials as well, because the U.S. policy is intentionally vague, it's intentionally confusing, it's intentionally ambiguous. It's not clear. And does that serve the American interests? Probably not. I think it's the favorable outcome for the Chinese Communist Party. I don't think that does us any favors as a nation. We're a country that believes in transparency. We thrive on transparency. We rely on it. We need the facts to make good decisions, and to have the U.S. government actually intentionally obscure the facts and to have different government websites say different things. So, for example, if you go on the State Department website, there's a certain type of jargon that they use, which is very confusing about Taiwan. They don't refer to it as a country. They don't refer to Taiwan's government. They refer to the Taiwanese authorities or the Taiwan authorities, just by way of example. And there's a lot of other strange jargon that they use. Then you go, for example, if you go to CIA's website, they actually refer to Taiwan as a country. And they actually have Taiwan's national flag on their website. If you go to the CIA World Factbook, and you can see the Republic of China flag, Taiwan's flag, and they do refer to Taiwan as a country. They have a country page for it. Now, it's still a little vague. Their description probably could use a bit more clarity, but it is interesting when you look at that and you see that even within the U.S. government, there's confusion here.
Why do you think there is that discrepancy between the State Department and the CIA?
And I'm sure it also exists between the other departments as well, Commerce and Treasury and DoD. And this is, I think it's the legacy of some policy decisions that were made a very long time ago, before any of us were born. And we're still stuck with those to this day because so far we've not had an administration, either Republican or Democrat, come along and revisit that. We have not seen any fundamental revisit of our Taiwan policy, which is based on the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979, President Reagan's 6 assurances to Taiwan, which I believe were made in 1982, and then the three communiques to the PRC, which is I believe 1972, 79, and then 82. So that was a very long time ago, and we're still stuck with that. The world has changed in a remarkable fashion since then. China has changed, obviously. Taiwan has changed. Taiwan has gone from being a military dictatorship, which is what it was in the 1970s and early 1980s, into now one of the freest countries on the planet. And yet we still are stuck with this legacy framework.
So,
No.
Ian, if you were in charge of the U.S. government's Taiwan policy, what do you think we should do?
Well, I don't know. I think this is something that needs to be studied. And that's, for me, it's one of the unfortunate realities of the community that I'm in, the think tank community, that there have not been more studies of U.S. Taiwan relations. Now, of course, there have been some, and I'm biased because I've been involved in some of those, but there's very little actually, and there's very little appetite uh, to revisit some of these fundamental questions. Now, last year, we did see a very good, very rich debate about strategic ambiguity versus strategic clarity. But that's just one issue. That's just a military issue. That's just a defense issue. What's even bigger and broader and more important than that is our political relationship towards Taiwan, our diplomatic relationship, our vision for the future. And I think this is something that needs to be studied. We need to come up with some very good ideas for the future of how do we develop a more normal, stable, and constructive relationship with Taiwan, to borrow some of the phraseology invented by my colleague Mark Stokes here at the Project 2049 Institute. How do we do that? And how do we normalize? Because I think it is clear we need to have a more normal, stable, and constructive relationship with Taiwan. We don't today. We need to do that. We need to move towards diplomatic normalization. But how do we do that in a way that is incremental enough and cautious enough that we don't inadvertently trigger the very thing that we all want to avoid, and that's conflict in the Taiwan Strait. But how do we weigh that risk against what is probably an even graver risk of just maintaining the status quo, of just doing nothing at all, of being paralyzed? Because if we stay on the path that we're on today, conflict in the Taiwan Strait is almost certain. It's almost certain because we're on a path right now where we're actually inadvertently contributing to Taiwan becoming more and more isolated, more and more vulnerable, and weaker over time. And as we've seen many times throughout history, whenever you have a revanchist, authoritarian, hungry, ambitious leader like Xi Jinping, who's in charge of a communist dictatorship like the People's Republic of China, and their strength is growing, and they're openly advertising their desired end state, which is to take over Taiwan and destroy Taiwan's democracy. And other countries don't do anything. If they just maintain the status quo, they don't rally to the side of that smaller, vulnerable democracy. The outcome is almost always very, very dark. And so that's something that obviously we want to avoid. That's something the U.S. government needs to work very hard on. And I think some of those discussions are underway now. But again, so far, while the rhetoric has been very, very good, very strong, Not that much is being done yet. And I think that's remarkable, actually, how there's that say do gap that's there and just how big that gap is.
So Shelley asked you a question, which is, what should we do about Taiwan? But let me ask a slightly different question, which is, what should our relationship with Taiwan look like, ideally, irrespective of how we get there?
Well, I think that's obvious. We would want to have normal diplomatic relations with Taiwan. We would want to treat Taiwan just like we treat any other country. We would want to have an embassy in Taipei.
Would
Right.
Taiwan have nukes?
I'm not a big fan of nuclear proliferation, but I do think that if we want to avoid it, we would have to extend our nuclear umbrella to include Taiwan. The way today it includes South Korea, it includes Japan, it includes the Philippines, Thailand, and Australia. I think if we don't want to see countries proliferate or not proliferate and then get invaded, I think at some point in the next, and I don't know what the timeline would look like, next 10 years perhaps or 20 years, that we're going to have to extend our nuclear umbrella to include Taiwan.
You mentioned, Ian, that if we keep going the way we are, if the status quo, there will be almost inevitable conflict. Do you think that's something that is clear to the U.S. government right now?
I don't know, but I get the impression that there's a debate going on. And we've all read about this, right? Where last year you have admirals, 4-star admirals and generals coming out and now talking about potential timelines. And it's bizarre. For me, it is bizarre to see the top military officers in our country come out and debate when China will be ready to invade Taiwan and when they think it might happen. You know, there's one school of thought that says 2027. Others say before then, others say after then. And of course, nobody knows because nobody can predict the future. But it's really remarkable and I think very troubling to know that there is this debate that's going on in the halls of power in Washington, D.C., and in the Pentagon, and in our combatant commands, like, you know, out in Honolulu, for example, where they're seriously asking these questions, and they're seriously worried that this is coming. And there's a sense that deterrence is failing. Our ability to prevent war is diminishing very quickly, especially when it comes to China, and that this may actually happen. And I think if you look at this from the perspective of deterrence theory, and again, this is not something I'm an expert in by any means, but I've spoken to some professors who know a lot about deterrence theory and studied this, the way it worked in the Cold War. And the impression that I've gotten is that there's no theory of deterrence that works when it comes to Taiwan. And so we need to do something different than we're doing today. I think that's very clear. We need to be able to come up with a roadmap to normalize the relationship with Taiwan and to do it in a wise fashion. Because if we don't, if we continue on the path that we're on right now, where we actually isolate Taiwan, that we treat Taiwan essentially like a diplomatic pariah state. Taiwan's not allowed in the United Nations. It's not, you know, the president of Taiwan, the foreign minister of Taiwan, top Taiwanese officials are not welcome in Washington, D.C. Taiwan has bombers. You know, we saw this last October where in the span of just a few days, China's Air Force conducted a massive drill where they were sending, I believe the total was about 150 warplanes into Taiwan's air defense identification zone. Obviously, a very provocative move, very worrisome if you're in Taiwan and on your radars you start to see dozens of Chinese bombers coming your way, only to turn around at the last minute. And what the U.S. government's response to that was for our president to get on the phone with Xi Jinping and not the president of Taiwan. I thought that was an odd choice that was made. I can't think of any other country in the world where, in a scenario where they're facing that type of very overt military coercion, where our president doesn't call their president, that they don't even talk to each other, that the US government doesn't overtly send a message of political support. And unfortunately, that has been a policy decision that was made a very long time ago. And it's not unique to the Biden administration. The Trump administration did the exact same thing. The Obama administration did the exact same thing. And it goes back. And so I think these are the types of policy decisions that really ought to be revisited, because I don't think it's going to be a good thing for strategic stability for us to continue on this path. And there are a number of other examples of things that the United States government would normally do with other democracies that face these types of threats that we don't do with Taiwan.
Do you think the reason the U.S. is being held back on like taking these strong stances on Taiwan is because, in general, the United States seems to be unwilling to really confront the Chinese Communist Party as a threat as a whole? That Taiwan is being swept up in the entire U.S. policy towards China, that we still want to pretend that they are not a hostile communist regime. We want to pretend that they're not committing genocide. You know,
we've said they're committing genocide,
but we're still doing business with them.
Yeah.
Oh, but not with Xinjiang. But the rest of China is okay.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like, we'll say, like, oh yeah, they're committing genocide. Don't do business with Xinjiang, but it's okay to still do business with that government. It's crazy. So is that outlook, that fundamental view of China and the Chinese Communist Party, holding back meaningful action on Taiwan?
I think you're right about that, Chris. I think that there's been this ossification or calcification of our brain in Washington, of policymaking over the past 40 years, where for a very long time, the policy of the United States government was to treat China like it was a normal country and not a communist country, in the hopes that one day China would be a normal country and not a communist country. That was long our policy. And it was based on, really, it turns out, in retrospect, it was based on mythical thinking. It was based on hope and not reality. It was based on anecdotal evidence from, I guess, diplomats and journalists in Beijing, and not on empirical evidence of here's what Chinese government documents actually say, or here's what Xi Jinping is actually saying in his speeches, or PLA generals or others, for example. That we've had a very troubled China policy. And even though the Trump administration started to make some significant moves to reform our policy and to change our policy and to be much more proactive in protecting American national interests, and even though the Biden administration in some very important ways has continued that, we still have, as a nation, still have so much hard work to do. And, I guess it just goes to show it's easy to change your talking points. That's relatively easy. What's much harder to do is to change your actions. And so far, that is what the U.S. is clearly struggling with. We're really struggling as a country with how do we change the way we do business with China. And that is a significant challenge. And so, one of the questions that I have, and I would warmly welcome your thoughts on this, is do you guys think that this year, the year 2022, might actually be a turning point where we start to see a lot of the good rhetoric that came out of the Trump administration on China and then on the Biden administration on China, we start to see that actually transformed into action? What do you guys think about that?
Well, personally, I feel like from the Trump to the Biden administration, there has definitely been a change in how China is discussed. And perhaps more importantly, when I began China Uncensored almost 10 years ago, I did it because no one in the US was really talking about China. Not like your average American citizen. China was still the land of mists and dragons and like kung fu, whatever. Now, it seems like everyone knows something about China, and often it is a negative viewpoint of the Chinese Communist Party. So I definitely think that the tide is turning, because if more and more of the American public is knowledgeable about what the Chinese Communist Party is, inevitably that is going to create pressure on the US government and on US companies.
Yeah, but there's another factor to look at here. Is like let's say we want to do something like establish a formal military base on Taiwan, or establish formal diplomatic relations with Taiwan, or even any of the numerous intermediary steps. What's the real barrier to that? Is it the US government, or is it Taiwan's government that doesn't want to spark a war by allowing the US to do these things? Right? I mean, wouldn't Taiwan push back as well if the US said, we want to treat you as formally as a country now?
That is something that deserves to be tested. My impression is that Taiwan's government, whether it's in their presidential office or in their foreign ministry, they really feel isolated, and they really feel alone, that they are standing up against the entire might of the Chinese Communist Party and its armed wing, the PLA, really by themselves. And they're having to deal with all of this coercion by themselves. And aside from some very nice words of support from our president and the Prime Minister of Japan and the Australian government and countries like Lithuania, you get beyond those words, and they're very good words. They make me very happy when I hear them or read them in the newspaper. But then when you look at what are we actually doing? Are we actually sending cabinet officers to Taiwan to visit? And the answer is no. Are we sending any of our top generals or civilian officials from the State Department or the Pentagon to Taiwan? And the answer is no. We're sending colonels, for example, on the military side. You'd have colonels go. You might have a 1 or 2 star general go, but they do it secretly, and you never learn about it, or you learn about it only after the fact, or if it's leaked. But we're not sending high-level officials. The Secretary of Defense is not going to Taiwan, or even an undersecretary, for example. And that's also true in the State Department. We're not moving towards a free trade agreement with Taiwan, even though Taiwan's government has made, I guess, and again, I'm a little outside of my area of knowledge, such as it is. But as I understand, they've made some considerable concessions to the U.S., and the U.S. is still not making any moves towards a free trade agreement with Taiwan, just by way of example. And so this is not just a military security issue. This is across the board. And it really is remarkable how little, so far, the United States and other democracies are actually doing to show solidarity with Taiwan, in spite of this awakening, I think, that's happened over the last 12 or 18 months regarding how important Taiwan is for everybody's interests. How important the stability of the Taiwan Strait area is for all of us, and in spite of the fact that it's now increasingly clear that China is moving toward much more coercive and much more dangerous posture towards Taiwan.
Right, but my question is more like, if, for example, Biden picked up the phone and called Taiwan's president Tsai Ing-wen, would she pick up the phone? If Biden invited her for a state visit to the White House, would she come?
I think Tsai would definitely pick up the phone. She picked up the phone for Trump.
And she has toured the U.S. several times.
I mean, I think,
But I mean,
I think that
the risk to Taiwan.
I think
to
that
doing
is
these things,
conventional thinking. That's that kind of calcified thinking that Ian is talking about. Because I have heard this
Matt,
argument.
you've got some real calcified
No,
thinking.
Are
I'm
you
not
accusing me of having calcified thinking? Because you might be right.
Well, no, I'm just saying that particular point of You know, and I don't think you believe that. I think you're presenting this as like a kind of a like devil's advocate kind of argument, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, I think this argument is one that you've heard over the years, is that, oh well, Taiwan doesn't want to, right? Like, and I think Taiwan has changed a lot too, almost
I
as
mean,
an
what's the worst that can happen,
well,
right? They're gonna get invaded anyway.
well, that's the that I
Well,
feel
you're
like it's
saying
kind
like
of
Ma
an
Ying-jeou
excuse.
versus
Yeah,
Tai.
yeah. Like 10 years ago, Ma Ying-jeou met Xi Jinping in Singapore
Yeah.
in 2012, and I think the Taiwanese government back then had a different, posture towards the Chinese Communist Party. Ma Ying-jeou was trying to open up economically. They had this whole like, we're gonna like kind of lovey-dovey meeting in
Yeah.
Singapore, right? And now we're in a very different situation.
Especially after Hong Kong.
Right. When we were in Taiwan 2 years ago, you just asking normal people on the street, like everybody mentioned Hong Kong as something that like really changed their attitude toward China, or something they were worried about regarding to China. So I think the Taiwanese government is itself in a different place than it was.
Yeah, it seems like they've just like been desperately trying to even just get the name Taiwan in their unofficial embassies.
Right,
around the
that's
world.
true. That wasn't there that big kind of a leaked controversy a few months ago about Taiwan, the Biden administration talking to the Taiwanese government about changing the name of the representative office in the U.S. to say Taiwan instead of Taipei. And then there was like a whole blow up from the Chinese Communist Party about it, of course, but like there were apparently talks about this.
You know what? Like how stupid that's gonna look in 2027 or whatever. Like when China invades Taiwan, and then we look back and like we were fighting about what to name the Taiwan embassy, right? Like it just seems like such a.
I don't think they were fighting. I think it was like a discussion that was like, it looked like they were gonna do it. I don't know. I mean, Ian, maybe you know more about this than we do.
No, I fully agree. And Matt, I think you just hit the nail on the head, right? A lot of these really petty, trivial debates, these things that paralyze effective policymaking and good strategy, are going to look really foolish. And I think they already look foolish in view of the magnitude of the threat. And again, this is not just about China and Taiwan. This is something that affects all of us. Taiwan is actually essential for our own national security. It's essential for the entire security architecture of the region, the Indo-Pacific region, and the world more broadly. We all rely on Taiwan's chips, for example, and that impacts our economy directly. Taiwan's our 10th largest trading partner, which is amazing given its size. It's a small country of 23 million people, and yet it's our 10th largest trading partner. That speaks to how important Taiwan is for American national security interests, to say nothing of its location in the center of East Asia, in the center of the first island chain, right in the busiest maritime and air passageways in the world. And also, and I'm not 100% sure about this, but probably the busiest underwater fiber optic cable lanes in the world as well, because of course the internet runs on fiber optic cables much more than it relies on satellites, at least at the current time. And Taiwan's right in the middle of all that. Taiwan.
I mean, you're missing the most important reason to support Taiwan, which is beef hot pot.
That was somehow worse than I thought.
For context, 2 years ago, we went to Taiwan to cover the presidential elections, and we went to Tainan and interviewed MP Wang Dingyu, and he brought us to this beef hot pot place in Tainan, which is their local specialty apparently. And Chris made a joke when we were at lunch about how the beef hot pot was so good that Trump should defend Taiwan if only for the beef hot pot. And then Wang Dingyu's, they posted it on his official Facebook page, and then Taiwanese media picked it up. So the media did a story on a Taiwanese television about how these foreign reporters came to Tainan and said Trump should try the beef hot pot.
So, what was your point you were making before you got interrupted, Ian?
Well, see,
I
this is it's such a good story, and it's such a great point. I mean, these are the types of things that our officials, our leaders, are losing out on. When they go to Japan, for example, our president, our Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, they're having the best sushi chefs in the world, right? When they go to England, they're meeting with the Queen and they're having British tea and the best fish and chips on the planet, and all of these things you would think don't matter. You would think all of American foreign policy and diplomacy is made on purely cold calculations of national interest. But of course, that's not true. We're a world of human beings, and we make some decisions based on subjective experiences, and that's especially true for politicians. And so they miss out on that, by not having much more normal diplomatic relationship with Taiwan, by not having high level people to people exchanges with Taiwan's government. Um, they're missing out. They're missing out on the good beef noodle soup and the bubble tea and all those other things. The softer side of diplomacy. But more importantly than that, they're missing out on the relationships and the ability. We had that discussion just a few minutes ago. Well, I wonder what Taiwan thinks about that. I wonder if they would see a more, X, Y, or Z policy decision as a threat, as something that's going to be too provocative, that's going to put them in a dangerous place with China? Or are they going to see that as something that's going to reassure them?
The answer is we could just ask them.
Yes, exactly. But you would have to have a relationship of real trust with real friends to get an honest answer, because politicians may just say what they think the other side wants to hear. And of course, this is especially true in some other cultures that are not as necessarily as straight shooting and as open and as wild as Americans can be when we talk to to others around the world. Different cultures can be more reserved, for example, and more sensitive. That's true in Scandinavian countries. It's true, I think, in East Asia. And so to get a good read, to really get to the ground truth, I think you have to have these relationships that are built on trust. And in order to build trust, you have to be able to meet each other in person and to develop those kinds of relationships over things like, hot pot. And unfortunately, we don't have that right now with Taiwan.
Yeah, no, I mean it's a good point, because like, other than Taiwan being, the unsinkable aircraft carrier that defends the first island chain and all that, it's like the best reason to defend Taiwan against an invasion is you have 23 million wonderful people who share our values largely, believe in freedom and democracy, and have their own like amazing rich culture that would be wiped out if China invaded, the way that the Communist Party wiped out China's culture in mainland China.
or what they're doing in Hong Kong right now.
Yeah.
Or Xinjiang, or Tibet, or anywhere.
Right. And if you've never been to Hong Kong or Xinjiang or Taiwan, if you've never met the people who actually live there, then it's very easy to have a callous approach and to just think of them as an abstraction instead of as fellow human beings that are just like you. And in many cases, share your fundamental beliefs and values and principles, and in some cases are your good friends. If that's not the case, and I think it's certainly not the case for the vast majority of people in the U.S. government and in other democratic governments around the world, because they don't go to Taiwan, then it's easy to see it all as something just abstract, something distant. It's not personal. There's no emotion attached to your policy. And I think there's something really unfortunate about that. And I think it's very problematic.
So my advice to President Biden, who's presumably watching this, is pick up the phone, call President Tsai Ing-wen, invite her to the White House, share some bubble tea, and just have a chat.
Yeah,
It's the first
if
step.
we can invite the Dalai Lama to the White House, and by the way, I think the U.S. should be doing that more often, then why would we not invite a country like Taiwan, the leader of a country like Taiwan? I mean, talk about a democratic, pro-American success story. It's really amazing how far Taiwan has come. Taiwan is in many ways it's a political miracle. If you look at where they were, where they came from, and where they are today, it's one of the greatest successes, really in modern history, politically. And it is unfortunate, I think, that our government and their government don't have much closer relationship. And unfortunately, and that would be true in any case. It's even more worrisome given the threat that Taiwan faces, and given the threat that by way of extension, we as a country face, and the fact that we share a common enemy and a common rival in the Chinese Communist Party, and yet we're not standing shoulder to shoulder. And in many cases, we're not even talking to each other.
Right. But I mean, ironically, if Taiwan wasn't facing this imminent military threat, we probably would establish normal diplomatic relations with them, because why not?
Well, you would think so, right? But if you look at the 1990s, for example, why did the United States government treat Taiwan like a pariah in the 1990s? After the Soviet Union came unglued and cracked up in 91, and we now have what President Bush at the time called a new world order that was going to be based on liberal American principles and values, and we're going to recognize former Soviet states as free and independent sovereign countries. Why did we not do that with Taiwan?
Because Wall Street wanted access to the
Because
China
Bush.
market and convinced, well,
Bush himself loved China and the CCP.
you're talking about HW.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think in the 90s, right, because H.W. Bush ended his presidency in 92, and then you had Bill Clinton from 92 to, or 93 till, the end of 2000, essentially, right? So I think what happened is Wall Street convinced the Bill Clinton administration that what we ought to do is establish warmer relationships with the PRC. And in order to do that, like during the time when Taiwan was transforming from this military dictatorship to a miraculous democracy, that had to be ignored, because that would have affected our ability to do the kind of business with China that a lot of these big companies wanted to do. And I think that, we live in a country where Wall Street has an enormous influence on government policy, and that's like, we didn't have those interests in Taiwan, business-wise, and I think that's probably the simplest explanation for it.
No, I think the CCP had some more direct lines to the Clintons than just Wall Street. But that's besides the
There was that
the whole Chinagate thing.
yeah, Chinagate, which feels so long ago. But
Doesn't it?
I mean, but it wasn't just the Clintons. I went back a couple of years ago and read the congressional record for when the debate was happening about whether to grant China most favored nation status permanently, which is like trade status where you no longer have to renew every year, and there would no longer be any human rights debate in Congress about China's human rights policy before we granted this trade status to China. And, Senator Biden was making a speech about how we should decouple trade from human rights because, that's what's best for the Chinese people and what's best for the American people. I mean, that wasn't something, that was just the prevalent thinking at the time.
Yeah, there were a lot of very, in retrospect, at the time, what seemed wise, because a lot of those ideas, obviously, at the time seemed wise. And there was a broad and very deep consensus, I think, on both sides of the aisle that our China policy should be what it was at the time. But in retrospect, you look back on some of those wild assumptions that were made, and the bets, really, it was a gamble, right? The bets that were made, and they look feckless, in retrospect. in the afterlight, knowing what we know today, all of those assumptions about China's future have been falsified by events, and so now we're stuck with a with a policy community that still is in many ways has its hands tied by those old assumptions that were made and all the policies that came along with those assumptions, which have been falsified by events, and now trying to break free of some of those old fetters, and it's very difficult. It is pretty remarkable how slowly our U.S. government departments have been able to adapt uh, to the new guidance that apparently they're getting from the leadership.
I think it is interesting, and I wonder if what you were talking about before, Ian, when you saved us with the bit about the beef hot pot, about making people to people connections with Taiwan and how much of a difference that would make. I feel like the Chinese Communist Party has really been able to use that and in their favor when it comes to policy people, when it comes to government officials in the U.S., where so many of people have, even on state levels, right, have gone to China on these economic junkets, and they've, seen the wonderful high-speed rail in Shanghai and the beautiful tall buildings, and they've met wonderful Chinese people, and they've been exposed to this like Chinese culture, like all this stuff that kind of gives them stars in their eyes when they don't really, they think about that when they think about China and not really the reality of the Communist Party. I think, even for people who are more policy experts, if you go to China, you know, 10, 15 times a year, or like if you're constantly mingling with um, Communist Party officials, like you're going to be influenced.
That's right. It is remarkable how good the Chinese Communist Party is when it comes to propaganda, when it comes to political warfare, when it comes to psychological warfare. They are very, very good at it. They can be, when necessary, they can be extremely charming. They can sign very lucrative trade deals. Companies find business in China very lucrative, at least initially. Many do. And then only later do they realize that now they're being held hostage, and they have to do whatever the authorities in Beijing tell them to do, even if it's nitnoid things like you have to change your website or you have to disinvite so and so from your meeting or from your board or whatever it may be. They realize they're losing their own sovereignty. They're losing their ability to make independent decisions as a corporation, maybe, or as a university, or what have you, because they have been, in a way, they've been lured in, and then now they're captured. Now they're stuck. And I think that that's happened across the United States. And you're right, Shelley. There was a moment in time not long ago where you were not cool if you didn't go to China. And that was true for everybody. That was true for movie stars. That was true for NBA athletes. That was true for every university president and university program director. That was true for U.S. government officials and CEOs, just really across the board. And those same individuals that could have been going to like-minded democratic Taiwan or to our other allies in the region like Japan or Australia or elsewhere, they didn't. They went to China. There's an opportunity cost that comes with that. And now we're suffering for it. And I think a lot of those companies are suffering for it. You look at the fate of a company like GE or Motorola or IBM, where they've all just gotten eaten alive by their business deals with the Chinese Communist Party. You look at companies like Boeing today, that they're made to contribute to the success of AVIC, who's going to take their market share in the future, and is already starting to do that. It's really remarkable what a cunning job, the guile of the Chinese Communist Party, how flexible it is, and how seductive it can be for a lot of these business leaders and thought leaders who don't realize what they're getting themselves into until it's too late, and then they're trapped.
Well, here's something I've been curious about. It's pretty clear how China has influenced corporations, Wall Street, and how they've bought off or influenced a lot of politicians. What I don't get is why we're not hearing more from like all these pro peace organizations about Taiwan. Like, a lot of times they'll be very quick to criticize the United States for its militarization, but never anything about Taiwan.
Yeah, it is remarkable, isn't it? I mean, you would think that organizations dedicated to peace, as an objective, like the Union of Concerned Scientists, for example, or organizations that are dedicated towards a greener planet, that, Greenpeace, for example, that they're so quick to criticize the U.S. government. And of course, there's nothing wrong with that. That's what we're doing here today. That's our duty, I think, as citizens in a democracy. But they're so quick to do that, and yet they stay silent on the actions of the Chinese Communist Party, on the actions of the Chinese government. So when China threatens a peaceful democracy like Taiwan, they stay silent. When China militarizes, well, first when they dredge beautiful coral reefs in the South China Sea and then turn those into giant military facilities, giant air bases, how they stay silent on that. I mean, I remember in 2007 when China tested an anti-satellite weapon. So they fired a ballistic missile into outer space, and it hit a satellite, a very small weather satellite, an old defunct Chinese weather satellite, and they blew it to pieces. It just shattered it, and it created more space debris in that single instance than the entire U.S. space program had created in like 50 years. And in fact, I think as much as the U.S. and the Soviet space program combined during the whole of the Cold War. And yet, there was very little outcry from the non-proliferation community. There was some coverage of it, but there was not an all-out offensive against Beijing. If anything, they were very critical of the United States. They said, "Well, China's just doing this because of the U.S. forced them to do it, and China's polluting now because they have no choice." It is pretty remarkable.
I mean, Greenpeace is in China.
It's true.
So
are they all a bunch of communists? I need a simplified worldview.
Okay. Well, I mean, I do think there's an interesting article in The Nation about what the left should do about China.
Oh, yeah.
It's an interesting read because it shows that there's a spectrum of people who identify as progressive or even harder left, who some of them are more in the, China's been defamed by the U.S. camp. I mean, there are the people who are just outright genocide denialists, but most people, I think, aren't there. Well, most people on the left, according to this article, seem to be, and we're talking, people who work in think tanks and policy stuff too. A lot of them were on the, well, there's definitely genocide in Xinjiang and that's bad. But it's like there was a lot of hesitation about kind of doing anything about it or what you could do about it that wouldn't, in their minds, kind of play into the hands of like the right-wing hawk kind of community that they're thinking about. So it was definitely an interesting read. I recommend it to take a look at how progressives are trying to grapple with how to deal with China.
Yeah, I think it's very unfortunate that this has become a partisan issue. This should not, China policy should not be a partisan issue at all. It doesn't matter if you are right, left, center, somewhere in between, unless you're far, far left, unless you're a communist and you believe in Marxist-Leninist thought and Mao Zedong thought, or unless you are on the extreme right and you're a fascist or a neo-Nazi. So you're talking about tiny, tiny minorities, really tiny minorities of the American population on the far extremes. Unless you're there, for everybody else, 99.9% of Americans should be looking at what China's government is doing and should be horrified by it, based on whatever is your pet political interest. If you're on the right and you're a national security hawk, you should be horrified by China's massive military buildup. If you're on the left, you should be horrified by China's pollution. All of the emissions that China is responsible for, not only within China, but also the dirty coal burning plants that is building around the world. You should be horrified by China's human rights and genocidal behavior. And if you're in the center, well, then the list of things that might worry you it's almost endless, right? And so it really should not be a political partisan issue. But the fact that it has become that way in recent years, I think, does speak to not only some of our domestic troubles, which are natural in any democracy. You're always going to have political bickering that goes on, but also the troubled China policy that we have. I think there's a lot of work to be done. And happily, thanks to China Uncensored and China Unscripted, we're all going to be able to have much better informed conversations going forward. I don't know if you guys noticed, I brought the mug here.
Oh, nice. Hey, that's got the old logo. We should
send Ian a new mug.
Send Ian a new mug. Wait, is that what do they call it when journalists and some kind of conflict of interest, like buying people off?
I think what actually happened is that Ian has just incepted the idea into our minds that we need to get him a new mug.
Hey, that wasn't very nice of you.
He's learned something from Chinese influence operations.
Hi, that's right. We thought it was our idea.
All I can say is, for all the viewers out there, my morning coffee tastes especially good in this particular mug. And I don't know that it has anything to do with the logo that may or may not be on there, or all the important meaning that's behind it, or the wonderful people who are behind that particular program. In fact, this particular program. But it just tastes especially good to me. So it's my personal bias.
And you too can own one of these mugs. Go to ChinaUncensored.tv/merchandise and get your China Uncensored mug today. Thanks for joining us, Ian.
Well, thanks for having me on the show, guys. It's great to see you again, and Happy New Year. Really appreciate the opportunity to chat.
Happy New Year. I hope this is the year
where we do make a turnaround.
We do make a turnaround, and not the year of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Fortunately, they're saying that's like 2027 early.
We got plenty of time,
plenty of time to dilly-dally. As Churchill said, America is the country that will always do the right thing after exhausting every other option. We'll get there. All right, Ian, we'll have you on again soon. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys.
It's interesting what Ian talked about, like, people on the right should be concerned for national security. People on the left should be concerned about pollution. But I would argue that even people on the extremes should be concerned. Like, I think Marxists should be really concerned about what's happening in China. You have massive inequality. You have workers completely lacking rights. They have zero control over their corporations. They can't effectively unionize. And you have this persecution of people based on their beliefs. So
I mean, China is literally persecuting Marxists too.
Right. So it's so what's happening in China, it's anti-Marxist values as well. And I'd say people on the far right, I mean, you're looking at what Xi Jinping is essentially doing, creating this, Han Chinese ethno-state and destroying not only China's traditional culture, but also trying to keep Western ideas out. So regardless of your, even if you're this a really extreme, white supremacist, you should be concerned. Now, I'm just saying that there's literally every person on every part of the spectrum should be concerned
about the Chinese Communist Party.
Exactly.
Well, that's an argument I did not expect to hear.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's a lot of Marxists or white supremacists watching this, but like just in case you are, uh, I may not agree with you, but you should agree with us.
We never did get that mute button installed, did we?
I just wasn't really sure where to go from that because I see your point, but also that's a really awkward transition.
It is, yeah. No, I like to make things as awkward as possible.
Hey, beef hot pot.
Oh man, actually, when Ian was talking, I think it is pretty much a bipartisan issue. The concern about China. The Nation article was more about because a lot of progressives think that we need to work with China on things like climate change.
Oh yeah, the
Yeah.
John Kerry argument.
Yeah, so basically, it was kind of grappling with how to oppose the bad things that the Chinese Communist Party is doing while also working with China, which I think that's the wrong framework. That framework is going to lead to trouble.
Yeah, it's like negotiating with terrorists. Like essentially, the Chinese Communist Party is holding the climate, the environment hostage, and so it's like, oh well, we have to negotiate with them so they don't just kill the hostage.
No, that's a good point. I mean, I would say that because people, like if you look at it just ideologically, there's reasons all over the spectrum to oppose what the Chinese Communist Party is doing, whether it's ideological or morally, right? But if that's the case, if people on the right and left should easily be able to see reasons why they need to stand up to the Communist Party, what's really happening? And I think what's happening is just human greed. There's this belief that by working with China and by doing what they demand, we will be able to personally enrich ourselves as politicians or as
I don't think that's the
corporate
only. I don't think that's the
CEOs.
only thing. I mean,
Yeah.
that might be what's motivating people like Ray Dalio, but I think, Ian was talking about the problem with how long it takes the policy community to try to struggle with how to change Taiwan policy. I think that's what's happening with China policy now. Like everybody can agree that, genocide in Xinjiang is bad, or like the vast majority of people can agree that, but then what do you do about it?
Yeah, and I think there was just so much bad ideology, like the Kissinger doctrine with China. Like I think for so long, so many people genuinely believe the way to make China better was by working with the CCP and by like sending money there. They would get in contact with our amazing Western values and they would transform. And I think, a lot of people genuinely believe this is the good thing to do. And now it's hard to change.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
they have the same problem that I have, which is they can never admit they're wrong.
I mean, I think that's a pretty common human failing. It's pretty hard to admit when you're wrong.
Yeah, it's totally very common.
But I also think that there's something of a death by by a thousand cuts thing going on here, where sometimes the things seem so petty and small, but then when they all add up, it leads to the Chinese Communist Party having a lot of influence over the rest of the world. Like this is a
So tonight I recorded this video with the purpose of talking about Dylan Burns and Vosh and general leftist takes about foreign policy, which actually are like more imperialist than they want to admit. But as I was recording, I was like 40 minutes into it and I was like, I have just talked about Dylan Burns and Taiwan for like 40 minutes. There's no way I can record this as one video. So I'm splitting it up. I'm talking about Taiwan in this video. I'm not talking about North Korea. And like I said, I wanted to do them both because Japan and the US relationship with Japan and, you know, post-war Japan is very influential in how people in Korea, North Korea specifically, and China view both of these issues. But hopefully we'll get around to that tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to do that video. I'm planning to do it tomorrow, but we'll see what happens. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to talk about one Dylan Burns video that he made on Taiwan. Now, I don't watch this guy much, but why I've become aware of his take on Taiwan is because Bad Empanada made a video on it. I've seen him calling out Hassan on Twitter. Someone retweeted that on my timeline, and then he also did a debate. Is it Jason Hinkle, that guy who thinks you can be a patriotic socialist. And while I don't think he doesn't know anything about Taiwan, doesn't know anything about China, but my main problem is he seems to think anyone criticizing his stance on Taiwan and how that fits into general US imperialism in the region is just, you know, throwing out skeleton keys, as he likes to call it, just saying that to try and like do this massive criticism where they're not actually responding to a lot of his points on policy, for example. So I want to talk about that today. And I guess my main point as well, I want to talk about how Chinese people have historically felt about Taiwan and my own experience in terms of how I feel about like a settler colonial nation in the past with Northern Ireland and how I feel about that as an Irish person. So I'm going to get into all of that today. Before we go any further, I'm going to plug my Patreon and social media for about a minute, so skip that if you're not interested. Before we get any further, a lot of my work on this channel is demonetized because when you're covering more serious, sometimes edgier topics, YouTube doesn't like this. So if you've ever enjoyed my work, please consider becoming a patron. And you don't have to pledge a crazy amount. I want to build up my Patreon based on as many people as possible, pledging little amounts like $1 or $2. So if, you know, you feel like I have ever brought anything that's worthwhile into your life and my content, please really consider becoming a patron to help me continue to do this regardless of if YouTube monetize or not most of my videos in a given month. Also, if you want to join our communities, come check out our Discord and my subreddit. Those links in the description. And if you want to follow me personally, please check out the Cavernacle at Twitter, at Instagram, and also my personal Reddit where you can keep up to date with all my content and what I'm doing. For every 5k, we get a new chocolate orange. Help me get 2 more before the end of the year. And also I live stream 2 times a week, so that is all archived in the Cavernacle Extra. So a bit of background about me quickly and why I want to say this stuff is just to outline how I feel about colonialism and historic colonialism. But first of all, my educational background, I have a degree in history and I have a master's in international relations. I'd say I pretty much have specialized in US foreign policy. I wrote my history dissertation on the Carter administration's foreign policy, including normalizing relations with China, including things, you know, obviously like Taiwan, which are a big sticking point in those relationships. And then I wrote my master's dissertation on the US media and the first Gulf War. So, you know, I love this stuff. I've covered it a lot. And also I've done modules on things like China, done original research on Korea and the Vietnam War and stuff like that. So yeah, I really like this stuff. And in terms of my personal background, many members of my family historically have fought in Irish independence movements, revolutionary movements. One of my most famous relatives is Sean MacDiarmada, or, you know, in English, Sean McDermott, who planned and participated in the Easter Rising in 1916, actually helped draft the proclamation declaring, you know, Irish independence essentially. And this is largely recognised as the beginning of the end of British rule in the south of Ireland. And my relative had polio, he couldn't actually fight, and he nearly got away actually in this defeat, but was spotted by a traitor and someone, you know, part of the British establishment, and he was one of the last people to be executed for the Easter Rising. Now, other members of my family, I think my great-great-granddad, he was in the Irish Republican Brotherhood, and he actually went to South Africa to fight the British with the Boers in the Second Boer War. And then I just have, generally, I think my grandma, who's 91, who I saw like the other day, I think some of her brothers were in the IRA in the 1940s, part of like these initial waves going over to Northern Ireland to like stir up stuff there. And how I view Northern Ireland generally, you know, I don't want Northern Ireland to exist as a country. I want the whole of Ireland to be, you know, one country led by the Republic. Obviously, more, you know, representation for the North, of course, in this Republic of Ireland. And the IRA obviously believed in one Ireland. That's, you know, why they were fighting in Northern Ireland. And the political settlement, which was the Good Friday Agreement, recognises the will of the Irish people to become one day. And of course, with the way things are going in Northern Ireland, it's trending towards more that if there was a referendum in like, I don't know, next 5 years, we are looking at a situation where Northern Ireland could, in theory, in my lifetime, hopefully become part of the Republic of Ireland. Now, I don't like the Republic of Ireland's government, and even if Northern Ireland didn't want to become part of the Republic, I'd still want that. Now, I want you to keep that in mind when we start talking about China, because what Northern Ireland, you know, represents to me is this Protestant supremacy, this British supremacy, this settler colonial nation, which has, you know, existed by force by the British Empire, and is a reminder to everyone in Ireland that this country, next door to Ireland, has treated you, the Irish people, us, the Irish people, like garbage, oppressed us, made us second-class citizens in our own country, and Northern Ireland is just a reminder of that. That's like stolen land, and Northern Ireland specifically, you know, even in my head, growing up, I don't even consider Northern Ireland part of Ireland when it is. Like places like Armagh, that's what St. Patrick was literally the bishop of. So as someone who has a family who are in these Irish revolutions, yes, I want Northern Ireland to be a part of Republic of Ireland, and no, I don't really care what a lot of these Protestants think of that stuff. And of course, I don't want the Republic of Ireland to invade. I don't want more violence. But at the end of the day, even if most Northern Irish people didn't want it, I still would, because of my family history and my views on that stuff. And again, keep that in mind when we're talking about Taiwan. So basically, all this stuff started when Hassan was basically criticizing the US for another arms deal with Taiwan.
Now is literally because we have been escalating tensions against China by beefing up Taiwan, giving Taiwan, what is it, like $1.8 billion worth of arms? Like, what is this, dude? Yo, I'm gonna keep it at 100, okay? I'm gonna keep it real. Why don't we do this for Hawaii? Like, what would happen if China was just like, you know what? We're just gonna give Hawaii $1.8 billion worth of fucking drones so that the indigenous population there can fucking defend itself. Okay? Which would be a little bit more justifiable than what the fuck we're doing here.
Now, Dylan Burns got mad about this, saying that it was basically defensive arms and everything. It wasn't a provocation. It's so Taiwan can defend itself. Now, I'm going to be fair to Dylan Burns, and I'm going to outline his position fairly, because I don't want it to come across like I'm trying to slander him or mischaracterize him. Basically, he supports Taiwan. He also supports Taiwanese independence. Taiwanese independence isn't something, you know, that common in many nations in the world. They support the One China policy, including the United States, but other minor nations do support Taiwan and recognize it as an independent country. Dylan has recognized how brutal the nationalist government were in Taiwan. He has recognized the awful atrocities they carried out on its own citizens. He's also voiced support for reunification if it's a democratic process done in Taiwan. So basically, his main point is he wants the will of the Taiwanese people to be fulfilled, and he likes it as this, you know, so-called liberal democracy as well. But the one thing I've noticed in Dylan's coverage of Taiwan is that he constantly downplays and simply ignores criticism of his takes, basically pushing US imperialism, not calling him an imperialist himself, but how his arguments often play into these general, I guess, strategies by the US that are, in my opinion, imperialism. So he initially defends the arms sales, saying it's like the status quo. So the status quo is not provocative. It's been, you know, arms sales since the 1970s and 1980s. Hassan is wrong for saying there shouldn't be arms sales to Taiwan.
The second part that I wanted to answer to was the idea that it was an escalation. If this is a continuation of a policy that we have done for 40 plus years, then that's not an escalation. That's a continuation of the status quo.
And then quite quickly later in the video, he responds to the first tweet saying that he's being imperialist, calling it this skeleton key, essentially, and not actually engaging with the argument that supporting Taiwan unequivocally like he's doing is obviously what US imperialism needs to thrive a bit more, which I'm going to get into a bit later.
Taiwan is not the US, and it is imperialist and colonialist for the US to be in the region in this way. Imperialism and colonialism, right? These are words that have meaning, and their meaning should be analyzed. Like, okay, are we talking about imperial cores, and okay, what are we looking at this through a Leninist framework? None of that really matters for what I'm about to say, right? I feel that some people, when it comes to the use of these words, particularly individuals like this, when this is all they post and like that's it, they use it like a skeleton key. Like they hear a position and they just throw this at it and it's done. The same way that I know that I'll say a position like, well, you know what? The Iraq war was terrible. It was awful. There was really not many benefits to this war. That the cost was too heavy, both in human lives and money. And I go through this instability in the region, and someone will be like, anti-American, and just throw the skeleton key at me. And in this way, they throw the skeleton key at me. Imperialist and colonialist. You need to then explain why this is bad. You can't just throw the word at it and be like, that's it. Because the reasons why I support Taiwan isn't because it's anti-imperialist or anti-colonialist, or it helps bring about an age of multipolarity, or whatever concept you would for supporting any other conflict, or whatever you are interested in foreign policy. The reasons I want to support Taiwan are varied, and you're not going to counter any of those reasons with this type of an argument.
So Dylan also makes his stance quite clear. He later goes on to say that, British colonialism in China was very bad, the White Terror was very bad, but he only cares about what Taiwan, wants right now, essentially.
If you think the anthem law is crazy, you should have seen the British opium laws when they wrote, yeah, you want to know what? The British were terrible when it comes to Hong Kong. The British were terrible when it comes to neocolonialism. The White Terror in Taiwan was terrible. But you know what? Ask the people of Taiwan what they want right now. Because that's what's most important to me. That is what's most important to me.
But I feel like generally with a lot of Americans, what you get is one side of the equation. So for Dylan, Taiwanese self-defense and everything can't really be about imperialism. It's good, essentially. It's keeping China away, and China is very bad, and it's this authoritarian. So when confronted about this a bit on these tweets he's reading out, he starts talking about the imperialism argument a tiny bit more. People saying he's naive for supporting Taiwan in this way, pretty much unequivocally. And he basically says that while US foreign policy goals are a contributing factor to their support of Taiwan, it's not like the be-all and end-all, essentially.
It's never about self-defense, though. America's been cranking up the tensions with China and Taiwan's part of the jig. As a neighbor for the US to throw weapons at, it has nothing to do with self-defense. China, however, is justified in defending itself against imperialism. Cope. Okay, again, skeleton key. Well, let's talk about this part, right? And I'm sorry I'm going through all of this, but this is the best way to deal with criticism, is to take it head on, because I don't like to dodge criticism. It's never about self-defense, though. It is, though. Listen to the rhetoric of the Chinese mainland, of the government in Beijing. Hell, we just saw the interview yesterday of the former interpreter to Deng Xiaoping talking about, look, Taiwan has two options. They're going to be reunified. It's either going to be peacefully or by force, but they're going to be reunified. And if somebody's threatening you that manner, and they have a genuine strategic and long-term interest in invading your territory, then you do need to acquire weapons for self-defense. If America started to ramp up rhetoric and ramp up its military and getting ready for an invasion of, say, well, I guess really any country, it would be in that nation's interests to get weapons for self-defense. So it is about self-defense. Now, Is it for self-defense for everybody involved? No. And this is the part that I think people have difficulties with. Is I think when people say that I have this position, they then assume a naivete. And what I mean by that is they assume a naivete as they're like, do you really think that those strategic planners here, or those institute dogs, or those Yankees or whatever, right? Any of them care about the people of Taiwan? Do you think they care about their self-defense or self-determination? This is all purely imperialist interests in advancing the United States against China. You want to know what? That is a contributing factor. There are most certainly strategic planners who look at Taiwan as nothing more than a pawn in a larger board game in Asia. In fact, many of those people who saw Taiwan as a pawn in a larger board game in Asia considered throwing them under the bus on many occasions. The Truman administration is a great example of that. Hell, there's a reason that the Taiwan Relations Act passed was because Jimmy Carter was going forward with normalizations when it came to the Chinese government, and it passed in reaction to that because Congress and among the American people, it was very popular to continue to support the Taiwanese government. At the time, still a dictatorship. And after they liberalized more, it became much easier for people like me to make the argument, well, I believe they should have the right to rule themselves.
So while he recognises a lot of people in US foreign policy establishments see Taiwan as simply a pawn against the Chinese, he kind of, you know, in my mind at least, very much undermines this. He later goes on to say that China is the escalator in the scenario, not the US.
I would say when it comes to Taiwan, largely though, and people can debate me on this, and this is something that you could maybe actually move me off of. This is a genuine admission that you could move me possibly off this. I think the primary escalator when it comes to Taiwan is China. They're the ones violating their airspace. They're the ones making direct military threats. They're the ones doing practice drills, raiding the presidential palaces of Taiwan.
And I feel like, in my opinion, a lot of Western leftists, specifically American leftists, have this tunnel vision, right? Where, you know, China is the escalator because of the last couple of years of history. And I know he is obviously talking about contemporary politics, but it doesn't recognize the significance of Taiwan as this provocative state backed by the US. How that is factored into Chinese-Taiwanese relations or currently Chinese-US relations. So in this video, he doesn't engage with the imperialism debate even further, and he also says he loves his country and everyone should support arming Taiwan.
Yeah, I love my country. It's a problematic country, but yeah, I love it. Cope, I don't care. I never said that leftists should be in support of a policy. I said, in my opinion, I never even said this or that group should be in support of a policy. I think everyone should be in support of this policy. Literally everyone. I'm not just aiming my arguments at leftists, okay? And the reason I brought up the law wasn't saying this law is the reason why we should continue to support them, even though I don't want another reason why we shouldn't backstab them is I don't think America should just look like bastard backstabbers like we have for, well, ever. The reason I made that argument was because Hassan said that this was an escalation. But if it's a law that's been in place and a policy we've had since 1979, then that's not an escalation. That's the status quo. That's quite literally not what an escalation is. If something's the status quo, it can't be an escalation. He literally said, because the US passed a law saying that we're best friends with Taiwan, we're automatically correct and not imperialist. I never said that. When did I say that? You Ron, I never said that. Who are you? But I never said that because we passed the law, we're automatically correct and not imperialist. I never claimed that I didn't have hints of imperialism or wasn't imperialistic in any way. Okay? There's many empires in the world. All I said was that the idea, number one, I asked him a clarifying question on if he thinks that we should not, if he thinks that we shouldn't provide Taiwan with military arms to defend itself. That's the first thing I asked him directly. And the second thing was, hey, this can't be an escalation by definition. Nobody wants to engage with what I said. Nobody.
So I don't think Dylan is a bad guy for wanting this for Taiwan and wants, you know, more arms sales and military equipment and all that stuff. But also people like Dylan, I feel, are quite useful idiots. I'm not calling him an idiot, but I feel like he carries water from imperialism through this tunnel vision, because it's the same arguments that, like, of course, neoconservatives have used in the past. You know, you got to back democracies no matter what. And they, you know, as Dylan will learn, I think he's actually doing an international relations degree. As Dylan will learn if he ever studies like realism in international relations, is that massive, powerful states often just say this type of stuff as justification for imperialism, because they never actually care about this stuff. And in the case of the United States, this is true, like, I don't know, 99% of the time, that they don't care about democracy, human rights, or they never enforce this consistently. And that's how you can get them backing Saudi Arabia and doing arms deals with them, while at the same time putting sanctions on Nicaragua for buying weapons off Russia. So I'm going to get back to how Taiwan does serve as part of imperialist US policy, but the final point of the video is that Dylan essentially says that the status quo with Taiwan at the moment and US defense packs and selling them loads of weapons and helping them military equipment, this cannot start World War III. And he uses the example of America weirdly backing Egypt against Britain as an example of how when you take quite provocative foreign policy stances, often even in more dangerous times, like the 1950s with the threat of nuclear war and everything like that, it never really materializes. Maybe if you're even saying World War III, you're fear-mongering.
Here's a great example of it. We supported many countries in Western Europe. Hell, we even supported the Egyptian government against British interests and the interests of other allies that didn't like that we supported the Egyptian government. We supported many governments. And you want to know what happened during all those times, during the time we had nuclear bombs and we had these complex alliances? World War III never broke out. Now, that's not to say that World War III could never have broken out. There were many close calls. Most of the times due to human error or the fog of war. But there were many times that it could have happened. So I don't know where this assumption is that if we continue this policy, it's going to automatically start World War III. What I can tell you is this. If we don't support Taiwan, if we retract our support from Taiwan, then I can guarantee you that if the Taiwanese don't accept peaceful reintegration with the mainland, then a war will happen. So who has the anti-war position?
So I do reject that take, and the comparison is pretty ridiculous in the sense that, like, Taiwan and Egypt in the 1950s are not comparable because China wants Taiwan back. Like, Dylan knows this, of course. China wants Taiwan back as part of its country, and it's willing to take military action one day to possibly do that, for example, right? And hot take, if China invade Taiwan, I don't want anyone to do anything. The Taiwanese, of course, can fight for themselves. I don't want the US to come to their aid. I don't want Japan and South Korea as well as part of these defense pacts. I don't want them to come to their aid. Do you know why? Because Dylan seems to think that this stuff couldn't spill over into a wider conflict. So let's say China invades Taiwan. The US fleet launch from the surrounding islands, including like Japan and maybe even South Korea. And then they fight on the seas. Maybe US troops land in Taiwan if Chinese troops are already there. And they start fighting each other. That is a nightmare scenario for the world, because not only do we have these two massive nuclear world powers fighting each other over this small amount of land, it also gives the potential for other things in the region to kick off. Like, if you are using South Korea and Japan for this war potentially, then how do the North Koreans feel about that? And what is the situation on the Korean border and stuff? And that's why people say supporting provocative stances. Now, I'm going to use the word provocative rather than escalating, which is the one Dylan seems to have a problem with. And this is why it's problematic in general, because Dylan just doesn't support arming Taiwan. He supports their defense as well. And for me, that is imperialism. And let's get to it a bit broader now before we go into the history of how Chinese people feel about Taiwan. So Dylan is probably aware of this, although I haven't actually heard him speak too much about this. But of course, Taiwan is a key part of the US's island chain strategy. So for those of you who haven't heard what this is, and I'm going to get a map for you as well. So the island chain strategy is a geographical security concept crafted by the United States in the 1940s to deter China and the Soviet Union's maritime ambitions. Two island chains in the Western Pacific are noteworthy. The first comprises the Kuril Islands, the main Japanese archipelago, Okinawa, the northern part of the Philippine archipelagos, the Malay Peninsula, and Taiwan, The second chain consists of the islands of Japan, stretching to Guam and the islands of Micronesia. China has managed to establish a firm presence through its grey zone operations in the first island chain. However, China has yet to establish a permanent presence in Taiwan to take hold of the first island chain completely. So here's the island chain up for you. So here is the first one you can see where Taiwan is essentially the closest to China. But of course, in the island chain, you have Okinawa, historically a US military base after it was conquered by the US in 1945. Obviously, you have Japan, and then you have US military bases in South Korea as well, which of course face the coasts of China too. And you have various other island nations that are allied at least with the US, if not have US troops stationed there. And then you have the second line as well, which goes back all the way to Guam. Now, in this context, it's pretty stark why people view this as imperialism. Here you have China surrounded by US allies where the US have a massive military presence, all facing towards it. And the goal of the US foreign policy at the moment is to contain the rise of China. Since 2008, when they really caught on that China was rising, this has been the goal of US foreign policy. Not to mention, since the 1840s, the US do love playing Japan and China off each other to keep a status quo which directly benefits them. So Dylan's arguments about the status quo not being provocative, I feel like is a bit naive when the status quo historically since the end of the Second World War has been the complete American domination of the East China Sea, and to a lesser extent, you know, having security in the South China Sea, not to mention massive wars it has fought on China's border in Vietnam and Korea as well, constant bombing campaigns literally on the doorstep of mainland China. And that gets to my broader issue, because I feel like the US aggressive foreign policy in this region is something that comes back to hurt them. So for me, justifying imperialism just because you like the country that benefits isn't a good argument for me for doing imperialism. So I started this video off talking about me as like an Irish person, someone with an Irish background, how I feel about Northern Ireland. So I just want to talk about how Chinese people feel about Taiwan. I want to talk about what Taiwan means to Chinese people. So Dylan has made this point as well, but Taiwan has always been, you know, in the vicinity of China, lots of trade, lots of people going back and forth between the two territories. It came under direct Chinese control in the late 1600s, and they only lost control in the 1890s when they lost the first Sino-Japanese war, in that Taiwan became a colony of Japan and it became called Formosa. Of course, Japan had to give this back after the Second World War, and of course it was reoccupied by the nationalist Chinese. And then, of course, after the Civil War, Chiang Kai-shek flees there and sets up the Republic of China's government there, and it's internationally recognized. So for Chinese people, not only has Taiwan been taken from them before by Japan, this foe that actually invaded the mainland and inflicted brutal casualties and just war crimes on them, it is then also given to their Western stooge enemy, Chiang Kai-shek, whose family ran that country until the 1980s, and the Nationalist Party are still one of the biggest parties there today. So of course the Chinese people, how does that look for them? Not only does the mainland not control it, it's also still backed by the Americans, who constantly give them weapons. So again, that is just part of the reason why Chinese people hate that. And part of the legitimacy of the Communist Party is, of course, when they came to power, it's like, we're anti-colonial. We are going to overcome this century of humiliation, as they call it in China, from the Opium Wars to the invasion and war against Japan. We're going to overcome that and become this new nation. And we're going to get rid of the shackles of Western and Japanese imperialism and become strong as this new Chinese nation. But Taiwan is just a constant reminder to people in China that this Western colonialism is still something that stops China in their mind from being unified. Now, as someone who supports Taiwanese self-determination, I can also, as an Irish person, totally understand why a lot of Chinese people feel this way about Taiwan, because just like Northern Ireland to me, it's a reminder of this brutal colonialism that was inflicted upon you by the West and by Japan. And this is something that, although Mao didn't like to talk about as much, Deng Xiaoping was quite happy to talk about how China suffered during this century of humiliation. So that's what you've got to keep in mind when we're talking about Taiwan in terms of how Chinese people, and even the Chinese Communist Party, view these things. So for people like Dylan, like the Chinese, I guess, wanting to even do this is a bit nefarious, because it's like, well, Taiwan is this, lovely liberal democracy now. Like, it's not the authoritarian dictatorship it was until the 1980s. But then he has to remember why China won it back in the first place. It's not that all Chinese people are evil and they just want to make Taiwanese people suffer and stuff like that. It's because of how Taiwan came to be as a nation, and like with stuff I was reading today, how the government of China view this stuff, because Chiang Kai-shek used to attack the mainland from Taiwan. It has been an aggressor in part, and the Chinese know about this island strategy that is boxing them in, and Taiwan is the head of that. It's right next to China, and it's part of this broader strategy by the US to stop the rise of China. And as someone who's into international relations, just like Dylan, I don't really view this through moral judgments, because I don't like the Chinese government. I just think it's extremely hypocritical to turn around and dismiss any criticisms of supporting Taiwan in this way as, ridiculous, especially when we're talking about imperialism, when it clearly, Taiwan as an entity is literally built on Western imperialism and Japanese imperialism, and then is propped up for the goals of Western, mainly American imperialism, to keep their dominance on the Pacific region, which they have thanks to World War II and its colonization in the Pacific, where it maintains massive troop levels in somewhere which is so far away from home. And if we're talking about international relations, and we talk about the US talks about national security when Iran is developing a space program. China literally has somewhere which is literally recognized as a part of its country being given weapons by the United States, right? Let's for a moment imagine if China had massive military bases in Latin America and the Caribbean, and constantly maybe, I don't know, funded Puerto Rico or something with military weapons and stuff like that, and they justified it as like a national security thing. That would be ridiculous. But for some reason, when the US do it, it's not ridiculous. They're just entitled to this global role where they can just have their warships all over the place, they can have their troops all over the place, and my main problem with people like Dylan is like, you can support Taiwanese self-determination, and you can maybe even support arms sales to them, but I'm saying you have to recognize how this is a provocative action to people in China in general, either who have these nationalist tendencies or are just, still maybe carrying emotional trauma from these periods, whether that be the Japanese invasion, the Civil War, or maybe even its involvement in the Korean War, where so many Chinese soldiers died. So you can't just hand wave away criticism and say, anyone who criticizes my takes on Taiwan as carrying water for imperialism or propping up this imperialist system in the world is skeleton key ridiculous. You can't just say that. And like I say, as international relations, you've got to realize from the Chinese perspective how this looks and how it is provocative. And I feel like, in my mind, if Taiwan wasn't continually militarized as it is, and the whole region wasn't continually militarized as it is, the reaction from China, I don't think, would be as strong as, yeah, we're going to invade soon. And I think they would have been happier to maintain, as Dylan says, this status quo from the 70s and 80s if the US didn't continue to ramp up tensions in this region by being more provocative, by giving more arms or stationing more troops around this region to contain the rise of China. And also something to keep in mind as well, China was more happy with the status quo because it wasn't becoming this rising superpower where it could actually challenge historic grievances against the US. And that's something to remember. Because the Civil War and everything is quite far away now, we think that maybe doesn't matter, but China has been waiting to become powerful enough to take on the US in a big way. Clearly with the Korean War, it was happy enough to do this, but in terms of like reclaim its like destiny as it views it, it sees Taiwan as a big part of finally overthrowing this colonial legacy. And now, like I said at the start, I don't think it's exactly similar to Northern Ireland, but at the same time, if you said to me that like I'm a bad person for wanting Northern Ireland to be part of the Republic, even if necessarily not everyone in the North wants that, then I don't know what to tell you. To me, what Northern Ireland represents, as I'm sure to a lot of Chinese people, what Taiwan represents is the legacy of settler colonialism, brutal oppression, and just a whole host of awful things that England has done to Ireland, and for Chinese people, what the West and what Japan has done to China. So the purpose of making this video is not to make Dylan Burns change his mind, because I don't think he's going to change his mind. And I don't really care. My main point was to show you, honestly, how arguments like this, while they can be justifiable for sure, and you can support Taiwanese self-determination, I don't mind that, you just cannot ignore the imperialist nature of these things. And you cannot ignore this stuff. And you also, I feel like, as an international relations guy like he is, and I am, you've got to take your own biases out of this stuff. You can't just be like, yeah, give Taiwan whatever they want, and that's good, not imperialism, no benefit for the US imperialism at all, I just want to defend a democracy. You've got to acknowledge both how this is provocative to Chinese people and the Chinese government, and how it actually helps US imperialism. You can't have this tunnel vision where this stuff just exists in a vacuum, where you don't actually realize the consequences of what you're doing and how that might, you know, exacerbate and, as Hassan says, maybe even escalate a situation. And there comes a point where the status quo of US imperialism does become provocative, because that status quo could only exist if the country it was against was weak enough for it to exist. China isn't weak anymore, therefore the status quo has become provocative, because the status quo existed only because that state couldn't compete with the US policy there. Now the US are doing that and more to try and contain this country, and therefore, like, it is provocative. As a final point, it's always funny to me how Americans talk about Taiwan. I'm not talking about Dylan, I'm just talking about the Americans in general. When the Chinese arguments for Taiwan being a part of their country are like way more legit and recognizable than Hawaii being a part of America. Just something to keep in mind about the hypocrisy of the world when you view it from an American imperialist lens. But anyway, let me know what you guys think down in the comments. If you want to follow me on social media, at The Cavanacle on Twitter and Instagram. And if you want to support my work, check out my Patreon. If you want to join our communities, check out the Discord and the subreddit. And if you made it this far, thank you for watching.
Well, I know those applause were not for me, so good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Cham, Senior Vice President for Asia and Career Chair at CSIS, Vice Dean and Professor at Georgetown. And we're very happy this morning to welcome Senator Dan Sullivan, who will be speaking on Taiwan and the Indo-Pacific overall. As many of you know, Dan Sullivan is a very good friend of CSIS. He is Alaska's 8th U.S. Senator. He currently serves on 4 Senate committees: Commerce, Science and Transportation, Armed Services, Environment and Public Works, and Veteran Affairs. He's also head of the IRI, the International Republican Institute. Prior to his election to the U.S. Senate, Senator Sullivan served as Alaska's Attorney General and Commissioner of the Alaska Department of Natural Resources. He also has a distinguished record of military service in the U.S. Marine Corps. He served in the administration of President George W. Bush as U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Economic, Energy, and Business under Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, and also served on the Directorate of the National Security Council, which was where I first had the chance to meet him. He earned his BA in economics from that university up in Cambridge, Massachusetts. I forget the name of it. But most importantly, he got his Master's of Science in Foreign Service from Georgetown University, a school that I know quite well. So with great pleasure, I'm happy to welcome my friend and colleague, Dan Sullivan, to the stage.
Thanks, Victor. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. It's always good to be back at CSIS, and I want to begin by thanking Victor, all the staff here. You guys do great work. I mean, truly, truly great work that is used by so many people throughout this town, including so many senators, but I think throughout the world. So thank you. Keep it up, Victor and team. We really, really appreciate it. So we have a handout for all of you. This is a speech and remarks that I have been giving pretty much all over the place. And this is think tanks, ed boards, senators, speeches on the floor, and I want to give you a little bit of background on why I'm doing this, and then go through it quickly, because most of you who are experts understand this topic and the stakes that are presented by this presentation. And then where I'm really looking forward to is having a little bit of Q&A with all of you, with Victor. This is where I come to CSIS on a pretty regular basis and learn a lot from all of you. So with that, what I wanted to do, if you have this handout, I'll just give you kind of a little bit of background on kind of what has gone into this, what inspired my desire to work on this, and then again, get feedback from everybody here, because this is a really, really important topic. As Victor mentioned, I'm still serving in the Marines. I'm a colonel at the Marine Forces Pacific Command, and I'm the Reserve Chief of Staff at that command. That's part of the Indo-PACOM Command. It's one of the subordinate service commands out at Indo-PACOM. And this idea, in some ways, kind of came from, of course, my job here in the Senate, but also my job as a Marine out at Indo-PACOM. And, you know, as we were doing the work, and I was just out there 2 weeks ago for about a week of reserve duty, a couple issues kind of occurred to me, both what I refer to in my day job as a senator, but also in my military capacity. And one is, this is a huge challenge, right? And as you can imagine, I'm talking about the Taiwan issue, Taiwan Strait issue. And as you can imagine, our forces, and I think it's really important for everybody here, out in Indo-PACOM are focused very intently on this issue. But the one thing that occurred to me, you're out there with the men and women in the U.S. military and our allies saying, hey, they're working on this all the time, but does the rest of the country know or care or understand? You got a whole bunch of military folks who do, but do the rest of the average American public, do they? So that's an important issue. In a related issue comes to this issue of will. And you know, in military terms and strategic terms, a country's will is very important with regard to strategy, with regard to, and we don't want it there, military conflict. And say what you want about the Chinese Communist Party, and I don't have a lot of nice things to say about them. You'll hear that. But on this topic, they have a lot of will, right? And I think that it's important for Americans to understand the stakes. And a lot of times we don't. We're not a country that's great at understanding our own history, let alone other countries' histories. And so what I thought would be useful to kind of do a deep dive and talk about this issue. And what I've done in this speech, and again, we'll go through it rather quickly, but it's really three parts to this. One is a little bit of our own history as it relates to Taiwan, the Taiwan Strait issue, because it's an important history. And there's certain things in this history that are quite remarkable, like the Taiwan Relations Act. And we've had will, actually quite a lot of will, for decades. And that's important for Americans to know, and our allies and potential adversaries. The second part is looking at what the world would look like in the aftermath of a successful PLA CCP invasion of Taiwan. Okay, it's not a topic that people want to contemplate, but it's an important topic. And I go into that. That's kind of the meat of this speech. And then third is, all right, if we don't want a conflict, and we're not going to launch one, the United States isn't, Taiwan is going to launch one, it will be launched by Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party. What then should we do in terms of undertaking policies that relate to deterrence? Deterrence, deterrence. So that's the three parts of my remarks. And if you want to just follow along, I'll try and get through this quickly. But if you look at page 2, I have a slide there of Xi Jinping and his new members of the elected after the National Congress of the Chinese Communist Party in November. And, you know, let's face it, that picture in many ways is kind of ridiculous, right? I mean, these elderly gentlemen in their fatigues, I mean, I think they look ridiculous as a U.S. Marine. No offense, or maybe I am making an offensive remark, but there's a seriousness here. They put that picture out almost immediately after this last Congress, and it is a photo taken to show China and the rest of the world these guys are preparing for war. We need to take this very, very seriously, despite how ridiculous they might be looking in their fatigues. And I know our eyes are on Ukraine, something that we should stay focused on, but defeating authoritarian aggression in Europe is essential to deterring it in Asia. But we can't lose sight of the threat to Taiwan and what is at stake. So if you turn to the next page, on page 4, what I like to do is analogize this with another moment in U.S. history with our allies, because a lot of people kind of look and say, geez, this is a hopeless case, right? You got China with interior lines or 100 miles away. How in the heck can we deter this? Well, if you look at history, in American history, which again, Americans aren't always so great at doing, we have been here before. In the last century, we were here before. In a proud moment of American history, we recognize that a small enclave of freedom, essentially in the middle of a very aggressive totalitarian regime, was critical, not just to the people of that community, now I'm talking Berlin, but to the world. Americans understood that. In 1948, we were tired, we were exhausted, the world was exhausted, and yet the Soviet Union now was on the march. And if you look at that very famous photo of the Berlin airlift in 1948, that is a proud moment of American history. At the high point of that blockade of Berlin, the United States was landing an aircraft to supply the people of West Berlin an aircraft one a minute to save that country. We understood that that city, West Berlin, and its citizens stood on the front line of the struggle between an American-led free world and a powerful, expansionist, authoritarian regime. And we undertook policies that threatened a broader war just to try to save that outpost of freedom. And we were successful. We were successful. So the same is true in my view of Taiwan today. In many ways, Taiwan is the 21st century's West Berlin. And I think that's important to recognize. So if you look at the next slide, page 6, it's important to recognize our own history. Chinese love to talk about will, but the United States has had will. It's very interesting when you actually look at the history. Our involvement in Taiwan was really accelerated after one major event in the world that a lot of people don't tie the two together, but they're very tied together, which was the Korean War and the invasion of South Korea by the authoritarian North Korean dictators with the Russian and Chinese Communist Party backing. That solidified the United States' view that, hey, wait a minute, we're going to actually look at Taiwan in a different way. A lot of people don't understand that connection, but it's very much the case. And if you look at different administrations, starting with the Eisenhower administration, Taiwan plays a central role in our view and outlook as it relates to our relationship with authoritarian regimes, particularly the Chinese Communist Party. And in addition to that history with the Eisenhower administration, you look at President Eisenhower's memoirs, the issue of Taiwan covers pages and pages, dozens of pages, right? So this has been a strong part of American history for decades. And it's also historically and from a legislative perspective, some real remarkable legislation. And what I'm talking about, and all of you know what I'm talking about, but that's the Taiwan Relations Act. When you think about what happened there, and I mentioned, if you look at page number 6, some key elements of that act, which to this day continues to define our relationship with Taiwan and the Chinese Communist Party. But what happened was quite remarkable. You had an administration, the Carter administration, who was continuing the efforts to normalize relations with Beijing. And when they did it, many in the Congress, particularly the U.S. Senate, thought that, hey, President Carter, you've gone too far, right? We have an ally here who we've been with, and they've been with us for decades, and we think you're kind of just throwing them under the bus. And in the U.S. constitutional system, the president doesn't have all the power. As a matter of fact, there is a lot of power that resides with the United States Senate in our Constitution. And you had 85 U.S. senators who said, you're not going to go that far, President Carter. We're going to establish what we think should be the policy in the Taiwan Relations Act that has stood the test of time to this day. It's quite remarkable. And again, that goes to our history. I won't mention all the elements of the Taiwan Relations Act, which I mentioned. 85 U.S. senators, including a young senator named Joe Biden, voted for that legislation, but it is all about saying we are not going to let the Taiwan issue be resolved by any other way than peaceful means. And we are going to prevent economic and military coercion in the Taiwan Straits. That is U.S. bipartisan policy that exists to this day as articulated in the Taiwan Relations Act. So you turn to the next page, the next slide. This is always important, I think, kind of when you're talking to audiences, if you can draw a personal connection. Because of this history, literally tens of thousands of Americans have had a history with regard to Taiwan as part of our responsibilities and duties, including myself. My first deployment as a U.S. Marine was on that big ship you see right there. That's the USS Bellawood, part of the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, an amphibious ready group. We were sent to the Taiwan Strait in 1995 and 96 at what now is referred to as the Third Taiwan Strait Crisis, when the PLA mobilized forces to the Taiwan Strait, started shooting missiles very aggressively over the island because they were on the verge of their first presidential election. And President Clinton, to his credit, sent 2 carrier strike groups and a Marine amphibious ready group, and I was part of that as a young infantry officer and lieutenant in the Taiwan Strait. That ship, you read the history and say at the height of that crisis, the president sent a U.S. aircraft carrier through the Taiwan Strait. It wasn't an aircraft carrier, it was that ship. Looks like a carrier, but that's called an amphibious assault ship that carries Harriers and Marines, 1,100 Marines on that ship. That's a serious commitment of U.S. credibility and U.S. power. And I later led a delegation with Senator Duckworth and Coons on that airplane. That's a picture from our delegation when we delivered almost 1 million vaccines to Taiwan about 2 years ago now. When COVID started to break out there, the Chinese Communist Party was trying to strangle the citizens of Taiwan from getting any Western vaccines, doing a huge information propaganda operation. And we said, we're not going to allow that to happen to our ally. We're going to show up here announcing our support, which is what we did in a bipartisan way. But I'll mention one final thing that really had an impact on me. My first trip ever to Taiwan, where I wasn't on a ship, on land, when I landed, the State Department AIT official got on the bus. It was me, congressional delegation led by Senator McCain. And he said this, I've written it down here because it had a real impact to me, and I'll quote it to you. Welcome to Taiwan, a vibrant democracy of 24 million people with one of the most innovative economies in the world, a hub of trade and cutting-edge technology, and the only reason this incredible place exists on the map as such is because of the sacrifice and commitment of America, our military, our government, and our people to Taiwan's survival. Every single American citizen should be proud of that. That's what he said. I'll never forget that. On the bus, I was just thinking, wow, that makes me proud as an American. Kept this really vibrant democracy free. And all Americans should be proud of that. It was a powerful greeting. So, let me get to the meat of this speech. And what I did, and again, I'm going to go through this quickly. I've promised that several times, and I'm not keeping it to you guys, but so I'll really try here. But what I did was I asked this question of our different intel agencies, several of them, which is, hey, I don't think we understand enough what the stakes are. So what I'd like you guys to do is do some analysis on what would happen in terms of U.S. interests and those of our allies. Now we're looking just American interests, right? If there was a successful military invasion of Taiwan by the CCP. Don't go into how it happens, right? There's a lot of different ways that could happen. Just assume you're starting on day one. There's been a military invasion, and now the Chinese Communist Party dominates and has conquered Taiwan. And I'm not even talking about the carnage that would happen, because it'll be horrendous. But what would happen to U.S. interests? And believe it or not, when I dug into this, I mentioned this is kind of it's not studied that well. This very question, I couldn't find a lot on it at all. And I think it's little studied because it's a very depressing topic to contemplate. What I just said, a successful, brutal, bloody, violent, CCP, Xi Jinping-led crushing of Taiwan. But that's a huge possibility. We all know it. So what does that world look like? And what are the ramifications for American interests? And how would we want to prevent it? How should we try to prevent it? So those are the key things that I had asked different organizations to take a look at. And let me just give you a quick summary of that. First, this would be a devastating blow to the U.S. and global economy. The high-end chip fabrication that takes place on Taiwan is, we all know, enormous. The island democracy is home to 92% of the world's most advanced semiconductor production. I mean, think about that in terms of the global economy and what it means. The State Department had recently done an assessment of this damage. They estimate it would be kind of probably north of about $2.5 trillion. This is nothing, and this doesn't include the huge cost to global shipping, which Taiwan plays a huge role in, and these very sophisticated computer chips not only going into the global economy, but going into American defense production, F-35s, radars, missile defense. So you have an entire huge, massive global impact to the global economy that would be negative, particularly providing the CCP with control of these most advanced computer chips, which run the whole world's economy. Second, as I mentioned now on page 12, there would be a huge geostrategic loss in a vital area of the world. As experts and followers on foreign policy, you understand that slide on the first island chain, the second island chain. That's been a very important strategic lines within the American security apparatus since the end of World War II. And as you know, in the second island chain, you have residents in Guam, Mariana Islands. These are all U.S. citizens. Right? These are all U.S. citizens that would be put to risk. If you turn to the next slide on page 14, that is just an indication of the overmatch of what exists across the Taiwan Strait. If you look at where the PLA and the Chinese Communist Party has built up their military capability just in that theater, and what Taiwan has right now, look at that. I mean, that is stunning. And here's something else that, again, nobody really knows for sure, but if you look at history, when dictators are on the march, aggressive dictators are on the march, think about the PLA successfully invading Taiwan with that amount of military. You think they're just going to sit there? You don't think they're going to look and say, who's our next target to coerce? Who's our next target to use that massive military force, which they're growing every single day, much more than we are, by the way. It's a question, Victor, I hope you asked me about, because I don't think we're doing nearly enough. So a lot of the assessment that I was briefed on thinks that once there's an invasion and it's successful with that amount of military, the PLA will very likely use it for the next neighbor, for the next democracy in the region, to coerce, blackmail, or bring them under the control, either militarily or just from a coercion perspective. So that is another area of our interests that we need to be very cognizant of. A third, as I mentioned on page 14, is I think our commitment to our allies and credibility to our allies in the region. I was just in Japan and Korea over the weekend. Would be strongly questioned. We have treaty alliances with many countries in the region, bilateral alliances, and I think those would be questioned significantly, which would hurt and undermine all of our national security interests in the region. Finally, if you look on page 16 and slide 15, a successful military invasion of Taiwan by the PLA and CCP would be a huge boost to Xi Jinping's authoritarian model around the world. And I think instinctively we know what a problem that is, but we need to face this very soberly. And that would be a giant boost for their model as they look to pursue that, not just in Asia, in the Indo-Pacific, but all around the world. So that slide, that's an unclassified slide there. That's actually from the J2 of Indo-PACOM, if you look at page 16. And I think that's a really good summation of what all the different interests that I'm talking about. What the CCP would gain, what the U.S. would lose in terms of strategic interests. Very significant. Sobering, but very significant. So what do we do about it? Well, let me just end with this. If you look at page 18, I like to talk about the issue of deterrence as composing three levels of deterrence in the Taiwan Strait. And that's what we want. The United States does not want war in the Taiwan Strait. The island democracy of Taiwan doesn't want a war in the Taiwan Strait. If there's a war in the Taiwan Strait, it will be launched by those guys and their silly fatigues on the first page of this presentation. That is a fact. So what we need to focus on is deterrence. We understand deterrence, but I like to talk about deterrence in the Taiwan Strait in terms of 3 levels of deterrence. The first is the level of helping Taiwan defend itself. That is actually in the Taiwan Relations Act. That shouldn't be new to anybody. But we need to do much more in terms of that, in terms of training, in terms of asymmetrical weapon systems that they need, and the ability to use, as you know, some people call it the porcupine strategy, to make Taiwan look like what's happening over in Ukraine. I mean, the will of the brave people of Ukraine, I think, is a deterrent to almost any dictator around the world. Hopefully to Xi Jinping as well. Wow. When people's homes and family and freedom are really, really put to the test, people will fight. Look what the Ukrainians are doing. So that's the first level. And we don't know where we are on that. We can do a lot more. The whole issue of will for the Taiwanese is important. The second level of deterrence has historically been the most decisive, which is, now we've had at least 3 major Taiwan crises over the last several decades, and it's the deterrence factor of the United States and hopefully our allies coming to the assistance of Taiwan if there's a war launched by the CCP. Will we do that? You know, that's always in question, but that's been a decisive level of deterrence historically. But the third level, which doesn't get talked about nearly as much, which I'll end with here, is the level of economic, financial, energy sanctions that I believe we should tee up now to make it clear to the Chinese Communist Party, if you invade militarily to crush this island democracy, the triggering factor of your military invasion will result in massive, comprehensive economic, financial, and energy sanctions against your country, against the Chinese Communist Party, and against your interests. Now, there's a lot of people who do an analysis of what's going on in the Taiwan Strait who view that factor maybe as the most important, maybe as the most powerful, particularly if we have something like that in conjunction with our allies. If you can imagine the United States, Europe, Japan, Korea, Canada, having that as a policy, 65, 70% of the world's global GDP, that is a major deterrent. And I think that's one of the most important things. That's why I've introduced the Stand with Taiwan Act in the Senate. On the House side, Congressman Gallagher is the sponsor of this. We've been working on this legislation for quite some time. I've been pitching foreign governments, our allies around the world, on similar needs from their perspective to, again, have a trigger that says, here it is. If you militarily invade, this is what you should be expecting. We still have enormous economic, financial, and in particular energy, power and influence. These are all huge strategic advantages that I think we should signal with legislation to make sure that we avoid a conflict in the Taiwan Strait. So with that, I appreciate again the attention to this important issue, and thank you for joining us this morning. And I'm trying to get this out to as many Americans as possible to understand the stakes, understand the history, and understand what we should be doing to keep the peace. That's what we want. And if it's up to others on this issue of peace in the Taiwan Strait, we need to be ready if others choose a different path. So with that, Victor, thanks again, and I look forward to your questions. Thank you, everybody.
That's good. Great. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Senator Sullivan. That was terrific. And I think your last point is an important point to make. I mean, this is all about maintaining peace. It's about deterrence and peace.
No doubt.
And we're now at a point where the security environment is very different from what it was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of concerns. So I want to go to, I want to go to this, because this really is something. And
By the way, that's just one theater of the
right, this is just one theater.
Eastern Theater, I think they call it.
And so I guess there are two questions here. One is, in terms of the military balance, what should we be doing? How do you think about what we should be doing, what our allies should be doing to try to, obviously not to match this, but to create enough credibility so that the deterrence signals work on the military side? And then your other point about perhaps the biggest deterrent are things like the STAND Act, which show, you know, the universe of sanctions that China could come under. But as you know well, China also uses economic coercion against others. So how do we build up resilience among our allies to feel like they can withstand Chinese sanctions, trade dependencies on China, these sorts of things? So.
Okay, it's a great questions. Again, Victor was asking me about this chart, the overmatch chart. I think, again, it goes to the issues that I raised. One is our ability to help Taiwanese train and have the will and have the capability to make it very difficult just from the perspective of the Chinese trying to invade and take them over. And that's an issue that I think we're behind on. I think from the Taiwan military perspective, I think there has to be much more of a focus on asymmetrical weapon systems, not, you know, high-end platforms like F-35s and Abrams tanks, but mine capabilities, anti-ship capabilities, and the ability to train on those. You know, when people ask about will, you see this incredible will in Ukraine. It's quite remarkable. It's very heroic. But one element of will is a military force will have an increased will if they're well trained and well equipped. Those are very related. So that's one. I think we have to wake up to the reality that the present moment is not being met by the Biden administration's defense budget. Every year, President Biden comes to the Armed Services Committee, on which I sit, and proposes a Defense Department cut, inflation-adjusted cuts. He doesn't do that to the EPA or Department of Commerce or all the other. I mean, we're blowing it out in terms of the increases the Biden administration has proposed to almost every federal agency in the United States government, with the exception of two: Homeland Security and the Department of Defense. 3 years in a row now, the president puts forward a budget for inflation-adjusted cuts. This year, the Biden administration budget shrinks the Navy, shrinks the Army, and shrinks the Marine Corps. Go read the budget. That's what it does. That is not the right signal to be sending to Xi Jinping or Putin. What we've done 2 years in a row on the Armed Services Committee in a bipartisan way is dramatically increase the top line, because we know that this budget is inadequate. You know, I've heard from some administration officials, well, they put forward a low-level budget because they want to appease the far left of the Biden administration's progressive allies who don't like the military or military spending. And they'll know that the Armed Services Committee, in a bipartisan way, which we have, will dramatically increase it. Well, with this new budget deal that just happened, that's not going to happen. So my own view is we need to get much more serious about our own defense budget. We have efficiencies, as Speaker McCarthy has emphasized, which I agree with him, that we need at the Department of Defense. But at the end of the day, we need to help with overmatch. in the Taiwan Strait. One way we can do that, though, which is really important, is working with our allies. If the Japanese, the Australians, through initiatives like AUKUS, which is a Biden administration initiative that I actually very much strongly support, if we have our allies, even our European allies, you may have seen the United States in a Canadian naval vessel recently did a Taiwan Strait transit. The ability to bring our allies and their assets into this very important region will help pretty significantly on that overmatch that you currently see in the Taiwan Strait. So those are certain areas that I think, Victor, we can do more on, but we have a lot more work to do. And then when it comes to coercion, this again is an area where we need to be working very closely with our allies and sticking together. The United States is big enough that, hey, if there's economic coercion from China, okay, bring it. We have the ability to retaliate in many ways. Matter of fact, again, I think on certain issues, the Biden administration has done a good job. The technology transfer issues, for example, under Secretary Raimondo have been very effective, very powerful. But the G7, and I was just in Japan, spent the full day with Ambassador Manuel, who's doing a really good job out in Japan. You may have seen the G7 this year that was based in Japan with the Japanese as the president of the G7. Much of that was focused on economic coercion and how we need to stick together with our democratic allies in particular, not just G7 countries, but the Quad and others, to make sure that if the Chinese are trying to pick on, say, Lithuania, because they're courageous and outspoken, that we don't allow them to do that. I have had discussions with senior EU officials saying, hey, Lithuania is an EU member. Don't let the Chinese Communist Party bully them. Stand up for them. They understand freedom. They're under the boot, the jackboot of the Soviet Union for decades. So that's what we need to do. We have strength in numbers. The Chinese Communist Party is very good at trying to pick off individual countries. They go after the Germans and, you know, tease them with more access to the market for all their beautiful BMWs and Mercedes-Benz. We need our German colleagues to stand strong and say, no, we're not going to fall for that. So that's the key, and I think the G7 this past couple of weeks ago was a good, important start.
Really helpful, and I know time is short. I'd love to hear more about your trip to Korea and Japan, the takeaways. But before doing that, you mentioned how the war in Ukraine really showcased the political will of the Ukrainian people. Yeah. And so I guess the question there for you is, it's twofold. What do you think the impact of the war has been to the Taiwanese people?
Yeah.
And what do you think the effect of Putin's difficulties in the war, how has that affected Xi Jinping's intentions?
Well, I think, and again, CSIS, we learned so much from all of you, but in my discussions with leaders in the region, including Taiwanese leaders, is I think the war has shown what the defense of freedom can look like. I worry sometimes that the people of Taiwan are taking the wrong message from it, and they should not take this message. Just because the United States has not militarily intervened in Taiwan, and again, I think President Biden on this issue has balanced it correctly, meaning we are strongly supporting the Ukrainians in defense of their home country without committing U.S. troops, and I think that's the proper approach. But Taiwan and certainly the CCP should not read that if there was a Taiwan Strait contingency, that our policy would be the same. And I think some, as I've heard on Taiwan, that they've read it that way, and they shouldn't. Whether or not we come to the aid militarily with U.S. forces in the event of a military invasion by the CCP is not going to be determined by what we did in Ukraine. So that's one area. In my view, what's happened in Hong Kong has rattled the people of Taiwan as much as what's happened in Ukraine. And I think that that's a really important example of what could happen, what the Taiwanese are looking at could be their future. There was an article just today in the Wall Street Journal about the people of Hong Kong, how their freedom has been crushed. A woman who put out a Facebook post 2 years ago has now been arrested by the Chinese Communist Party and the Hong Kong dictatorial authorities. So I think there's a lot of lessons learned, but to me the most important one that I hope the dictators of the world are taking is that when you come in and think that you can walk over a neighbor of yours, not because that neighbor threatens you from a national security perspective. Ukraine did not threaten Russia from a national security perspective. Taiwan does not threaten China from a national security perspective. The reason they feel threatened is because of what these countries represent. They represent neighbors who have chosen the path, however difficult it might be, of a democratic future, and that scares the heck out of Putin and Xi Jinping. What I always like to say is one of the greatest weaknesses those two dictators have is they fear their own people. They fear their own people. And we need to exploit that in the years and decades to come.
Thanks. You know, I understand, as you framed in your opening remarks, that this is about getting the American people to understand the importance of this issue. This is just a factoid for you, but you know, we do polling here at CSIS of the region, and as you can imagine, the region, you know, there's a split between those who think about the United States' role in the region versus those who look at China's rise. I mean, you'll get different answers from Japan versus Malaysia, for example. But on the question of Taiwan, it was uniform. Every country polled the same way, which was if the United States were to lose Taiwan by military force, the view of U.S. confidence in the United States as a global power and in the region would just be gone.
Right.
And so, so this is very important, not just for the people of Taiwan, but also for U.S. power and preeminence in the world. Let me ask you, if I could, about your trip to Japan and Korea. I know that it was a quick trip, and you look well for wear, even with the jet lag. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Well, I go home most weekends to Alaska, and it's
so you're used to it.
It's pretty, yeah, it's pretty. I like to remind people, Anchorage is closer to Tokyo than it is to Washington, D.C. So that's my hometown. So I kind of go to Asia every weekend, right?
You're logging a lot of miles. But love to hear your takeaways from what's going on in Seoul and Tokyo on this issue, but broadly.
Well, look, I mean, it was a very positive trip, and the trends are. And I've had the opportunity to meet with, the leadership in terms of the National Security Advisor, Foreign Minister, all the top officials. When I was in Korea at the end of last year, I was honored to meet with President Yoon, who I think is doing a remarkable job. And his speech to the joint session of Congress just a couple of weeks ago was just incredible. Hopefully you all saw that. Gave it in English, which is not an easy thing to do. Did fantastic. A couple takeaways that I think, that my sense, the alliance between the United States, bilateral, and Korea and Japan is very strong. As you know, this year we're celebrating the 70th anniversary of the U.S.-Korean alliance. And the polling that you see of the populations in those two countries is really strong, almost hitting historic levels of their support for the U.S. alliance between the United States and Korea and the United States and Japan. In Korea, the numbers are, I think the embassy told me, in the high 70s or low 80s. And at the same time, the view of the Chinese Communist Party has plummeted. Low 20s, high teens. As a politician, when you're talking 80 to 20, it's pretty remarkable. And especially among the young people. So that's a really good trend in both countries. So that dynamic is going well. Two other takeaways that I think are really important. The leadership in Korea, particularly under President Yoon, in my view, has undertaken something that is very courageous and at the same time very difficult. And that is their desire to want to really improve on the trilateral relationship. Korea, Japan, United States. That is absolutely critical when you look at the issues in the region and the importance and the strength that our three countries can bring to the challenges, whether it's Taiwan Strait, whether it's Chinese economic coercion, but having the United States, Korea, and Japan working more closely together on all these issues is fundamental. One of our great strategic advantages, as you all know, is America is an ally-rich nation. China, Russia, North Korea, they're ally-poor. Not many people want to go join the Chinese Communist Party team. But the more aggressive they are in the region, the more people want to come back to their trust. We're not a perfect country by any means, but there's a trust level built over decades between the United States and so many countries in that region. And if we can cement in a stronger way the relationship between Korea and Japan, which of course has very difficult and still difficult history between those two countries, that is only going to strengthen the region. And we've seen that, I saw that, both with Korea's leadership, certainly led by President Yoon, but also Japan's leadership. The countries, their leaders have met recently in Tokyo, in Seoul. There's going to be trilateral National Security Advisor level meetings here in the next week or so, where Jake Sullivan's going out to the region. And President Biden has invited both leaders to come to Washington here, I hope in a few months. That is all really positive. One final area that I pitched, and I think it's an enormous strategic advantage for us that we don't talk about enough, is trilateral engagement, not just on mill-to-mill issues, not just on trade issues, but on energy issues. On energy issues. The United States is an energy superpower. All of the above energy, renewables, oil, gas, and a lot of our allies in the region need that and need our assistance, particularly the Japanese, who are very focused, and Koreans, but more the Japanese, on getting off Russian oil and gas. Alaska has a huge LNG project that we've been working on for many years that could supply our allies in the region, in addition to Alaskans, clean burning natural gas for decades. That is a strategic advantage for us and our allies that Xi Jinping fears, that Putin fears. And we need to do much more on bringing that level of energy cooperation across the board through a trilateral, through the Quad. And to me, that is a message I was pitching in the region on my last trip, not just Alaska, but other elements of American energy. And it was, I would say, very much a welcome message. So I'm hopeful that on these next rounds of trilateral discussions, the administration, the Japanese, the Koreans will strongly move forward on the strategic advantage that we have with regard to energy, and bring the Taiwanese on that, and the Philippines and ASEAN countries into that mix as well.
That's actually very interesting because, as you say, for both Korea and Japan, wholly energy dependent. Right?
Totally
on
energy.
external sources, and they're usually not from places you want them to be dependent.
Exactly. They're over-reliant on the Middle East by far, you know. And, you know, from an Alaska perspective, now I'm being a little parochial, but historically, Alaska was the first place to export LNG anywhere in the world. We started exporting LNG to Japan in the late 1960s. 50 years of uninterrupted American exports to Japan, the most trusted supplier of energy, never missed a cargo shipment. As I mentioned to the Japanese, you know, 10% of their LNG is still from Russia. And they're looking possibly at doubling down on what's called Arctic LNG 2. They're investors in that. That's a Russian project. My view to the Japanese senior leaders was, hey, don't fund the Russian war machine for 20 more years, buying LNG. Buy it from your most reliable partner. You know, the other problem with getting it from Russia, if Putin wakes up one morning and he's mad at you, boom, he'll cut off that energy like that. Alaska was a supplier of LNG to Japan for a half century, and we never missed one cargo shipment. Most reliable supplier of LNG of any place in the world. Come back to us, come back to your roots. We got 50 years of uninterrupted supply. It's like a pipeline. It's 7-day cargo shipment from Alaska to Tokyo. No strategic choke points. It's literally like a pipeline. If you need energy, reliable, which your country needs, so does Korea, get it from your allies, not from the Russians certainly, and not from very unstable regions like the Middle East and Qatar. So I think it's a message that makes strategic sense. It's a win-win for our countries, and it was a message I was strongly proposing. And to be honest, with the strong support of our ambassador in Korea, Ambassador Goldberg, and our ambassador in Tokyo, Ambassador Emmanuel, both of whom are doing a really good job.
A very important point in terms of building resiliencies in our alliance relationships. It's not just about the military.
Not just about military, not just about trade. Energy is a great, and renewables, and critical minerals. The United States has so much of this, and what we've done over the last decades is we outsourced it, certainly to China on critical minerals, and we enabled our allies to outsource all of their energy needs to Russia. Huge mistake, huge mistake. We can fix it. Right. We have the resources in this country to help our allies for decades to get off the reliance, and we're not going to be the ones who cut off energy supplies or critical minerals. Look at what the Chinese did to the Japanese on rare earths when they got mad. Come back to your ally, the United States, for these really important needs.
Yeah. Especially, in the last decade, we're in this new era.
In January of 2023, an American Air Force general named Mike Minahan wrote a memo to his fellow officers in the Air Mobility Command that almost immediately leaked to the public. The memo warned that the United States and China were marching full steam ahead towards fighting a cataclysmic war over Taiwan very soon, with Minahan himself writing that, "My gut tells me we will fight in 2025. And alarmingly, he has also been far from the only American military figure to voice these predictions of imminently impending war. Back in 2021, Philip Davidson, at the time a 4-star admiral of the United States Navy and the commander of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, infamously predicted that war with China in the Taiwan Strait could end up coming by 2027, a prediction that he has continued to stick with ever since. This year in 2023, both the United States Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, have cautioned that while war with China is neither imminent nor inevitable, China is actively seeking to acquire the capability of militarily seizing the island by no later than 2027. In April of this year in 2023, John Aquilino, another United States admiral and the current commander of the Indo-Pacific Command, plainly stated that China has engaged in, quote, "the largest, fastest, most comprehensive military buildup seen since World War II. By total number of warships, the Chinese Navy has already emerged as the largest in the world in the 2020s, surpassing the total number of ships in the American Navy. China's defense spending has approached 1/3 of the defense spending in the United States and already exceeds the military budgets of Russia, India, the United Kingdom, and France all combined. And consequently, China's military capabilities have been dramatically expanding into this new role of arguably being the second most powerful military in the world. In August of 2022, the then Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, made an official state visit to the island of Taiwan, and in doing so, triggered the biggest cross-strait crisis seen in the past quarter of a century. Chinese fighter jets stormed across the so-called median line between the mainland and Taiwan, and even patrolled around Taiwan's eastern coast. Chinese ballistic missiles rocketed outwards and crashed all around the island, with a few landing within Taiwan's own territorial waters, and several more even flying directly over the island's airspace itself and crashing into the exclusive economic zone of Japan. Events that up until then had been completely unprecedented, and events that now fit into U.S. military planners' expectations surrounding the very real possibility for a full-scale Chinese invasion of the island happening sometime in the coming years. An event that could easily pull the United States into war with the other global superpower in a vast and catastrophic 21st century war for the Pacific. But why is all of this happening right now, all of a sudden in the 2020s? And what is it about this island that makes it so valuable to both the United States and China? And why is it arguably the most dangerous flashpoint of the entire 21st century? For starters, China has continually claimed Taiwan as a part of its country now for the past 3/4 of a century. You see, it's far more helpful to really think of China as the Communist People's Republic of China, or the PRC, and Taiwan as the continuation government of the old Republic of China, or the ROC. The two sides fought a brutal civil war against each other for the control of all of China across the early 20th century, culminating with the eventual victory of the PRC over the Chinese mainland and the ensuing retreat of the ROC to the island of Taiwan in 1949, an island that had been annexed by the Qing dynasty of China centuries previously in 1683, then conquered and annexed by Japan in 1895, and then returned back to the ROC after World War II in 1945. Now, although the ROC's total retreat to Taiwan in 1949 marked the end of the direct shooting between both sides in the Chinese Civil War, there has to date still never been a formal peace treaty ending the Chinese Civil War between them. And so in many ways, the Chinese Civil War between both sides has remained effectively on pause now for the 74 years of history that have followed ever since, making it, in a sense, one of the contemporary world's longest-lasting frozen conflicts. The PRC has continually over all this time asserted that it is the sole legitimate government of all of China, and that the island of Taiwan constitutes an inalienable part of that China. This is referred to as the One China policy, and it is why Beijing doesn't view Taiwan as an independent country, but as a core part of China that is currently in rebellion and being led by the rogue government of the ROC. It is why the PRC refuses to have diplomatic relations with any country that recognizes the ROC as the government of China over itself. And owing to the PRC's dramatically larger population, manufacturing, and economic base, the vast majority of the world's countries have long since abandoned their formal diplomatic relations with the ROC in favor of the PRC. As of 2023, only 13 countries in the world remain who maintain formal diplomatic relations with the ROC, and most of them are very tiny ones. The largest are Guatemala, Haiti, and Paraguay. Just since 2018, the PRC has successfully managed to convince Burkina Faso, El Salvador, the Solomon Islands, Kiribati, Nicaragua, and Honduras to be the most recent countries to formally abandon the ROC diplomatically. Conversely, of course, the ROC has always officially followed the One China policy as well. The ROC officially recognizes that Taiwan is also a core and inalienable part of China in addition to the mainland. They've just historically counter-insisted that they are the sole legitimate government of all of China and not the PRC, which means that they effectively view all of the mainland as a very large series of provinces in rebellion that are being led by the rogue government of the PRC. To a very large extent, though, much of the ROC's viewpoint on the One China policy is effectively political theater. The problem is that the ROC has to continue claiming to be the sole government of all of China, no matter how ridiculous the claim might appear, because if they ever stop claiming to be the sole government of a unified China and begin insisting on themselves being the government of only Taiwan, it could lead to the perception in Beijing that the ROC and Taiwan were abandoning the One China policy, and in so doing, effectively declaring formal independence from China, which would almost certainly immediately trigger a PRC military response to preserve the country's perceived territorial integrity. That is why the ROC has never, ever made any formal attempt to distance itself from the One China policy and seek out formal independence. And for decades, the PRC has been mostly attempting to bring Taiwan under its authority through diplomatic means. Chairman Mao once famously told then US President Richard Nixon back in 1972 that the PRC could wait 100 years before it took Taiwan. But now in 2023, little more than half a century later from those words, it appears that Beijing is indeed growing increasingly impatient with this long-desired objective. For 74 long years, ever since 1949, diplomacy and what Beijing refers to as peaceful reunification have not worked, and the status quo has remained. Now, the PRC's demographic and economic outlook beyond the 2020s look in doubt. Beijing knows that after 2030, its demographics and economy will begin getting worse and worse with every passing year. And so it knows that the option of taking Taiwan militarily through force will be easier within this decade than the next one while they are relatively stronger now. The PRC has made it abundantly clear that they have never and will never renounce the right to one day use force to bring Taiwan under its control. And in order to try and deny the PRC from ever being able to use that option of force, the United States and Taiwan alike have been increasingly preparing themselves across the Pacific for a war with the other rising global superpower that they do not want. Because if it happens, it will completely upend our entire world as we know it, and nothing you know will ever be the same again. Taiwan itself has well understood the precarious geopolitical situation that it has found itself in now for decades, with an increasingly aggressive PRC opposite of them in the mainland and ever-dwindling diplomatic relations and support abroad. And so, they've adopted three very different overarching strategies that all connect together to, hopefully, from their perspective, deter the PRC from ever attempting an invasion in the first place. The first of these Taiwanese strategies has already been briefly touched upon, and it's their diplomatic strategy, both with the PRC on the mainland and with the rest of the outside world. By continuing to remain officially committed to the One China policy diplomatically, and by continuing to insist that it is the rightful government of all of China, including all of the mainland, the ROC on Taiwan gives Beijing the legitimacy to rightfully assert that Taiwan still truly is a part of China, that is only temporarily under the control of a rebellious government. As long as the ROC government continues to play along with this, there is still a chance, no matter how seemingly slim, of the ROC government eventually accepting Beijing's diplomacy and surrendering control and sovereignty over the island peacefully. But for decades now, this chance at peaceful diplomatic reunification between Taiwan and the mainland has been growing increasingly slimmer and slimmer. When Taiwan was returned by the Japanese to the ROC in 1945, the Chinese nationalist Kuomintang Party, or KMT, fully incorporated the island into their government, and once they retreated to the island after being defeated on the mainland by the communists, the KMT established a strict authoritarian one-party regime on the island that included a period of permanent martial law that lasted for nearly 4 decades until 1987. During that long period of time, a Chinese national identity was imposed by the KMT on all of Taiwan, and the population was forced into only being allowed to speak Mandarin. It was only after martial law was finally lifted in 1987 and the island's government transitioned to democracy that a long-suppressed regional identity on Taiwan separate from the Chinese of the mainland began to finally emerge. Shortly after the island transitioned to a democratic form of governance in 1992, a poll found that just 17.6% of the island's population identified as only Taiwanese, compared with 25.5% who identified as only Chinese and another 46.4% who identified as both. But only 3 decades later, in 2020, another poll was conducted by the National Chengchi University's Election Studies Center that found a whopping 61% of respondents identifying solely as Taiwanese, a mere 2.7% identifying as only Chinese, and 32.9% identifying as both. In general, the trend on the island is that the younger generations born after the lifting of martial law and total KMT rule in 1987 tend to identify more with Taiwan, while the older generations still tend to identify more with their Chinese identity and are more in favor of eventual reunification with the mainland. The 2 largest current political parties on the island are thus the old Kuomintang or KMT, which continues to emphasize Chinese nationalism, the current status quo, and eventual peaceful reunification with the mainland, and the Democratic Progressive Party or DPP, which very notably counter-emphasizes Taiwanese nationalism over Chinese nationalism. And while they also support the current status quo, they are much more in favor of eventual Taiwanese statehood and independence, rather than reunification. The KMT won the first open presidential election in Taiwan and continued ruling until 1999, when they lost the first election to the rising DPP, resulting in DPP rule of the island from 1999 to 2008, and the first time in history since the Japanese surrendered control over the island that the KMT wasn't actually in power. The KMT won back the presidency again in 2008 and then again in 2012, ruling until 2016, during a period of fairly warm relations with mainland China. But the past 2 presidential elections in Taiwan in 2016 and again in 2020 have both led to victories for the DPP again, and the ascendancy of their candidate, Tsai Ing-wen, to the presidency, which have led to fears within Beijing that the chance at diplomacy is fading. To Beijing, the KMT is seen as the preferable party in Taiwan to have power because, at least to an extent, they remain committed to working out reunification with the mainland eventually under some terms. Since the DPP is more affiliated with Taiwanese nationalism and eventual Taiwanese independence and statehood, though, Beijing is openly and staunchly opposed to them. It is why, with the DPP in power, Beijing has been far more ferociously opposed to any perceived attempt within Taiwan to gain greater international recognition as a separate state, which is partially why Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island in August of 2022 triggered such a massively harsh response. As at the time she was second in line to succession to the US presidency, her visit represented the highest-ranking US official to visit the island since the then Speaker Newt Gingrich visited 25 years previously back in 1997. But Gingrich's visit was back when the more pro-reunification KMT was still in power in Taiwan. Pelosi's visit came with the more pro-independence DPP in power. Her visit thus sent a clear message to Beijing, and it is why the PRC denounced the trip and carried out its unprecedented military exercises all around Taiwan within only days of her leaving. And the next presidential election in Taiwan is coming very soon, set for January 2024. Beijing hopes that the election will result in the KMT returning back to power again, which will continue giving their hope of peaceful, diplomatic reunification alive. But if the DPP wins again and is set to rule the island for at least another 4 years through 2028, then Beijing may conclude, wrongfully or not, that the chance at diplomacy has passed, and the only option remaining will be through war. Therefore, Taiwan's second strategy at deterring a Chinese invasion has everything to do with economics. Without any diplomatic support from the outside world that really matters, with the loss of Japan, Australia, and most of Europe in the 1970s, and even the loss of American recognition in 1979, Taiwan had to get creative with providing an incentive for outside powers to actually care enough about it to intervene on its behalf if the day ever came that China finally decided to invade. The United States intervened against Saddam Hussein's invasion of Kuwait in 1991, largely over concerns about how much of the global supply of oil would fall into Saddam's hands if they sat back and did nothing. But unlike Kuwait, Taiwan has virtually zero natural resources to make any outside powers care enough about who actually controls it. The island has virtually no oil, no coal, and no gas, and for decades the island's people were relatively poor, with a nominal GDP per capita estimated by the IMF at about a par with the Iranians as recently as 1989. But something that Taiwan did have was incredibly ingenuitive thinkers and forward-looking planners who crafted one of the most masterful economic defense strategies that the world has ever seen anyway. Who would end up needing natural resources to make the outside world care if you could just create your own artificial resources to make them care instead? It all began with this guy named Morris Chang, a legendary ROC businessman. Chang moved to the United States at a young age and eventually found himself working a lengthy 25-year-long career at Texas Instruments that saw him eventually overseeing the company's entire global semiconductor business. Semiconductors, or microchips, are basically a set of electronic circuits on a small flat piece of silicon. On these chips, transistors act as miniature electrical switches that can turn a current on or off. And a modern microchip the size of your fingernail can contain literally billions of these transistors that can be measured in mere nanometers of scale, smaller than even a virus. After being invented and developed in the United States, microchips steadily grew smaller, grew ever higher numbers of transistors on them, and grew more advanced to become one of the most important new resources for our modern world, powering just about everything you can think of, from computers to smartphones to digital cameras to drones to microwaves to air conditioners to cryptocurrency mining to the stock market to calculators and dozens of other applications, including, critically, military ones like guided missiles, fighter jets, and emerging artificial intelligence. US companies originally dominated every facet of microchip production, from research and development to design to the creation of highly specialized tools required to manufacture them, and to the actual manufacturing process itself. But the manufacturing process of doing this, placing billions of microscopic transistors on a fingernail-sized wafer of silicon, is among the most complicated, advanced, and expensive manufacturing processes that humanity has ever developed. Billions of dollars had to be invested into fiendishly complex foundries to manufacture these microchips to the incredibly high standards that they demanded. And by the late 1980s, American companies were growing frustrated with these increasingly exorbitant costs. It was around that time in the 1980s that Chang decided to leave Texas Instruments, one of the leading microchip companies of the time, and come back home to the ROC in Taiwan, because he and the ROC government had come up with a bold new idea. Instead of attempting to develop their own completely separate microchip industry and compete with American companies and the United States government directly, why not instead create a brand new kind of company and business that had up until that point never existed? A company strictly focused on the expensive and laborious manufacturing side of microchips, rather than competing directly with US firms on designs of microchips that could risk antagonizing the US government. The new company would help American businesses by granting them the ability to outsource the prohibitively expensive and complicated microchip manufacturing processes to Taiwan instead, which would lower their overall costs and increase their profit margins, while securing Taiwan's own position as a critical component of the still emerging microchip industry. It was this guiding philosophy that led to Chang and the ROC government founding the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, or TSMC, in 1986. A company that had humble beginnings that has since evolved into likely the most powerful corporation in the world that you've never heard of. From the very beginning, TSMC was a project of the Taiwanese state. 48% of the startup capital required to get the company running was put up by the ROC government, while most of the rest was literally fundraised by wealthy Taiwanese citizens who the government went around politely asking to invest in the new company. Over time, from the late 1980s when it was first founded, TSMC was able to tout its lower manufacturing costs in Taiwan to convince more and more major microchip companies from across the US, Europe, and Japan to outsource some or even all of their manufacturing processes to them instead. Huge modern companies like AMD, Nvidia, Intel, IBM, Sony, Broadcom, Qualcomm, and especially Apple all eventually did this. Apple in particular eventually emerged in the 2010s as TSMC's largest single customer, with $17 billion paid for their chip manufacturing services in 2022 alone, that powered the company's desirable iPhones, Macs, and iPads. The most advanced microchips that Apple designs today, containing billions of microscopic transistors within them, can literally only be manufactured within a single building in TSMC's sprawling primary campus in Taiwan. As a result, TSMC was able to emerge as not only the largest and most valuable semiconductor company in the world, but one of the most valuable companies in the world, period. With a current market cap of more than $450 billion as of the production of this video in October of 2023, TSMC is the 14th most valuable publicly traded company in the entire world. And they manufacture tens of billions of dollars worth of microchips for the world's first, second, fourth, fifth, sixth, 23rd, and 63rd largest companies and more. This is why, when including TSMC and all the other microchip foundries on the island owned by other companies, Taiwan collectively manufactures about 68% of all the microchips that are made in the world today. And even more crucially, they manufacture more than 90% of the world's most cutting-edge chips. Tiny but powerful chips that have billions of microscopic transistors that are 5 nanometers in size or smaller, approaching the widths of human DNA strands that are used for emerging quantum computing and artificial intelligence applications. Together, microchip manufacturing from TSMC and the other companies represents around 15% of Taiwan's total GDP today. And the industry raked in revenues of more than $175 billion in 2022 alone. In nominal terms, Taiwan's microchip manufacturing industry is these days larger than the entire economy of Kenya, a country with more than 53 million people. It is the industry that has most propelled Taiwan into being nearly a top 20 global economy in its own right. And it is what makes Taiwan's continued security absolutely vital to the interests of people from all around the world. The United States Department of Defense recently commissioned a study that found any disruption to Taiwan's microchip industry through either a Chinese blockade or invasion scenario would generate an estimated $2.5 trillion in losses per year to the worldwide economy. To put that financial devastation into more perspective, that amount of estimated losses per year is greater than the economies of Ukraine and Russia combined. It would eliminate 68% of the world's supply of microchips, and 90% of the world's supply of the most cutting-edge microchips in an instant, and trigger a worldwide financial meltdown the likes of which have hardly ever been seen before, as the effects of the world's microchip manufacturing hub being removed from the global supply chain ripples through the companies and governments that rely on their manufacturing so much, like Apple, Nvidia, AMD, Intel, Broadcom, Sony, Microsoft, Alphabet, Amazon, and dozens of others. The ripples would then spread even further through companies that build cars, computers, cameras, and home appliances that all rely on a constant supply of microchips to keep producing them. And then the ripples would even further begin impacting the US military, who need microchips to continue building their guided missiles, fighter jets, and emerging artificial intelligence systems. All of that obviously provides a vital economic and strategic incentive to the United States military to ensure that such a catastrophe never actually happens in the first place, by doing whatever it can to deter and protect Taiwan from a looming Chinese invasion. Thus, the island's massive microchip industry is often referred to as Taiwan's Silicon Shield. The theory of the shield goes that the outside powers who have come to rely on Taiwan's microchip foundries so much, like the US, the EU, and Japan, will all be heavily financially incentivized to protecting those foundries from any attack coming from China, and thus be highly incentivized to defend Taiwan's sovereignty as well, even if it comes to fighting a war for it. But keeping third parties incentivized to defend Taiwan is only half of the Silicon Shield's protection strategy. The other half is that it simultaneously deters China from ever launching an offensive attack in the first place. Because, just like the United States, China's own technology sector has also grown to become highly dependent on Taiwan's chip foundries. Despite pouring billions of dollars into developing their own microchip industry, China has so far not been capable of producing a genuine competitor. Despite having previously set a target of achieving 70% self-sufficiency in microchip production by 2025, China, as of 2023, reportedly only has a self-sufficiency closer to a paltry 16%. Up until 2022, China was still importing more than $400 billion worth of microchips a year, which in terms of dollar value was roughly twice as much oil as the country was importing. And the majority of those imported microchips were all ones that were manufactured in the foundries of Taiwan. Would China actually risk an invasion of the island that could see Taiwan's chip foundries that they so depend upon get destroyed in the process, either by the fighting itself or through intentional self-sabotage on the part of the Taiwanese? Moreover, even if China were somehow successful in seizing the island and all the chip foundries intact, would the foundries even be of any use to them afterward? In order to properly function, Taiwan's chip foundries rely on a complicated supply chain of tens of thousands of experienced Taiwanese workers, along with designs and equipment from the United States, Japan, and the Netherlands, who would most likely just cut it all off and leave China to figure out how to keep running everything on their own. To an extent, this does likely serve as a major economic deterrent to China from invading the island until they can become more self-sufficient in their own chip manufacturing. Because if they do invade before they're more self-sufficient, their economy will immediately take a major hit, and their imports of microchips they need for pretty much everything, including for their military, will all come to a crashing halt. The big question, though, is how much does China and Xi Jinping actually care about, and factor that into their calculus? Would that be enough all on its own to avert a Chinese invasion if Taiwan suddenly declared its independence? Would China instead decide that a more short-term hit to its economy would be worth sacrificing for the long-term goal of controlling Taiwan? And would it actually be enough to get the United States to risk going to war with China over? To many leaders in Taiwan, it appears that the United States has been consistently making moves in the 2020s to erode Taiwan's Silicon Shield away, in order to give itself more flexibility in deciding when, or even if, to intervene on Taiwan's behalf during a potential invasion scenario. After the US passed the CHIPS and Science Act in 2022, the Biden administration agreed to provide $52 billion in federal subsidies for global microchip manufacturing companies to build new chip foundries within the United States. America's share of global chip manufacturing had dwindled and dwindled from 37% of the total back in 1990 to only a mere 12% today, as most American companies outsource their manufacturing to Taiwan and a few other countries. But the goal of this act was to bring much of it back. Several major chip-producing companies since then have announced the construction of new chip foundries across the United States, including Intel, Samsung, Micron, and most notably TSMC themselves, who are right now actively building a new chip foundry in Arizona and investing $40 billion of their own money to do it, a situation that is highly controversial within Taiwan itself, including with Morris Chang, the now 92-year-old original founder of TSMC, who has since become one of the biggest critics of the Biden administration's plan to bring back the US microchip manufacturing industry. He has accused both the United States and TSMC of hollowing out Taiwan's security by expanding chip manufacturing from beyond the island. While Taiwan's economy minister has also since declared that, quote, Taiwan's key position in semiconductors will not be shaken. If the CHIPS Act becomes successful and America returns as a major chip manufacturer again, then they would likely lose the major economic and one of the major strategic incentives for coming to Taiwan's aid during an invasion, and Taiwan's Silicon Shield would be pierced in the process. It is because of this fear that TSMC is not bringing their most advanced technologies to the new foundry being built in Arizona. Once it is completed and operational in 2025, it will still only be manufacturing chips that are a full generation behind the more cutting-edge foundries back in Taiwan. And perhaps even more alarmingly from Taiwan's perspective are the recent US export controls being placed on China that are also related to microchips. In October of 2022, the US introduced these series of export controls that restricted China's ability to buy or manufacture their own higher-end chips. The US government has since even asserted an extraterritorial jurisdiction over these controls that restrict even non-American companies from helping China buy or manufacture high-end chips with products if those products contain US origin technology. In regards to Taiwan's security, TSMC and all the other chip manufacturing companies on the island obviously rely very heavily on US technology, designs, and equipment in their manufacturing process, meaning that the new US export control laws can enable the US to restrict Taiwan from providing cutting-edge chips they manufacture to China. And if they do that, and the more Chinese companies end up losing access to more higher-end chip production in Taiwan, the less they will end up being dependent on Taiwan for sourcing their chips, and the smaller the economic deterrent becomes that's currently protecting the island from an invasion. After all, what would China have to financially lose from an invasion of Taiwan if they weren't relying on any chip imports from the island anyway? The chip foundries on the island could all end up getting destroyed during the fighting, and it wouldn't even make any material difference to China under that scenario. Thus, America's recent policies of dramatically expanding chip manufacturing at home, while simultaneously restricting China's access to chips from Taiwan and elsewhere, is, from many in Taiwan's viewpoint, severely undermining their Silicon Shield strategy by eroding the economic incentive of Washington to halt an invasion, while simultaneously eroding the economic deterrent of Beijing from choosing to invade. But either way, China will still have to contend with Taiwan's third strategy of deterring an invasion from ever happening, which is possibly their greatest one of all: military deterrence, and transforming themselves into a bristling porcupine that would simply be too painful for China to ever attempt at swallowing. If the day ever comes that Beijing does decide to invade, Taiwan's military planners are aware that in order to have any hope of success, the PRC will have to organize and launch the largest amphibious invasion in human history, since at least the Normandy landings of D-Day in 1944. The PRC will have to spend time assembling a massive invasion force, numbering anywhere between 300,000 and 1 million soldiers, along with all of their equipment and along with an armada of hundreds of transport ships, all concentrated on the western side of the Taiwan Strait. Activities that will all be blatantly obvious to US satellites operating above. Just as American intelligence began warning about an imminent Russian invasion of Ukraine in the months leading up to the actual invasion, American intelligence would likely do the same for serious Chinese preparations of a Taiwan invasion. But a hypothetical PRC invasion of Taiwan, regardless of Taiwan's own preparedness, will be orders of magnitude more challenging than Russia's invasion of Ukraine was. And Russia's invasion hasn't even gone well. Russia was able to mass troops directly along thousands of kilometers worth of Ukraine's borders and transport those troops and their accompanying tanks, artillery, fuel, and ammunition all directly to the borders of Ukraine with railroads. Taiwan is separated from the Chinese mainland by about 130 kilometers of open ocean across the Taiwan Strait at the narrowest point that China's invasion fleet will have to travel across. The seas within the strait are usually rough throughout most of the year, and they are only at their calmest for limited windows of time in the spring and autumn, which limits the climatically ideal opportunities for a military invasion to take place. Once the invasion fleet is advancing across the strait, they will be further vulnerable to Taiwanese missiles and air assaults. And then, once they even get across the strait, there were very limited beaches on Taiwan that the People's Liberation Army could possibly choose to even assault. It's generally believed that there are only 14 possible beaches on the island that are considered suitable enough to launch an amphibious D-Day style assault on. And this becomes more apparent when you take a closer look at Taiwan's geography and topography. The island is dominated by a series of huge, towering mountains that run across the entire interior and which roughly separate the island into two separate halves. A larger, wider coastal plain in the west of the island facing the Chinese mainland, and a smaller, narrower coastal plain in the east of the island facing into the open Pacific. All 14 of the possible beachhead landing sites have already been extensively fortified by the ROC military, and People's Liberation Army troops and Marines assaulting them could expect to face heavy artillery, missile and machine gun fire upon their arrivals. Moreover, according to some People's Liberation Army texts, it is believed that at least some of these beaches have a series of underwater pipelines that connect from the interior to just off of the beaches themselves, that the defending ROC have engineered to pump flammable liquid through that can be ignited in order to completely torch the beaches and deny them from being landed at under an emergency invasion scenario, limiting China's invasion options even further. The eastern side of Taiwan is more mountainous, more rugged, and it faces away from the Chinese mainland, meaning that Taiwanese military planners have long assumed that it would be the safest part of the island during an invasion scenario coming from China, who would more than likely concentrate the bulk of their invasion force to the geographically easier to assault western side. This is why ROC commanders have long believed that during an invasion, the relatively safer eastern side will be used as their primary rear base to support the bigger fight raging across the wider and more open plains exposed in the west immediately facing China, with more potential beach landing sites. Thus, the east of the island is where most of the ROC's air bases are all located, with hangars for aircraft that have been carved deep into the mountainside to protect them from Chinese missiles, being able to blow them up before they have a chance to get into the air and sink Chinese invasion ships traveling across the strait. As the fight is presumably raging in the west, the east of the island is supposed to function as the primary center for ROC forces to refuel, rearm, and coordinate the fight in the west. And if the beaches begin to fall and the PLA begins advancing from them into the bigger cities on the island like Taipei, then armed Taiwanese insurgents can retreat deeper into the mountains of the interior and continue on waging an asymmetric guerrilla war to continue the fight until outside help, presumably from the United States, eventually arrives to turn the tide. And the eastern side of the island, geographically separated from the most heavy fighting that will be going on in the west, is the most ideal location for allied troops like Americans and potentially Japanese to arrive at and assist the fight from. The east of Taiwan is thus the most critical part of the island to hold, and it represents the ROC's final line of defense. And if it falls, then most hope for a free Taiwan will be lost as well. Getting to that point will undoubtedly be very, very costly for China. But just as Taiwan's geography as a mountainous island makes it a very difficult target to invade from the outside, it also makes it a very difficult place to support from the outside as well. This is yet another enormous difference between the Russian invasion of Ukraine and a hypothetical Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Since the Russian invasion, the West has been able to easily support the Ukrainian war effort by sending tens of billions of dollars worth of military hardware and equipment on trains through NATO states directly overland to Ukraine's own borders, where they can simply pick the equipment up and then carry them the rest of the way to the front line. But as an island without any land borders, Taiwan will never have this luxury. During a full-scale invasion scenario, the island could easily be suffering beneath a total Chinese naval blockade, involving Chinese ships and submarines directly, and probably Chinese missiles and aircraft attacking incoming foreign ships or planes trying to get supplies in as well. Moreover, Taiwan's ports and airfields could also be destroyed or damaged by the heavy fighting, which would reduce the island's ability to take in supplies that cannot possibly come in any other way than through ports and airfields. Getting the required military hardware into Taiwan after the invasion has already happened could prove to simply be too late. And so the island is attempting to get everything in that it needs now. As the war in Ukraine has evolved with time, Ukraine's greatest successes at defeating the Russians have been shown through asymmetric military capabilities. Small groups of Ukrainian fighters armed with drones and portable anti-tank and anti-air weapons have proven to be highly capable of pushing back against larger, more well-armed Russian forces with heavier weapons. At the same time, large-scale conventional Ukrainian counteroffensives using heavy equipment like tanks and artillery have proven to be less successful. Based on this experience, Taiwan's military planners are wanting more smaller weapons like drones and easily portable anti-ship, anti-air, and anti-tank weapons that individual soldiers can carry with them, like the Stinger, the Javelin, and the NLAW. Battle-tested against a conventionally superior opponent in Ukraine, these smaller weapon systems also provide another military purpose to benefit Taiwan. They don't make it appear that Taiwan is arming itself too aggressively. Were Beijing to feel that Taiwan was arming itself too much with heavier weapons like tanks, fighters, guided missiles, or submarines, it might tilt their calculus that Taiwan was arming itself and preparing itself too quickly, and might eventually grow into too tough of a nut to crack in the future, further incentivizing Beijing to hasten its invasion plans for sooner rather than later. Taiwan's ultimate Achilles heel, however, that could ultimately doom it during an invasion, is its critical overdependence on imported energy. As mentioned a while back in this video, and I forgive you if you forgot by this point, Taiwan has virtually zero natural resources of their own, and as a consequence, they don't have any possible way to completely power themselves. An overwhelming 97% of all the energy consumed on the island is imported in from abroad, largely in the form of oil, gas, and coal. In 2022, 42% of Taiwan's electricity production was generated through imported coal. Another 38% was produced through imported liquefied natural gas or LNG. Another 8% came from domestic nuclear power, while only the remaining 12% came from other domestic renewable sources. That is 80% of Taiwan's electricity that comes from imported coal and LNG coming in on container ships. And virtually all of Taiwan's oil powering the island's vehicles, tanks, and planes come in the same way. All of these sea lanes coming into Taiwan will be vulnerable to Chinese interception from ships, submarines, missiles, and aircraft in the event of a conflict. And even worse, the Taiwanese government is artificially removing even more of its domestic energy inputs because, just as Germany did following the 2011 Fukushima nuclear power plant disaster in Japan, Taiwan pledged to phase out all of their own nuclear power plants as well by no later than 2025. There is an argument that nuclear power plants are vulnerabilities during wartime, as has been showcased by the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant in Ukraine that has frequently been feared to be on the brink of a meltdown almost ever since the Russians invaded the country. Active nuclear power plants in Taiwan under attack during an invasion scenario could prove to be similar vulnerabilities, and potentially disasters waiting to happen. But at the same time, once nuclear power is fully phased out on the island soon, the 8% share of the island's electricity that was being generated by nuclear will have to be replaced by either increasing maritime imports of coal and LNG, which will be further vulnerable during an invasion scenario, or increase domestically produced renewables like wind. Adding offshore wind farms around Taiwan are an option, but they pose challenges to national security as well. The windiest locations around Taiwan are a small section of ocean just to the south of the island or within the Taiwan Strait itself, facing the Chinese mainland. Wind farms built here are ideal from a wind potential perspective, but are terrible from a national security perspective, as Chinese ballistic missiles could destroy the wind turbines rising above the sea, while Chinese submarines could sever their transmission cables carrying electricity back to the Taiwanese mainland. This means that Taiwan won't really have any easy solutions to its energy problem in the event of a blockade or a war, short of outside international support. It has been estimated that Taiwan only has enough stockpiles of coal to last for 39 days, and only enough natural gas to last for 11 days. If the island comes under a Chinese blockade, Taiwan's ability to power itself will run out extremely quickly, which is very bad news for Taiwan's incredibly valuable microchip manufacturing industry. Taiwan's giant corporation, TSMC, the masters of global chip manufacturing, currently all on its own, consumes more than 6% of all of Taiwan's energy. And as the company continues to reinvest into itself and pursue even more advanced chip manufacturing capabilities to maintain Taiwan's silicon shield, its share of Taiwan's energy consumption is only expected to continue growing. During an emergency energy shortage resulting from a blockade or invasion scenario, Taiwan will have to make a series of extremely difficult decisions. Will TSMC and the other chip foundries continue receiving the large amount of energy they need to continue doing business and keeping the silicon shield alive at the expense of the energy needs of the island's citizens? Taiwan is fully aware that it is ultimately still a David versus a Goliath in this potential upcoming invasion scenario. China's population is orders of magnitude larger than its own, and faced with the constant risk of an invasion from China, the ROC government of Taiwan has long maintained a policy of mandatory military conscription for all men in the country to boost the size of its military. But ever since 2013, that compulsory military conscription for Taiwanese men was limited to only 4 months, as the ROC was trying to transition towards an all-volunteer armed forces. But now in the 2020s, faced with rapidly deteriorating relations with China and the increased risks of an invasion, the island's DPP president, Tsai Ing-wen, took what she called the immensely difficult decision to raise the length of compulsory military service for men in Taiwan back to 1 full year again, which will go into force in January of 2024. Doing so will hopefully raise the ROC standing armed forces of about 215,000 personnel today in 2023, compared with the more than 2 million active duty personnel in the armed forces of the PRC on the other side of the strait. If the day ever comes when China's invasion fleet launches outward, then the ROC also has about another 2.3 million men in its reserves that it can summon up after ordering a general mobilization. But that still might not be enough to fully withstand the entire fury of the massive PRC and the People's Liberation Army Navy, which in terms of total numbers of ships is the largest fleet in the world now. Taiwan's planners know that outside help will be needed for their best chance at surviving the onslaught. But if it doesn't end up coming for whatever reason or arrives too late, then Taiwan does have an insane, last-ditch ace up their sleeve to pull from to try and fully deter China from ever invading on their own. This is the final, mostly unknown, and fourth way that Taiwan will try and deter the Chinese from invading without any outside help: mutually assured destruction without acquiring nuclear weapons. Taiwan almost certainly has the knowledge and the skills to build a nuclear device on their own and attach it to a missile that could impact Chinese cities. But doing that would almost certainly immediately provoke the PRC into launching a full-scale invasion of the island, because the only reason why Taiwan would acquire nukes would be to aggressively assert their independence from China. But Taiwan doesn't need to acquire nukes and provoke the PRC that way, because of their less well-known and current capability to already, potentially, generate mass destruction in China anyway. They can fire conventional cruise missiles targeting the Three Gorges Dam in China's Hubei province. The Three Gorges Dam is the largest power station and the largest hydroelectric project in the world, built across the mighty Yangtze River, the third longest river in the world after the Nile and the Amazon. It holds behind it a water reservoir that is 40 cubic kilometers in volume, and so its hypothetical destruction would unleash the biggest and most catastrophic flood that has ever been seen in human history. The entire lower Yangtze Valley would be buried beneath this apocalyptic surge of water, virtually wiping out several major downstream Chinese cities like Wuhan, Nanjing, and Shanghai. Millions of civilians would almost certainly die from the disaster, potentially even tens of millions, and untold economic damage would be inflicted. Such an attack from the ROC, if successful, would almost certainly trigger a retaliatory nuclear strike on Taiwan from Beijing, and inevitably result in the ROC's complete and utter destruction. It is a completely unhinged, insane plan that is not even official policy in Taiwan at all. But it has still been discussed amongst many of Taiwan's military planners as a way to ensure mutually assured destruction with the PRC without taking the more provocative step of acquiring nuclear weapons. To those Taiwanese military planners, the goal is to never use this option in the first place, but to threaten it against China as a credible capability and deterrent to dissuade China from ever attempting an invasion. But it's also not even really clear if it would actually work. Taiwan would likely only have limited numbers of cruise missiles to spare during a wartime scenario, and fewer still that would have the range to penetrate more than 1,200 kilometers away, deep into the center of China to strike the dam. The missiles would have to deal with the PRC's air defenses all along the way, and even more air defenses that would likely be placed immediately around the dam itself. And some analysts think that mere cruise missiles could do nothing to actually destroy the Three Gorges Dam, which is essentially just a mountain of concrete. Even hundreds of cruise missiles striking the dam might not end up being enough to actually destroy it, and cause the apocalyptic flood downstream. But it doesn't even really have to work. Even if there is just the remotest chance that it might work, it's a fear that the PRC's military planners still have to think about and prepare for when considering an invasion of Taiwan. Still, in order to ensure that it never reaches that doomsday scenario in the first place, every other one of Taiwan's potential deterrents leading up to it would have to fail first. Diplomacy would have to fail, the Silicon Shield would have to fail, the Porcupine military defense strategy would have to fail, and outside help would have to fail to actually arrive and turn the tide. Meanwhile, America and China are busy actively positioning themselves in their own ways to fight this coming war that may or may not actually arrive. And the preparations are extending deep into the internet. American websites like Google, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Wikipedia, Reddit, and dozens of others have been blocked in China for years. But now, popular Chinese websites and apps like TikTok are beginning to be similarly blocked in the United States as well. Earlier this year, in May of 2023, Montana became the first U.S. state to pass legislation banning TikTok everywhere on all personal devices within the state. A ban set to take effect in January of 2024 that will block access to TikTok for all of the state's 1.1 million residents. More states could end up following Montana's decision, and there are many representatives and senators who would like to see TikTok banned outright nationwide. It's already been banned for government employees on government-issued devices in 34 U.S. states plus New York City, while dozens of university campuses across the country block TikTok on their campus Wi-Fi and university-owned computers. The internet should be exactly the same no matter where you are, but that's simply not the case, even if you're living in a place like the US, Europe, Canada, or Australia. Pretty much everywhere, there's an increasing number of censorship firewalls, legislation like in Montana, limiting where you can access what, and different versions of websites with different prices depending on the country or the state you're in. This is most apparent when it comes to booking flights, hotels, and holidays. Companies will use cookies to adapt their services offered to you, like increasing the prices for things when you return to their website in the hope that you'll impulsively make a purchase out of fear of the price rising again. Sometimes airlines and hotels will offer cheaper ticket prices to people in their own home country, while alternatively, they may also spike prices if interest from the same country suddenly increases all at once, like during specific holidays in the US or UK that aren't holidays somewhere else. Companies will also adjust their prices based on the user's country because they assume that someone from a wealthier country like the US, UK, or Canada will be able to afford to pay higher prices. And this is where using a VPN like today's sponsor NordVPN can come in handy, and literally save you thousands in airfare tickets and holiday bookings. Once you've signed up for a subscription and installed the NordVPN app on your device and launched it, you can securely connect your device to a router in a different country and browse through holiday service providers and jot down their prices. Then, you clean out your browser's cache to prevent those same service providers from identifying you as a returning customer, and then you connect to a different country's server and check out the holiday service providers again and compare prices. Here are 3 different examples showing 3 different holidays booked from the United States with the US prices shown in this column, and then the prices for the exact same holidays booked with a VPN through servers in Italy and the UK shown in this column, worth hundreds of dollars in savings. This is my own favorite way to use a VPN to save money on trips and vacations, but they have tons of other uses and purposes as well. From circumventing website or app blockers like Montana's TikTok ban legislation, to entertainment benefits like being able to unlock the streaming libraries available in other countries, and so much more. And NordVPN gives you the best possible experience, which is why I'd absolutely recommend you give them a try, especially considering the incredible deal that they're offering right now. It's completely risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee, and for a limited time when you use my link, nordvpn.com/reallifelore, any 2-year plan you sign up for will also include 4 extra months. And you'll be greatly helping to support Real Life Lore while you're at it. So click the button here on screen right now, or follow the link down below in the description to sign up. And as always, thank you so much for watching.
Recently, it seems like we are constantly globetrotting around the world, tracking the disaster of the day, though today's conflagration is less about immediate ignition and more about long-term intrigue. The subject? China, and a growing corruption scandal that threatens the stability of the People's Liberation Army. The spark of the most recent fireside chat on corruption is this Bloomberg article, which includes some interesting nuggets about just how bad things have allegedly gotten. But today's video is really about interrogating the accuracy of a single claim from it, that Xi is less likely to contemplate major military action than would have otherwise been the case. The reason that I want to single out that question is because explosive revelations like this are frequent, whether due to corruption or otherwise, and claims like the above almost always follow from them. Thus, even if you do not care at all about China, stay with me, because this will matter for wherever you do care about. In truth, there is a major problem. Once you sit down and spend a moment working through the logic, it all falls apart. Well, sort of. You see, you could interpret this claim as China is less likely to want to engage in military action. But another interpretation of it is China is less likely to engage in military action. They seem so similar, but option 1 and option 2 are not the same. One of them reasonably follows from the premises. The other does not. To understand why, today's journey will have 6 steps. First, we will briefly review the allegations of major corruption in China. Then we will talk about how it does indeed make China less inclined, emphasis on inclined, to initiate a crisis with Taiwan or anyone else. And yes, this part will feature a tasteful dose of lines on maps. But the problem here is that this logic suffers from something known as the Robinson-Crusoe fallacy. And watch out, because I will then lay it on thick to explain why it does not obviously change the likelihood of a conflict. We will conclude with some fun speculation on how things like this can alter the probability of war, though. But we begin with a brief overview of what has happened, and I am going to emphasize brief, because the point of this video is not to explore the scandal itself, but rather analyze what these things do to the probability of conflict. The main issue surrounds the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, or PLARF, or PLARF? Acronyms aside, the entity is a ballistic missile bonanza, as China has the largest land-based collection in the world. Indeed, the PLARF would play a major role in any invasion of Taiwan. At the risk of stating the obvious, Taiwan is an island, and thus any invasion of it will come from the Taiwan Strait. This will give the island plenty of time to bombard any attacking ship with its own collection of land-based missiles, and stop an amphibious landing. Thus, the PLARF's vital role here would be to preemptively strike Taiwan's missiles, thereby setting up a mere naval battle between the two parties. Side note, while everyone else has been focused on Russia and Ukraine for the last couple of years, the US Navy has collectively shrugged for the most part, as the only water-based ingress there is via the Black Sea, which requires entry through the Bosporus Strait after transiting the Mediterranean, which Turkey would prefer not to happen. That is a long way of saying that the US Navy's mental energy has been squarely focused on the Pacific, and that the Navy would have something to say about an invasion. Anyway, all of this presupposes that the PLARF can succeed in its preemptive role, but the report pressed X to doubt that, citing the force's inability to get its rocket lids to come off. Meanwhile, there are plenty of other meaty allegations tangential to the main report, including the theft of rocket fuel to heat hot pot, yum, water filled into fuel tanks to hide that deed, and nuclear silos also malfunctioning. At least a dozen officials have been dismissed as a consequence of all this, including the top 2 commanders of the PLARF. And if that were not enough, on top of that, China's defense minister got sacked in October 2023 after only 7 months on the job. The reason why is shrouded in mystery, but there is plenty of speculation that it is connected to corruption. And to top it off even further, China's foreign minister lost his job 3 months earlier, with whispers of a scandalous extramarital affair or involvement in some activity that compromised national security. Even if that is unconnected to the more recent revelation, it is hard to imagine what the media landscape would be like in the United States if the equivalent happened in Washington. Imagine that Antony Blinken and Lloyd Austin suddenly stopped working. Moreover, the hypothetical reason was not just because Blinken was grafting unassigned State Department money to fund A. Blinken's next world tour, or because Austin was using Department of Defense money to fund, undeclared operations. No, it would be like if they took money, and in doing so, deliberately crippled the US armed forces. Again, my goal here is not to analyze the veracity of any of these claims. If you want to learn more about that, and also enjoy PowerPoints narrated with an Australian accent, then you probably already know to hop on over to Emotopia. It's okay, I'll still be here in an hour. And as a political scientist, I feel obligated to note that corruption is a good justification to conduct a purge. And further, it is helpful to have all significant lieutenants attached to you be guilty of corruption so that you can hold it over them to enforce loyalty. But once more, that is not our purpose for today. Instead, our task is to interrogate the veracity of the claim that any of this would make Xi less inclined to start a war. You will remember that I said earlier that there were 2 ways to interpret this claim. For now, let's focus on the want to one. Get excited, because it's time for some lines on maps. To help us along today, we will use Taiwan and an index of mainland control, which ranges from a fully independent country to a PRC province. In the event of a war with the PRC, imagine that the expected level of Taiwanese autonomy is where that white line be. This is much easier to think about in the context of a land war in Europe, where the white line would represent the expected territorial division. But we are high-functioning adults here, so we can handle a little bit of abstraction. Back to Taiwan. If there were a 50% chance of PRC victory, and a 50% chance of Taiwanese victory, then that averages out to about here. In fact, you can mentally draw that line wherever you want to, because the exact location is irrelevant for the rest of this conversation. Anyway, remember that war is costly, and so this space between the white and red lines represents how the PRC internalizes human sacrifice vis-a-vis Taiwanese autonomy. Thus, you get a literal red line that represents the PRC's metaphorical red line. If Taiwan declares a policy that goes past it, then Beijing would rather fight a war than allow it to continue. Okay, maybe not nukes, but you get the idea. We could repeat the same exercise over the myriad of other maritime and territorial disputes that the PRC is facing, but we will mostly stick with Taiwan for the sake of tractability today. The upshot here is that we now have a visual way to represent how much Xi wants to invade Taiwan. The higher it goes, the more he is interested. Rewinding a moment, remember that we draw the red line as a set distance from the white line. So wherever the white line goes, the red line has to track with it. But remember that the white line is the expected outcome of the war. The inability to open missile doors would seem to inhibit your ability to win. Thus, when the expected outcome goes down, hey, look at that, so too does Xi's willingness to fight. So far, so good for the implication. The problem here is that the deeper discussion suffers from something known as the Robinson Crusoe fallacy. The red line moves, yes, but the policy to which Xi compares the red line to is not randomly chosen by monkeys throwing darts at a map, though that would be adorable. Fortunately for both animal rights advocates and Taiwan, other actors have agency here, and it is the collection of those various actors that determine peace versus war. Let me draw you an analogy. Imagine that you have the most dominant basketball player in the league. Unfortunately, as great as he is, the man has one kryptonite: free throws. He averages 20 attempts at the charity stripe per game, but only sinks 10 of them. As a result, opponents will intentionally foul him just for the purposes of sticking him on the line. Recognizing the flaw in his game, he puts in extra time at the gym during the off-season. All parts of his game remain just as perfect as before, but now he can hit free throws at a 75% clip. He goes into the next season expecting his points per game to increase by 5, but then is shocked to learn by the end of the year that he only went up by 2. Our protagonist is guilty of committing the Robinson Crusoe fallacy. Yep, that is the actual name of it. Now, at the risk of inceptioning our analogies, Robinson Crusoe begins the book thinking that he is stranded alone on a desert island. He therefore spends his time optimizing his life with only his concerns in mind. Then he discovers that he is not alone, and consequently begins changing his behavior. Probably should stick to the hot pot, and to clarify, not human pot. Here, our basketball player treated his free throw opportunities as though he were playing the game alone, and wrongly assumed that he would continue getting 20 free throw opportunities per game. In reality, opponents recognized his improvement and simply became more reluctant to foul him. Why did his scoring only marginally improve? Part of the improvement came from his higher free throw percentage, and part of it was because he scored more field goals because the defenders were more reluctant to foul him. However, much of the benefit actually got diffused to his teammates, who were scoring more now that possessions no longer ended with an immediate intentional foul to our story's protagonist. War is not like running, or swimming, where what you do has almost no impact on others. Those are basically solitaire. That is part of why people only watch those sports every 4 years. Rather, war is like basketball, or baseball, or cricket, or football with freedom, or football but upside down. To paraphrase everyone's favorite early 19th century German military planner Karl von Clausewitz, war is not fought against inanimate matter. It is directed at an animate object that reacts. And so too is the geopolitics that determines war versus peace. This is, by the way, why we spend so much time doing math. When we work on models of war, we do not solve for just a single player's strategy. Rather, we solve for an equilibrium, where everyone is balancing their own interests the best that they can against everyone else's interests. That way, when something in the world changes, say China's military declines, there is no need to mess around with the numbers to resolve the case. Everything is already solved for in terms of everything else, so we can tell you how the initial change changes the PRC's behavior, how that reaction changes Taiwan's behavior, how the reaction to the reaction changes the PRC's behavior, how the reaction to the reaction to the reaction changes Taiwan's behavior, how the reaction to the reaction to the reaction to the reaction changes the PRC's behavior, and all the way to infinite regress. And that takes us to the answer to the second interpretation of the original claim. Does this change the probability that the PRC will start a conflict? And the answer to that question is nebulous. Think about the situation from Taiwan's perspective. The game being played there is to figure out just how much autonomy the island can push for, without inducing the PRC to start a war. In other words, it is a fun game of guess where the red line is. If it is here, then Taiwan wants to push autonomy to here. But if it is here, then Taiwan wants to push further to here. Note that the change in the hypothetical war outcome changes the outcome obtained in peace, making Taiwan happier and the PRC sadder. But it does not actually change whether a war is occurring. This is a well-known relationship in the crisis bargaining literature. If you open up the graduate-level textbook on the subject, then see, it has its very own section. The idea is called neutrality, which is confusing because it evokes mental images of Switzerland, but it actually refers to how the probability of war tends to be neutral in the distribution of power. Everything just gets converted into greater policy latitude. In practice, what this means is that the PRC's weakness will manifest itself in more things, like direct phone calls. For example, here between Taiwan's president and the US president, or more precisely in this case, the president-elect, more visits by major US policymakers, like this one from 2022, and more high-level meetings whenever Taiwan's president travels across the Pacific. The United States is not the only one involved in this, of course, but it is the big player. These things will all upset Beijing, but the idea is that the extra anger will be exactly proportional to the loss in PRC military power. And note that if you think that the corruption scandal is a drop in the bucket in terms of the military balance, then the observable implication of all of this is irrelevant. The line barely moves. In contrast, if you think it is major, then your default expectation should be a whole lot more fiery words, but not a whole lot more actual fire. This time because the line is moving by a lot, but again Taiwan's actions are just keeping pace with it. Now, you might think that it is strange that I have been using a bunch of qualifiers like default expectations. The reason is that changes to the distribution of power can affect the likelihood of war, but only through more layered mechanisms. As such, let's conclude this video by exploring a couple possibilities that marry corruption revelations and war, beginning with asymmetric information. The good news here, if you can call it that, is that we have a direct comparison to draw from. Heck, we have already done more than a half an hour on this very subject. One reason that wars occur is that when we are playing a game of guess where the red line is, it is not obvious where that red line actually should be. Remember that its location is tied to the distribution of power. So if Taiwan thinks that it should be here, but the PRC thinks that it should be here, and then perhaps Taiwan sets the policy to here, well, now Beijing is in a quandary. Is Beijing's intelligence assessment wrong? Or is Taiwan making a cunning bluff? Call the perceived bluff against a strong Taiwan, though, and you get a war. That is one perspective on what happened in February 2022. The Kremlin thought that the Russian military was strong. Ukraine had intelligence regarding significant structural problems within the Russian military, though, and instead held firm. Russia then invaded, only to discover the limits of its strength. The key problem, of course, was corruption, and the political problems of filtering that information to the top of the food chain. Fortunately, the revelations in China reduce the chances that something analogous might happen on the island. In this regard, the scandal could perversely be a win-win. Suppose that Taiwan knew about the PRC's problems. With the information revealed, Taiwan can successfully benefit from the extra latitude, and the PRC, previously at risk of making a catastrophic error, avoids the worst case scenario. But note that it is not the corruption scandal itself that is changing the probability of war here. It is the PRC's new information that helps out. On the flip side, we have preventive war incentives. Now that Beijing knows that there is a problem, you can bet there is going to be a plan to fix it. This gives rise to the classic shifting lines problem, where the distribution of power may be here today, but will eventually move to here once things get sorted out. Even after accounting for the cost of war today, what you obtain by fighting now may be better than the best possible peace you could hope for later. It is called a preventive war because the actor losing power over time tries to prevent that from happening. However, the condition for war to occur here is that the magnitude of the power shift be at least as large as the sum costs of war. For the sake of illustration, I made that the case here. That said, while I get that the corruption scandal is a big deal for the PRC, it is not that big of a deal. When the power shift is more moderate, you instead get the waning actor, in this case Taiwan, able to implement a very favorable policy in the short run, perhaps even past what the PRC might get from war right now. This seems strange the first time you see it. Nonetheless, the reason is that the waning actor can essentially leverage the waxing actor's desire to not want to fight at an unfavorable moment. But then Taiwan must return to normal once the PRC has fixed its position. The central point here is that conflict initiation is not just a function of abilities. It is also a function of the coercive bargaining environment, which takes into account those abilities to exert leverage at the negotiating table. Well, that was a lot of lines on Pacific maps. If you want to learn more about the theory of war, and this time with a more Atlantic flavor, check out my book on the causes of Russia's invasion. And if you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Take care.
Coconut trees, mangoes, and precision bombers. These are just a few things the Philippines brings to the table if China invades Taiwan. The Filipino and United States governments have come to an agreement that will allow the U.S. to expand its military presence to the northern islands of the Philippines. This deals a huge blow to any plans Beijing might have for invading Taiwan. But the Philippines isn't just a vital strategic location to launch a military mission against China from, it also offers several other advantages. There are over 7,000 islands in the Philippines, and China should be nervous about each and every one. The United States has 5 treaty allies in the Indo-Pacific: Australia, South Korea, Japan, Thailand, and the Philippines. However, if a conflict between China and Taiwan arose, the Philippines would be a stone's throw away from the front lines, as its northernmost island is only 118 miles or 190 kilometers away from Taiwan. And if Beijing decided to go full-blown Russia and invade a sovereign nation, the Philippines will almost certainly play a major role in the conflict in several ways. The Philippines would react almost immediately to an invasion of Taiwan, not because they necessarily want to protect the island, but because there are an estimated 200,000 Filipino nationals living and working there. The contingency plans are already being formed on how to bring every Filipino home if China invades Taiwan. But Philippine involvement in a conflict in the South China Sea doesn't stop there. In recent months, Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. and his administration have been strengthening ties with the U.S. in case China tries to move on Taiwan. In fact, during a visit to Manila on February 2, 2023, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin declared that American commitment to the defense of the Philippines is ironclad. Our alliance makes both of our democracies more secure and helps uphold a free and open Indo-Pacific. This announcement was a major cause for concern in Beijing, and it came as little surprise when Mao Ning, a spokesperson for China's foreign ministry, responded to Austin's statement and the expansion of U.S. bases in the Philippines. Mao stated this is an act that escalates tensions in the region and endangers regional peace and stability. Regional countries should remain vigilant about this and avoid being used by the U.S. This rhetoric of destabilization whenever China feels threatened or needs to voice its displeasure over the actions of the U.S. is common. However, rather than blatantly stating that this new agreement between the Philippines and the US is a way to keep Beijing in check and act as a deterrent to their aggression towards Taiwan, both countries state that military bases in the Philippines are just a continuation of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement signed in 2014. This agreement was put in place to allow for combined training exercises and joint operations that were put on hold during President Rodrigo Duterte's administration, when there were discussions of reducing the Philippines' reliance on the United States and forging closer ties with China. It's clear today that Bongbong Marcos wants to return to the days where the Philippines had a stronger alliance with the US. We'll dive deeper into the complex relationship between the US and the Philippines later on. However, it's important to remember that the US colonized the Philippines in 1898, and by its very nature, colonization led to the exploitation of the Filipino people and unethical power structures being put in place. But unfortunately, the Philippines has a long history of being colonized by different outside forces, which is one of the reasons why they've kept such a close eye on the situation developing with Taiwan. If China were to attack and seize the island nation, the Philippines could be next, or at the very least, be forced to become submissive to the growing influence of the Chinese government. But this also goes the other way. Beijing has been keeping a close eye on the Philippines, as its islands and close ties to the US may pose a serious risk to their future plans. Let's break down the 4 reasons why the Philippines is complicating China's plans to invade Taiwan and examine how this might prevent World War III from breaking out. Reason 1. Military intervention. If China ever does invade Taiwan, it'll be a difficult battle to win. This is because the island nation has been building up its military and preparing for the possibility of invasion for decades. However, if China launched the full might of its military against Taiwan and no other countries intervened, they would likely be able to capture the island given enough time. That being said, the invasion would be incredibly costly in terms of lives lost and resources expended. But the sheer size of the People's Liberation Army would allow China to eventually break Taiwan's defenses and secure the island. However, an invasion of Taiwan will not happen in a vacuum, and this is where the Philippines is becoming a major problem for China. The Philippine military itself is not the most formidable force in the world. It only has around 100,000 active members, which is significantly less than the approximately 2 million active personnel that the PLA has. The Philippines Air Force consists mostly of cargo planes, with only around 25 attack-type aircraft at its disposal, which would have no effect against the almost 1,200 fighters China has. The Philippine Navy is mostly composed of patrol ships, 2 frigates, and a corvette. China, on the other hand, has the largest navy in the world, with around 50 destroyers and 2 aircraft carriers at its disposal. So China is not worried about the Philippines military intervening in their plans to invade Taiwan. What they are afraid of is the fact that the recent agreement between the US and the Philippines will allow the US military to operate more effectively in the region. And if the People's Liberation Army went head-to-head with the US, they would lose every time. Therefore, the Philippines and its proximity to Taiwan may be one of the biggest complications in any future plans Beijing has for invading the island. The United States now has 9 bases in the Philippines thanks to the new agreement, which would greatly improve its ability to deploy aircraft and naval vessels to the South China Sea and the Strait of Taiwan. This will improve American resupply and operational capabilities in the region. It's suspected the U.S. forces will immediately begin using these bases for training and equipment storage while simultaneously improving their infrastructure. New runways are being built along with other facilities necessary to strengthen the U.S.'s position. With each new base, China's hopes of securing Taiwan without American intervention is slipping away. There are 3 main advantages that the new bases in the Philippines give the United States, which are 3 causes for concern in China. The first is the U.S. military will be able to increase the amount of training they can conduct in the region. It also means that other U.S. allies like Australia, Japan, and South Korea may also be able to join in more training missions as well. The more preparation and exercises the U.S. and its allies are able to conduct in the region, the more effective their forces will be in a conflict. Being able to practice maneuvers and tactics in the very location where a conflict might arise gives U.S. forces a huge advantage, and this is all thanks to the Philippines. This factor is particularly important for the U.S. Air Force and the U.S. Marine Corps Aviation, which will now be able to easily conduct exercises utilizing tactical air formations necessary to be effective in an East Asian conflict. The Philippine bases will allow more frequent training, and although there's no real substitute for actual combat, U.S. military personnel now have the ability to train in the actual environment they would be fighting in if China ever invaded Taiwan. The experience in Asian combat environments that U.S. troops are now gaining is making Beijing incredibly nervous and putting a real damper on any future plans they had of invading Taiwan. The second reason the bases in the Philippines are a major complication for China is that the US can use them as forward operation bases to project power into the South China Sea. The facilities in the Philippines will allow the US military to procure supplies, conduct repairs, and carry out maintenance on its ships and aircraft. This will provide the US with the opportunity to always have a fully functional force ready to strike at any given moment. One of the things that China previously had going for it, if they decided to invade Taiwan, was that the US was on the other side of the Pacific, and their bases in the region were some distance away from Taiwan. Now, however, the United States has several bases just over 100 miles from the island, and as the infrastructure is modernized, it could lead to US forces being able to stay fully equipped and operational throughout a prolonged conflict. By allowing the United States military to operate freely and have 9 bases in the Philippines, Manila has provided the means for the US forces to grow exponentially in the region. This has not only angered China but has them terrified. Beijing knows that it cannot win a war against the US, which is why they've been using gray zone tactics to weaken Taiwan and bring the island under its sphere of influence. However, this may no longer be enough, and any immediate plans to take Taiwan are now under serious threat because of the Philippines and the US bases there. The third and most obvious reason why the U.S. military presence in the Philippines is complicating China's future plans is that the new bases will allow U.S. forces to launch attacks across the South China Sea and target Chinese forces on the mainland. This would only happen if a full-scale war broke out, but it's the fact that the Philippines will act as a launch pad for combat operations that really has China scared. What it comes down to is that China is concerned about the continuously encroaching presence of the United States military in East Asia. Filipino and U.S. forces have already conducted joint combat exercises and disaster training in the Luzon Strait, the body of water that separates the Philippines and Taiwan. But now these exercises come with a new threat for China. The Filipino and U.S. militaries are clearly planning to defend Taiwan, which will be much easier with new bases in the northern Philippine Islands. However, it's worth noting that the Philippine construction prohibits the basing of nuclear weapons within its borders, so at least that's one thing China doesn't have to worry about for the time being. Reason 2. Economic opportunity. It's no secret that China has spread its influence around the world through trade agreements, shipping, and investment in foreign infrastructure projects. Beijing has been able to manipulate leaders, influence decisions, and sway international sentiment thanks to its rapidly growing economy. China's economic might is its main tool for spreading its power across the planet. However, nations that have closely allied themselves with the US, especially in Asia, are a thorn in Beijing's side. The Philippines definitely falls into that category. Over the past decade, China's been the largest foreign investor in the Philippines. However, Chinese companies are still nowhere near as dominant as U.S. companies are in the country. American companies continue to be the top taxpayers in the Philippines and have contributed more over the years than any other nation to its development. That being said, many U.S. companies take advantage of the cheap labor and loose regulations in the Philippines. But just in terms of economic impact, U.S. companies have more invested than China does. During the Duterte administration, China hoped to weaken U.S. influence over the Philippines and control the country through economic means, as it's done with so many other nations. Unfortunately for China, they did not succeed in this endeavor. China still has companies and major investments in the Philippines, but the new administration is clearly looking to strengthen economic ties with the U.S. Manila and Cebu are 2 major trading centers in the region, and there are huge profits to be made by foreign players who utilize those ports. China is now worried that on top of its military expansion, the United States could use the Philippines to further its economic influence over East Asia. The U.S. has allocated more than $82 million for infrastructure improvements in the Philippines to enhance the access to resources and the capabilities of their bases. This is a huge investment that'll bring jobs and economic growth to communities around the military facilities in the Philippines. This is exactly what China has done in other parts of the world with growing economies. It's allowed them to hold power over other governments and influence their decisions. Unfortunately for Beijing, the Philippines will not be another one of its puppets. China invested heavily in the Philippines over the last decade, and now with a renewed alliance with the United States, their investments won't yield the results they had hoped. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Beijing expected one day to control the Filipino government through trade agreements and debt. Perhaps then China could have swayed Manila to support its claims that Taiwan was its territory. At the very least, Beijing hoped that its economic influence would keep the Philippines out of any conflict that arose in the South China Sea. However, this tactic has clearly not worked, which has the Chinese leadership worried. Reason 3. The Philippines is in a unique position to provide humanitarian aid to Taiwan. In the event that a conflict does erupt in the South China Sea, the Philippines will likely see an influx of refugees. This is not ideal for China's plans, as Beijing likely wants to subjugate the Taiwanese people so that the manufacturing capabilities of the island can be maintained once the invasion is complete. Taiwan manufactures over 60% of all semiconductors in the world. This has resulted in the small island becoming an economic powerhouse. However, the fact that the Philippines is so close to Taiwan and Manila has shown in the past that they're willing to take in refugees, Beijing may be nervous that unless they can blockade the entire island of Taiwan, huge amounts of talent and manpower will flee to the Philippines. If China attacks, there will be a mass exodus of Filipino nationals back to their homeland. With them will also come millions of refugees. Taiwan has a population of around 23.35 million people. It's very likely that much of that population who tries to flee will escape to the Philippines. There's also the fact that the United States military will be stationed in the Philippines to help with the refugee crisis and offer aid, housing, and services to those fleeing the Chinese invasion. The fact that the Philippines is in a unique position to aid the Taiwanese people by taking them in during an invasion is probably an annoyance for Beijing. The whole point of their gray zone tactics is to isolate and alienate Taiwan from the rest of the world. However, knowing that the Philippines and the U.S. forces stationed there would be willing and able to help the people of Taiwan as they fled for safety is just another complication for China's plans. Reason 4. The Philippines could threaten China's influence in the region. This is probably at the bottom of China's list of worries, but it is worth noting that the Philippines' economy is growing fast. In the last 2 decades, the GDP of the Philippines has jumped from $94 billion to $394 billion. That's an average growth of around $15 billion annually. Over the last several decades, the Philippines' GDP growth rate has been around 5.7%, which is much higher than most countries around the world. However, China's annual GDP change has averaged around 8.7%. Even still, the Philippines' economy appears to be growing at a steady pace with no signs of slowing down. The economic success likely put the Philippines on China's radar in terms of countries to watch out for. Any threat to Beijing's power and influence in the region is not to be taken lightly. A rapidly modernizing Philippines is not something China is happy about, since Manila is so closely allied with the U.S. As of right now, China is more concerned about the military aspect of the Philippines-American agreement. However, in the future, the economic implications of a growing Filipino economy may be an additional cause for concern. Now let's dive into the history of the Philippines and how the U.S. ended up with so many military bases on its islands. Unfortunately, the Filipino people have been mistreated by a number of nations when colonized, including the Spanish, Japanese, Americans, and even China. However, understanding the past can also help us better understand the power dynamics at play today. It'll also provide a glimpse into why Beijing is so concerned with how things in the Philippines are unfolding. In April of 1898, the Spanish-American War broke out. After only months of fighting, the United States Navy destroyed the Spanish fleet stationed in Manila Bay, causing Spain to cede the Philippines to the U.S. It was at this point that the United States declared military rule and the American colonization of the Philippines began. The following year, General Aguinaldo declared the island should be free of foreign control and renamed the First Philippine Republic. He waged war against the American colonizers, leading to the Philippine-American War. After 3 years of fighting, the U.S. forces were victorious and the war ended. A U.S. civil government was installed. In 1935, political movements led to the establishment of the Commonwealth of the Philippines. The United States promised the country full independence within 10 years. Unfortunately, this freedom never came, as in 1941, a new colonizer took control of the nation. World War II was in full swing. Japanese forces invaded the Philippines and seized the northern islands. Atrocities occurred, including the massacre of entire towns and villages. It's estimated that as many as 1 million Filipino civilians died during the Japanese occupation. By 1944, U.S. forces reclaimed the island, and in 1946, the Republic of the Philippines was granted full independence. However, the U.S. military never really left the islands. In 1947, the United States was officially granted military basing rights throughout the Philippines. Over time, most of the bases were abandoned, and the U.S. military presence did eventually dwindle. However, in March of 1996, China fired a number of unarmed ballistic missiles across the Taiwan Strait, which splashed down just off the coast of Taiwan. The United States deployed 2 carrier battle groups to the waters around Taiwan to signal to Beijing to stand down and that an attack on Taipei would not be tolerated. It was this incident that led to the United States renewing its alliance with the Philippines and to begin strengthening its position in the region. In 1998, the Visiting Forces Agreement was signed, and the number of American troops stationed in the Philippines increased. The United States and the Philippines began collaborating on fighting the War on Terror. Radical Islamist groups have begun operating in the southernmost sections of Mindanao. These terrorists claim to have ties to Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State. However, in 2012, an incident led to Filipino and American forces refocusing their attention on China. A confrontation between Philippine and Chinese naval vessels arose along the Scarborough Shoal Reef in the South China Sea. Both nations claimed the reef belonged to them, as large reserves of oil and gas were found to be located in the area. Nothing came of the conflict other than the Philippines bringing the dispute before an international court, which ruled in their favor. Beijing refused to acknowledge the legitimacy of the trial, and tensions over the Scarborough Shoal Reef continued. In 2016, Rodrigo Duterte was elected president and suggested the Philippines rely less heavily on the U.S. and look towards China for the future. In hindsight, that wasn't a complete surprise. Duterte ruled over the Philippines using draconian methods and an iron fist to punish anyone found with drugs of any kind. Thousands of Filipinos were arrested and killed as a result of his policies. Duterte took more of an authoritarian stance than a democratic one, which might have been why he sought closer ties to Beijing. However, in March 2022, when an invasion of Ukraine by Russia seemed all but inevitable, Duterte came running back to the United States for protection. The concern was that if Russia was willing to invade its neighbor, then China might be thinking about expanding its own borders by attacking Taiwan. The concern was that after Taiwan, the Philippines could be Beijing's next target. Talks began, and it appeared the Philippines would allow the U.S. to resume operations at their previous base at Subic Bay and the nearby Clark Air Base. When Bongbong Marcos took over, the alliance was expanded to include 9 bases in total. It was at this point that China began to recognize the major role the Philippines would play in hindering its future plans for the region. It is worth noting that not all the Filipinos are on board with the deployment of American troops within their borders. The older generations remember stories of colonization and what it was like to try to build a country after centuries of foreign powers ravishing their lands and oppressing the Filipino people. It was in 1992 that the last American-controlled military base in the Philippines was shut down. American troops still operated in the country on joint training missions, but there were no longer United States bases on Philippine soil. The reason for this was that many felt like having U.S.-controlled bases in the Philippines brought into question the true sovereignty of the nation. These same feelings are once again rising. The International League of People's Struggle is an anti-imperialist movement that seeks to warn people about the dangers of allowing foreign powers to have a military presence in sovereign nations and educate the world about the atrocities that happened due to colonization. They also voice concerns that in the past and present, U.S. troops perpetrated crimes against Filipino women and the LGBTQ community. This has included soldiers being tried and convicted of murder, sexual assault, and violation of human rights. However, in those cases, the American troops were almost always sent back to the U.S., where they were never held accountable for their crimes. Regardless of how the Filipino people feel, the government believes that having a U.S. military presence in the Philippines is vital to maintaining the status quo in the region. China knows that the Philippines poses a threat to its power and influence now that the U.S.-Filipino alliance has been repaired and new U.S. bases have been set up in the region. Marcos Jr.'s administration has stated the Philippines would stand by and assist the United States in any armed conflict that arose with Taiwan and China. The reality is that the Philippines was likely always going to be in danger if China invaded Taiwan due to its proximity to the conflict. The Philippines decided to take a proactive approach to this threat and allied itself with the United States for additional protection, money, and resources in the years to come. This has left Beijing furious, and it's clear they now see the Philippines as a major thorn in their side. Now watch U.S. World War III plan, or check out Taiwan will cripple China with this tiny weapon.
It's midnight, and we're driving on the South Island of Taiwan, just off China. We are searching for an area where we heard military exercises will take place.
It's closed.
September 14th, 2021. The 37th annual military exercise will begin at daybreak. Usually a looming presence, the media are limited by the Taiwanese army due to COVID regulations this year. We are confined to this section of the road. Journalists vie for the best spots. Not far from the press, tents set up on the asphalt. Friends drinking, and even families with their children are ready to spend a sleepless night here. All of them wait in line, patriotism in their blood.
来见证一下我们历史上第一次战机在我们的平面道路降落，带小朋友特别来参加。
These high school students from Taipei, the capital, wouldn't dream of missing the event.
I just compare to this year and last year.
What are you gonna do with the pictures?
Just upload to the Instagram and let everyone knows Taiwan's defense power.
Why is it important to show defense power?
We want the world to know we are a country, not same to the People's Republic of China.
TVBS, the top private news channel, has the best location in the early morning. We follow Ting Ting Liu, its star reporter.
We are going to go to a better vantage point.
Are you the only one who have this around here?
There's a couple of other media outlets who also rent this kind of platform, so you can see over there.
A few hundred meters away, a fictional scenario is about to play out before our eyes. The airports have just been destroyed by the Chinese army. The Taiwanese must urgently commandeer the highway to take off and land their fighter jets. A strange scene attracts our attention. Soldiers have exchanged their weapons for shovels and brushes. This photographer, who is used to grand displays, has never seen this before.
他们现在把地面的一些障碍物都要排除掉，确保地面是非常干净，可以让战机顺利起降。对。
To avoid accidents, they ensure the highway is as smooth as an airport runway in less than half an hour. The military demonstrations can begin.
好，诸位观众，大家早安！今天来到了汉光演习的第3天，而在今天降落的战机就包括了我们的3型主力战机，像我们的 IDF 金国号 F-16V 升级版的战斗机，以及幻象2000战机，当然还有我们 E-2K 的空中预警机。
Taiwan's major television stations are broadcasting the event live. The military is also providing close-up footage. Fighter planes, radar planes, and pilots salute a special guest of honor. The President of Taiwan, Tsai Ing-wen, the first woman elected to head the country. She dressed in her uniform as Chief of the Armed Forces for the occasion. In the south of the country, these demonstrations of force are over, but these grand exercises last 3 days and have been going on since 1984. The army films these real-life exercises. For example, how they would counter a possible Chinese landing. These exercises are designed to flex its muscles to other countries, specifically Taiwan's long-standing neighboring rival, China. Few people know it, but today the entire planet depends on Taiwan, a small, mountainous and heavily forested island. With its 23 million inhabitants, the island, very close to the Chinese coast, is home to the global leader in electronic chips, TSMC, the least known of the world's most influential companies. The automotive industry, computers, smartphones, game consoles, no industry can go without Taiwanese electronic components, making the small island more attractive and richer than ever.
Taiwan has the most Louis Vuitton store per population in the world.
A flourishing economy, one of the most important seaports in Asia, exemplary management of the COVID pandemic, Taiwan is now growing at a rate of 6%, one of the best on the planet. Despite this success, Taiwan is in a unique situation in the world. It's not considered an official country. It has a flag, an anthem, a currency, a president and a government, but no major power officially recognizes it. The reason being its complicated relationship with China. Since 1949, the communist regime established by Mao refused to accept that his great adversary, Chiang Kai-shek, retreated to Taiwan and founded his own state. The People's Republic of China has never recognized Taiwan and still considers it one of its own provinces. Even today, Chinese President Xi Jinping does not rule out getting it back one day, even if it means going to war.
我们不承诺放弃使用武力。
In order not to aggravate China, the vast majority of Taiwanese people have chosen to adopt the round-back tactic, a way to maintain peace and continue to do business. But this policy has a price: no official independence.
大家都知道是，所以说不要去讲这个。不，台湾已经是一个独立的国家，谁都知道。
But in Taiwan, some people, including a majority of young people, are increasingly demonstrating for independence, even if it means China cracking down.
如果真的要打仗的话，我们当然，我相信我个人或是阿甘，或是我们身边的很多朋友，我们其实都愿意去站上第一线。
Freedom of press, recognition of gay marriage, accessible social networks, the right to protest, a highly participatory democracy with a well-connected transgender minister. In the capital, Taipei, the population almost exclusively opposes China's dictatorship and has no desire to be reunified, except for a very small part of the population for whom Taiwan is still China. Here, the MPs are playing hard rock, and former bad boys are causing a gang war between those for independence and those for reunification. How do the Taiwanese cope with this unique situation? Taiwan, all the makings of a country, yet officially it is not one. An investigation into the last bastion still standing up to the Chinese giant. In Taiwan, the majority of the population has only one objective: for nothing to change. Wayne is one of those Taiwanese people who don't want to provoke China, but who don't want reunification either. Rather conservative, Wayne, 41 years old with 2 children, lives in an upscale area of the capital, and for him, Taiwan is a safe country that must remain so.
You know, we don't have shootings all the time. We don't have, you know, I hate to say it, we don't have jihadists, you know, trying to blow themselves up. You know, we have freedom of speech. We have a very democratic society. Our national health care, I mean, I'll tell you a secret. A lot of my friends who live in America would fly to Taiwan to do their health check. It's an overall good place to live, you know, and I welcome French people to come to Taiwan. Seriously, it's a great country.
If everything is going well in the life of this family man, it's because he is part of the wealthiest 1% of the island, and also because he works in business with China.
Hey, don't get your stuff on my seat, all right?
This Taiwanese businessman runs 6 English language schools, including one located in China. Today, driving his luxury electric sedan, he has a phone appointment with the Chinese school's principal.
没有，我就问你一下，最近最近学生怎么样？
最近学生挺好，最近有几个新的学生来试听，我现在就是老师基本没时间了，因为。
This Chinese school represents 10% of Wayne's business, so it's easy to see why the businessman doesn't want to offend Beijing. Wayne does business with the Chinese giant, an essential source of profit for Taiwan's economy. Over 40% of their exports go to China.
Can't hear you. Let's get dancing. Break free.
Okay, go. I'll be going up soon, okay? Just go.
This morning, Wayne accompanies his daughter to one of the 6 schools he runs.
It's about 4:30 in the afternoon. They come to our school after their Chinese school to get a U.S. curriculum. If we were to calculate our students' class time throughout the day, plus our program, it would be longer than adults' full-time working schedule. So Taiwanese kids work very hard. Most Taiwanese parents actually aim for U.S.
In Taiwan, only 5% of families can afford to send their children to these English-speaking schools. Wayne heads to his mother's apartment, where he goes every day to check on the business at hand. She's the boss here. 30 years ago, Lisa created the 6 schools. She entrusted the management to her son, but she's in control, and she doesn't mess around with money.
6月份你就要发出去学费。
因为我们在讲说下学期的2月到6月的。
哦，2月到6月。
对。
Today, Lisa had 2 bankers come to the house. With $4 million in sales a year, she wants to know the best stock market investments.
第二个儿子说他买 Apple 买了2年，他的利润是40%，他说是很慢的。
对，那现在因为还有一些尾数。
对，我是觉得这样。那 Apple 是很好，这样我还想要再买一期。对。
所以刚好最近又反弹上，速度很快，对。
就很快，就像。
For Lisa and her son, business is booming and politics need not disrupt anything.
但是呢，现在如果人民已经习惯这样子的生活方式呢，也很好嘛，大家安居乐业。那你想要买什么，你想吃什么，台湾人民都 OK， 都可以满足他自己。可是如果我们去变成台独或是统独这2个问题存在的话，可能有一些人会反对，有一些人不会反对，那就引起台湾人民的人民互相的矛盾，产生了彼此的仇恨。
Another smoothly run meeting by this businesswoman who has always known how to run things.
OK， 好，拜拜。
In Taiwan, no one wants to lose their lifestyle and freedom, but they still want to do business with China. In short, the Taiwanese want all the advantages of the economic power of the communist regime without the disadvantages of its dictatorship.
That's why I am pro status quo, because when it comes to it, I do not want to risk my business. I do not want to risk my family. And some people ask me, oh, Taiwan is not recognized. So what? I don't care, because the Taiwanese passport that I use, we could travel everywhere. Let's be honest, you compare the Taiwanese passport versus the People's Republic of China passport, the Taiwanese passport can go more places than the China passport.
This fragile situation, where the Taiwanese have to bend over backwards not to irk their neighboring rival, how much longer can it go on? Especially since some people here can't stand it any longer. This is the case for Roy, a young 25-year-old pro-independent supporter who would like things to change in Taiwan.
我感觉我眼前看到的这些人住在永的人，我觉得他们都不喜欢我，不喜欢一个搞台独的，不喜欢一个会泼漆的，不喜欢一个整天爱抗议的人哦。
Roy does indeed live in a conservative residential area in the suburbs of Taipei, which is very hostile to his ideas. He heads to his apartment where his girlfriend is waiting for him.
哎，宝贝，回来了。我们家的整个样子。那这边是我们的麻将桌，然后这边是我们的厨房。我们厨房很小啦，就是一般来说，我们的厨房算很小的，它就一个炉台、抽烟机，就很简单，一个小小的厨房。到这边这边有我们的一些收藏的东西，一些公仔啊，一些就是日本文化的一些公仔，一些小东西。然后比较特别的是这边，这边是我们的储藏柜但储藏柜露出来不好看，
The couple lives in this 3-room apartment that belongs to Roy's grandmother. He met Wang Wei 4 years ago at a political meeting. Wang Wei is Taiwanese by father and Chinese by mother. Sometimes it bothers her.
就是我其实对于别人，因为我有时候会有口音，所以就当有人问我说你是不是中国人的时候，我会很敏感，然后我会觉得很生气，因为我自己的认同是我是台湾人。
Wang Wei's mother is worried about her daughter being with a Taiwanese man.
反正他有一次问我说，你如果总统大选的话，你会投给谁？然后我说应该会是蔡英文吧。然后他就问我为什么，我说因为其实我本身的立场是我觉得就是蔡英文对台湾比较好，看起来很笨。然后他就说：“哦，你这个叛徒，你怎么可以投给蔡英文？”对，就是我妈其实。
Roy and Wang Wei agree on one thing: Taiwan must become independent.
纵使我们有类似的文化，或者是讲的类似的语言，但是呢，我们的生活方式就是不一样。我们是民主的、自由的国家，他们是威权独裁的国家，所以我们觉得我们必须要去独立自主。 我们才有办法去反抗中国的侵略，所以我支持台湾独立。中国都会生气，纵使我们维持现状，中国也还是会生气。一定要你主动的向中国示好，但是呢，我们如果选择向中国妥协，或者是慢慢的向中国妥协，我们到最后面我们还是一样是输，就像香港一样被中共的暴政所凌虐。
To get this independence, Roy is even willing to face China if he has to.
我觉得其实逃走反而是最困难的事情。我觉得对于大部分的台湾人来讲，其实最直觉、最简单的方式，应该是拿起枪来捍卫自己的家园，因为我们要在我们熟悉的地方去捍卫我们熟悉的生活方式。这个对台湾人来讲才是最直觉、最简单的方式去对抗中国，不会跑走。
But does Roy understand the Chinese threat to Taiwan? This is what the Chinese arsenal looks like. Propaganda images that aim to impress, even terrify the Taiwanese. Nevertheless, the Chinese army is much more powerful than that of the small island. $252 billion military budget on one side, $12 billion on the other. 2,200,000 soldiers here, 160,000 there. 348 ships for China, 86 for Taiwan. 2,050 planes for Beijing, 400 for Taipei. Disproportionate military forces, but also a war of nerves orchestrated by Beijing. Every day, Chinese warplanes like this nuclear-capable H-6 are sent into Taiwanese airspace. In 2021, there were over 600 incursions into the sky. Not enough to weaken the determination of the Taiwanese government. At the highest level of the state, they say they are ready to fight in case of war with China. Foreign Minister Joseph Wu is adamant.
We have been preparing is that we have the ability to defend ourselves, even it's going to happen tomorrow. So we are trying to make ourselves ready for a possible conflict with China. And I want to say again, we have the determination to defend ourselves. This is our territory, this is our sovereignty, and this is our way of life, and we want to protect it.
The minister sounds confident, but others think Taiwan is not ready. On this retired officer's shoulders, 41 military medals, the crowning achievement of 38 years of loyal service in the Taiwanese Air Force. That day, the Lieutenant General came to alert journalists about the obsolescence of the Mirage 2000s that Taiwan bought from France 30 years ago. For him, one thing is certain: they are no longer a match for the Chinese fighter planes. But apart from a few television stations, his grand declarations have not mobilized the Taiwanese.
因为幻象战机是第4代战机，相当那中共现在已经出来的是歼20，是第5代的117战机。那这个我们有必要再做提升，是这个意思吗？好不好？还没有。
Taiwan's military must better prepare for a Chinese offensive. especially since on the civilian side, more and more young people are challenging Beijing's ascendancy, thus taking the risk of triggering their enemy brother's temper. March 18th, 2014, the Taiwanese called it the Sunflower Movement. On that day, tens of thousands of students invaded Parliament. Their goal? To put an end to the free trade agreement between China and Taiwan that would have resulted in Beijing controlling the island's economy. At that time, the Kuomintang, a pro-Chinese party, ruled the country and wanted to pass this agreement without consulting the population. 23 days of protest ensued. The young people mobilized for the first time with strength and determination.
因为我们知道，离开国会之后，我们所面对到的期待、责任和压力，绝对不会小于持续坚守在国会议场里面。
As a result of the Sunflower Movement, President Tsai Ing-wen of the Democratic Progressive Party was elected in 2016. The old guard of the Kuomintang was defeated after dominating the political scene that had existed since 1949. At the executive headquarters, we have an appointment with a participant of the Sunflower Movement, appointed for the second time as Minister of Digital Affairs by the President of Taiwan. Audrey Tang, 40, goes by the nickname the Digital Woman. She is the only transgender minister in the world, and this former hacker claims radical transparency.
Is this an interview? If it's an interview, I need to turn on my camera.
Nothing the Minister of Digital Affairs says to the press eludes Taiwanese citizens. Our interview will be broadcast in full on her YouTube channel. This champion of communication also posts all her government messages there.
Yeah, basically I just speak my mind, so that's no extra training required, I guess. But of course, a lot of the actual work is, of course, also a group effort. I think my main contribution as an individual is to insist that the materials forming the message and also the medium is delivered as Creative Commons.
Today, the minister must encourage citizens to buy online vouchers offered by the state. The goal, to revive the country's consumption after the COVID crisis. In contrast to serious Chinese communications, in the TV studio of the Taiwanese ministry, Audrey Tang shows her personality, and here it is. Fun mini musicals made in teams in just a few hours. Young people love it. It's colorful, fun, and popular. Nothing better for an institutional message.
他确实有很多创新的想法，没有错。然后也是走在一个尖端，然后去开创新的领域的人。
As a result, the digital minister has set up another unique tool in the world, the platform GovZero, a platform of citizen deliberation where Taiwanese participate online in the development of laws. Each citizen can intervene whenever they want to change something. Ultra-participatory democracy is the bright side of Audrey Tang's work. But less funny, she also has to face Chinese pressure. Every day, Taiwan suffers 500,000 cyber attacks, choreographed by Beijing. In May 2020, hackers paralyzed the payment system of a national oil company for several days. The Taiwanese couldn't get gasoline. It was chaos. To protect Taiwan from similar attacks, the Minister of Digital Technology has set up a team of white hat hackers.
make sure that we also understand so-called red team thinking, how the penetration testers think about the system so we can defend ourselves better and also proactively hunt any threats.
The CEO of Team 5, a company specialized in cyber intelligence, knows these Chinese hackers well. They even identified them during the attack on oil companies. They are the APT-41 group. Chinese hackers known worldwide and wanted by the FBI.
They have very high skill. They are really good at cyber attack. And according to our research, we know them did compromise lots of very large enterprises and very important critical infrastructures and some like technology companies. Yep.
APT-41 are mercenaries, sometimes working for mafias and sometimes for states like China.
The day of the attack is very close to Taiwan presidential inauguration ceremony. So many people guess it might be related. They want to cause some impact because not only this company, it happened to two major oil product providers in Taiwan.
Amongst Taiwan's fears are that the country's electricity and water infrastructure would also be hacked, bringing the entire country to a complete standstill. Some of these hackers are operating from the 311 base in the city of Fuzhou in China. Base 311 is the headquarters of the Chinese Army's cyber attacks. Nearby is an archipelago of Taiwanese islands, including the Kinmen Islands, from which China is close by and visible, only 30 minutes away by boat. Chinese attacks are feared here more than anywhere else in Taiwan. As evidence of this, these anti-disembarkation stakes, vestiges of the fight which took place between Mao's communists and Chiang Kai-shek's nationalists in 1949. Robin has been a guide here for 2 years. He is Taiwanese.
So when I got here about 3 days, 3 nights, attacking with just Kinmen, which is called ROC troops. So they sent 900 boats at same time, the nighttime, 2 o'clock, attacking to Kinmen for 3 days.
A battle that ended in victory for Taiwan, at the time militarily stronger than China. Robin wants to show us the tanks that participated in this battle. Today, an open-air museum. Usually it's packed with people, but since COVID, not a single tourist has visited. A curious monument is also worth a visit in Kinmen. That afternoon, technicians in a gondola came to repair this high concrete wall, with the mission to repair some of the 48 loudspeakers that play a song by Teresa Teng. Teresa Teng, a kind of Chinese Edith Piaf, very popular in the country's history. During the Cold War, her songs were used as a propaganda tool to try to convince communists to come and join them. And according to Robin, this sweet melody was heard all the way to the other side and could have attracted Chinese to make their journey to Taiwan.
Some soldier really coming to get here, want to pursue the coming to catch that from the democracy. Some soldiers do that way, they swim to here and to mean a surrender, want to join us.
Back to Taipei, where we see another threat to Taiwan at the time, precisely from the main opposition party, the Kuomintang, the oldest Taiwanese party. This conservative and above all pro-Chinese party is constantly putting obstacles in the way of the new ruling power. Freddie Lim is a young deputy close to the government, elected after the arrival of Tsai Ing-wen, the president.
So where are we here, Freddie? We are at Sanshui Sichang, which is a market that built in Japanese colonial period, almost 100 years.
This little market is located in a historic district of Taipei, the congressman's stronghold, a constituency that he won from the Kuomintang for the second time in the last legislative elections. The deputy came to support small merchants whose businesses have suffered due to COVID. Online shopping here doesn't exist, and Freddie would like to see them get started.
The traditional shops, they got used to the traditional way, physical way, but during the epidemic, they been cracked down mostly, so how they can thrive back, that's very important.
Freddie Lim, a father, takes advantage of being at the market to do his shopping.
Normally, me and my wife, we shop here. 谢谢，多谢。哦，过来去，多谢你哦。This is one of the most famous dumpling shop in this area.
If Freddie Lim seems in his element when he's among his constituents, it's because he's appreciated for his politics. But not only that, the MP has a particular skill.
Freddie, very famous.
Hi, why famous? Why?
Sing a song.
It's more famous as a singer or as a politician?
都一样，都 OK。
Both.
Leader of the most famous rock band in Taiwan. The politician is barely recognizable under the makeup. Tonight, he sings in front of 20,000 people. He also takes the opportunity to deliver a message to the crowd, a pro-independence message that strongly displeases the Kuomintang, the Conservative Party.
我们这个珍贵的这个国家虽然很小，但是就像大改开唱，所有的歌手、乐团、创作者不会被任何一个独裁政府要求你写什么歌、表什么态，支持他的那一些可恶的所作所为。台湾人民也跟所有现场大港开唱的观众一样，我们可以在这边举支持台湾、支持西藏、支持婚姻平权、支持反核。最重要，我想今天还有好几面支持维吾尔人的这一面蓝天。
Since Freddie Lim's election as a Member of Parliament, the Kuomintang is doing everything it can to take its constituency back. The Conservative Party is even trying to remove him from office by accusing him of mismanaging the COVID crisis, but without success. The MP takes us to the Parliament to tell us how the Kuomintang went as far as physically assaulting him in the middle of a voting session. This is the Taiwanese National Assembly and its 113 seats.
在前面那几排主要是内阁就 cabinet 的成员会在那边，然后在下面的这几排的话，主要就是 parliament members 在这里。那我自己的位置是在后面，在你非常难拍到的地方。原因很简单，就是因为我不喜欢被拍到，所以我就选的那个位置。
Except, of course, when he's on stage. On the other hand, it was right here in the Parliament building itself that Freddie Lim was pushed around by his opponents. To prevent him from voting, his political opponents here in blue went as far as jumping on him, grabbing and restraining him. Shocking images. In Taiwan, however, this kind of scene between real fight and overplayed spectacle is commonplace. It's a way for MPs to show that they're taking action. But young MPs, like Freddie Lim, don't like it at all.
他们那一次等于是我已经要投下我的票，他们还要把我的票拿出来，所以我觉得那已经是一个超越了合理的抗争啦。因为我们有各种议事杯葛的手段，但是如果我在行使我的投票，你还要从我的口袋里面把票拿出来，我觉得这已经超越了。
Especially since they also inspired fighting and security didn't even intervene. Disturbing for what's supposed to be a democracy.
I think they can't sell their idea about being closing with China. So how how they can position themselves. They found it just so difficult. So it might be easier for them to go extreme and to get attention from the people. But that's, for us, I don't think it makes sense, but they just do that.
In Taiwan, the Kuomintang is not the only political party that threatens democracy. There is also the KUP, an extremist pro-Chinese party. Its activists are very few, but they know how to make themselves heard. On their vests, embroidered in yellow, their message is very clear: for the reunification with China. That day, Mr. Chang and his comrades came to demonstrate for the 122nd time in front of the Disease Management Center. Their demand is always the same. They demand that the Taiwanese government buy Chinese vaccines, which are the least effective on the world market.
因为大陆已经很明确的，他们愿意提供大陆安全可靠的国药疫苗给台湾，甚至他们愿意赠送台湾足够的疫苗，不论厂牌，不论数量。在大陆这样的善意，然后考量台湾人民的生命安全的前提之下。
Despite their disciplined approach, these kinds of demonstrations would be suppressed in China as protests are banned. A paradox that these activists ignore, concentrated on their rehearsed message.
请给我们疫苗，请接受人民的请求，请接受大陆的善意，人命关天，疫苗优先。 人命关天，疫苗优先。
我们要为我们台湾的人民申请疫苗啊！我们现在台湾还有大部分人没有打到疫苗啊，就像我儿子啊，现在都20多岁了。
家庭的破碎。
After an hour of protesting, the police intervene.
举行集会已经违反集会游行法。中正第一分局现在依集会游行法第25条规定，第一次举牌警告，请你们停止违法的集会。
The activists of the KUP comply and leave the scene of the demonstration in a calm and orderly fashion. We take the opportunity to follow Mr. Chang to his headquarters, a few kilometers from Taipei. As we enter his office, we discover how the KUP is the armed forces of China on Taiwanese territory, which could be dangerous for its democracy. Our first surprise was upon entering the KUP office and gazing upon this statue of the former Chinese communist leader, Deng Xiaoping. Deng Xiaoping was close to Mao in the 1950s and was responsible for the Tiananmen crackdown 40 years later. But what Mr. Chang is most proud of, and what he absolutely wants to show us, is this flag.
这是中华人民共和国，也是我的祖国的国旗，5星旗。
In the next room, KUP propaganda films are being made. The morning's demonstration will soon be online. Provocative footage that this man in the blue tracksuit supervises. He seems to have a certain power. The man quickly intrigues us as he seems to follow the second in command of the party everywhere he goes.
This is 张安乐总裁的，也是本党总裁的办公室。然后这位是他的儿子张伟。
We suspected that this man was important. In his absence, his father, the KUP president, delegated all his power to him. But the shadow of his father, who is currently in China on business, is constantly looming.
这是一个木雕的艺术品，那是我父亲的一个友人，在他回来台湾以后送给他的，给他当纪念品。对，那他的形象是一匹2天朝向的狼，因为我父亲的绰号就叫白狼。
White Wolf. It sounds like something out of an adventure novel, but this nickname dates back to the time when his father ran a very dangerous Taiwanese mafia gang, the Bamboo Gang. His father also spent 10 years in prison in the United States for drug trafficking and for complications with the Taiwanese justice for accepting Chinese money to create the KUP, which is his political party, and moreover the Trojan horse of Beijing. He tries to convince us that he is different, as he was raised in Argentina by his mother. Hence, the rest of the interview is conducted in Spanish.
La primera vez que yo encontré con mi padre, yo ya tengo 20 años. Él está en la cárcel de los Estados Unidos. Yo conozco a mi padre, la mayoría es por media, por newspaper. Yo sé que él es mi padre y pasó algo, pero nunca lo vi. Yo no participé al gangster porque mi padre me prohibía.
Today, his father lives between China and Taiwan, and his son may not be in a gang, but in Taiwan 3 years ago, he beat up pro-independence protesters and was sentenced to 40 days in jail. Could he have inherited his father's brutal methods from the time he ran the Bamboo Gang, the Taiwanese mafia? We meet a former member of this Bamboo Gang who, after managing to leave it, has completely turned around and become a loyal pro-independence man. The man now feels much more free and less surveyed. Today, he is the head of 6 gyms. Holger Chen, 43 years old, still has a bad boy look, but also has left the Bamboo Gang. He is now a businessman and an internet star with over 1 million subscribers.
我1个礼拜训练是4天，然后我4天里面会训练到这个卧推的动作是3到4次，也就是几乎每次都有练。对，然后我一般来说都会练到160、170、180左右。这个是善，就是好的佛的神的，这个是恶魔，这是比较不好的。但是我们在这个世界上不能只有好的那一面，要有2面。 不然遇到不好的人，你就是要不好的去跟他对嘛，对不对？那我个人很喜欢骷髅头的东西。
However, in 2020, Holger Chen didn't use his bad side and instead paid dearly for his newfound determination for a free and independent Taiwan. He even made the headlines.
最新画面带您来看到，稍早为您报道过，馆长陈之汉在今日凌晨经传被人开枪，他的手臂跟腿部一共中了3枪。
In the middle of the night, as he left the gym, Holger Chen was walking back to his car with 2 of his employees. On the right, a gunman bursts in and shoots him at point blank before fleeing.
我的脚没有不痛过，最主要是我很糟糕我的脚，因为那时候我全身上下有7个弹孔，然后蛮严重的，那时候是蛮严重，差点挂了吧。对，所以目前为止脚伤是都在，我很害怕啦，就是永远都痛，因为它外表看起来是没事，但是我们在训练，我们在走路，它都是极度不舒服的啦。 那我们就是习惯就好了，至少捡回一条命嘛。对。
One doesn't have to look far to find the reason for this attack in the context of mass demonstrations organized by Holger Chen himself in 2019, targeting powerful pro-Chinese media. Since he left the Bamboo Gang, he has become very pro-Taiwan.
都可以握起手来，一起把红色媒体赶出台湾，对抗中共。
This demonstration was aimed at one man in particular, Tsai En-meng, the boss of the China Times media group. Holger Chen accuses him of working for Beijing and wanting to destabilize Taiwan by broadcasting propaganda across media platforms that he owns, including the CTI channel.
的确是台湾的敌人才会让这样的人。 明知道他是来自于敌国，明知道他的金钱来自于敌国。
As a result of the 2019 protest, the media mogul was summoned by the equivalent of the Taiwanese CSA audiovisual authorities, and his news channel CTI was shut down.
CTI News
News will stop broadcasting after nearly 3 decades. Authorities have accused the owner, Tycoon Tsai Ing-ming, of interfering with the broadcaster's editorial independence.
因为其实台湾人，尤其是老人家，被他们电视台洗脑，观念很严重，都认为说中国不是敌人，中国是朋友，中国是同胞，然后中国很棒，经济很好，封锁消息嘛，你什么都不知道，只有好的一面出来，所以这种电视台在台湾是不能留的。
An investigation led to the arrest of 2 of Holger Chen's attackers. They were sentenced to 16 and 18 years in prison. But the businessman turned pro-independent supporter is still threatened and lives surrounded by bodyguards. Holger Chen is not the only one threatened by pro-Chinese extremists. There are also political exiles, those who have fled recently under Chinese rule from Hong Kong. Lam Wing-ki is one of these Hong Kong refugees in Taiwan, someone that China hates. Lam Wing-ki is a bookseller, and above all, he sells books that criticize Beijing. This earned him 8 months in prison in China. Today, the Chinese police are searching for him once again, as he refuses to denounce his customers.
每天寄5公斤，送了大概1年多吧，差不多2年。所以那个量是很大，这个是真的。我为什么要帮他们寄书给他？其实当然是一个是我要赚点钱，要我去书店，这个是真的。让中国大陆的人要改变自己中国，这个才是对的，不是靠外面的人是没办法改变中国。所以其实整个中国大陆的问题是其实一个教育的问题。
A refugee in Taiwan, which has no extradition agreement with China, Lam Wing-ki opened his new bookstore in 2020 with the blessing of Tsai Ing-wen. The president of Taiwan even stuck up a note saying, "Free Taiwan supports the freedom of Hong Kong," a simple piece of paper that's still there today. A provocation for China, where the word freedom, calligraphed and framed here, does not appear in any Chinese bookshop. A provocation that didn't take long to become punishable. Blood-red stains on the wall of this cafe, all over the floor and on this table. April the 21st, 2020, Lam Wing-ki has red paint all over his body. His attacker, recorded on this security camera, had only one objective: to intimidate this anti-Chinese activist who remains dedicated to his cause.
那当然是在台湾这块红沙这些行为，我不用担心了，因为台湾是一个民主的国家，它对每一个人都有一个人身保护。那后来事情违法的人、伤害人的人，现在也要坐牢啊，通过法庭的判决。
Until Lam Wing-ki arrived, Taiwan did not accept any refugees on its soil so as not to offend China. But in 2020, 11,000 Hong Kongers were welcomed. They wanted to escape Beijing's takeover of Hong Kong and the accompanying brutal crackdown. Chinese President Xi Jinping has not respected the principle of one country, two systems in Hong Kong, and this is what frightens the bookseller and all the inhabitants of Taiwan, that the same scenario could happen to this island.
Do you believe in one country, two systems, and will Taiwan be the next Hong Kong?
一个两制大家也知道了，已经是一个神话。你明白我叫什么叫神话吗？
不存在。
对呀，想象出来的东西。大家也知道，他对香港这2年发生的事情，没人相信了，应该是。他只是一个想骗台湾人，也想骗全世界的人，也骗他自己。
Taiwan is the final territory that China wants to take back, as they believe it belongs to them. Today, the Taiwanese are at a turning point in their history. Will the de facto independence of their country become official, or on the contrary, will Beijing do everything in their power to annex the small island? This time, will democracy win?
Is this the biggest threat facing the global economy? China has long claimed the island of Taiwan as part of its own country. US intelligence believes it may be soon ready to invade.
The leadership of Xi Jinping, the current key leader of China, is really based on the idea of making China great again, and that means getting back what it regards as its historic territory.
A Chinese invasion or blockade would devastate Taiwan and would shock the world. Assessing the potential economic damage is a frightening prospect.
One major study found that in a blockade scenario, which would be short of a full invasion, well over $2 trillion worth of economic activity would be disrupted instantly.
From a business perspective, it's terrifying. And it's terrifying because if we were to lose the fabs in Taiwan, which I think is the worst case scenario, we'd basically enter a technological dark age, which would take us years to recover.
Taiwan matters to the global economy as much as almost anywhere on Earth because of these semiconductors, the building blocks of the modern world.
If China invades or blockades Taiwan, the results would be catastrophic for the world economy. It'd be the largest disruption to global manufacturing since World War II, perhaps even since the Great Depression.
In this episode, we will reveal an economic time bomb and ask if anything can be done to defuse it.
Doesn't make sense to trigger a crisis over Taiwan that could lead to immense global economic damage. A lot of that damage would be concentrated on China in particular.
I think that if they view an invasion to be a politically necessary task, I'm not sure that economic damage would be something that would actually prevent them from invading.
Find out what's at stake on Business Beyond.
The story of modern Taiwan began in 1949 when the Chinese Communist Party won the Chinese Civil War. In the aftermath of that defeat, the defeated Republic of China government fled to Taiwan. Ever since, Taiwan and China have been governed by distinct political systems.
Over the last few decades, Taiwan has evolved into a vibrant and modern democracy, and many argue that is now the key difference between it and the People's Republic of China.
I think the hostility really stems from the belief in Taiwan, the belief in democracy, to be quite honest. And democracy is really important to us. We've had the ability to choose our own leaders, to vote, to express our own thoughts, to have referendums on social issues that are important to us. But I think there is a political difference in how we value our societies and the democracy that we really do value and we really do hold dear. And a lot of people fought for it in Taiwan. And so this is something that I think is fundamentally different.
Taiwan, however, is not widely recognized as a sovereign state. Only 13 countries recognize its independence, and many of them are among the smallest in the world.
But the USA is by far Taiwan's most important strategic partner. While Washington does not support Taiwanese independence, its official position towards the island states that it opposes any unilateral changes to the status quo from either side.
It also commits to the defense of the island, saying it maintains its capacity to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion that would jeopardize the security or the social or economic system of Taiwan. It adds up to an incredibly delicate balancing act between Taiwan and the world's two most powerful countries.
The issue is that in the island, Taiwan, there is a desire to remain independent, to have autonomy, to be a democracy, which they've been since 1996. I mean, the huge difference is But there's also a pragmatic acceptance that Beijing has the force to do things that could radically and catastrophically impact on them and the region. So there's a constant sort of tense balance. It's very, very difficult. And as of today, it seems to me unresolvable. It just has to be left the way it is.
But Chinese President Xi Jinping has repeatedly made it clear that is not something he is especially keen on.
The resolution of the Taiwan issue is a matter for the Chinese themselves to decide. We insist on striving for the prospect of peaceful reunification with the greatest sincerity and with the greatest effort. However, we are not committed to abandoning the use of force, and we reserve the option of taking all necessary measures.
Cross-strait military tensions are now in their worst state in decades. Over the past year, China has carried out several military drills simulating an attack and has fired missiles close to the island. US intelligence officials say President Xi wants his country's military to be ready to attack the island by 2027.
As we will see throughout this episode, economics makes the relationship between the two even more complicated. Despite the long-term tensions between China and Taiwan, their economies have become extremely intertwined in recent decades.
Since 2005, China has been Taiwan's biggest trade partner. When we include Hong Kong, 2/5 of Taiwan's exports went to China in 2021, well ahead of the USA, Singapore, Japan and South Korea. It's a similar picture for imports. China, together with Hong Kong, accounts for 22% of the goods coming into Taiwan, well ahead of the next 4 countries. That has created some concern in Taiwan that the island is too economically dependent on China.
That has always been a concern, whether or not too much economic reliance will cause detriment to Taiwan. And that has always been something that the Taiwanese government is very much aware of. But because of the lack of language barriers and the cheap labor that the Chinese market offers, and a lot of times the incentives by the Chinese government to the Taiwanese investors, the movement of capital and sometimes the investments to China seems to be something that the government is not able to actually control.
But the Taiwanese economy has a not-so-secret weapon: semiconductors. Taiwan is so dominant when it comes to semiconductor production that it makes it one of the most commercially important places on the planet. Its semiconductor industry is sometimes referred to as its silicon shield.
I've heard a lot of people say that data is the new oil. You know, people depend on data for the economy, but you need semiconductors to have data. And so we really, I think of it more as semiconductors are the driving force behind everything that we have today. Chips are in everything from the LED light bulbs that are in your house to the computers that we're talking on right now to automobiles and smartphones.
If there was a World Cup for producing semiconductors, Taiwan would win it every year.
Taiwan completely dominates the global production of semiconductor chips. In 2021, the island accounted for almost 2/3 of all those made on the planet. And when it comes to the most advanced semiconductors, so-called logic chips measuring 10 nanometers or less, Taiwan's supremacy is almost total. The country makes a massive 92% of these, with the remaining 8% made in South Korea. And it's all down to this one company, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, widely known as TSMC.
90% of the world's most advanced processor chips, the type of chips that go in your phone, your PC, or in data center or telecom infrastructure, 90% of those chips are produced by one company in Taiwan, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, which is the world's largest chip maker and also the most advanced chip maker. Put simply, the world's entire computing infrastructure, from phones to PCs to data centers, can't function without chips from this one company.
TSMC does not design chips. That means it does not compete with the tech firms who do and can effectively make chips for anyone. It focuses exclusively on contract manufacturing and has become the undisputed world leader in a process that has become intimidatingly complex.
And so each of the transistors themselves is absolutely tiny, not just microscopic, but far, far smaller than anyone can see. And so today in a new smartphone, each of the 15 billion or so transistors will be the size of a coronavirus, which means that manufacturing them is the hardest, most complex, most precise manufacturing processes that humans have ever undertaken.
Both China and the USA have been dramatically trying to scale up their own production of semiconductors to reduce dependence on Taiwan. But as chips become smaller, more powerful and more complex, Taiwan is retaining its edge.
And that, above all else, is why Taiwan matters so much to the global economy.
We have this incredible technology that all of us use every day in terms of semiconductors, that's in almost everything we touch all the time, that comes from this little island in the Pacific that China claims as theirs, and the West is terrified of having fall to China. So we're dependent from a business perspective on the semiconductor supply chain continuing to run, and these little pieces of silicon getting etched and produced and manufactured and fabricated in Taiwan.
Talk of invasions or blockades remains highly speculative at this point. But multiple scenarios have already been gamed out by policymakers around the world. So let's take a closer look at how the worst could unfold.
Taiwan is located around 130 kilometers from the People's Republic of China, across the Taiwan Strait. The capital, Taipei, is located in the north of the island. Most of Taiwan's ports, population and industry are located on the west coast, closest to China. Taiwan's geography makes it vulnerable to an invasion, but even more vulnerable to a blockade. A blockade scenario could see Chinese ships and submarines block off Taiwanese ports, a move that would cause global economic chaos. Many experts believe a blockade is much more likely than a full-scale invasion. In December 2022, the economic research group Rhodium released a study analysing the global economic effects of a blockade.
We drew the line at a blockade scenario. And so think about trade flows, investment flows being paralyzed to and from Taiwan, and showing what a conservative estimate would be in disruption to global economic activity. And the figure that emerged there was that well over 2 trillion in global economic activity would be at risk. And that's before you consider sanctions responses at that stage of crisis, second order effects along different value chains, and actual military conflict escalation from there.
A blockade would immediately threaten the most basic necessities of life in Taiwan.
So a blockade first would not necessarily be a precursor to an invasion. In fact, that might be the more obvious play that Beijing could use, which is that, Taiwan is heavily reliant on imports for pretty much all of its fuel and a good chunk of its food. They have something like 10 days of fuel reserves. Without trade, Taiwan is definitely not going to be self-sufficient.
But a full blockade on Taiwanese exports would very quickly plunge the global economy into a crisis of historic proportions. A huge chunk of global semiconductor production would suddenly go dark.
If we were to lose Taiwan, and there are various amounts that we could lose it, it would be catastrophic for the global economy. And it would be catastrophic because we'd start to lose the products that we need.
If there were a crisis that caused us to lose access to chips made in Taiwan, we'd face Great Depression levels of manufacturing disruption. And it wouldn't only be smartphones, although we'd struggle to make a smartphone almost anywhere in the world without access to Taiwan's chips. But everything else that relies on chips too, from dishwashers to microwaves to cars, which today have 1,000 chips inside the typical new car, all of this would be at risk of severe disruption in case of a loss of access to Taiwan's chipmaking.
And many experts believe that if Beijing thinks it could simply take over TSMC and restore its production capacity after an invasion, it is grossly mistaken.
There's only a very narrow set of scenarios where there was forceful reunification with Taiwan, and TSMC remains both intact, fully staffed, and able to produce. My operating assumption is if there's a conflict, and unless it's very quick with minimal or no Taiwanese resistance, I think TSMC is basically cooked.
The COVID-19 pandemic led to huge disruption in the global semiconductor industry, but much of that was temporary. Conflict in Taiwan would change the industry permanently.
While China and the USA have been trying to drastically ramp up their own semiconductor production, experts say they are nowhere near ready to replace TSMC in global supply chains, especially at a time when chips are in greater demand than ever before across multiple sectors.
The impact of this risk is massive. And even if we were to lose half of the semiconductor production or a third or 10% of the semiconductor capacity that's in Taiwan, we don't really have a backup for that. And as we're shifting technologies, things like electric vehicles, EVs use 4 to 10 times as many semiconductors as traditional automobiles. So we're looking at more advanced, more chip-hungry production than we've had in the past, with the risk of less chips available in the future.
As you can see, assessing the economic damage from an invasion or blockade of Taiwan is a gargantuan task. There are very few areas of global economic life which would not be instantly affected. The hit to global trade would be felt in every port in the world, but the two economies most severely and instantly hit would be China's and Taiwan's.
And both are absolutely pivotal when it comes to global trade. China is the world's biggest exporter. It accounts for almost 15% of all the goods sent around the world. But even though Taiwan is much, much smaller, it has a hugely important role in global trade and is actually the 15th largest exporter. If China were to invade or blockade Taiwan, its own economy would be facing an existential crisis. For starters, it would face a range of severe sanctions from some of its main economic partners.
Think about blocking sanctions on banks, on state-owned enterprises, banning SWIFT access to designated entities. These are the things that would really freeze up trade with China. And remember, the Chinese economy is highly dependent on dollar financing. That was made readily apparent in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, where there was a question of whether China would comply with US and G7-led sanctions. And there's a reason why China had to be very cautious Not only is it extremely dependent on US origin technology, but it cannot easily escape that dollar dependency either.
Then there's an even bigger problem. As well as being the world's biggest exporter, China's the world's biggest manufacturer. It accounts for around a fifth of global GDP, and suddenly it would have, of its own volition, knocked out the main supplier of one of the most important manufacturing components.
So there are a lot of things that will be disrupted if there was a full blockade or if there was an economic embargo against China. We wouldn't have toys to buy our kids at Christmas. All the paper goods, all the less expensive products that we rely on right now, availability of TVs, availability of just general products wouldn't be there. There's so much that we take for granted that comes out of China. If you look at tags in clothing, if you look at what's printed on boxes, there's so much that we buy today that is made in China. And China is the world's factory, and losing it would be absolutely catastrophic.
That brings us to a pivotal question. From Beijing's perspective, could the prospect of catastrophic economic damage prevent the Chinese Communist Party from pressing the red button on Taiwan?
To get an answer to that, it's important to consider just how important the Taiwan question is to Xi Jinping and the party.
For the communists, the mission is to create a unified, strong China, and Taiwan is at the heart of that. And as they have become stronger economically and militarily, there's more an expectation by Chinese people that there will be something that will make Taiwan part of the great, unified Chinese nation again. So for Xi Jinping and his colleagues, this is not something that they can ignore. I mean, they've always got to have it on their minds in major speeches and policy documents, in all sorts of fora. They talk about this issue as something that must be resolved.
Does that mean the political importance of Taiwan will always outweigh its economic importance as far as Beijing is concerned?
Definitely economic damage to Taiwan would have consequences to the China economy and to the well-being of China. But I think in truth, the Chinese political aspirations and their political thinkings have always been more important, I think, rather than their economic considerations. So I think that if they view an invasion to be a politically necessary task, I'm not sure that economic damage would be something that would actually prevent them from invading.
Well, I hope that the Chinese leadership realizes the costs of a blockade or attack would be immense and therefore is deterred from attacking. But I'm not sure how confident we should be. The reality is that all of the disastrous wars in history were started by people who underestimated the amount of disaster that would be caused.
In some respects, to view the Taiwan question purely from an economic perspective is to miss the point. This may well become the defining political, military, and economic issue the world has dealt with for many years.
And so, is there a solution to avert economic catastrophe and a potential military showdown of the world's two most powerful countries?
I'd hope that, biding time, just letting this issue sleep is to me the only viable option. There's no resolution at the moment. There hasn't been for the last 70 years. So I think that that's all that can happen. Whether this can continue forever, well, that's the problem. But at the moment, I think Beijing's tactic is, just wait, let them get bigger and stronger. Maybe one day, then the resolution will come. But at the moment, there isn't a resolution that I see on the horizon.
And for the last word, we go to Taiwan itself. Because while we can all speculate about the economic impact of the crisis from thousands of miles away, millions of people in Taiwan live with a very different reality.
Are we afraid? I would not say that I'm not afraid. I am afraid. But it's a fact of life. There's not a lot of things on a personal level that you can do to make it not happen or happen. And so learning to know how to live with uncertainty is something that I think we try to do.
That's all from this episode of Business Beyond. If you're interested in seeing more from us, check out our playlist and don't forget to hit subscribe. And I'd also like to alert you to an upcoming video where we will go into much more detail on something that we discussed already here, the global semiconductor industry. Thanks a lot for watching, and until the next time, take care.
The people of Taiwan have lived under the threat of Chinese invasion for decades now, and that threat has only intensified in recent years. Well, now the people of Taiwan are voting for a new president, and at the heart of this election is the question, what's the best way of dealing with China? The incumbent party, the DPP, says that Taiwan needs to stick to its tough line against Beijing, that that's the only way to stay strong. The opposition KMT, which hopes to get back into power, well, it says there's a better way. It says it's important to get friendlier with Beijing to reduce tensions. Well, we've come to speak to the last KMT president of Taiwan, Ma Ying-jeou. He was president from 2008 to 2016. He says that he knows the best way of dealing with Beijing, and it's a much friendlier way. We're going to talk to him and drill down on why he thinks that Taiwan needs to get friendly with China to reduce the risk of war. President Ma, thank you so much for speaking to DW today. You have, and the KMT, your party, you presented this election as a choice between peace and war.
Yeah.
Can you explain that view?
Well, the candidate for the DPP, Mr. Lai Ching-te, is a person who supported Taiwan independence for many, many years, and he has always vowed that he wouldn't change his position wherever he is. So I'm sure the guys in mainland China will be very nervous about a person like this. And so far, Mr. Lai hasn't really talked too much about his Taiwan independence approach, but everybody was alert.
But Vice President Lai, who's running for the DPP, has made it very clear that he would not call for independence. He says that Taiwan does not need to call for independence, that it is already effectively an independent sovereign country. So there is absolutely no need to do that. He says he represents continuity from President Tsai Ing-wen, who is now leaving office. Do you believe he's lying?
Well, his name is Lai. No, I think they are afraid too. They are afraid that they would the kind of the provocation is not very good for Taiwan, and particularly I'm sure he has received some advices from our friends in the United States too.
I mean, do you believe that there could be a war if the DPP wins this election?
Not necessarily, depending on what happened during the process and what they would say, just in case they win the election. And people expect that the DPP will take a lot of care in avoiding any potential conflict. So they try not to be provocative.
So, but you have said this is a choice between war and peace, but from what you just said, it sounds like, well, maybe you don't think there will be war. Can you just clarify a little bit? What is your position here?
As I said, one of the candidates is a lifelong supporters of Taiwan independence. Although he has toned down his words during the campaign, but the impression is there for over 10, 20 years already. So people will see how much he will change if he is really elected as president.
I mean, the way you're putting this suggests that you put the blame on the DPP and on William Lai for the current tensions across the Taiwan Strait.
Right.
Isn't it China that's really to blame for this? I mean, it's China that sends warships close to Taiwan, that flies warplanes across the median line now. The provocative military action is coming from China, isn't it?
Have you visited Taiwan when I was president?
No, I didn't.
So you didn't know. At the time, the cross-strait relations is so peaceful. Now we have signed 23 agreements with the mainland, and cross-strait visit done by over 5 million people. We have some problem with the mainland for sure, but never reached the stage of military action. But the DPP is different because they have a lifelong belief of Taiwan independence. That is the biggest no-no from mainland China. So they watch the candidate, watch the actions very attentively.
So this is all the DPP's fault, you believe?
To a great extent, because they advocate Taiwan independence. This is something which is absolutely unacceptable to the mainland.
But President Tsai has also been very clear she's not advocating declaring independence. She says that Taiwan does not need to declare independence, that she defends the status quo.
Well, for those of us who watch the politics every day, I think this is merely some slight changes of its position regarding Taiwan independence. But if you ask anyone in a political circle in Taiwan, understand Mr. Lai has been a supporter of Taiwan independence for so long, and he said many times that he said he will uphold my position wherever I am. So this is something, it's like a new politician who has no political path for you to look at. So that is why I think, if you ask me which one is more responsible, of course mainland China is responsible, but DPP also has its responsibility in making the situation it is today.
But you say that China is responsible. I mean, so far you've been highly critical of the DPP and not been critical of Xi Jinping, for instance, for threatening to use force to attack Taiwan, for mounting massive military operations around Taiwan. What's your message to China? Is that all just totally fine? Like, no, the DPP is the problem?
Both sides are responsible, of course, both sides. But when I was president, this kind of thing didn't happen. Why is that?
Well, the DPP would say that you were far too friendly with the Chinese, that you went far too far in trying to build connections with the Taiwanese. This unleashed a student protest called the Sunflower Movement, where young people came out on the streets and said that you were getting far too close, that you were putting Taiwan's autonomy at risk.
Well, for anyone in Taiwan during my presidency, understand, we have relatively peaceful relations with them. So it's entirely different from what it is today. That is why I asked you whether you have been here when I was president. If you were, then you can make the accurate comparison between the two.
But it's clear that the people ended up rejecting that, and for 2 terms they voted for the DPP, and potentially current opinion polls suggest that they will vote for the DPP again.
Well, if that is their choice, then they will have to be prepared for some kind of actions from the mainland, which we already warned that TPP candidate, what kind of trouble they can make if they get elected.
And would you see that as justifiable by China if China mounts military action of some kind, some
Not
sort of
justifiable,
yeah,
but it could be avoided if we do something right. That's my position. I'm not saying that DPP should follow what the KMT did, but at least as a leader in Taiwan, they have to take care of the mainland very carefully. That is why about 2-3 years ago, President Tsai says, mainland China and Taiwan, he said, we don't actually belong to each other. And this, in my eyes, as an international lawyer, this is a typical secessionist move. She doesn't have to say that. When I was president, I didn't say anything like this. But everything they said could always be interpreted as something for Taiwan's independence. And they knew very, very much that Taiwan independence issue is very sensitive in cross-strait relations.
Well, let's move on. We'll move on later on to talk about the whole idea of one China, which I think is really interesting. But I think we want to move on now a bit more to what's at stake in this election. Now, your party's candidate, Ho Yo-yi, has talked about the need for 3 Ds in dealing with cross-strait relations. He talks about deterrence, he talks about dialogue, and de-escalation. Deterrence, dialogue, de-escalation. So we want to talk about all of these 3 areas, but I think first of all, let's talk about deterrence and the importance of having a strong military to deter China from mounting an attack.
Mr. Ho's cross-strait policy, by and large, follows mine. And at the time, I said no unification, no independence, and no use of force. He adopted all this. Of course, what you just described is a new but not different version of his policy, and I support that.
So let's look at the deterrence part of that first of all. So having a strong enough military to deter China from taking action. Do you believe that Taiwan right now has a strong enough military to provide effective deterrence?
Well, the question is how much protection you need. For the current situation, I think what we have now is relatively okay. In case of some military action across the Taiwan Strait. Of course, if you want to do more, you could do more. But the most important thing, in my view, because I've been president for 8 years, and I know how to handle mainland China, we could use peaceful means to do that. It doesn't have to resort to everything military.
Yeah, so I guess that's moving on to the de-escalation part of it, but let's just talk about a couple of aspects of deterrence first of all. There's been a debate about military service in Taiwan. So the DPP extended compulsory military service to 12 months. Hou Youyi, your candidate, last year was talking about reducing that back to 4 months, and then he seemed to change his position again. What's your view? What is appropriate in Taiwan as the period of compulsory military service?
I think it's very natural for people, particularly people from the United States or from the DPP, to view the military service of 4 months is too short. But it's all my term is 4 months. I did it all right because we don't want to use force to solve problems with the mainland.
So you would like to stick to 4 months, you think? Yeah.
Why not?
Okay. Hou Youyi has also talked about military spending, so this is also an issue. Currently around 2.5% of GDP. Hou Youyi has talked about gradually increasing that to around the level of 3%. Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, if you look at what I did when I was president, we didn't spend that much on military because we have established dialogue with mainland, not just for higher up levels, but for all the ministries. They have their counterparts in the mainland. So everything, in case of any problem, they can always find a way to solve it without having to resort to force.
So you think 2.5% is enough?
It's not necessary. If we can develop a peaceful and closer relations with the mainland. Well, I think the most difficult or most problematic aspect of that policy is you believe that force is important or necessary, which we consider is not incorrect, but doesn't have to be that way.
Yeah, but we are talking about the 3 Ds. Your candidate has said that, and deterrence is the first of these Ds. It comes first. From what you're saying, you want to reduce the importance of deterrence with military service or military spending and increase the importance of, say, the dialogue and de-escalation. Do I understand you right?
Right. Do you know why I think that way? Because in the last couple of years, the DPP has never had a dialogue with the mainland.
Yeah, well, that's because the mainland. That's because the mainland, China, refuses to talk to the DPP.
But not only because of that, but the DPP does not accept the 92 consensus.
But we'll talk about dialogue in just a moment. I really want to stay with deterrence for a moment because what you've said is leave military service at 4 months, 2.5% of GDP is sufficient. So it suggests that your approach to deterrence is not really to go any further. You think just really focus on other elements?
Do you know why I believe that way? Because no matter how much you defend yourself, you can never fight a war with the mainland, and you can never win. They're too large, much stronger than us, so we should use non-used military means to reduce the tension. And this is something the people of Taiwan would like to have, and people of the mainland would like to have. So if you always believe of a strong defense, it's all right, but in the situation of Taiwan, it would be very dangerous to our people.
Well, isn't the point with Taiwan's military expenditure is that Taiwan would need to be in a position where it can fend off a Chinese attack for long enough that then the United States, maybe Japan, come and help?
That is too optimistic. The mainland China military is much larger than us. And if you know the RAND Corporation of the United States, they have done a exercise of hypothetical warfare 18 times between US and mainland China. All 18 times, US lost.
So it sounds a somewhat defeatist attitude in terms of approach to the military that I'm hearing from you, that you feel that deterrence is almost impossible?
It's very difficult, and we should not put all our fate in defense. We have to use peaceful means to dialogue with the mainland so that we can reduce the tension. I don't know whether you know, I visited the mainland early this year, and which has been quite successful.
Last year, 2023.
Yes, and so I think, so we try to reduce the potential reason for conflict, and instead of building up our military, just to wait for a potential conflict with the mainland. That's very dangerous. People will die,
If China does mount an attack, do you believe the United States would come to Taiwan's aid?
That's the question we ask every day and didn't get an answer. I don't think the US will directly involve, and they will try everything to avoid it, because if they get involved and have a face-to-face conflict with the mainland, that could lead to nuclear war.
Joe Biden has said 4 times that he would come to Taiwan's aid. He has gone beyond the traditional ambiguity that the US has had towards this question. Do you not fully believe him then?
Well, I think it's very difficult for the US to make that kind of decision, because if a war breaks out across Taiwan Strait and the US is involved, so that would be disastrous. And so we should try everything to avoid hot war between not just Taiwan and the mainland, in order to prevent a war between the US and mainland China. As I said, according to RAND Corporation's simulations, 18 times all the US lost. So there's a limit of the US support. So we have to understand that very clearly.
In the US, that's leading a debate on how important it is for the US to invest more in its military, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. You think that that's a mistake then, is it?
No, I think military preparation should be done, and it should be done well. I'm not saying that we don't want that. We want that, but we can not depend on that. When your enemy is mainland China, there are so many times our size and much stronger in the military. So we have to understand that very clearly. And that is why I advocate the peaceful resolution of the dispute. During all my term, I'm doing that. I visit the mainland, I try to make friends with them, and we try to actually promote closer ties. And this is probably the best way to not using force to solve our problem.
Let's move on to the second D, dialogue.
You met Xi Jinping himself when you were president in 2015. Do you think he's a man Taiwan can work with?
It depends on how you work with him. I think yes.
How should Taiwan work with him? As you know, after 8 years of your presidency, a lot of things changed. A lot of people say Xi Jinping, he changed himself.
Well, actually, it's very important of the concept of 92 consensus, one China respective interpretations, which was reached in 1996. And that gives the two sides the opportunity to maintain the situation without having to go to war. And we understand very, very well, if the war ever breaks out across the Taiwan Strait, it will be disastrous. nobody will win. You know?
Yeah, that's what I mean by this change, because in 2019, when he talks about 1992 consensus, he said it's the consensus that will be used to push for unification, and that's what he said, right? Like a lot of people, or like even people from KMT, think that it's more and more skeptical to negotiate under this consensus, and it also becomes more and more unpopular here in Taiwan, especially among young people.
Well, I think I think not just the young people, but people in general would actually misunderstood the 92 consensus. During my term of service as president, 92 consensus is the very important political foundation between the two sides, and that serves us well. We not only never have a situation to go to war, but we expand our peaceful contact in almost every aspect of life. And this is probably the best way to do. If you only think about war, conflict, and so you build a lot of weapons and make a strategy oriented against to war, I think that's not the best strategy for Taiwan at all.
Is Xi Jinping a dictator, as Joe Biden says?
Huh?
Is Xi Jinping a dictator, as Joe Biden put it that way?
Well, it depends on how you defend it, but that term doesn't mean not very important in the cross-strait relations, because we have to create a situation that we can deal with each other peacefully without having to use force, and that is probably more important than any other rhetoric you have.
So you think you can trust him?
Well, as far as cross-strait relations, you have to.
Mm-hmm. But then again, like for this New Year speech, you talked about unification is historical necessity, and then so from his side, he's keep pushing like the process of unification, and under the circumstance, you still think that's?
I don't think he's pushing for unification. You know, of course they want China's unification, that is for sure. But he also understands very well that unification cannot be achieved overnight. It will take many, many years, and it has to get the consent of the people. So when I went to the mainland early this year and met with the officials, I told them that for the relations between Taiwan and the mainland, I think it's very important to look at two factors. One is peaceful, another one is democratic. Unification is something that our constitution says. So it's actually acceptable to Taiwan, but it has to be done peacefully and through a democratic process. If that can be done, the chances are the people in Taiwan may be interested in accepting that.
Mm-hmm. You talk about your visit to China last year. Do you know your image is used in Chinese military's video to promote unification? And in that particular video, they show their arms, they show their ability to conquer Taiwan, and your image is in it. So doesn't that show like CCP is using you to divide Taiwanese from each other?
Oh, they've been doing that for a while. I wouldn't think that will stop my thinking of trying to reduce the tension across Taiwan Strait. As far as China's reunification is concerned, it could be a long process and has to get the consensus of the people. So it's not something you could achieve in a couple of years or even 10, 20 years.
Yeah, you're talking about the consensus of people. So if we look at the poll, for example, from NCCU, you know, like during your 8-year presidency, actually much more people identify themselves as Taiwanese than Chinese, especially among young people. Do you see that as a trend? And also these people, they reject the idea, not only one country and two systems, but also 1992 consensus. So the population here, the people here, they're telling you, we don't want this idea anymore.
I think it's very important to let the young people understand what is the essence of cross-strait relations and what does 92 consensus mean to them. I think 92 consensus, as I said, means one China, respective interpretations. But the government here, DPP, always says 92 consensus is just one country, two systems. No, it's not at all. We and myself are opposed to one country, two systems. But I accept 92 consensus. There are two different things.
Mm-hmm. So From your point of view, what is it like a unification of real like far sight that you can see that will happen?
No, it's going to take a long time. But the most important thing, before we reach that end, the process will be peaceful and democratic. If we can do that, I think the people of Taiwan probably will accept that.
Will there be a possibility that there will be Taiwanese independence?
Oh, I don't think that that is something that people in Taiwan are doing or want to do. I think the majority of people understand Taiwan independence in cross-strait relations is something very, very dangerous.
But from the poll, we can see only less than probably 2% of the population think unification is possible. And most of the people, they want stay at the
status quo.
The way it is, the status quo. But that's also because of the threat of the war. But if you ask people, there are still more people supporting independence than unification.
That is unsure at the moment. If they understand independence means war, which is true.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So at the moment, people in Taiwan don't want unification. That's okay, but I don't think people of Taiwan will support Taiwan's independence, and they probably, at least some of them understand. If they do that, that means war.
Mm-hmm. Now let's talk about de-escalation. Do you think the U.S. is being too aggressive toward China?
The U.S.?
For example, having Nancy Pelosi visiting and then selling weapons to Taiwan, all these different moves.
Well, I'm sure, of course, mainland China is opposed to U.S. military relations with Taiwan, but that's something that we don't really take that very seriously because they've been doing that for more 70 years. But we have our own defense, and we have to defend Taiwan, no doubt about that. So we want to purchase adequate military hardware from the United States. Of course, this is opposed by mainland China, but that we probably should overlook because we have our own defense.
What about Nancy Pelosi's visit? Do you think it was a mistake?
He's a friend of the Republic of China, but she probably didn't know very much about cross-strait relations. Or she thought that she knew, but she didn't.
Because after her visit, a lot of things changed.
That's
there
right.
were plans coming across the median line.
That's right.
So you do think it
that
was
is
a mistake?
That is what we had. I think our government, I don't know whether they have at least politely let the people like Nancy Pelosi know their visit to Taiwan doesn't really help our defense at all.
Mm-hmm. From Nancy Pelosi said, she thinks that it's important to show her support or the American support to democratic Taiwan.
We thank her for her support, but it has to take some other means to do it, because she doesn't even know how to understand the cross-strait relations. This is something we sometimes worry about. Some of the Americans, they say we have to give every Taiwanese an AK-47 rifle to defend their country. I said, oh my God, our rifle is much better than AK-47. We manufacture the best rifles comparable to M16. So they didn't understand the situation and make a lot of sometimes ridiculous comments,
so if you
which we don't appreciate.
If you were at the position, you would say no to her.
Huh?
If you were the president, you would say no to her.
That's right. I think, as I said, they come to visit us to show their support. That we appreciate. But for how we should do to make our relation with the mainland acceptable, probably we know more than they do.
Now it comes to U.S.-China relation. There's a growing consensus in the U.S. that it is a new Cold War with China that will last for a generation. Do you believe that is the case?
Not necessarily. It depends really on how the two sides could handle the relations. I don't think, we don't think we want to have a war with the mainland. I don't think mainland want a war with us right now. But they, as you know, is a nationalist. They probably will take any further action in Taiwan very seriously. So we have to be very careful. We have maintained good relations with the U.S. for over 70 years. As you know, they used to have military advisors in Taiwan. they retreated in 1981 or something, yeah, and not troops, just military advisors. And so we appreciate the support, and we still purchase a lot of American arms for our defense. This is something mainland China also opposes. But that, we think, is our country's defense, so we insist on doing that. But we don't have to use that to provoke any conflict with the mainland. So we'll continue to have good relations with the mainland in other areas.
I mean, maybe I could just jump in here because I'm curious to probe a bit on the kind of US-China relationship. Is the fact that US-China relations are getting worse. There's a major rivalry between the two, whether you call it a Cold War or anything else. Is this a danger to Taiwan? Does Taiwan risk getting sucked into this conflict?
Obviously, a good relations between Washington and Beijing is good for Taiwan. And in our part, we think we could play a role in cross-strait relations in order to actually reduce the tension between mainland China and the United States. So I always call for the United States or other Western countries to encourage Taiwan to have a dialogue with the mainland.
So when you look at the debate in the United States about China, which is highly critical of China, which is really gearing up for a generation of conflict, are you worried that it's going too far, that the US needs to take a step back?
No, I think US has its own mainland China policy for sure. But for us in Taiwan, we always keep the United States informed that we will try our best to make cross-strait relations peaceful. And that will reduce the potential conflict between US and China. Now, this is what we can do.
But if we just step back for a moment, we're approaching the end of our conversation, but to kind of look at the big picture again. So, I mean, we have a situation where you say, and I think you have this in common with the DPP, that essentially, the status quo is fine. We could continue with status quo. And you say no unification, and also no independence.
And no use of force.
No use of force. So we have that on the side of Taiwan. There is actually a fair amount of consensus between the parties on aspects of that. Then you look at mainland China. It becomes very clear that the one thing that Xi Jinping says he cannot tolerate is the status quo. He says that unification is an historic inevitability and is essential to the sort of great meta project of the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. So you have Taiwan saying status quo, United States saying status quo, China saying unification. It's a major fundamental contradiction there. How do you resolve that?
When I visited the mainland earlier this year, I talked to the officials and tell them that, of course I understand Xi Jinping or the Chinese Communist Party would like to see the two sides of the Taiwan Strait united. But I said, for the issue of unification, I think it has to be done, first, peacefully, second, democratically. If not, then people in Taiwan will not accept. So they have to think about that. Peaceful and democratic.
And is there any peaceful democratic pathway to unification that you can imagine?
That would, of course, they could come up with ideas of how Taiwan and mainland should be united, but it should not go beyond peaceful and democratic. But this is something I think if they want to do, certainly we could change the status quo if a peaceful and democratic approach is proposed. Certainly we can discuss that.
But why not then, I mean, if you turn that around, that's essentially, why don't you say to China, you have to give up your threat of the use of force? I mean, this is the ultimate problem, right? I mean, this is what creates the risk of war, is China saying, we reserve the right to use force. Why not demand that from them? If you want to talk to us at all, take away this threat of force.
Xi Jinping, I think, recently said, he said cross-strait relations, they will handle that through peaceful unification. But they will not give up the use of force. That's their position. I think at least we can, if we had a chance to discuss this question, we said, you have to keep in mind, in order to get the support of the Taiwanese people, you have to be peaceful and democratic. But whether they will accept unification is something for them to decide.
Yeah. But I mean, just to throw that question back at you, because I didn't quite hear an answer there, why not simply demand that Beijing says, okay, we promise we will never use force? That would de-escalate the situation by the click of the fingers.
Well, I'm not Beijing. I wouldn't give you that answer. They probably would never accept that. They would.
But why not demand it? Why just sit back and think, okay, they won't accept it, so we won't even ask?
No. I think we said they said that their relations with Taiwan will be peaceful, but they will not give up using force, right?
But that's the problem.
That's a problem. Yeah, that's why we have to discuss that with them and trying to persuade them that if he continue to take the use of force as the last resort, probably you will never get Taiwan.
Thank you very much for your time.
Angel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Taiwan is heading to the polls. And looming over the elections are the world's two superpowers, China and the US.
中共想要并吞台湾或者统一台湾这个野心或者是决心是不变的。
Every election in Taiwan is of consequence to regional security and because of U.S. Ambitions.
Will this be Taiwan's most important election yet? And what does it mean for the future of the 23 million people living on the island?
政治我们不懂，但是我们要生活。
刚才我们看到的这个是幻象2000起飞，那它这个是空中巡逻。这个礼拜的话是空军，它有做一个空军战术的验收，我们叫做天龙演习，所以这个礼拜很热闹。
54-year-old Eric Chan is a professional plane spotter.
我在 YouTube 上面有一个频道叫做阿中出任务，那专门拍这个军事飞行，还有一些民航机的客机的飞行。我从小就喜欢飞机，那长大之后呢，我也加入过空军。后来在偶然的机会下，我就接触到这个 YouTube， 然后去专门拍这个军事飞行。
One of his favorite spots to watch planes in flight is at Hsinchu Military Air Base along the west coast of Taiwan. From this vantage, he has noticed that the skies have gotten busier recently.
台湾它有一个防空的识别区那如果有军机或者是不明飞机进入到这个识别区的话，那我们空军就要去升空去拦截或者是去辨别它是什么的意图，因为这个共机扰台的频率每年都几乎增长1倍，那所以这个空军当然会做一些应对嘛，那这个是无可避免的。
Since 2020, China has ramped up military flights around Taiwan. That year, there were 380 air inclusions in Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, or ADIZ. In 2023, that number has jumped to 1,610.
第一个用意当然就是强化他们的军事训练，尤其解放军强调实战化训练，他们预想未来可能对台的侵略战争。当然，中国的做事它不单单只是单一目标，它有时候会有政治目的，它希望把这个军事训练或者在特定时间增加飞机的架势跟船舰的这个训练，来塑造一种威慑或者是嚇阻的意涵。等于说透过这样的训练来告诉大家说，这个中共对台的目的是什么。
So the exercises certainly can be used as part of an attempt to remind the Taiwanese that there could be a cost, a military cost to Taiwan if they make the wrong decision in January.
Why January? Well, because on the 13th of January 2024, Taiwan will elect its next president. Representing the incumbent Democratic Progressive Party, or DPP, is William Lai, or Lai Ching-te. The DPP has been in power since 2016, when President Tsai Ing-wen took office. The party is a strong proponent of Taiwan nationalism and autonomy.
民众会选择民进党来当选总统。当然它的因素有蛮复杂的因素，包含第一个代表台湾跟中国，台湾不隶属于中国。我想另外的一个很重要的因素也代表着对于过去国民党执政的一种不满意。当然这个不满意包含了很多方面，他过去的一些贪腐的一些情况啊，包含了一些这个经济发展碰到的一些问题等等。
Opposing the DPP is Hou Yuyi from the main opposition party Kuomintang, or KMT. The KMT last held power between 2008 and 2016. It is also regarded as the more Beijing-friendly party.
台湾国民党是比较主张统一的，而民进党是比较主张就是台湾就是一个独立的国家。那它现在的名字就叫做这个中华民国台湾等等。所以呢，一个主张独，一个主张统，这是台湾民众来看待两大政党最主要的一种意识形态分歧的所在。
And then there is the third option, the newly formed Taiwan People's Party, or TPP. Founded in 2019, the party is headed by former Taipei Mayor Ko Wen-je. For a while, the TPP had considered forming an alliance with the KMT, but talks have since collapsed.
We see both Cohen of the TPP and Hou Yuyi of the KMT being unwilling to play second fiddle to each other. I think for the KMT, they feel that they are the sort of largest opposition party, and there's no reason why they want to play second fiddle. Ke is mindful of the fact that he is head of a new party that he wants to establish, and agree that he plays second fiddle will diminish that role.
While candidates spar in the campaign period, two titans will be watching closely: Beijing and Washington. In a meeting in November 2023 between the two superpowers at the APEC summit, President Joe Biden called on China to respect the electoral process in Taiwan. President Xi Jinping reminded the US president that Taiwan was the biggest, most dangerous issue in US-China ties.
We're probably at one of the lowest points of US-China relations in recent decades. So the rest of the world is certainly paying very close attention to any development, anything in Taiwan that could result in China deciding to ramp up the pressure and thereby contribute to further destabilization in the region.
From the Chinese perspective, they have always been very suspicious and indeed concerned that the US throughout across the American administrations would play the so-called Taiwan card to essentially exert leverage or to create a point of pressure when it comes to US-China relations, and indeed to create complications for China's rise. But even much more than that, going beyond that, what they are really worried is that it could embolden pro-independence forces because of American support to push Taiwan further down the road of formal independence, which is why, from their perspective, all forms of American support to Taiwan is seen as egregious.
To understand why China considers Taiwan a red line, we have to go back to 1945, the end of World War II. The Kuomintang, or KMT, was the ruling party in China then. Following the surrender of the Japanese, the KMT assumed control of Taiwan. Then, in 1949, the Chinese Civil War came to an end. The Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, was victorious, and the defeated KMT fled from the mainland and settled in Taiwan. At the time, both the CCP and KMT declared themselves the legitimate government of China. Till now, the CCP considers Taiwan a renegade province, and Beijing has been pursuing reunification since.
Taiwan's separate existence outside of China's fold is a reminder of that century of humiliation if they did not complete reunification. It's an issue of strategic importance. It's an issue of history, unresolved historical business, if you will. And it's also an issue that connects to the grand narrative of the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation.
It's very difficult after years of reinforcing that narrative to turn back to your constituents, to your society and say, well, guess what, we were wrong and we should leave Taiwan alone.
Over time, each side of the straits has developed into different systems of governance. While China remains politically communist, Taiwan has developed into a democracy. But despite their difference in political ideologies, there were exchanges and diplomatic relations. In 1992, representatives from China and Taiwan met in Hong Kong and tacitly agreed that there was only one China. And while the two sides have different interpretations of what this means, the feeling is that Taiwan will not claim independence. The 1992 consensus sparked a round of closer ties between China and Taiwan. That was until 2016. After the election of President Tsai Ing-wen, China cut off communications with Taiwan. Tsai had campaigned on a pro-independence message.
Since 2016, China unilaterally decided to suspend ties with Taiwan as part of a series of actions that were meant to pressure the Tsai administration, but also punish it for refusing to abide by the so-called 1992 consensus and to play into Beijing's one China narrative. And they chose, therefore, to continue to isolate Taiwan.
Well, from the Chinese perspective, they see the DPP as a pro-independence force. They've never really trusted the DPP, whoever's the leader.
And DPP's presidential candidate, Vice President Lai, continues to assert Taiwan's sovereignty in his campaign.
Vice President Lai Ching-te has made a very clear platform in terms of how he plans to maintain cross-strait stability and peace. It's centered around two facets. The first facet is a continuation of President Tsai Ing-wen's four commitments. And the first of all is a commitment to a free and democratic constitutional order. The second commitment is to ensure that the ROC and the PRC are not subordinate to each other. The third commitment are to resist encroachments on our sovereignty or annexation. The fourth commitment is a commitment that the future of the Republic of China will be decided by the 23 million people here on Taiwan.
But because of these positions, the KMT said that a vote for the incumbent is a vote for war.
It is concerned that the current cross-strait relation is trapped in a perilous trajectory toward conflict, pushing Taiwan close to the brink of war, knowing that the presidential candidate Ho has put forward the 3D strategy, which are deterrence, dialogue, and de-escalation. First, deterrence. Taiwan must enhance its self-defense capabilities, reducing the adversary's willingness to invade and discouraging hasty warfare. Second, dialogue. The candidate advocates for promoting cross-strait relations between the people of the Taiwan area and the mainland area. Third, de-escalation. Continuous interaction on functional matters between the two sides will help de-escalate future risk.
我们不能够只是看台湾跟大陆的关系，也要看整个世界大的局的关系。那夹在中间的时候，我们在处理两岸关系，也必须要顾虑到这个美国的一个感受。那随着这个美中关系的变化台湾必须要在美中的关系之间取得一个平衡点。
But this balance could become increasingly difficult to maintain. President Xi has not ruled out the use of force in pursuit of reunification. Earlier this year, there were reports that the Chinese leader ordered the People's Liberation Army to be capable of invading Taiwan by 2027. A crucial deadline which comes in the middle of the next presidential term. With an increasingly assertive neighbor, the stakes for the Taiwanese elections are high. Will voters be forced to choose between superpowers? It's August 2022, and Taiwan is welcoming then US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. As Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Pelosi is second in line to the US presidency behind the Vice President. This makes her the highest-ranking US official to visit Taiwan in decades.
It's primarily to show support for Taiwan, and also a demonstration that coercion or threatened coercion by China would not dictate what American officials can and cannot do.
And now more than ever, America's solidarity with Taiwan is crucial, and that is the message we are bringing here today.
The visit did not sit well with Beijing.
The Chinese see this as a huge provocation, and not only that, they explicitly warn the US not to do it. They see this as lending support for Taiwan as an independent and autonomous entity, which goes against Chinese core interests. Taiwan is China's core interest.
In response, China conducted massive live-firing drills around Taiwan. But despite China's show of force, the DPP continued to meet with American officials. In April 2023, Nancy Pelosi's successor, Kevin McCarthy, met with President Tsai in the US, calling Tsai a great friend to America.
The United States is very, very important for Taiwan. Our job is to, number one, to ensure that we have clear lines of communication with the United States. We have a high degree of mutual trust, respect, and understanding of the situation. The second part is to ensure that our interests and values continue to remain closely aligned. On the values part, I mean, democracy, freedom has been what has guided the baseline of our values in past years. But in terms of interest, we share a common interest in ensuring stability and peace here in the Taiwan Strait.
As a testament of this shared interest, the Biden administration approved over $1 billion in arms sales to Taiwan soon after Pelosi's visit, a move which angered the Chinese.
中方对此坚决反对，予以强烈谴责，并将采取坚决有力措施，坚定捍卫自身主权和安全利益。
我想，大部分的选民呢，都是了解到，我们台湾的这个安全是需要靠美国来这个提供我们相当的这个武器。但是呢，还是有一部分人会认为说，其实我们购买太多的武器，其实对于这个国家安全或台湾的保障，并没有太大的一个益处。不如就是把这个购买武器的钱用于其他的一些经济发展等等等等，还是有一些这样的辩论。
With the US-China relationship on shaky ground, some believe Taipei's growing ties with Washington is provocation.
这个是我父母的照片啊，像我们来台湾我是第9代了，大概从泉州永春那边过来的。
64-year-old Feng Chen-san is a professor at the National Chengchi University's College of Communications. He's also a founding member of the Taiwan Anti-War Declaration Task Force, a group of retired and active academics that advocates for Taiwan's autonomy while maintaining equal distance away from China and the US.
所以现在台湾兵役延长嘛，哈，然后也采购很多的军事设备，那这些都是让我们感觉说升高这一种两岸的紧张敌对的关系。那我们觉得这样对台湾是不好的，对两岸是不好的，对世界也是不是好事情。如果他是要用乌克兰来弱化 俄罗斯，这个是美国奥斯汀国防部长自己都讲的。如果他有这种打算，我们当然也会担心，他会不会要利用台湾来弱化北京？如果这样，我们干嘛做你的一种代理人，从事这个事情呢？这对台湾、对世界和平都很不利啦。
For most Taiwanese, the status quo is preferable. In a recent survey by the National Chengchi University, almost 9 in 10 Taiwanese prefer the status quo in some form. Only about 6% want to push for independence as soon as possible.
It's a balancing act. It's always a difficult one, regardless of who's in power in Taiwan. We have had administrations that were, lean closer towards China, and that was also difficult for them because ultimately the only guarantor of Taiwan's security is the United States.
But, status quo or not, most Taiwanese view the US more positively than China. In 2020, Pew Research Center found that respondents favored closer political ties to Washington over closer ties to Beijing by a 2-to-1 margin. This is especially so among the young. Wilson Chen is a third-year student at the National Chengchi University, majoring in political science. At 22, the upcoming elections will be his first time voting.
中国是，我觉得他是独裁的领导人，我们不确定他下一步会怎么做。那美国它是民主的，所以我们可以确定说，他现在的选出来的人，他们就会按照他们的选民的意思去走，所以他们的政治人物是被控制住。可是中国你不会知道他领导人，他明天起床他决定怎么样，他是不受控制的。
Young voters like Wilson could play a crucial part in the upcoming elections. This bloc carried President Tsai Ing-wen and the DPP to a landslide victory in 2020. Their motivation? They saw what was happening to their neighbor across the sea. Civil liberties in Hong Kong had been curtailed by Beijing following the largest pro-democracy protests in the territory's history.
那个时候我高3，那我觉得对我的影响就是，我会觉得习近平开始在除了在他中国自己的政府里面加强他的影响力之外，在距离他比较远的香港也开始加深他自己的影响力。对我的看法是，习近平的权力变大，我的认为是会开始认知到说中国对民主制度的威胁越来越大。对，会。
当然，在过去我们看看过去20-30年来的话，那么在年轻选民的支持部分的话，民进党始终是遥遥领先国民党的。国民党的年轻选民的支持度是越来越低，因为民进党在台湾相对而言是代表一种所谓的革新、进步的一种力量。那么而国民党的话是代表比较老旧、保守的力量。
Yet, the KMT cannot ignore the youth bloc if it hopes to win. So, in September 2023, Ho Yu-yi, KMT's presidential candidate, also paid the US a visit. During his visit to the US, he called America Taiwan's sincerest ally and friend.
我想呢，历年来台湾的总统候选人，好像每一个都要去美国，好像说是去那边去先给他一个考试一样，要得到美国的一个认可。就是说，像这个台湾的选民说，我是得到美国的这个官方的一个认可的，是在支持我的，至少是不反对的。
The original thinking behind the trip is to convey the candidate's personal stance and to illustrate Taiwan's willingness to take on the responsibility in the Indo-Pacific region so as to enhancing U.S.-Taiwan relations.
While the US is Taiwan's most important ally, there are questions if it will be a reliable one. A poll conducted by the Taiwanese Public Opinion Foundation in April 2023 showed that more than half of the respondents do not believe that the US would send troops in the event of a Chinese attack.
On the Taiwan side, there's been a view among some people that the US side is willing to cut them loose if it's suitable for US interests. What looms large is the breaking of official ties between Taipei and Washington in 1979, and also the Clinton's 3 no's, where the Taiwanese see as unnecessarily ceding their interests without even consulting them.
President Bill Clinton's 3 no's were: no to Taiwanese independence, no to Taiwan joining any organization that requires statehood, like the UN, and no to 2 Chinas.
So with any partnership or alliance relationship, especially internationally, there's going to be what we call a commitment problem, which is a question of whether one side that has made some sort of commitment will live up to it, because there's no way you can enforce any agreement internationally.
And as the election draws closer, something curious is happening on social media. An uptick in stories that seem to drive a wedge in US-Taiwan relationship.
就是说，根据上一次的总统大选呢，其实我们看到它会铺成很多的阴谋论。好，那去年的案例就是这个针对这个台积电的阴谋论。好，它有一系列的，就是说这个美国是有计划性的要来摧毁台积电，或者把台积电搬去美国了。哈，那掏空台湾啊，那这样子台湾就什么都没有了。
This bit of misinformation sprung from a clip of US Congressman Seth Moulton saying this at a conference.
Very clear to the Chinese that if you invade Taiwan, we're going to blow up TSMC. I just throw that out not because that's necessarily the best strategy, but because it's an example of maybe that's out there. And of course, the Taiwanese really don't like this idea.
那他讲完了以后，这个阴谋论就在很多的群组里面去扩散。
Doublethink Lab is an NGO based in Taiwan that focuses on debunking Chinese disinformation campaigns, a task made more difficult as the elections draw near.
那我们的困难呢，就是说，每一个社会都有假讯息啊，每一个社会都有跟你意见不一样的人，那每一个社会都有想法不一样的人啊，那我们怎么区分说哪些讯息啊，或是哪些人他是真的这个民主社会里面的不同意见，还是他是后面有这个另外一个国家放进他国家的等级的资源跟能量来做的操作然后试着影响就是选民的意见，所以这个其实是当然是非常困难的事情。
As for Wilson, if he had encountered any disinformation about the U.S., he doesn't seem swayed.
就我的观点来说，如果今天如果美国把中国打过来，美国就讲明说他一定会打，美国用军事上的行动来支援台湾是符合目前他们的军事利益。当然，如果中国跟他们的友好关系提升，或者是改变现况，那当然不一定。可是就以目前的状况，他们两国的关系来讲，我觉得符合美国的利益。
But as large as the shadows of the US and China loom over the upcoming polls, for many voters, it is domestic issues that weigh on their minds, especially with Taiwan's ailing economy.
我最近就是刚毕业，然后当完兵，然后原本我是住在台中，然后最后找到工作，这工作会位于台北，所以最近搬过来这样。那我现在在一个研究单位工作，然后薪水大概是4万多这样子。关于就是生活上的开销的话，我觉得可能吃饭的部分的费用一直就是比例会一直在提高，对，然后可能房租也是，就是以前我可能小学的时候便当可能70或 70多块，但是现在可能你要一个好吃，然后有主餐的便当，可能要100多块钱这样。
Tim, like many Taiwanese, is facing an increase in the cost of living. While inflation is relatively low by global standards, prices have increased by 1.97% in 2021 and 2.95% in 2022. These are the highest hikes since 2008.
The government tried to manage or control the price for public utilities. Most of the public utility companies are state-owned companies, so we have frozen, for example, the electricity price, gasoline price, and waters, and all this. So that help stabilize the price. However, the housing, for example, is still very much expensive.
这个就是我的房间，然后就它没有很大，但是它是一个套房，然后有厕所，对，然后大概就是一张床，然后书桌，然后几个衣柜这样。对，然后我也想住这边是因为它离捷运站比较近。这边的附近的房租大概都13000到1万之间啊。我觉得对我来说不到非常吃力，只是就是固定的支出。如果说以现在的薪水，然后我还要住在台北的话，我应该会最担心房租的部分，因为房租的话大概会占我的整个收入的1/4，所以它会是一个很重要的支出。那如果房租还会再涨的话，会对我来说会有点负担。
According to a government rent index in June 2023, rent prices in Taiwan were the highest since records began in 1981, driven up in part by property speculation. Sky-high property prices, coupled with low wages, have priced out young voters like Tim from owning a home.
很多年轻人来这边工作的时候，刚开始薪水并不那么的高，那你这边的可能食物啊，你的房租啊也很高，变成说你的收入没那么高的情况下，你的存到钱根本就很少。那样子钱，就算可能10年、20年，也不太可能在台北市买一栋房子。
The party candidates have put forward their plans to raise wages and control prices.
So, Vice President Lai Ching-te worked on these issues when he was premier. I mean, he launched several initiatives, several regulatory changes for startups, including, for example, relaxing some financial restrictions, building regulatory sandboxes for startups and so forth. The second part is to really ensure that we can bring some manufacturing back to Taiwan as well, particularly on the high-end precision manufacturing.
The candidate has proposed a 3-element policy. First, pay raise. Basically, this has to be done through tax reduction. So the companies that can offer their workers pay raise will receive tax reduction. And second, workforce housing. All enterprises with land are encouraged to build workforce housing. Third, helping the disadvantaged by tax reduction.
我觉得低薪高房价我觉得蓝绿这2个政府要负责。台湾要让自己的经济起来，要生活要改善等等，你要让各行各业都能够兴盛，而不是只是高科技。我觉得我们现在都在高科技，可是这个传统产业你要花多一点的心思
But whoever leads Taiwan next will face severe headwinds. In May this year, the island saw a technical recession after 2 quarters of negative growth, the first since 2015.
So starting from last year, we see this economy going down, and also the export and other things are actually going down. So there may really be new challenges for Taiwan.
In October, exports fell for the 14th straight month. And here too, Taiwan cannot escape the turbulent waters of superpower rivalry. About 40 minutes northeast of the capital Taipei is Shenao Port in the seaside district of Rufao. It's about 9 a.m. in the morning, and the fishermen have just returned from the seas.
都是白带鱼 他们一桶差不多有90公斤，所以一桶都有90公斤。那今天的渔获量也不错。
Caught off the coast of Taiwan in the East China Sea, these fishes can grow over 2 meters and are a popular dish in Chinese cuisine.
今天他们差不多有300-400公斤，差不多500公斤左右。大部分都是往大陆去比较多。
China is still our largest trading partner and also our largest destination for outbound investment. However, that share has been gradually declined. For 2 years ago, it still accounted for around 42% of our total export, but last year that share declined to less than 40, reflecting the fact that Taiwan is actually trying to diversify its market over the past few years.
This has allowed Beijing to flex its economic muscle. In August 2022, China banned the import of over 100 products ahead of the visit by U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, including ribbon fish.
当时发生大陆禁止我们拍带过机，这些渔民真的不知道何去何从啦。他们每一天出去作业，像以前价钱比较好嘛，大陆那边开放的时候，1公斤差不多说140、130，你看1000公斤，大概10几万，每天收入都10几万。
They are banning imports of agriculture product and fishery product, and generally speaking, it has very limited impact on Taiwan's overall GDP because agriculture only accounts for very little share of our export. So far, we have not seen bans on our manufactured product, especially those important items China needed for its manufacturing industry, such as electronic components and also semiconductor.
Instead, when it comes to semiconductors, the pressure could be coming from the other side. In 2022, the Biden administration passed the CHIPS Act, restricting the sale to China of advanced chips built with underlying American tech. Some chips made by Taiwanese firms fall into that category. Taiwan produces over 60% of the world's semiconductors and 90% of the world's most advanced chips.
Taiwanese firms will inevitably be dragged into that trade war with the United States and sanctions and whatnot. It's something that US officials and trade officials and thinkers are also trying to navigate and try to reduce the impact on Taiwanese companies because it makes absolutely no sense for US sanctions to hurt their ally in Taiwan, particularly in the high-tech sector, which is the very sector where the United States is imposing sanctions on Chinese firms. So it's in this very interconnected environment, it's very difficult to completely isolate Taiwanese firms from the impact of those trade sanctions.
As a solution, all three parties want to diversify their trading relationships.
如果要面对中国大陆的那个经济的可能的制裁我们自己要强化我们自己的竞争力。当我们的产品有竞争力的时候，我们东西卖不到那边，我还可以卖到其他地区。
So we need to create incentives for our business to look elsewhere, other markets, other opportunities. So if you're thinking about other opportunities, Southeast Asia is also a great opportunity for you to invest in. But we need more than that. We need really trade incentives. And this is why the Tsai administration over the past 8 years has had a robust focus on bridging new trade deals with important trading partners.
Under the shadow of a US-China trade war, US-Taiwan trade continued to rise. At the moment, the United States is the second largest market for Taiwanese export. So to continue expanding US-Taiwan trade, the candidates advocate for a continuous work on the Taiwan-US 21st Century Trade Initiative and to negotiate Taiwan-US tax agreement.
For the fishermen at least, there has been some reprieve. The Chinese ban on ribbon fish was lifted in March 2023, allowing fishermen to once again export to the mainland. However, a cloud of uncertainty continues to hang over the waters.
现在有些渔民他们就开始在反映说，今天进白带鱼，改天进那个什么，像现在我们那个石斑，来套丢什么小卷都进，这些渔民呢，真的不知道何去何从。
probably China will again weaponize or politicize their trade measures against Taiwan, and this time it will be pretty much comprehensive.
With polls just around the corner, how will the opposition stack up against the incumbent? And what do Taiwanese want for their future? Election day is in less than a month, and canvassing has kicked into high gear.
让我们一起赢下我们的未来。
Three candidates are vying to succeed President Tsai Ing-wen, Taiwan's first female president.
I would say that President Tsai did a very good job in internationalizing the Taiwan issue, whereas previous presidents had either focused on relationship with China or focused on relationship with United States, oftentimes at the expense of other countries. President Tsai opened the door to diversification, not only in terms of trade with her new southbound policy that focused on South and Southeast Asia, but also recognizing the need to establish relationships with other democracies worldwide. She was assisted by Xi Jinping in that China also became a lot more belligerent around the world. Policies, wolf warrior diplomats that oftentimes alienated countries.
So I think President Tsai Ing-wen has done quite a remarkable job in terms of stabilizing Taiwan's own domestic economy. It's grown, she's weathered COVID, and I think most remarkably, she's withstood quite a lot of pressure coming from the PRC. So I think what the sort of real standout there is that she's been inflappable. Whatever pressure, what gets thrown in her way, she's treated those issues quite calmly.
Despite this, the presidential race is shaping up to be a close one. A poll conducted in November 2023 by broadcaster TVBS showed DPP with 34% of support, followed by the KMT with 31% and the TPP with 23%.
The majority of people in Taiwan are still comfortable with the policies that President Tsai proposed for the past 8 years. And for all intents and purposes, a President Lai would continue those policies as well. What we're also seeing as well is the opposition is still struggling to find its footing, particularly the KMT.
Here's where we have to look at where the DPP and the KMT stand on cross-strait issues. The DPP's basic position is that it seeks deterrence first, and on top of the ability to deter the PRC from using aggression or coercion, there can be talk about cooperation. Now, the KMT side, they lean more towards accommodation. Some would say capitulation, but the point is that they think that anything that can possibly provoke the PRC should be avoided, and that's their primary stance.
Yet, there is a growing number of voters who tire of the two-party system and the US-China dichotomy.
我觉得渐渐好像变得不太好，因为就变成说有一点非绿即蓝的感觉。大学来说，我印象中就是民进党当8年嘛，然后接下来就换国民党当8年，然后就这样一直轮替。但我觉得说好像都没有一个比较新的政治环境的感觉，我觉得需要多了一点的声音。
我是觉得要啦，要不然只有2党这样独大是不太好。但目前也有更多其他不同党派的人也有起来，我觉得这样是不错的。
Here, the TPP offers an alternative. Even though the party is trailing overall, Ko Wen-je of the Taiwanese People's Party leads among those under 40.
因为柯文哲我们说过，他讲话直率，政治人物的一个艺术，他是跟其他的政治人物是非常不一样的，无论是行事作风或者是讲话，等等，是跳脱传统政治人物的这样子的一种这个形象，所以说这次的话，我想呢，主要就是很多年轻人他是非常欣赏柯文哲这种行事作风，或者是一些这个个人的魅力。
while the parties continue to jostle in the crowded election space. Looming above is the fate of cross-strait relations and its impact on the wider region.
So I think the degree to which Taiwan is able to maintain its stability in its area is useful and important for the region, because Taiwan sits astride major sea lanes, major air routes, and also submarine cables. So any disruption will unsettle the links between Northeast and Southeast Asia.
Well, if the DPP candidate were to win this election, then we are more likely to see another 4 more years of greater tensions and friction points in the Taiwan Strait. On the other hand, if the KMT candidate or the TPP candidate were to win the presidential election, then the conventional wisdom is that this would lead to a lowering of tensions, because those two candidates would say things that would be more pleasing to the ears of China.
What we need and hope to see at some point is an acknowledgement by Beijing, perhaps more enlightened leadership, that recognizes the facts in Taiwan and society's opposition to being incorporated by a country that violates the rules of democracy and freedom. And there is a desire for coexistence on the Taiwanese side, but as long as you have this hardline leadership in Beijing that refuses to recognize realities in Taiwan, or sees them but chooses to do something different, we're going to continue seeing tensions.
In less than a month, the Taiwanese people will cast their ballots to choose the leader who will sail the island through the rough waters of superpower rivalry. For some voters, China's assertiveness has helped them decide.
一般来说，就以往的经验就是中共的话，它越压迫台湾的人民，就越团结，反而变成某个政党的一个啦啦队。
For others, their livelihoods are on the line.
一个人就是要顾着肚子要有饭吃嘛，他们就说我们政治我们不懂，但是我们要生活。但他们也知道说国民党跟大陆那边可能沟通的比较恰当的比较好，他们可能会倾向国民党。
And for a few, the burden of being caught between titans weighs heavily on their shoulders.
我对于就是台湾不管做什么决定，都必须考量美国跟中国他们的想法，我其实非常厌倦。就好像是我们不管做什么事情，最后都要看别人脸色，然后看他们下一步动作，我们才能得到反馈，然后再做下一步决定。对啊，我觉得这长久来看并不是一个很好的处境。
In a recent press interview, President Joe Biden confirmed that United States men and women would fight to defend Taiwan from a Chinese invasion. This prompted immediate outrage from China, who claimed the U.S. was violating its own One China policy. In response, President Biden ordered U.S. and Canadian warships to sail through the Taiwan Strait. For decades, the U.S. operated under a strategic ambiguity in regards to Taiwan, never truly committing to its defense, but strongly hinting that it would oppose a Chinese invasion with military force of its own. This had served as a diplomatic lubricant between the U.S. and China, as China sees reunification with Taiwan as a matter of not just national pride, but of survival for the Chinese Communist Party. A free and independent Taiwan is a direct affront to Chinese attempts to become a global superpower, something it has yet to achieve. If the nation can't neutralize one renegade province right off its own shores, it'll never be able to be a credible global power. For the CCP, Taiwan's democracy is an existential threat on their own grip on Chinese power. Now, President Biden has said the quiet part out loud, and China can expect to face U.S. forces if it attempts to invade Taiwan. But just what would the U.S. do in case of an invasion? A Chinese invasion of Taiwan could only take place during the 2 or 3 week window in either spring or fall, when the tides are favorable. Chinese forces could also only land on a limited number of beaches suitable for the offloading of infantry and vehicles, and all of these are highly defended and booby-trapped in advance. Further, an invasion would take months to prepare, giving Taiwan ample warning and allowing its Navy time to mine the Taiwan Strait. It would be the most costly military operation in terms of life and resources since the great battles of World War II. And even without the U.S. aid, China is unlikely to succeed, despite its overwhelming size advantage. Much like the Greeks at Thermopylae, Taiwan is in a strategically superior position that allows its smaller forces to fend off China's hordes. In case of war, the U.S. response would be by air and sea, and it's unlikely the U.S. ground forces would come into play at all in the fighting. However, it's not impossible that U.S. Marine and Army forces could be committed to the defense of the small island in small numbers to bolster Taiwan's defenders. The first thing that would happen in case of a war is American submarines would begin their deadly work of decimating Chinese vessels. Despite an increasing capability in anti-submarine warfare, China's ASW abilities are still lacking, and U.S. submarines are very good at remaining hidden. The American Silent Service would be tasked with ambushing Chinese vessels attempting to navigate the Taiwan Strait, striking with surgical precision at troop transports and support ships, which would be more valuable kills given their limited numbers than actual warships. If China can't move troops and equipment across the strait, it can't invade after all. The Taiwan Strait would be a perilous place for any vessel to operate in, and U.S. submarine losses would occur, but losses on the Chinese side would be significantly higher. Up north, just south of Russia's Kamchatka Peninsula, a single American Ohio-class submarine converted to carry cruise missiles would launch a devastating attack against the oil pipeline connecting China to Russia. This would leave China with only one route for oil to take over land into the nation, throttling down China's oil supply. Oil would be the key to victory, as any modern economy requires it to function. China, however, is extremely vulnerable to trade disruption. This is largely the reason that the U.S. has paid little heed to China's threats. Approximately 60% of China's trade, including oil, travels by the sea, and this is China's Achilles heel. The nation might have the world's largest navy, but largest doesn't mean most capable, and China's navy has some serious deficiencies. For starters, its numbers are greatly inflated by smaller missile boats, and it lacks the logistical or defensive capabilities to send its ships far from its own shores. This means that while China's navy could operate around Taiwan's territorial waters, sending them much farther out to sea than that would be a deadly mistake. This is a situation that China has tried to rectify by expanding its influence in the South China Sea via artificial islands. These man-made floating airfields are packed to the brim with long-range missiles and attack aircraft, but they simply can't do enough to protect China's overseas trade. That's because any ship bringing oil to China must pass through the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean, giving the United States two choke points to strangle China to death economically. Even before hostilities broke out, U.S. naval forces would be moving toward the Arabian Sea and the Indian Ocean. American warships stationed right outside the Gulf of Oman would act as a first line of denial to Chinese oil shipping. To the east, the Straits of Malacca would be cut off to Chinese ships by the U.S. Pacific Fleet. The end result is a near-total oil embargo on China that would leave it reliant on its own western overland pipes from Russia, which are, for the moment, out of reach of U.S. weapons. However, it's not unthinkable that in case of war, the U.S. wouldn't fly B-2 stealth bombers north through India to strike at these connections with standoff munitions. With very frosty relations between India and China, India is very likely to allow U.S. bombers to operate in its airspace for the mission. Even without striking these oil pipelines, though, China's oil imports would be reduced to a trickle, having immediate repercussions for its economy that would only worsen over time. If you've ever wondered why China hasn't actually invaded Taiwan yet, it's largely because the United States Navy has its foot on China's throat, and it would require minimal pressure to choke the country to death economically. U.S. carriers would doubtlessly join the fight in the skies over Taiwan, although to be honest, U.S. forces never need engage China, they simply carry out a blockade strategy. The only reason U.S. air forces would engage Chinese forces would be to carry out America's chief objectives in case of a war with China, the destruction of its air and naval forces so as to neutralize it as a future threat. Flying from airfields in South Korea and Japan, U.S. Air Force fighters could join the fight over Taiwan with the aid of aerial tankers, and operating out of aircraft carriers in the Pacific, U.S. Navy aviators would also be on the front lines against Chinese forces. However, American carriers would be under serious threat from Chinese ballistic missile attack, and that's why the U.S. Navy is working to greatly expand the combat radius of its fighters. The Navy's next-generation fighter, already in development, has a strict requirement of a combat range increase of up to 50%. Meaning the airframe will have to be significantly larger than the current F-18 Hornet or F-35. However, in the meantime, the Navy's also developing a fleet of drone tanker aircraft that can accompany fighters and top them off right before entering combat ranges. This would help put U.S. ships out of range of most, but not all, of China's long-range missiles. But it's at best a stopgap measure, as missile technology will continue to evolve, giving the weapons longer and longer ranges. Yet the U.S. remains confident it can operate its carriers in the Pacific in case of war. Fleet air defense vessels such as the Aegis cruisers can take on ballistic missiles with their complement of SM-3 missiles, which intercept ballistic missiles outside of Earth's atmosphere. To aid in their own defense, U.S. carriers are fast, very fast vessels for their size, with a publicly listed top speed of 35 miles per hour. However, it's a well-known fact that American supercarriers can move significantly faster than this when required, with a top speed that's classified. 35 miles an hour might not sound like much, but when you're targeting a vessel hundreds of miles from your launch site, this means that by the time your weapon nears the vessel's original coordinates, it's long gone. This is why modern long-range munitions require very robust surveillance, tracking, and targeting capabilities in the form of drones, AWACS aircraft, undersea sensors, and satellites, amongst others. Each of these assets forms one link in a long kill chain where platforms feed targeting data to an incoming missile. While China has made great leaps and bounds in its ability to hit U.S. ships at sea, it remains to be seen if China's kill chains can survive hostile contact with the U.S. forces. This by no means U.S. supercarriers are safe, and the platform is likely an outdated concept that we should very strongly consider scrapping in favor of more smaller carriers that leave the U.S. Navy less vulnerable to overwhelming losses from a single attack. Once American fighters are in the air, China will find itself facing the most advanced aerospace forces in the world. But this does not make U.S. planes invulnerable. In fact, China fields a longer-range air-to-air missile than the U.S. currently does, the PL-15. This missile has a slightly greater range than the American AIM-120D AMRAAM, giving Chinese fighters the advantage in a first-look, first-shoot confrontation. This is set to change in the next few years as the U.S. fields the AIM-260, which has a classified range but is believed to reach at least 186 miles, which is the range China's own next-generation missile, the PL-21, is expected to have. However, to actually hit U.S. fighters, China must detect them first, and this is why the U.S. spearhead will be its fleet of fifth-generation stealth aircraft. While not invisible to enemy radar, China's frontline fighters currently can't target American F-35s and F-22s until they're within approximately 35 miles, which eliminates China's slight edge in long-range air-to-air missiles. American fighters would be opening fire well before China's knew they were there. But stealth comes with a serious vulnerability, a lack of payload capacity. Flying in stealth configuration, a US F-35 is limited to 4 AIM-120s and 2 Sidewinders. This does not bode well given the fact that China would be committing dozens of aircraft at a time to the fight. While US stealth fighters would be able to knock out China's front fighter screens, it's unlikely they'd be able to penetrate deep enough to strike at Chinese bombers, launching devastating standoff attacks against Taiwanese targets. To do so, US fighters would have to fly in murder configuration, fully loaded with missiles on wing pylons and thus destroying their stealth signature. China has its own stealth fighters for the US to worry about. The Chengdu J-20 is an inferior fifth-generation fighter, the bottom of the pile when compared to the F-22, F-35, and Russia's Su-57. It has decidedly non-stealthy features such as canards and engine outlets, and it's believed that it uses inferior radar-absorbent materials in its construction. To boot, China operates only about 150 of these aircraft, meaning they're in limited supply. Yet even inferior stealth is still stealth, and Chinese J-20s would pose a serious threat to American air support assets, such as tankers and AWACS, both critical platforms badly needed for modern air campaigns. Armed with long-range PL-15s, J-20s could easily stay out of detection of American AWACS and fire their missiles, all but certainly bringing these valuable air assets down. To date, the U.S. does not have a firm solution to this problem, which would be magnified by the fact that Chinese aircraft would be operating so close to home and thus within easy range of ground and naval-based air defenses. The battle in the sky over Taiwan would turn to one of attrition, which the U.S. would inevitably win over time, but not without taking significant losses of even its precious fifth-generation fighters. The sooner the American public accepts that the F-22 and F-35 are not invulnerable, the better position America will be to accept combat losses and continue to muster the will to fight, because China would be looking to knock the U.S. out of the fight not by military might, but by eroding public support for the war. After 20 years of disastrous adventurism in the Middle East, the American people have little stomach for yet another protracted military campaign against a foe that isn't necessarily threatening them directly. It's China's hope that it can cut the knees out from under America by inflicting large losses and shocking the American people. Yet, defending Taiwan is of critical national defense importance to the United States. Allowing the island nation to fall to China would severely undermine U.S. dominance of the Pacific, as it would give China the ability to break what's known as the first island chain of containment. This is a chain of islands that hems China in from Japan down to the Philippines and has served as a barrier to Chinese naval expansion into the Pacific. Taiwan, however, is important to the U.S. and to the entire free world for another reason. Right now, the island nation supplies much of the world's supply of microchips and other computer components. Allowing this manufacturing capability to fall into the hands of the Chinese means that along with its own production capability, China would become the largest global supplier of these components critical to modern industry and militaries both. The Taiwanese embargo alone was a crippling blow to Russia's ability to manufacture new precision munitions. With China in control of the world's computer component manufacturing, it would effectively give the nation the ability to blackmail any other nation in the world and bully it into doing its bidding. This includes even the US. Do what China wants or else you get cut off from the critical supplies needed to keep your modern economy working. This is a strategic threat so great that even European powers have pledged some amount of support for Taiwan's continued independence. Luckily for Taiwan, though, the world's response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine has put a serious damper on China's ambition to conquer Taiwan. The unprecedented response from the West has shown China the lengths it's willing to go to in order to counter the aggression of authoritarian governments against free nations. Rumors swirl that China was actually planning to take military action this fall, but the Russian invasion of Ukraine completely derailed those plans. The last thing that China wants is to become a second global pariah, especially as its own economy faces some very serious internal disasters in the very near future. Now, go check out World War III hour by hour, or click this other video instead.
A U.S. delegation visits Taiwan a week after a tour of EU politicians triggered fury in China. What's behind the increasing interest from the West, and how far will they go to defend the island? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Sami Zaidan. Taiwan's status is a politically sensitive issue. The island off the coast of China has its own president, a democratically elected government, and a strong economy. But Beijing regards it as a breakaway province that must be reunited with the mainland by force if necessary. It condemns the US and EU for what it calls provocative visits to the island. A US congressional delegation landed in Taipei on Tuesday. It follows the first official tour from EU legislators last week who praised Taiwan as an ally for democracy and freedom. China's Foreign Affairs Ministry accused the US and EU of collaborating with Taiwanese independence forces. President Xi Jinping warned against what he calls a return to Cold War-era divisions.
Attempts to draw ideological lines on geopolitical grounds will fail. The Asia-Pacific shouldn't relapse into the division of the Cold War era.
Only 15 countries recognize Taiwan as an independent nation. The US and the EU are not among them. However, they do maintain a relationship of strategic ambiguity. The US has a military presence in Taiwan. Tensions between Beijing and Taiwan are on the rise. China's Air Force sent a record number of warplanes into the island's air defense zone last month. Well, China is the EU's largest trading partner. Taiwan's economy remains heavily dependent on China. Taiwan is one of the world's biggest technology producers. For example, it supplies many components for the latest smartphones. Let's bring our guests into the show. We have joining us from Taipei, Brian Hu, writer and founder of New Blue magazine. In Busan, in South Korea, Robert Kelly, professor of political science and diplomacy at Busan National University. And in Beijing, Victor Gao, chair professor at Soochow University. Welcome to you all. If I could start perhaps this time with Victor. So what message is being sent, do you think, to China by the congressional visit to Taiwan?
Well, first of all, this congressional visit to Taiwan by the U.S. members of the Congress is a serious violation of the One China policy. and China will take measures accordingly. And China has already announced a series of sanctions against three most heinous members who promote Taiwan independence. And I think all these members of Congress from the United States will be put on the sanction list, meaning they will be banned from entering China's mainland, China's Hong Kong, China's Macau, and they and their family members will be banned from doing any business with China's mainland, Hong Kong, and Macau. I think this sends a very strong message that China does not tolerate any such provocation, any attempt to promote one China, one Taiwan, or Taiwan independence. This is a line drawn in the sand, and no political force in Taiwan will ever be successful in achieving Taiwan independence. Why? Because history does not allow that, and the 1.4 billion Chinese people does not allow that, and that number of Chinese people include the majority of the 23 million people on Taiwan. This is the reality. I hope US politicians will be realistic and pragmatic. They should not bet on Taiwan independence at all.
Victor, is the US and China heading towards a Cold War?
No, I don't think so. Why? Because the Cold War is against the fundamental interest of the United States. Okay. It is against a fundamental interest of China. It is against world peace and development.
All right, let me
no
bring
more Cold War.
Let me bring in Robert, if I may, then ask the same question. Do you think it looks like, I mean, this talk of sanctions, banned lists, military drills, promises to stand by Taiwan, sound like a Cold War shaping up to you?
Yeah, it does. I think if you listen to Dr. Gao, it sounds an awful lot like a Cold War. You're talking about sanctioning members of Congress, right? And the United States has done that kind of stuff too. There's been a big shift in the American opinion in the last 4 or 5 years about engagement with China. You know, there's sort of growing regret that the United States facilitated China's entrance into the WTO. I think that's one of the reasons why you're seeing the sort of uptick in language about Taiwan. Taiwan is increasingly becoming the focal point of Sino-American competition along with the South China Sea. And yeah, I think we're sort of sliding there. I don't know if it's going to be as sort of disastrous as the original Cold War, which had...
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, is it different this time? I mean, it might be easy to draw the Cold War parallels, but the economies of the US and China, or Western countries in general, and China, much more interdependent, right? Then China is much wealthier, more wealthy than the Soviet Union was.
That's right, and that to me that says a couple things. First of all, China's greater wealth means that if it really does turn into a Cold War, it could last a great deal longer, right? I mean, the Soviets were already losing the Cold War by the 1970s because they simply couldn't afford the military spending to keep up with NATO and the countries around it. China's got a much greater capacity to actually slug this out. This could drag on for decades. On the other hand, sort of the good news is, because the two are economically intertwined, both have a business community that would strongly like to avoid a Cold War, right? I mean, the U.S., I can't speak to China too much, but on the U.S. end of it, you know, the U.S. business community has been promoting investment in China for a long time, and the U.S. business community has sort of pushed back on hawkish voices in Washington, D.C., and the think tanks, you know, against those who wanted to take a harder line on China. Now, the U.S. business community has actually softened a lot on China. It's not nearly as bullish in China as it was before. There have been a lot of issues with sort of piracy and intellectual property and things like that in China. So I don't think the U.S. business community is sort of deterring the hawks anymore, and increasingly the hawks in the U.S. are dominating the conversation. You saw that under both Biden and Trump, right? There's increasingly a bipartisan sort of agreement that China is what a strategic competitor, I suppose. I don't want to say an enemy. You know, I don't think we're there yet, but a strategic competitor. I think most Americans would agree with that at this point.
Let's get the view from Taipei. Brian, why do you think Western interest has increased in Taiwan lately? We've had not only this visit from members of Congress, but we also recently had visits from European officials to Taipei.
Yeah, so we just spoke about the question of a new Cold War, for example, whether this framework does apply to the present. And I think what is different between the new Cold War, quote unquote, and the old Cold War, the original Cold War, is that China and America are economically intertwined, and Taiwan is a place that is neatly between the two. Taiwan manufactures more than half the world's semiconductors. Vital shipping routes pass around Taiwan's ocean waters. And so it's unsurprising that this becomes a flashpoint regarding US and China, not only territorially, but regarding these trade interests as well. And so, for example, according to some reports, Chinese manufactured semiconductors are even in the cruise missiles from China pointed at Taiwan. And I think this is illustrative of the dilemma that Taiwan has, that Taiwan is very intertwined economically with China, is reliant on the US for security. There is not a majority of Taiwanese that are in support of unification with China. Poll after poll shows this. However, that's the question, that this has become a hinge point in which the US and China are battling out for interests, and Taiwan is something serving as the proxy arena in which they are contesting over this at present.
All right, let's take some of those points back to Victor then in Beijing. Victor, do you think China's increasing ability to project its power militarily, whether it's over Taiwan, whether it's in the South China Sea, to project its economy and economic influence through 5G technology to allegedly cybersecurity breaches, do you think all of that is fueling concern in the West?
Now, first of all, China is a big power in the world, and China does need national defense capabilities to measure it to its increasing economic reach. This is a fact. Second point, China's national defense is mostly for domestic defense, as well as liberating Taiwan if we have to, or peaceful reunification with Taiwan, preferably. And China's military defense is designed to protect China's legitimate interest in far corners in the world. This is the nature of China's national defense. China does not want to invade any other country or take over any other country's land, because this is not only against China's own interest, it is against the principle of peace and peaceful coexistence with all the other countries in the world. Therefore, I think there are people who are raising false alarms about China's economic development or the steady development of its defense capabilities. China's defense capabilities are very large. It's on the par with the United States to a very large extent. And anyone who provokes
Let me jump in
a
there,
war
Victor, when
China
we
and the
talk
United
about
States
simply defensive posture. In July, we had that coordinated US and European condemnation of China for what they saw as hacking.
If you talk about hacking, read Edward Snowden's book or writings, and you will know who is the top hacker in the world today. Don't mention to me about China doing hacking when you ignore what Edward Snowden has written very eloquently about who is the king of hacking in the world of today.
Okay, let's take that point to Robert. Is the West increasingly viewing China as an adversary on political, economic, and security levels because China is gaining an ability to do back to world powers what they've had the monopoly on doing? Power projection.
Sure. I think that's pretty clear also, right? I mean, China, as Dr. Gao pointed out, China is developing a full spectrum sort of military and security presence, which means not just traditional force projection across water and air, which is of course Taiwan's big concern, but that also means new areas like cyberspace, undersea, outer space will also become an issue. The U.S. and China will almost certainly try to militarize low Earth orbit in the next 30 or 40 years. I would not be surprised at that at all, right? I mean, that's what happened during the first Cold War too, right? I mean, the Cold War sort of very quickly in the 1950s sort of spread out into the third world and sort of got all mixed up in sort of anti-colonial insurgencies and stuff like that, and Vietnam and the rest of it. And so I would not be surprised if the larger political competition between the two were to spill out in all kinds of different directions, right? I mean, I think the good news is that I doubt there will be sort of sustained major land conflicts like there were during the first Cold War, things like Afghanistan and Korea. I doubt that will happen again, in part because most of the contestation between the U.S. and China is on China's maritime perimeter, right, which sits in the water. And so that's good because that means you shouldn't actually have sort of major land conflicts. But again, I think on the other side, that's sort of good news. On the other side, the bad news, I suppose, for the Americans, if you will, is that China is much wealthier and can expand into all these domains and actually counter the Americans. Again, as Dr. Gao mentioned, right, the Americans are into hacking too. And, I'm sure, I don't know too much about this, but I'm pretty sure that the Americans and Chinese are both trying to hack each other. I don't think anybody would be surprised at that.
Right. And kind of caught in the middle, I think the picture that's emerging from the discussion is that there is a much bigger political global power game going on between the West and China. Taiwan is in the middle. Let's take that question to Taipei and ask Brian then, does this mean from the Taiwanese perspective, do they see that the West is actually invested in Taiwan, in Taiwan's independence per se, or simply invested in Taiwan as a card to play off against China?
So this is a very interesting question, and it's something that Taiwan has struggled with for decades, effectively. Taiwan has faced decades of Chinese military threats. Thousands of missiles pointed at Taiwan. For example, according to the Ministry of National Defense, there's around 600 air incursions into Taiwan's air defense identification zone in the past year. Between October 1st and October 5th, the 5 days after Chinese National Day, there are 150. And so these Chinese threats directed at Taiwan are increasing. The people are not in panic because of the fact that they have grown so used to these threats. At the same time, facing policies of strategic ambiguity, what the American position is on Taiwan is unclear. You have the strengthening of relations with Taiwan, as you see under Trump and under Biden. However, at the end of the day, there is not a U.S. commitment to back Taiwan. But at the same time, what needs to be kept clear is that Taiwanese are not pushing for independence, in the fact that most people, according to polling, favor the status quo. They realize that pushing for independence would lead to a loss of American support for Taiwan, that China would view this as an act of war. Most Taiwanese just want to be left alone by China, and that's why they have stuck to this pragmatic view of pushing for the status quo, maintaining what exists now, de facto independence, but not de jure independence. However, Beijing is increasing its red line, is changing what the red line is. And that means becoming increasingly aggressive towards Taiwan, even though the preference is for maintaining a status quo, even though the Tsai administration itself calls for advocating the status quo, is framed as pushing for independence.
All right. Victor, in Beijing, is China losing the ability to discourage closer relations with Taiwan by signaling, you know, that there'll be an economic cost? In the past, it seems that that made Western countries a lot more cautious. But lately, we've had, I think in August, the Lithuanians authorizing the opening of a Taiwan representative office, the president of the Czech Senate visiting Taiwan in September, the EU delegation that visited recently, and now this congressional visit.
Well, first of all, you talked about several Eastern European countries, and I want to remind you that China already asked that country to recall its ambassador to China. If they continue onto the wrong path of provoking China in violation of the One China policy, China probably will sever its diplomatic relations with that particular country.
But
to
Victor,
set the
even if that
record straight,
happens, my question
you
is,
have to
does that
choose
mean
between
China's
China
losing its
mainland
ability
or
to
Taiwan?
influence other countries' policies towards Taiwan, is my question.
Yeah, the answer is the influence or the impact should be very clear. There is only one China. Taiwan is part of China. This is acknowledged by the United Nations, by almost all the countries in the world, including all the EU member states, including the United States, including all its Five Eyes member states. You name it. Japan acknowledged that. This is the cornerstone of China's foreign relations with all the countries in the world, with all the United Nations. Now, the United States cannot have the cake and eat it. Back in 1979, the United States did the right thing. They severed the relations with Taiwan. They canceled the defense treaty between the United States and Taiwan. They withdrew all the U.S. troops stationed in Taiwan. Now, if they want to really reverse that, be my guest. But the consequence will be there will be no more diplomatic relations between China and the United States. And the real legal status between China's mainland and Taiwan is the unfinished civil war. Why Taiwan ended up with its current situation? First of all, it's because of the Cairo Declaration, Potsdam Declaration. Secondly, it's because of the civil war in China. The nationalist forces fled mainland and settled down in Taiwan. So if the United States keep provoking that, they probably will provoke the resumption of the civil war. And do you think the U.S. wants to shed its sons and daughters' blood for a civil war between China's mainland and China's Taiwan province? Be my guest. I don't think the United States want to shed blood of the American soldiers for Taiwan. Why? It's futile. Ever since the beginning of the 1960s, China's mainland already possessed enough military capabilities to take Taiwan by force. Why China has never done that? Because we all prefer peaceful reunification of China.
Okay, let's take that point to Robert if we can then. I guess the question is really, how far do you think the West, particularly the US, is willing to go in supporting Taiwan, in supporting Taiwanese independence, right? There's a lot of economic arguments against going all the way. In 2020, China overtook the US as the EU's top trade partner. In 2020, China was also the US's top trade partner.
Yeah, and all that economic leverage makes it much, much trickier. Again, this is sort of the big distinction with the Soviet Union, right? We were able to play a sort of harder game at times than the Soviets because we weren't dependent on them. And I would imagine that the Chinese will use geo-economic leverage, to sort of push back on this. But as the economies begin to delink, and I do think that's coming, I do think the United States particularly is going to start to unwind its economic relationship with China. That will take a while. But as it does, that will allow the United States to strike a sort of harder position.
Robert, what do you mean by delink, though? Let's be realistic. I mean, we're talking about a major global economy that supplies a lot of things that everybody uses around the world.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, and it's going to take a long time. But I mean, ultimately, I would argue that politics trumps economics. That security and sovereignty and strategic concerns for most nation states are more important than running a trade deficit or getting sort of cheap stocks.
I mean, realistically, what does that mean? The US is going to try and produce everything itself again, in a complete reversal of, I don't know, decades of globalization trends? I mean,
no, just with China.
Well, China is a big part of that globalization, though, isn't it?
That's right. That's right. But it's also fairly recent, right? I mean, China only joined the WTO 20 years ago. I mean, it can be unwound, right? Particularly if you're concerned. Look, I mean, if you're concerned about a major collision at the superpower level, right, then suffering higher costs at Walmart is worth it. And I mean, the Trump and the Biden people have already signaled this, right? I mean, the Trump people put all those tariffs on China, and the Biden people haven't rolled back.
Do you think U.S. capital wants that, Robert?
No, I don't. I think the U.S. business community, like I said before, I think the U.S. business community is still fairly ambiguous about this. But I do think the business community has moved to the right on China. Yeah, I do think that the U.S. business community is far less pro-China than it was before, in part because they think that the Chinese government sort of regulates them unfairly and has sort of politicized a lot of stuff and sort of forced tech transfer, and there's been sort of piracy and IPR issues. But yeah, I mean, I still think there's a fair block, of sort of the Chamber of Commerce types who want China integration, but I think that's losing. And I also think, as I said before, I think ultimately the strategic concerns will be the ones that really matter, right? If the perception is that China is using sort of cheap goods at Walmart in order to bully U.S. friends in the region, then it's ultimately Congress that calls the shots, not Wall Street.
Let's since we're talking economics, let's take some of those points to Taipei. Brian, you think economic interests also something that Taiwan is benefiting from, these economic interdependence concerns that Robert is talking about in the West? Is it particularly when it comes to integration, the need for Taiwanese-made semiconductors? The West is increasingly looking at how to improve its business relationship with Taiwan.
That's right. And so there's the argument that, for example, one of the deterrents to China invading Taiwan is that Taiwan manufactures China's semiconductors. There's also the argument then that the U.S. interest from Western countries in Taiwan is because of, again, semiconductors. However, I think it's also important to keep in mind that China does not actually have the lift capacity to transport enough troops to Taiwan to carry out a long-term occupation. And in the face of resistance, China would suffer enough losses that this would become a major political blow for the CCP. So that also has to be kept in mind. But I think what is key to note then in terms of, for example, strengthening relations between Taiwan and European countries is that this is specifically with Eastern European countries that have not as strong a trade relations with China compared to Western European countries. And they are reliant on the US for security, similar to Taiwan, but in this case, it's against the threat of Russia. And so strengthening support of Taiwan is a way to signal strengthening relations with the US in this sense. They have their own motivations. Whether Western European countries follow, I mean, there's the delegation that is in Taiwan from Europe, is the leader of that is French. That is to be seen. However, I think that, we have to be careful in terms of how we look at this economic relationship. When China, for example, when there is pressure applied to it, it actually oftentimes will boycott, for example, substitutable goods to register displeasure with South Korea or other countries it has geopolitical tensions with. These are not goods that its own supply chains relies on, such as semiconductors and etc. And so I think we need to be a little more specific here rather than think of things in these very fuzzy abstractions.
Okay, I think we've got about a minute left, so let me try and get in a final word from Victor. And Victor, what's the bottom line here? It does seem like the Biden administration has succeeded somewhat in bringing allies together again in some kind of alliance against China, and perhaps more of an alliance at least than the Trump administration. How can China counter that?
Well, first of all, China and the United States will have their virtual summit meeting on Monday, November the 15th. This sends a very good message to the whole world because the dead end is not there, and the two countries are not destined to fight off each other in a war. The two countries have much greater interest to talk about than simply the Taiwan issue. And the fact that China and the United States signed this climate change agreement in Glasgow speaks loudly that China and the United States can get their acts together to promote cooperation and friendship eventually, and Taiwan will be a smaller thing in the overall scale of China-US relations. After all, these are the two greatest nations in the world, the two most important militaries in the world, and the two largest economies in the world. I am very optimistic about the medium and longer term relations between China and the United States.
All right, let's end on an optimistic note. Thank our guests at this point. Let's thank Brian Hugh, Robert Kelly, and Victor Gao. And thank you too for watching. You can see the show again anytime by visiting our website, aljazeera.com. For further discussion, head over to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can also join the conversation on Twitter. Our handle there is @AJ Inside Story. From me, Sami Zaidan, and the whole team here for now, it's goodbye.
At precisely 9 a.m. each morning, the muffled voice of a woman can be heard greeting her comrades across the border. The source, this wall of 48 speakers built in 1967, then proceeds to broadcast a series of pop songs. The comrades she's referring to are not Korean, but Chinese. And the woman, the late Taiwanese pop star Teresa Tang. This three-story propaganda station lies on the northwestern tip of one of Taiwan's Kinmen Islands, just 3 miles from the Chinese mainland and an hour by plane from Taipei. Kinmen, in other words, lies on the most fraught edge of an already fraught region. In fact, not once but twice has it successfully repelled Chinese invasions, in 1949 and 50. But while the Korean border has largely remained frozen in time, a combustible buffer zone that few dare cross, this one has changed dramatically. Today, this is what life looks like in the sleepy villages of Kinmen, home to about 100,000 people. On the other side of the narrow channel that divides them, and visible to the naked eye, this is the Chinese city of Xiamen, population 5 million. As China's economic and military strength has grown, Taiwan has been forced to confront its vulnerability. Kinmen would be among the first and easiest territory to capture, possibly in a matter of hours. Simple pragmatism, therefore, has slowly transformed this frontier from a highly fortified garrison to a kind of commercialized museum. Once home to 100,000 troops, a mere 3,000 remain today. In their place, 984,000 tourists, most of them Chinese, arrived in 2019 alone, spending about $360 million and then returning by way of a 20-minute ferry. The broadcast station still plays propaganda, but at a much lower volume, and only for the benefit of tourists. Meanwhile, this tiny patch of land, little more than a rock, is one of its few active military bases. Its usefulness was recently questioned after it struggled to shoot down a small consumer Chinese drone. Now, make no mistake, an attack on Taiwan's main island of Formosa would be no easy feat. The landscape is mountainous, the 80-mile journey treacherous, and the weather frequently uncooperative. Still, the extreme vulnerability of Kinmen is a powerful reminder of Taiwan's dependence on the elephant in the room, the United States. Sponsored by Nebula, the streaming platform created and owned by creators. For just $2.50 a month, you can get access to our entire catalog of early, bonus, and original videos. In August 2021, President Biden surprised everyone when he told ABC, quote, "We made a sacred commitment that if anyone were to invade our NATO allies, we would respond. Same with Japan, same with South Korea, same with Taiwan." At best, some argued this was evidence of Biden's declining mental acuity. At worst, it was intentional and therefore irresponsible, even dangerous. Others celebrated this long-awaited momentous announcement. But nearly everyone seemed to agree on one thing. This was a big deal. Here's why. In 1949, the Chinese Nationalist Party, led by Chiang Kai-shek, lost the civil war to the communists and fled to what we now call the island of Taiwan. Despite this loss, the United States continued to recognize it as the sole government of China for the next 30 years. During that time, the two countries signed a mutual defense treaty, promising to protect one another in case of an attack. American troops were even stationed in Taiwan. That treaty ended in 1980 after the US switched recognition to the People's Republic on the mainland. In its place, Congress passed the Taiwan Relations Act, which obligates Washington to do two things. First, sell the island weapons, quote, sufficient to maintain its self-defense capability. And second, maintain the capacity to resist any force that would jeopardize the security or social or economic system of the people on Taiwan. In other words, Biden was not strictly correct. The United States does not have the same sacred commitment to defend Taiwan as it does with Japan, South Korea, NATO, and others. It has the option, of course, but not the obligation. Still, perhaps he simply misspoke. As many were quick to point out, it wouldn't be the first time. Then, the same thing happened just 2 months later. And again in May. Each time, the White House issued a statement saying nothing had really changed. And each time, they became less and less persuasive. Finally, in September, Biden went a step further, clarifying that American troops would respond. After 4 increasingly specific statements in a row, no one could write these off with a straight face as just mistakes. Politicians, analysts, and journalists announced the death of America's 4-decade-long policy of refusing to say whether or not it would defend Taiwan, called strategic ambiguity, established by Jimmy Carter and upheld by every president since. But not so fast. When Carter signed the Taiwan Relations Act in 1979, America didn't promise to defend Taiwan. That much is true. Less well remembered is that it also didn't support Taiwanese independence. It didn't even, believe it or not, oppose its unification with China. In fact, it was widely assumed that it eventually would. Washington's attitude was, this is for you two to figure out. The only thing it actually opposed were unilateral changes to the status quo. In plain English, anything that wasn't peacefully agreed to by both sides. Now, this may ring hollow. Surely, America wasn't just some neutral, disinterested third party. But the ultimate test of whether it's sincerely committed to the status quo, or just using it to undermine its communist adversary, is, does it only oppose China's attempts to change the status quo, or does it also oppose Taiwan's? The answer is that whenever Taiwan has even flirted with the idea of independence, America has sprung into action. Far from cheerleading for that outcome, it moves to prevent it by occasionally intervening in the country's democratic politics to a degree that would make many Americans uncomfortable. George Bush, for example, criticized Taiwan's president for making relatively minor symbolic moves toward independence in the early 2000s. The Bush administration felt this so important that it defied intense bipartisan outrage for taking China's side. What's truly amazing about the status quo is how long it's persisted despite being no one's preference. Unification is one of China's oldest and most important political projects. The people of Taiwan are stuck in diplomatic limbo, denied the very real benefits of international representation. And most Americans would prefer this vibrant democracy receive the full recognition it deserves. But the guiding principle behind American policy since 1979 is that, deeply unsatisfying as it is, the status quo is the least bad alternative. The way it's maintained this delicate balance for 44 years is by creating room for both China and Taiwan to believe time is on their side. The trick is that no individual Chinese or Taiwanese leader needs to immediately unify or declare independence, respectively. They just can't afford to lose that future possibility. On any given day, forcing unification or declaring independence would be an extremely risky gamble. Thus, both leaders have an interest in delaying. Put differently, the two sides of the strait do much of the work of preserving peace by wearing rose-colored glasses, seeing what they want to see. Washington's only job is to paint a picture abstract enough that each side can simultaneously interpret it in a favorable, self-interested way. What makes this simple task so challenging is that it's a continual process. Whenever America perceives a change in this balance, either from Taiwan drifting toward independence or China gaining in strength, it steps in to re-establish the equilibrium. Reagan spelled out a version of this principle in a 1982 memo, saying the quantity and quality of arms provided to Taiwan should be conditioned entirely on the threat posed by the PRC. In other words, the US hasn't written Taiwan a blank check to militarize. It sells exactly what's required to maintain a comfortable balance of power. Nothing more, nothing less. And in the last decade or so, the balance has shifted unmistakably in China's favor. First, America has successfully stigmatized independence in Taiwan. No prominent politician has advocated for it in years. And second, not only has the size and strength of the Chinese military grown, but the party has taken a more aggressive tone under Xi Jinping. Add to that the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and you can see why Biden might feel the need to act decisively to restore the balance. So, in the most straightforward sense, what he said was new and significant. In the broader context of America's attempts to maintain a balance, he was only recalibrating a policy unchanged since 1979. One thing to keep in mind is that strategic ambiguity has never been official US policy. This term has always been an unofficial description of how journalists and academics perceive US policy. The Taiwan Relations Act doesn't state we may or may not defend Taiwan. It just doesn't say anything. Besides, ambiguity and clarity aren't binary options. They're opposite ends of a spectrum. The answer to a question on 60 Minutes is less credible than a comment made during an official speech, which is less credible than a commitment formalized in a treaty. Ultimately, the question, would the US defend Taiwan, can only be answered by the sitting president. And because the particular location and circumstances matter, Biden was effectively speculating out loud about his own anticipated reaction. Anyone who claims he shifted to a policy of complete clarity is either overlooking or presuming the answer to difficult questions. Questions like how would he respond to an invasion only of Kinmen? It and other so-called indefensible outlying islands were specifically excluded from its former defense treaty. Hypotheticals like these may sound tedious and trivial, but it's exactly these red lines, or their absence, that determine a commitment's credibility. To summarize, Biden has no doubt moved in the direction of clarity, but there remain plenty of uncertainties. But hold on. More important than what Biden said, how he meant it, or why, is what effect it has. We don't need to assess anyone's intentions or debate whether this represents a change in US policy to determine whether these actions increased or decreased the likelihood of conflict. So self-obsessed is the world of US foreign policy that it's easy to forget something extremely basic. China already assumes it would defend Taiwan. Military Strategy 101 dictates that the People's Liberation Army must expect and prepare for American intervention. Anything else would be dangerously reckless. And indeed, many of the weapons Beijing has invested most heavily in are aimed at, in the words of the Pentagon, denying third-party intervention. You can probably guess the identity of that third party. In other words, it's very unlikely that a verbal commitment from Biden would fundamentally alter Beijing's calculus. Whatever it planned to do before, it probably still plans to do now. But it's not so much the content of the president's comments that likely worries China, it's their tone. Tellingly, the Chinese Foreign Ministry's reaction was to warn against sending the, quote, wrong signals to the separatist forces of Taiwan independence. To translate, it was the implication that concerned China, not so much the words themselves. Since the very beginning of the two countries' relationship, China has been deeply suspicious that America is only using Taiwan as a way to undermine it. Armed with this underlying distrust, it's extremely sensitive to any indication that America is abandoning the status quo and moving in the direction of independence. Ironically, the last 44 years of peace prove that all three parties want the same thing. At least, they're willing to tolerate the same thing. But Biden's comments inadvertently feed into Beijing's suspicions. Fearing this is the beginning of a trend toward independence, China tries to credibly demonstrate its concern by reacting assertively. The US then interprets these often quite dangerous moves as a challenge to the peaceful equilibrium and acts to offset the change, which again prompts China to react. It's this spiral of escalating reactions that most worries experts. It's how both countries could veer into a conflict that neither one wants. As Cornell professor Jessica Chen Weiss has said, the challenge is figuring out how to deter China without provoking it into action or validating its fears. Fortunately, we're not stuck between the choice of either capitulating to China or needlessly escalating tensions. For over 4 decades, America has sold Taiwan billions of dollars worth of its best weapons, proving that it can maintain peace without inciting war. Remember, the time-tested approach is to ensure that A, tomorrow perpetually feels like a better time to act drastically than today, and B, both countries are reassured that their worst case remains improbable. One way to accomplish the former is to increase the cost of an attack by investing in the right defenses. Currently, Taiwan is incentivized to buy a few expensive and flashy things like submarines and fighter jets. Purchases like these help boost morale and project an image of toughness to voters. But experts consistently argue a more effective approach would involve a large number of little things. This strategy, sometimes called a porcupine or overall defense concept, could include laying mines, building anti-ship defenses, or stockpiling resources in case of a blockade. None of these actions would cross any of China's red lines. The US already sells weapons, but they would help strengthen Taiwan's defenses. Now, there is another elephant in the room we should address. Biden's recent comments are representative of an unspoken bipartisan consensus that a Chinese invasion is inevitable or even imminent. If has slowly become when, a mindset that encourages quick and sometimes reckless action. Reality is much more complicated. Much of the evidence supporting this belief is the result of misunderstandings or mistranslations of Chinese speeches. Only China would initiate a war, and therefore only by uncovering the specific forces at play in China can you truly understand the probability of conflict. which is why I've made this video doing just that. In it, we take a closer look at all the evidence for and against a near-term invasion and get to the bottom of China's timeline. It won't be available on YouTube until August, but you can watch it right now on Nebula, our independent streaming platform where you can also find my 6-part exclusive series, China Actually. There, we explore topics like how Chinese censorship is both more and less pervasive than we often imagine, and why the country came to dominate the world of the rare earth metals ubiquitous in modern technology. Nebula is also home to other fantastic originals like Real Life Lore's Modern Conflicts, explaining the wars we often hear about but rarely have time to untangle. In Great Cities, City Beautiful walks you through how Shanghai built the world's largest metro system, along with other wonders of the modern metropolis. Nebula is the absolute best place to watch my videos. There are no ads, sponsors, algorithms, or upgrades, just great videos all the time. Now, normally Nebula costs $5 a month, but you can get it for 50% off, just $2.50 a month by signing up for a year with a link on screen or in the description below. You won't find a better deal in streaming.
On the 30th of June 2020, China imposed the Hong Kong National Security Law amid a sweeping crackdown after pro-democracy protests engulfed the city. Legislation grants Beijing permission to criminalize subversion, secession, terrorism, and collusion with foreign forces. The law made it easier for mainland China to prosecute protesters and reduced Hong Kong's autonomy. The pro-democracy protests began in 2019. The United States of America passed the Hong Kong Human Rights and Democracy Act in November 2019, in response to the protest movement, which was a list of sanctions and trade restrictions on Hong Kong. On the 29th of May 2020, Donald Trump, who was the president at the time, ordered an end to Hong Kong's special status under US law. His executive order rescinded the privileges that the former British colony had been granted in the areas of national security, foreign policy, trade, and economics.
The ramifications are many. Many Hong Kongers fear that their city's progressive identity has been crushed.
Two years later, all eyes are on China's next target. Is Taiwan next? And can the Republic of China rely on its biggest ally, the United States?
So unlike Ukraine, to be clear, sir, U.S. forces, U.S. men and women would defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion.
Yes.
So strength, goodwill, and again, the demonstration of a democracy that has evolved to a stronger place now, and it offers a very strong contrast to what's happening on mainland China. No more evidence needed than what happened in Hong Kong.
我想法没有很多啦，可是我没有办法接受统一啊。对啊，我觉得，对啊，因为看到香港这样子，应该也没办法。身为台湾的人民，应该也没办法接受吧。
大家都看出来，中国答应香港人民的，已经被世界看穿，被香港人民唾弃。我们也更可以知道，我们一定要坚守台湾的主权、自由、民主。中国的所谓“一国两制”根本不堪检验。
面对持续且刻意升高的军事威胁，台湾不会退缩，会坚定维护国家主权，坚守民主的防线。同时，也希望和全世界民主国家团结合作，共同维护民主的价值。
实现中国统一是不可阻挡的历史大势，是中国人民坚不可摧的共同意志。中方再次敦促美方恪守一个中国原则和中美3个联合公报规定，慎重妥善处理涉台问题，停止在虚化、抛空、歪曲一个中国原则的错误道路上越走越远，以免对中美关系和台海和平稳定造成进一步损害。
The tank traps on the beaches of Kinmen Island are a stark reminder that Taiwan lives under the constant threat of a Chinese invasion. To understand the Taiwan-China conflict, one needs to revisit the past.
The deep rift between these two regions dates back to China's civil war that began in 1927 between nationalists and communists. At that time, China was ruled by the nationalist Kuomintang of the Chinese National Party, led by Chiang Kai-shek, a revolutionary military leader. Chiang took over as leader of the country in 1928. He finally lost the war to Mao Zedong's communist forces in 1949 and fled to Taiwan, where he set up a separate government. It is important to know that Taiwan was under full control of China in the 17th century when the Qing dynasty began administering it. But in 1895, they lost the island to Japan after losing the First Sino-Japanese War. The ROC government began exercising jurisdiction over Taiwan only after Japan's surrender in the Second World War. Taiwan has been governed independently of China since 1949. Unlike China, Taiwan is a democracy. While China claims Taiwan as its territory, many Taiwanese see their island as a separate nation. It has a democratically elected government and its own currency and political and judicial systems. Last year, it rolled out a newly redesigned passport. As you can see, the new passport gives greater prominence to the island's day-to-day name, Taiwan, and removes the large English words Republic of China. Despite its attempts to establish its own unique identity, Taiwan has never declared independence from mainland China and is not recognized by the United Nations. The People's Republic of China may not control the Republic of China, but it claims it as part of its territory under the One China principle. It has never ruled out using force to take it back, especially if it declares independence. Relations between Taiwan and China have been deteriorating sharply.
On the 2nd of August at 10:45 p.m. in Taiwan, a U.S. Air Force transport plane landed at Taipei's Songshan Airport. The historic visit of U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi defied a string of warnings and threats from China. Pelosi, second in line to the presidency, is the highest-profile elected U.S. official to visit Taiwan in 25 years. Beijing made it clear that it regards her visit as a major provocation. It ignited a diplomatic firestorm. The last visit to Taiwan by a U.S. speaker was in April 1997 by Republican politician Newt Gingrich. Pelosi was on a tour of Asia. She visited Singapore and Malaysia before making a stop at Taipei. It was not in Pelosi's public itinerary.
We come in friendship. We thank you for your leadership. We want the world to recognize that. In our visits on congressional delegations, we have three purposes. One is security for our people, global security. Two is economics, to spread as much prosperity as possible. And three is governance.
恭请总统授勋.
President Tsai will now confer the Order of Propitious Clouds with Special Grand Cordon upon Speaker Pelosi.
The 82-year-old lawmaker said that her delegation had come to Taiwan in peace for the region.
We are supporters of the status quo and the rest. We don't want anything to happen to Taiwan by force.
While Pelosi's visit was not a first by a U.S. House Speaker, as expected, it ignited a belligerent response from the Chinese side. Beijing warned against the egregious political impact of Pelosi's. A day after the visit of the United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the People's Liberation Army began unprecedented 4-day live-fire exercises. It encircled Taiwan from the 4th to the 7th of August. The exercises marked the first firing of conventional missiles over the island of Taiwan. Dozens of Chinese aircraft and warships also briefly crossed the median line of the Taiwan Strait. China also carried out a barrage of military drills in the Yellow and Bohai Seas between China and the Korean Peninsula. Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense said the drills were likely a possible simulated attack on Taiwan. But Beijing's intimidation does not appear to be working. Pelosi's visit was followed around a week later by 5 other U.S. lawmakers, and according to reports, another group of U.S. lawmakers are headed to Taiwan, defying pressure from Beijing. This leads us to our next question. The United States does not have diplomatic relations with Taiwan, so why does it matter so much? The US considers China as its main trade rival. Taiwan dominates the semiconductor industry, providing 65% of the world's electronic chips used in gadgets from smartphones to cars to satellites. In a move to prevent China from gaining dominance over the strategic sector, the US has proposed forging a semiconductor industry alliance with Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan. According to the International Trade Administration, in 2021, Taiwan was the United States' 8th largest goods trading partner, outranking markets such as India and Vietnam with $113.9 billion in two-way goods trade. Apart from trade association with Taiwan, Washington, D.C. also wants to counter Beijing's increasingly assertive actions in the East Asia region. Remember last year, the US, Australia, and the United Kingdom announced a new trilateral security alliance, AUKUS, in an apparent attempt to counter China's growth in the Asia-Pacific region. The United States is considering options for a sanctions package against China to deter it from invading Taiwan. Washington has ramped up discussions about it, and the European Union is coming under diplomatic pressure from Taipei to do the same. The United States has also warned China that the sanctions it coordinated against Russia over Ukraine could serve as a warning. In a new bid to boost the island's defenses earlier in September, the United States announced a new $1.1 billion arms package for Taipei. The package includes an early radar warning system to help Taiwan in tracking incoming missiles, and up to 60 advanced Harpoon missiles, which are capable of sinking incoming ships. The Chinese embassy in Washington called on the US to revoke the deal or face countermeasures. And now, for the first time, the US president in an interview openly admitted that it will defend Taiwan if China stages unprecedented attack on the island.
What should Chinese President Xi know about your commitment to Taiwan?
We agree with what we signed on to a long time ago. And that there's a one China policy, and Taiwan makes their own judgments about their independence. We are not moving, we're not encouraging them being independent. That's their decision.
Would U.S. forces defend the island?
Yes, if in fact there was an unprecedented attack.
So unlike Ukraine, to be clear, sir, U.S. forces, U.S. men and women, would defend Taiwan in the event of a Chinese invasion?
Yes.
The statement left China fuming. But on the 21st of September, China toned down its rhetoric on Taiwan.
saying it is inevitable that the self-governing island will come under its control and that it would promote efforts to achieve that peacefully.
我们愿意继续最大的诚意，尽最大的努力来争取和平统一的前景。同时，我们也必须把话讲清楚，我们捍卫国家主权和领土完整的这个决心和意志坚定不移，绝不允许任何人、任何势力侵犯和分裂祖国的神圣领土。那么，如果台独分裂势力或外部势力挑衅、逼迫，甚至突破红线，我们将不得不采取断然措施。
The comments came one day after US and Canadian warships sailed through the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan Strait is an unofficial buffer separating Taiwan and China. China called the transit of the warships provocative. War clouds appear to be gathering. Warships are playing cat and mouse on the high seas. On the 1st of August, China released this video. It marked the 95th anniversary of the founding of the People's Liberation Army, or PLA, and ends with the slogan, "Bury all the enemies that dare to invade, forging ahead towards successive victories." And this is the reason why Taiwan has denounced China's peaceful reunification pledge. Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Council said the island's future was up to its 23 million people to decide, and that it would allow no meddling by China. But just how strong is Taiwan's military compared to China, and will the US intervene militarily if needed? China has an enormous defense budget of $230 billion. It has the world's largest military, as per 2019 figures. There are 2 million active soldiers in the Chinese military. Taiwan has 0.17 million soldiers. China completely outguns Taiwan on the ground, in the air and at sea. But can its economy afford a war with its neighbor? Overall, China is Taiwan's most important trading partner. More than 42% of Taiwan's exports go to China, whereas Taiwan gets around 22% of its imports from China. In 2020, goods and services worth $166 billion were exchanged between the two countries. Taiwan is also among the top investors on the mainland. If an out-and-out war breaks out, it may cut off China's access to semiconductors and Western technology. Chinese firms may end up facing harsh sanctions. Beijing could also compromise trade with its biggest markets, the United States and Europe. At the 77th United Nations General Assembly meeting in New York, American President Joe Biden said that Washington does not seek conflict with Beijing, but he also added that the US will be promoting the vision of a free, open, secure, and prosperous world. What will be Xi's next step, and just how far will the US go to defend Taiwan?
In the summer of 1995, China sent a bunch of its troops to the province of Fujian. They then started testing missiles. and putting it on TV. They then started running highly publicized combat exercises, very similar to what it would look like to cross this 130-kilometer wide strait to invade the island of Taiwan, a place that China doesn't think is a real country, but rather a part of China itself, a rebellious island province in an unfinished civil war.
Another round of Chinese war games near Taiwan has the U.S. and other nations concerned.
China did all this saber rattling because Taiwan's president had asked for a visa to visit the United States, and the U.S. Congress voted to give it to him, defying Beijing and undermining China's claim to Taiwan. Oh, and Taiwan was holding their first democratic election.
These are the first free elections of a Chinese leader in 5,000 years.
China announced Friday that it would start the new military exercises less than a week before Taiwan's presidential election.
China hated that all of this was happening on this island that they think is theirs, hence all of the military flexing. But look who shows up next.
Diplomatic trouble may be brewing again between China and the United States.
It's the US military, and they're sending their biggest show of military force in Asia since the Vietnam War, right here in China's neighborhood. President Bill Clinton sent in all of the US's best stuff: aircraft carriers, guided missile cruisers, destroyers, powerful weapon systems from the most powerful military on Earth. So all of this concentrated US military power comes into the region and enters right here, through the Strait of Taiwan. It was a response to China and all of its efforts to intimidate Taiwan. The message was very clear. China, we are way more powerful than you, so back off and let Taiwan do its thing. And guess what? It totally worked. China backed down and the US reasserted itself as the global powerhouse, a power that no one can mess with. Okay, so now let's fast forward to last fall. A lot has changed in this 20 or so years. And China is at it again, flexing on Taiwan. Their favorite way of doing this lately is flying military aircraft into this air border, Taiwan's Air Defense Identification Zone, or ADIZ. An ADIZ is airspace that if you enter, you should identify yourself, or else the nearby country will assume that you're coming to attack them. China has started flying military aircraft over this airspace without asking permission, without identifying themselves. Not just like once or twice, but like dozens of times per day, hundreds of times a month. These are the actual recorded flight paths of Chinese aircraft flying over Taiwan's ADIZ, and then back to China. It's a giant FU to Taiwan, or rather, remember who's boss here. Luckily, there's some really amazing data on every single one of these Chinese flyovers. They're all documented.
Taiwan's Air Force scrambled again today.
This is research from the Foreign Policy Research Institute, and it's incredibly useful to see China's activity in Taiwan's ADIZ. You can see this massive surge late last year in flyovers. This is a graph that shows every single time a Chinese jet has flown over Taiwan's ADIZ in 2021. You can see that it comes to a peak in the first week of October. This was the week that China was celebrating its founding, and they were sending a very clear message to Taiwan: you will be ours. That week, this Chinese state-owned publication comes out with this headline: time to warn Taiwan secessionists and their fomenters, war is real. This is not fair play, so guess who shows up to the region to calm things down?
A U.S. warship has sailed through the Taiwan Strait.
So right after this huge bulk of flyovers of Taiwan's ADIZ, the US sends in guided missile destroyers through the Taiwanese Strait, and they're accompanied by a Canadian ship.
To warn off 25 Chinese aircraft that entered its defense zone.
Oh, but this time, it didn't work. Here's when the US sailed through the strait, and here's what China does after. Tons more flyovers of Taiwan's ADIZ. Looking at the raw data, you can see that these flyovers start happening almost every day. It's not the 90s anymore. Things have changed. Bill Clinton can't just send a bunch of naval ships to the Taiwan Strait and expect China to back down. We're living in a different era. The biggest difference is that China's military has become way more powerful in the last 20 years. Add to that their zeal for taking over Taiwan to reunite it with mainland China has grown immensely every year since. The reason I'm telling you this story and showing you the difference between how China reacted in the 90s and how it reacted last fall is because that difference is really important if we want to think about what war looks like in this region. I've been talking to military experts, I've been diving deep into military reports and writings from the Chinese military itself to try to understand what war with Taiwan would look like. It's something that is becoming more likely year by year. So what's to follow is my best attempt at understanding what war in the Taiwan Strait looks like. A war that drags in the United States and its allies. War is impossible to predict, and so we don't know for sure. But what I hope we can do here is look at a scenario and learn how conflict works and what calculations all the countries involved would have to make in what might become the next world war.
I just want to make China understand that we are not going to step back.
China's aggression against Taiwan is accelerating, and it's blaming the U.S.
Beijing has been getting increasingly tough on Taiwan.
So are you saying that the United States would come to Taiwan's defense?
Yes and yes.
Hey, before we dive into this, I want to say thank you to the sponsor of today's video who made this video possible. Thank you, NordVPN, for supporting this video. A VPN is a very useful tool that allows you to connect to the internet, but to do so via a different country. So when I'm traveling, I often want to get into my email. And my email doesn't like that I'm in a different country. They think I'm a hacker trying to get into my email. And it's like, no, it's me. This is one reason I love NordVPN. I can connect to NordVPN and tell it to route my connection through the United States. So now my email is like, oh, he's still in the United States. He's fine. That's one reason I use NordVPN. The other is because it allows me to access tons more content. There's a lot of stuff, whether gaming or like Netflix, that is not available in my country. But if I route it through a different country, I get access to a ton more entertainment options, which is pretty cool. NordVPN also focuses on security and encryption. It doesn't throttle your speeds, so it doesn't like slow your internet down. It's a very solid tool for security, for entertainment, and for travel. At least that's how I use it. Oh, and it's super cheap. There is a link in my description. It's nordvpn.com/JohnnyHarris. If you go there, you can get a 2-year plan at a big discount plus a bonus gift, which will set you up with a very, very good deal. And if you discover that this is not useful to you or you don't like it for some reason, you have 30 days to get all of your money back. So there's no reason why you shouldn't go try it. Go click this link. It supports this channel when you do so. And thank you, NordVPN, for sponsoring this video. And now let's dive into this scenario about potential war between Taiwan and China. Okay, I'm going to dive into a very specific scenario of how conflict could escalate in the Taiwan Strait. But first, I have to say something. I have to get this off my chest, which is I've felt a little bit conflicted making this video. I feel very against the sort of machismo fascination with conflict. Like it's some sort of cool, good thing. When at the end of the day, what we're talking about are people's lives. We are talking about valuable taxpayer money. We are talking about the future of entire societies being ripped apart by a power struggle. This is not sexy and cool. This is a nightmare. Secondly, let us all just acknowledge right now how easy it is to dehumanize China and its leaders and its military. But let me just remind you that China doesn't want war. They don't want bloodshed. They will probably try much less violent ways to try to force Taiwan to the negotiating table before resorting to all-out invasion. But the reason I want to make a video about the nightmare scenario, because even if a military has a goal for a less violent intervention, that's not how war works. Conflict is very messy, and one miscalculation can lead to an escalation in the conflict. And now you have a wildfire that is out of control on both sides. It's incredibly easy for the momentum of conflict to bring us into that kind of situation. And that's why I want to suss out what it could look like. Okay, those are my disclaimers. Let's dive into this. I'm gonna start rolling here. There's 2. Okay, I'm gonna clap. Here it comes. Okay, I need to bring you over to my desk to show you some documents I've been staring at. Any invasion of Taiwan starts with this document. This is a Chinese law meant to stop any parts of China from seceding from China itself. And it mentions Taiwan. It basically says that if Taiwan tries to assert its independence from China, Or, and this is the most important part, or if the possibilities for a peaceful reunification should be completely exhausted, that China shall employ non-peaceful means and other necessary measures to protect China's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Translation, if they run out of diplomatic solutions, China is required by law to invade Taiwan and force it to reunite with China. And no, I don't read or speak Mandarin, but Google Translate, come on. Listen, we're like 70 years into peaceful solutions being tried and not working. Meanwhile, on the island of Taiwan, support for any sort of reunification is at an all-time low. Like, it's not looking like peaceful reunification is gonna happen, which is making the interpretation of this law more and more on the side of China should do this forcibly. Okay, so that's the legal justification from a Chinese perspective. Pair that with the fact that, unlike in the 90s, China now has a massive military.
There's new concern at the Pentagon about China's military buildup.
With all sorts of new missiles.
China could soon be able to deploy a nuclear-tipped missile that U.S. defenses would find much harder to detect.
Tanks, helicopters, submarines, ships. I mean, this isn't from me, this is the US government. They recently came out with a report that said that the Chinese Navy now is bigger than the US's Navy, at least by numbers. They have 360 versus our 297 ships. Now, caveat to that data, our ships are much bigger. But still, China's recent military buildup is nuts. And this is why the US military is kind of freaking out.
My opinion is this problem is much closer to us than most think. We have to take this on with urgency.
China is upping the ante on Taiwan.
And there are fresh fears of a Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Taking over Taiwan remains China's #1 strategic priority.
Okay, so this is the moment that a lot of you probably came to this video for, which is, what does the war actually look like? Let's say that China feels confident that the only way that Taiwan is going to join China, which is again a legal imperative, is if they forcibly invade. Blockade isn't working, negotiation isn't working. The first strike on Taiwan would likely look like just another Chinese provocative ADIZ flyover. China's done this hundreds of times, so at this point, Taiwan thinks that they're just doing another one of their routine flex our military might exercises. But this time, the fighter jet turns towards the island and begins firing. At the same time, China fires guided missiles from the mainland and deploys tons more jets, and they all start firing in a fast, highly coordinated attack. The target here is anything that Taiwan can use to defend itself, like weapons that can shoot down planes or boats that are coming onto the island. I mean, this could be anything. Radar, communication nodes, military command centers, navy bases, bridges, communication networks, power stations, even government buildings. They would have a wide variety of targets to effectively deny Taiwan the ability to respond effectively. I mean, unfortunately for Taiwan, a lot of these targets are left out in the open. They're easy to see. A runway is really easy to see and really hard to hide. This first attack would happen very quickly. One military expert, Ian Easton, put it very succinctly when he said, assuming the intent is invasion, these attacks could be expected to be concentrated in a short time frame as a prelude to invasion with no pauses other than those required for moving, reloading, and repairing equipment. Whew, sounds horrible. So Taiwan's leaders are caught off guard and they immediately retreat underground to a command bunker where they can plan their response. Luckily, China will not be able to take out all of their military targets. Some of their aircraft hangars are deep in mountains, and some of their missile sites are really well camouflaged. They would escape the bombardment, so Taiwan would have the ability to respond. They would likely be able to get some air power into the air and fire some missiles towards mainland China to hit air bases, radar, and military batteries on the mainland. At this point, Taiwan also sends troops to their western beaches to start laying mines and preparing for an oncoming barrage of Chinese troops who are probably now on their way across the strait. This has all happened within just a few hours, and the US is just barely hearing about this. China has likely jammed much of the communication channels that would allow the US to have a clear picture of what's going on. This will slow their response time. The thing is, China has gotten really good at sending little robots up to satellites in space, their civilian satellites, to like help repair them. They could use this same technology to latch onto an American spy satellite and block its ability to view what's happening on the ground. Yes, we're now talking about conflict in space as a feasible part of this scenario. So the US is trying to get up to speed. The US president and military leaders now have to decide how they're going to respond. Are they going to risk American lives to protect this faraway island? It's something that the American public broadly would not be into, but they have to do something. They have to make a plan. Meanwhile, back over in the Strait, Taiwan's military assets are severely damaged, and China is now sending hundreds of thousands of troops and loads of supplies across this 130-kilometer stretch of water. They're using boats of all kinds, military boats, merchant boats that don't need to defend themselves because Taiwan can't respond adequately. And each of these vessels is carrying tons of supplies and troops. But again, on Taiwan's western beaches, there are probably Taiwanese troops who have been planting mines ready for this invasion. So there's now a battle on the beaches as Chinese amphibious attackers try to hit the beaches and push back the Taiwanese defense. We're going to continue assuming Taiwan doesn't give up and capitulate and surrender to China at this point. If that's the case, the US is now just starting to respond, likely from their bases in the region, Japan and Guam. They deploy aircraft carriers with jets and bombers, stealth fighters, as well as fast attack submarines that will focus on one thing: hitting all of these ships, the ones that are bringing stuff and people across the strait. Japan and Australia likely come in as allies to help out on this defense. And now the US and its allies are in direct combat with China, two nuclear nations fighting each other. This is exactly what we try to avoid because we don't know where it goes from here. We don't know where the ceiling is. War always escalates. And when there's nuclear weapons involved, that's a very scary momentum. There's even a scenario where China actually strikes first, hitting US bases in Japan and Guam at the same time that they hit their initial targets in Taiwan. This would be a much more provocative move and would certainly bring the US full force into a war with China. So now you have Chinese troops who have pushed back the Taiwanese defense on the western beaches, and they are now moving in towards major city centers. The US is fighting on the water and in the air, and from here it becomes impossible to predict what could happen next. There are so many different directions. Depending on the US's tolerance for bloodshed, there could be American troops on the ground trying to push back Chinese advancements inland. But if you look at Chinese military writings on this, you'll see that as a part of this scenario, when they're thinking about it, they're not just thinking about the US and its allies and Taiwan. They also predict that India will take advantage of this moment of chaos and invade the Himalayan borders to the south. They even foresee Tibetan freedom fighters way out here in the west who have long been hostile towards Chinese rule, rising up and taking advantage of the instability to gain back control of their region. I mean, you can see how this starts to unfold. Before you know it, the entire region is devolving into a war that threatens to engulf many more countries, hundreds of thousands of lives. And this is where I want to stop, because from here it just becomes so speculative as to be completely useless. But I tell you this scenario of a potential invasion of Taiwan, not because it's the most likely, it's actually not. The more likely situation is China will pressure Taiwan through blockades or through other painful pressures that will get them to come to the negotiating table. I tell you this because this scenario is still absolutely a possibility. What's scary to me about all of this, and I've said this a bunch, but I'm just gonna keep saying it, once something like this starts, it's really hard to reverse it, to put the cat back in the bag. No one's in control. That's a concept that's really hard to get your head around if you didn't live through a global war. We live in an international system that feels like it has rules. We have the UN, we have treaties and conventions, we have global trade. It feels like there's some sort of order. But let me remind you that that's because we live in the most peaceful time in human history. This long peace where few people alive today witnessed what it looks like when two powerful countries clash in all-out war. It usually happens when some powerful leader feels strongly that he deserves land that the rest of the world says isn't his. So he uses his big, powerful army to go take it. And in the process, he sparks a horrible tragedy. And while I hope more than anything that doesn't happen in this case, we have to remember how commonplace it is, and that the peace between these big powers is actually the outlier here. I really hope that we are past needing to resort to this version of conflict to settle our disputes at this time in our history. But I'm not totally convinced that we are yet. And I think China and Taiwan, this specific case, is the best thing to look at to test whether or not we can. We can talk about it. We can find creative ways to solve this instead of resorting to the thing humans have done forever, which is just fight each other and see who wins. Okay, so I appreciate you watching this video and would love to hear your thoughts. I left a bunch of sources down in the description where you can read a lot more about this, from the really good research and reporting that has been done on this topic. I've got a bunch more videos coming out in the next month, so stay tuned and subscribe if you're not already. I also have LUTs and presets, which are in the link in my description. They are how I color my videos and photo if you are interested in that. I also have a storytelling course where I go into my thoughts on storytelling. That is all in the description. You can check it out. And that's it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
The United States and Taiwan have always maintained a complicated relationship. Taiwan's official name is the Republic of China, or ROC, the government that was initially established all the way back in 1912 across mainland China following the collapse of the imperial Qing dynasty. The ROC was subsequently one of America's top allies during the Second World War, fighting against the Japanese in the Asia-Pacific theater. But following the conclusion of that war, the Chinese nationalist government of the ROC almost immediately resumed its long-standing civil war against the Chinese communists. By 1949, the communists had emerged victorious in the mainland of China and proclaimed the People's Republic of China, or the PRC. But the nationalist government of the ROC continued to survive and fled from the mainland to Taiwan, where they have remained at ever since. Both governments, the ROC and the PRC alike, never agreed on any kind of formal peace treaty and have remained officially at war with one another ever since, with both sides continuing to officially claim on paper to be the sole legal government of all of China ever since, meaning that the Chinese Civil War never really ended in any official capacity and has remained frozen for the 74 years of history that have followed ever since 1949. The United States had been among the very first countries in the world to recognize the ROC government back when it was first established in mainland China in 1912. And after the retreat to Taiwan in 1949, the United States continued recognizing the ROC as the sole legitimate government of all of China for decades. And in order to deter the larger communist PRC on the mainland from ever launching an invasion of Taiwan to defeat the ROC once and for all, the US provided economic and military aid to the ROC government, and the ROC welcomed thousands of US troops to bases themselves on the island, which peaked in the year 1958 when nearly 20,000 US troops were stationed on the island. And it wasn't just American troops on Taiwan either. The US Air Force activated an entire air division that they headquartered in Taiwan, while the US even deployed some of their own nuclear weapons to the island as well. And in 1955, the US even signed a mutual defense pact with the ROC, promising to intervene militarily on their behalf if the PRC ever launched a cross-strait invasion, which all firmly deterred the PRC from ever considering such an invasion for decades. In fact, the ROC themselves in Taiwan, still determined to reclaim the Chinese mainland by force throughout the entire Cold War, offered the US to invade the Chinese mainland on multiple occasions throughout the 1950s and 60s. The closest it ever came was in the early 1960s, when, in the midst of the Great Chinese Famine that killed tens of millions in the mainland and the PRC's first nuclear weapons test in 1964, the nationalist ROC government believed there was enough instability within the mainland to launch a cross-strait invasion of their own and hoped that millions of disillusioned Chinese mainlanders would end up taking their side. The ROC mobilized hundreds of thousands of troops for this operation and requested direct US support for the invasion of the mainland on multiple occasions. But constant American refusals began forcing them to reconsider, and then in 1965, 3 ROC naval vessels were intercepted by the People's Liberation Army Navy and sunk by torpedoes, killing nearly 300 ROC naval personnel, which convinced the ROC military that they were not as prepared for a cross-strait invasion of the mainland as they had previously thought. All of the invasion plans were shelved. And then in the 1970s, the geopolitical situation for the ROC began to change dramatically. By this point, the PRC and the Soviet Union, the world's two largest communist states, were having a massive falling out. In 1969, the Chinese and the Soviets were literally on the brink of war over a series of border disputes and clashes in the Soviet Far East, in which hundreds of soldiers were killed and wounded, and the United States began sensing an opportunity. Washington strategically chose to begin switching its recognition of the nationalist ROC on Taiwan as the sole legitimate government of China to the communist PRC on the mainland, in order to gain the much larger PRC as a fellow ally opposed to the Soviet Union. And in order to do that, it became necessary for the United States to begin winding down its obvious military support for the ROC on Taiwan. By 1974, the US had removed all of their nuclear weapons from Taiwan, and by 1979, the US had removed all of their troops and equipment from the island as well. America's direct military presence on Taiwan was over. And then, for the first time ever in 1979, the US severed their official diplomatic recognition of the ROC as the government of China, and formally recognized the PRC as the government of China instead. This also meant that by 1980, the US had revoked its mutual defense treaty with the ROC as well, and Washington also stopped giving any economic and military aid to their government. But unofficial connections between the ROC and the US remained. Deprived of free military aid, the ROC switched to directly buying US weapons and arms instead, and the US government was more than happy to continue selling to them. From 1955 to 1980, the official US position on a PRC invasion of Taiwan was very clear. The US would intervene militarily to stop it. But after 1980, the official US position shifted to a policy of deliberate strategic ambiguity. The US would never publicly commit to defending Taiwan from an invasion, but would also never publicly commit to not defending Taiwan from an invasion either. There has never been another formal defense treaty between the ROC and the US ever since the revocation of the original one in 1980. And for decades throughout the 1980s, 90s, and 2000s, this American policy of strategic ambiguity was still enough to deter the PRC from ever considering launching an invasion, as the mere possibility of America's vastly superior military still intervening was enough to make the relatively weaker People's Liberation Army reconsider. Between 1995 and 1996, the PRC fired missiles into all of these zones to the north of Taiwan and carried out military exercises in all of these zones of the Taiwan Strait. And the US military responded by sending 2 separate aircraft carrier battle groups through the Taiwan Strait in a huge show of force to the PRC and a show of support to the ROC. And the PRC chose to back down. But as China's economy began dramatically expanding in scale since the 2000s, so too has China's military and long-dormant geopolitical ambitions. In 1996, during that so-called Third Taiwan Strait crisis, the PRC's annual military spending was only a paltry $14.3 billion, compared to the US military's annual budget of the time at around $288 billion, 20 times the size of the PRC's military budget at the time. But fast forward from then to now, only 27 years later, and the PRC's military budget has exploded by more than 20 times over to more than $293 billion per year now, which is currently equivalent to about a third of America's military spending, as opposed to only about a 20th back in 1996. With the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 and the final resolution of the Sino-Russian land border dispute by treaty in 2003, the PRC's entire northern flank became secure, and a period of relatively friendly relations with Russia has emerged ever since. That freed up the PRC to largely focus on its long-running unresolved maritime disputes with its neighbors instead. Their claims to the Senkaku or Diaoyu Islands that are currently administered by Japan. Their unilateral claims to the entire South China Sea through their so-called Nine-Dash Line that directly clashes with the UN-recognized EEZs of Vietnam, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Brunei. And most pressingly of all, their decades-long demand for the ROC on Taiwan to finally surrender and submit to Beijing, finishing the Chinese Civil War once and for all. To better enforce these maritime claims, the PRC spent the later 2000s pouring its defense spending into rapidly building up its naval force, the People's Liberation Army Navy, or PLAN, into a world-class navy. By total number of surface ships, it has since evolved into the largest navy in the world, with a fleet of approximately 350 surface ships and submarines. The PLAN has designed and built 3 of their own modern aircraft carriers, dozens of conventional and nuclear-powered submarines, and constructed naval and airfields across the islands of the South China Sea, all while increasing their rhetoric that Taiwan must be reunified with the mainland again by any means necessary. And this is all why, ever since the 2010s, the United States has been following its pivot to Asia strategy, which has involved winding down its military engagements in the Middle East and Afghanistan to refocus nearly everything to East Asia instead, with the goal of deterring the PRC from ever launching this invasion of Taiwan that it appears to be preparing for. Even the long-running policy of American strategic ambiguity in regards to a PRC invasion of Taiwan appears to be waning, with Joe Biden, the current president of the United States, publicly stating at least 4 separate times now since he took office that the United States will directly intervene militarily should Beijing choose to invade. And to back up his words, just about every single thing that the US foreign policy establishment and military are doing right now, all around the world, is explicitly being done to counter what the PRC is doing to prepare for its invasion. And just about everything that the PRC is doing is likewise designed to counter everything that the United States is doing. The new Cold War is here, and both Beijing and Washington are preparing themselves to fight a cataclysmic war over the final fate of Taiwan and the future of China that could end up happening before the end of this decade. It is a war that neither Beijing nor Washington truly want, but it is a war that they are both preparing to fight nonetheless. And this is how they are both preparing to do so. For the US, the greatest difficulty of all in confronting China militarily over Taiwan will be overcoming the tyranny of distance. The distance from the US west coast to the Taiwan Strait is more than 6,000 miles across the vast and empty Pacific Ocean, while the Chinese mainland is fewer than 100 miles away from Taiwan. The PRC will thus be able to focus its entire military machine to the singular goal of taking Taiwan, with all of its bases and logistics operating within the same theater, whereas the US will simply not have this same geographic advantage. To compensate for that, the United States has long adopted a geographic strategy to confront the PRC known as the first and second island chains. The first island chain, in theory, begins within South Korea. While not an island in a geographic sense, South Korea still effectively functions as an island anyway because of its completely locked down border to the north, with North Korea that nothing is ever allowed to travel across. The US has permanently maintained a very large troop presence in South Korea ever since the Cold War in order to deter the North Koreans from ever launching an invasion, and to also conveniently have troops nearby to China and Taiwan. Currently, the US military operates several bases across the country with about 22,000 total troops being present, including 2 US Air Force bases at Osan and Kunsan on the South Korean west coast on the Yellow Sea immediately opposite from China, both of which have dozens of F-16 fighters based at them that are easily within range of flashpoints in the Taiwan Strait, the East China Sea, and the Yellow Sea. Moreover, the South Korean government has recently made it clear that they will ask the US to bring back American nuclear weapons to the country as well, something the United States pulled out from South Korea back in 1991 at the end of the last Cold War, that are likely going to be returning again soon. Extending from South Korea, the next component of America's first island chain then runs through Japan, where the US has maintained a very significant military presence ever since the end of World War II. Today, in 2023, at any given time, there are around 50,000 US troops deployed to Japan across dozens of different bases all across the country, which now represents America's biggest overseas deployment of troops anywhere in the world. The single largest concentration of US forces in Japan today, however, is not anywhere within the Japanese main islands, but on the relatively small Japanese island of Okinawa, which is one of the most heavily militarized islands anywhere in the world. Following World War II, the US directly governed Okinawa and all the other small islands in the Ryukyu island chain until they were returned to Japan in 1972. And Okinawa in particular was built up as, essentially, a massive unsinkable American aircraft carrier in the Pacific fewer than 400 miles away to Taiwan. Still today, approximately 25% of all the land in Okinawa is covered by US military bases, and there's around 26,000 US troops who are deployed to the island, more than all of the US troops in South Korea, and a bit more than half of all the US troops deployed to Japan. Okinawa is also the site of the US Air Force's largest and most active base in all of East Asia, Kadena Air Base, which is also home to the US Air Force's 18th Wing. the largest active combat wing in the entire Air Force, home to bombers, helicopters, reconnaissance craft, and fighters, including brand new cutting-edge F-35s that are steadily being moved into the base to replace the older F-15s. As Kadena is only about 500 miles away from the Taiwan Strait, the base's fighters and bombers are easily within range of launching sorties out to intercept advancing Chinese ships and planes during an invasion scenario. And together with the U.S. Air Force's other bases in South Korea, they can easily cooperate together to battle for air superiority over the narrow Korea Strait and ideally block China's warships from being able to break out and expand the war into the Sea of Japan. Moreover, the U.S. also maintains its only permanently forward-deployed carrier strike group homeported at Yokosuka, in Japan's Tokyo Bay, Carrier Strike Group 5, the flagship of which is the USS Ronald Reagan, a Nimitz-class nuclear-powered supercarrier that can carry 90 fixed-wing and helicopter aircraft. Accompanying the Ronald Reagan and Carrier Strike Group 5 in Yokosuka are an additional 3 Ticonderoga-class cruisers and 7 Arleigh-Burke-class destroyers, which make it the U.S. Navy's largest carrier strike group currently in service, and which is, naturally, very close to the Ryukyu Island chain in Taiwan. Meanwhile, the first island chain continues southwestwards from Okinawa through the other small Japanese islands of Miyakojima, Tarama, Ishigaka, Takatomi, and Yonaguni, the latter of which is fewer than 70 miles away from Taiwan. All of these islands are tiny and remote from the rest of Japan, but they are becoming significantly more strategically valuable, as all eyes begin being focused on Taiwan, including Japan's. In 2022, amidst the Russian invasion of Ukraine and fearful of increasing Chinese and North Korean strategic moves in East Asia, the Japanese government announced an unprecedented plan to remilitarize and expand its defense spending to levels never before seen since the Second World War. The Japanese Defense Ministry has now requested a budget of nearly $53 billion for 2024, which will put the Japanese self-defense forces on about a par with the defense spending of France. In its 2022 National Security Strategy Report, Japan clearly identified China as its, quote, greatest strategic challenge. Consequently, Japan is investing its new upgraded defense spending into anti-ship and anti-air missiles radar systems, and newer, more advanced fighters and ships. And part of this remilitarization is being focused on building up the Japanese self-defense forces' presence on the southern Ryukyu Islands extending from Okinawa down to Yonaguni, transforming them into tiny Japanese fortresses. Japan first began militarizing these small islands back in 2016, when they constructed a small outpost on the island of Yonaguni with only 160 troops to conduct coastal surveillance. In 2019, the Japanese built 2 more bases, in Miyakojima and further north in Amami-Oshima, both of which were armed with surface-to-air and surface-to-ship missiles. And now in 2023, the Japanese are deploying 570 troops to Ishigaki, along with more surface-to-air and surface-to-ship missiles, with even further discussions on extending even more surface-to-air and surface-to-ship missiles and troops to Yonaguni as well. Unlike Joe Biden's repeatedly firm statements on American support for Taiwan's sovereignty, no Japanese government officials have ever publicly stated that Tokyo would actually come to Taiwan's aid militarily as well. Nonetheless, if the Chinese invasion of Taiwan does take place and the US decides to intervene, it's easy to see how the Japanese could end up being dragged into it anyway, especially if Chinese attacks were to happen against US military targets in Okinawa on sovereign Japanese territory. If Tokyo and Washington cooperated together to stop China's invasion fleet then, their primary objective would be to lock down the Ryukyu island chain and deny the PLAN from being able to break through out of the East China Sea and flank Taiwan's critical east coast from the north. The east coast of Taiwan is of the utmost importance to the ROC and the Americans during this potential invasion scenario, because Taiwan is geographically divided into 2 separate halves by a massive chain of towering mountains that run through the island's interior. The western side of Taiwan is wider, flatter, and directly exposed across the Taiwan Strait to the Chinese mainland, making it the most obvious target for the bulk of the PRC's invasion fleet to target. The eastern side of Taiwan between the ocean and the mountains is far narrower, more surrounded by rough mountainous terrain, separating it from the west and opposite of the Chinese mainland, meaning that the east will serve as the ROC's primary rear base of operations during an invasion scenario, and it will be the final line of defense where Allied troops deciding to militarily intervene can land at to help turn the tide of battle. like the Americans and Japanese, denying the PRC any ability to flank Taiwan from the north or the south, and getting around to attacking this vital rear base in the east of Taiwan is thus of the utmost importance to American military planners. The northern component of the first island chain, consisting of all of America's military assets in South Korea, Japan, and Okinawa, along with Japan's military assets in the southern Ryukyu Islands, are thus designed as the northern pincer of Taiwan's outside defense. It restricts China's flexibility of movement during an invasion scenario from getting around to attack Taiwan's east coast from the north, and it limits them into attacking in a more predictable, straightforward frontal assault on Taiwan's more exposed west coast directly opposite of the Chinese mainland. But in theory, that still leaves the possibility of the PLAN moving to the south instead and flanking Taiwan's critical eastern shore anyway through the wider Bashi Channel that separates Taiwan from the northern Philippine island of Luzon. But of course, the US is preparing extensively for this situation as well, with the next component of its first island chain strategy, the southern pincer coming up from the Philippines. The US and the Philippines, similarly to the US and Japan, have a long and complicated history. The US directly seized the Philippines from Spain back in 1898 and transformed them into a colony that lasted for decades until after the end of World War II in 1946. But even after the Philippines were given independence, the US continued maintaining a huge military presence across the country for decades afterward throughout the Cold War, just like they did in Japan and also in Taiwan itself for a while. America's most significant military bases in the country that remained were an Air Force base at Clark Air Base and a naval base at Subic Bay, which were literally the largest overseas US military facilities for a lot of the Cold War, owing to their strategic location nearby to both Vietnam and to the Taiwan Strait. Dozens of US ships and submarines were present in Subic Bay for decades, but then in 1991, two separate events happened. The Soviet Union began disintegrating, and with it, the Cold War was wrapping up, and in the same year, Mount Pinatubo, only 20 miles away from Subic Bay and only 9 miles away from Clark Air Base, exploded in the second largest volcanic eruption of the entire 20th century, with a force that was 8 times greater than the Mount St. Helens eruption. The eruption virtually destroyed Clark Air Base outright and buried Subic Bay beneath a foot of ash, which caused massively extensive damage. Before that eruption, the US was negotiating with the government of the Philippines on renewing their lease to both Clark and Subic Bay for $850 million a year. But after the eruption took out Clark and severely damaged Subic Bay, the US lowered the offer to only $250 million a year to renew the lease, which the Philippines refused. Clark was evacuated and returned to the Philippines in 1991, while Subic Bay was decommissioned and returned to the Philippines as well the following year in 1992. And with it, the US military presence in the Philippines was ended for the very first time in nearly a century, which further marked the first time since the 16th century that no foreign military forces were present in the Philippines at all. For the next couple of decades, there would continue to be no US military presence in the Philippines until geopolitical events in the 2010s ultimately ended up bringing them back again. In the early 2010s, China began enforcing its 9-dash line across the South China Sea much more aggressively. They began building military outposts on tiny islands within the exclusive economic zone claimed by the Philippines, and laid claims to all of the Spratly Islands and the Scarborough Shoal that the Philippines also claim. Chinese warships began patrolling the area and sometimes firing water cannons at Philippine fishing vessels and ordering them to leave from the area. The result is that the Philippines began feeling threatened by China's maritime expansionism in the South China Sea right on their doorstep. And so they chose to begin upgrading their security relationship with the United States again. Thus, in 2014, the Obama administration and the Philippines signed a 10-year-long pact known as the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, which finally allowed the U.S. to return a large-scale military presence to the Philippines once again. 5 Philippine military bases in the country were opened up to joint control with the U.S. military, and American troops began being stationed at them in 2016. After 24 years of absence, U.S. military bases were back in the Philippines again, and more would follow shortly. In 2023, the Philippines and the U.S. announced the creation of 4 additional joint Philippine-U.S. military bases in the country under the original terms of the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, which will bring the total number of American military bases in the Philippines to at least up to 9. I say at least because there are even further discussions happening right now between the Philippines and the U.S. to reactivate the old Cold War-era U.S. naval base at Subic Bay again. While not officially happening yet as of the production of this video, the Philippine Navy reoccupied a portion of the base near the end of 2022, while the remainder of the port was acquired by a U.S. private equity firm. If the U.S. Navy returns to Subic Bay again, It would function as an ideal deepwater harbor for some of America's advanced nuclear submarine fleet to station themselves at only a few hundred miles away from the Bashi Channel separating Taiwan from the northern Philippine island of Luzon. But even if the US Navy doesn't do that, just look at the map of the 9 joint US-Philippine military bases that have already been officially agreed upon just since 2014. 2 out of the 5 previously agreed upon bases from 2014 were on the northern island of Luzon, while 3 out of the 4 recently announced bases in 2023 are also concentrated on this same northern island. Regardless if US naval forces also return to Subic Bay or not, this will already place a very high concentration of American troops within Luzon, very close by to Taiwan's southern flank. In March of 2022, it was revealed that American F-22 fighter jets were being deployed to the Philippines for the first time. F-22s in any of these bases on Luzon will be capable of rapidly sortieing out during an invasion of Taiwan scenario to attack advancing Chinese warships and airplanes, while US deployed HIMARS rocket artillery systems on the ground placed within the northern reaches of Luzon will have the range to strike everywhere within the Bashi Channel between Luzon and Taiwan, the goal of which will be to obviously block the advancing PLAN from being able to break through the Bashi Channel and flank Taiwan's vulnerable and critical eastern coast. Attacking through the Bashi Channel will be a primary war aim of Beijing's during the invasion, not only to flank Taiwan's east coast, but to also attempt a capture of the extremely important Taiwanese port city of Kaohsiung. Kaohsiung is Taiwan's largest port by far, that all on its own accounts for 62% of all the island's total cargo volume and the majority of its oil volume. Seizing Kaohsiung early on would deny the ROC defenders the ability to import large amounts of supplies, fuel, resources, and reinforcements, and it would enable the PLA to use it instead to keep funneling in more of their own troops, supplies, and fuel to the island instead. American HIMARS placed in the northern reaches of Luzon would be nearly within range of striking the area around Kaohsiung to attack approaching PLAN landing ships, or to deliberately destroy the port facilities themselves if they were to fall into the PLAN's hands. Taken all together, the US military strategy to defend Taiwan during an invasion scenario involves this northern pincer with their bases in South Korea, Japan, and Japan's Ryukyu island chain blocking any ability for the PLAN to advance from China's shores into either the Sea of Japan or out into the Philippine Sea, where they could be capable of flanking Taiwan's critical eastern shore from the northern direction, while the southern pincer with the US military bases in the Philippines is designed to simultaneously deny the PLAN any ability to advance through the Bashi Channel and flank Taiwan's eastern coast from the southern direction. The combined intent is to deny China the flexibility of movement during any invasion scenario, and to force them into only being able to choose a single option: a predictable, frontal amphibious assault on Taiwan's well-defended and prepared western beaches, while the east coast remains relatively stable and safe just long enough for outside help to be able to arrive and begin turning the tide. But America's first island chain strategy doesn't end in the Philippines. It continues even further down to another island, the smallest one in the entire strategy, but likely the most critical one of all: Singapore. The US has got a joint naval base down here as well that they share with the Singapore Navy, and which has the capability to accommodate an American aircraft carrier and its accompanying destroyers. During a wartime scenario with China, America's naval presence in Singapore grants it the ability to almost immediately take advantage of China's greatest Achilles heel: blockade the Strait of Malacca, a tiny 1.5-mile wide stretch of water through which a whopping 60% of all the oil China currently consumes passes through on its voyage from the oil-rich Persian Gulf. Halting any of these tankers from passing through the strait would immediately eliminate 60% of China's entire oil supply, which would immediately force Beijing into making difficult decisions once their stockpiles of oil start running out. Would they force rationing of oil on billions of Chinese citizens in order to commit more of their dramatically reduced supply to the invasion and war effort? Would their military machine eventually run out of oil and the invasion fail as a result? What would end up being the long-term impact to the Chinese economy with the immediate destruction of most of its oil supply? It's not a pleasant thought to think about in Beijing, and it's still not the end of America's island chain strategy either. Behind the first island chain is what American military planners like to refer to as the second island chain, which is mostly centered on small US territories of the Mariana Islands and especially Guam. Guam may be a tiny island. It's fewer than 30 miles long and only about 4 miles wide at its narrowest point, but it's very densely populated and home to nearly 170,000 people. It's also one of the most significant bases of the U.S. military. Roughly 1/3 of all the island's land is owned directly by the U.S. Department of Defense, with about 8,000 U.S. troops stationed there with large numbers of fighters, bombers, missiles, and most crucially of all, 5 of America's most advanced nuclear-powered attack submarines. And unlike America's more forward operating bases in South Korea, Japan, the Philippines, and Singapore, Guam is actually full fully sovereign American territory and functions as the U.S. military's largest and unsinkable aircraft carrier in the Western Pacific. It is also the U.S. military's primary logistics hub for supporting all of the more forward operating U.S. bases in the first island chain. But there's an even bigger rear base that the U.S. military uses even further behind Guam, in Hawaii. Pearl Harbor is on the island of Oahu near Honolulu, and it is the headquarters of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. Around 40,000 more U.S. troops are stationed on the island, and crucially, 17 more of America's advanced nuclear-powered attack submarines are headquartered here as well, which is roughly a third of all of America's nuclear attack submarines worldwide. Even further back on the U.S. West Coast are the U.S. naval bases at Kitsap, Washington, and San Diego, California, both of which are home to 1 and 4 more Nimitz-class nuclear-powered supercarriers, respectively. The base at Kitsap is arguably more important than the one in San Diego, though, because it's one of only 2 bases where the U.S. stations its strategic ballistic missile submarines that are armed with nuclear weapons. 8 of these nuclear weapon-armed strategic submarines are based at Kitsap, along with 2 more nuclear-powered conventional ballistic missile submarines, and 5 more nuclear-powered attack subs. And in addition to Guam, Pearl Harbor, Kitsap, and potentially Subic Bay in the Philippines again, the U.S. is actively working to create yet another nuclear submarine base in the Pacific as well, in Australia. In 2021, the governments of Australia, the UK, and the US announced an unprecedented security pact between them that they called AUKUS, an anagram of Australia, the UK, and the US. Before this treaty, the United States had never before shared its top-secret nuclear submarine technology with another country besides for the UK back in 1958. For the first time ever since then, the AUKUS Pact will see the US and the UK sharing their top-secret nuclear submarine technology with the Australians to help them develop their own nuclear subs. As a part of the Pact's terms, the Western Australian city of Perth will become the host of the next major nuclear submarine base in the Indo-Pacific. American and British nuclear submarines will be stationed at Perth until Australia purchases a set of 5 modern nuclear submarines from the United States to station there themselves. And then, they'll eventually develop their own domestic nuclear submarine program by 2050. But the AUKUS Pact has been extremely controversial within domestic Australian politics. Australia agreeing to the deal necessarily meant that the Australian government also had to suddenly and without any notice cancel a prior nuclear submarine agreement that they had made with France that was valued at 56 billion euros, which resulted in an understandably outraged French government that recalled their ambassadors from both Australia and the United States over the incident. Moreover, the new AUKUS deal is currently estimated to cost the Australian government up to $368 billion over the next several years through to 2050. An extremely high amount of money that many Australians feel could be better spent on more domestic issues at home instead. But it's not just the new submarine base at Perth that the AUKUS Pact is creating. It's also creating a new major U.S. Air Force base in the far north of Australia, Tyndall, where the United States will be allowed to park up to 6 of their strategic B-52 bombers at. These strategic bombers are capable of carrying nuclear weapons, and they have an operational range of 14,200 kilometers without needing to refuel, which places all of China's most heavily populated regions within their range from Tyndall. Together with the nuclear weapon-armed submarines at Kitsap in Washington and the potential return of American nuclear missiles to South Korea, this represents the full nuclear triad that the United States presents to China within the Indo-Pacific, with potentially soon-to-be land-based missiles in South Korea, sea-based missiles from the submarines out of Kitsap, and air-based bombs from out of Tyndall. One of America's greatest concerns about fighting a war with China over Taiwan will be China's increasingly advanced anti-access area denial, or A2D2 capabilities. China's DF-21A missile has a range of 1,770 kilometers, while their DF-26 missile has a range of 4,000 kilometers. These missiles have dramatically increased China's so-called area of engagement, the area where Chinese conventional missiles can reliably strike enemy targets. On the very first day of the war, the Hudson Institute calculated in 2022 that China could concentrate up to 11 kilotons of conventional explosive missiles into Taipei, the largest city on Taiwan. From there, with greater distance away from mainland China, China's conventional missile strike capacity diminishes but still remains relatively strong, all throughout the first and second island chains, with the capability to even strike American targets as far away as Guam with about 2 kilotons of explosive power in a day. These capabilities make American surface ships, and especially aircraft carriers operating within China's area of engagement zone, highly vulnerable to attack and possible sinking all throughout the first and second island chains, which is why the US military's growing focus to counter China has been relying less on sinkable aircraft carriers and more on unsinkable nearby islands that they can park military assets on, like Okinawa, the southern Ryukyu Islands, Luzon in the Philippines, and also in Guam, in addition to underwater nuclear-powered submarines that can remain beneath the surface for years at a time and are invulnerable to China's A-2D2 capabilities and missiles flying through the air. America's carriers and other surface ships would likely stay far away from Taiwan and far away from China's missiles, preferring to remain further behind within the second island chain, providing air cover for Guam, blockading Chinese maritime trade, and only briefly sailing in and out of China's area of engagement zone to attack Chinese ships and planes infrequently. If China decided to launch an invasion of Taiwan and the United States did decide to respond militarily, US Marines, armed with anti-ship and anti-air weapons, would likely quickly move to position themselves across all of Japan's southern Ryukyu Islands, and all of the Philippines' smaller northern islands within the Bashi Channel, extending all the way up to Little Yami Island, which is fewer than 90 miles away from Taiwan. Their objectives would be to hold their islands at all costs and destroy any Chinese warships and warplanes trying to pass through them to flank Taiwan in the east, buying the ROC defenders on the island enough time until US and probably Japanese reinforcements can arrive on Taiwan's eastern shore. US planes taking off from bases in South Korea, Japan, and the Philippines would immediately try and achieve air superiority all around Taiwan. America's naval assets in Singapore would likely move to sever China's critical oil import route, while America's many nuclear attack submarines in the area would stealthily depart from their bases in Kitsap, Hawaii, Guam, Perth, and potentially from Subic Bay to accomplish multiple objectives. They would seek to plug up all of the narrow maritime choke points found across the Indonesian archipelago in order to deny China the ability to reroute any of their oil imports from Malacca, while more would patrol like sharks around the other maritime choke points around the Philippines and within the Bashi Channel between Luzon and Taiwan, and in between all of Japan's Ryukyu Islands and within the Korea Strait. All would be given kill orders to immediately attack and sink any PLAN warships trying to break into the Sea of Japan, the Philippine Sea, or anywhere into the wider Indo-Pacific, in order to contain the war to strictly being around China's own immediate shoreline. All of this while America's strategic nuclear triad in the Indo-Pacific theater with assets in Kitsap and Tyndall and probably soon to be South Korea all remain on standby for any potential escalation of the war from beyond Taiwan. Throughout the entire conflict, the specter of a nuclear war erupting between the United States and the PRC would permanently loom in the background. Never before in human history have two nuclear-armed military great powers ever gone to war against the other. The PRC wields an estimated nuclear arsenal of around 400 total warheads today in 2023. Including at least several dozen ICBMs, such as the DF-5B that can strike anywhere on the Earth outside of South America, including anywhere in the US mainland. By the end of the 2020s, the PRC's nuclear arsenal is expected to further increase up to around 1,000 total warheads. Still much smaller than the American nuclear weapons arsenal, but also still the third largest nuclear arsenal in the world, that will be plenty capable of annihilating the United States and ensuring mutually assured destruction between Beijing and Washington, should one ever be tempted to use them in the conflict. With both Beijing and Washington possessing such apocalyptic capability of annihilating the other with nukes, many theorists believe that neither the PRC nor the US would ever dare to strike each other's mainlands even with conventional weapons, which would imply that the war would be limited to strictly maritime, aerial, and amphibious assaults immediately around Taiwan and across the many seas and islands of the Indo-Pacific. The US argues that all of its extensive military preparations recently around China are designed to deter the PRC from ever attempting an armed invasion of Taiwan in the first place. But from Beijing's perspective, all of America's preparations certainly look extremely aggressive, and probably feel more like the United States is trying to contain them. I mean, just look at the map flipped around from their perspective. Their entire coastline is surrounded by US military bases now, which, during a war, will not only severely restrict their Navy's ability to sail out anywhere into the greater Pacific, but will also severely restrict their ability to import critical things they need from abroad, like oil, gas, microchips, and even food. China could be fairly easily placed under a total maritime blockade by all of the US and allied forces in the first and second island chains. And so there are some who fear that rather than deterring the PRC from launching an invasion of Taiwan, all of America's extensive military posturing in the area is encouraging the PRC to launch its invasion sooner rather than later instead. If you were in charge of China, wouldn't it make some sense if you were determined to take Taiwan no matter what, to at least consider launching your invasion of Taiwan before the United States and allied forces around you grow even stronger? Before the AUKUS Security Pact fully comes to fruition, with US nuclear submarines present in Perth, and US strategic bombers present in Tyndall. Before the newly announced US military bases in the Philippines are established, and before the US Navy can potentially return again to Subic Bay. Before Japan can fully militarize its southern Ryukyu Islands, and before American nuclear weapons return to South Korea, and before Taiwan purchases more capable arms from the Americans. The more and more that the US prepares for this war with China that it is trying so desperately to avoid, the more it risks pushing China into deciding to launch the war for Taiwan in the first place before it becomes too late for them to do so. And China, of course, has their own ideas for how to push back against the United States and still manage to emerge victorious in Taiwan. Naturally, the PRC would obviously prefer to take control over Taiwan without having to fire a shot. And there are multiple steps that Beijing can take before a full-blown invasion comes. They can attempt to politically meddle in the island and hope for the return of the more pro-reunification Kuomintang party to power in the upcoming January 2024 presidential election. But the Kuomintang have been absent from power in the ROC ever since 2016. While the more pro-Taiwan Independence Democratic People's Party, or DPP, has been in power ever since then. If the DPP wins the election in January of 2024 again, and it appears that political meddling within Taiwan isn't working as intended, then Beijing can take more limited, so-called gray zone actions to test the international community's resolve on Taiwan first, before committing to the full-scale invasion option. One of these options would be invading and seizing Kinmen first, a small group of islands home to 127,000 people that are governed as a county of the ROC that are 187 kilometers away from the ROC's main island of Taiwan, but merely 5 kilometers off of the coast of the PRC's mainland. Attacking and seizing Kinmen from the ROC could serve as the PRC's dress rehearsal for a later full-scale invasion of the ROC in Taiwan later. Would the United States, after all, really risk a cataclysmic war with China simply over little Kinmen? It would be very similar, in a way, to Russia's more limited invasion of Ukraine back in 2014, when they quickly seized control over Crimea and Sevastopol, which warranted very little Western intervention beyond a few limited economic sanctions, and which obviously precipitated Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine 8 years later in 2022. China is currently watching very, very closely with how the West continues to react to the evolving Russian invasion of Ukraine. If the West's resolve eventually ever falters over Ukraine and they stop sending aid and then Ukraine subsequently collapses, it sends a clear message to Beijing on how long they might have to wait for the West to similarly capitulate over Taiwan. And thus, seizing Kinmen could serve as the PRC's version of Russia's early seizure of Crimea. And then, beyond that, there is the option to initiate a limited or a partial blockade of Taiwan. The PRC could declare either around Taiwan and aim it at the island's greatest Achilles heel, its critical overdependence on energy imports. You see, Taiwan imports the overwhelming majority of its energy resources from abroad, to the tune of 97% of the energy that they consume, including virtually all of their oil, liquefied natural gas or LNG, and coal. A lot of these imports come from other countries who are relatively friendly to the ROC, like Australia, who in 2021 provided 55% of Taiwan's coal imports and 32% of its LNG imports, along with the United States, who provided a further 9% of Taiwan's LNG imports and plans to expand those imports even further. But many more of Taiwan's foreign energy providers are not as solidly friendly and committed to Taiwan's sovereignty as Australia or the United States, and are substantially more vulnerable to coercion coming from Beijing. There is Russia, who who in 2021 provided roughly 15% of Taiwan's coal imports and 10% of its LNG imports. Russia has previously shown a clear willingness to weaponize its energy resources against Europe during the war in Ukraine, while Russia is increasingly growing more and more dependent upon China at the same time. After the collapse of Russia's energy market in Europe, China has emerged as the largest new market for Russia to sell their vast energy resources to, and consequently, Russia sells vastly more energy resources to China than they do to Taiwan. If Beijing delivered Moscow an ultimatum in choosing between them, it is clear that the Russians would end up choosing China and halt their deliveries to Taiwan. And the Chinese might not stop there. Qatar provides about 25% of Taiwan's LNG imports, while Indonesia provides about 24% of Taiwan's coal imports, and a further 6% of its LNG imports. Qatar sells significantly more of its LNG to China than it does to Taiwan. Indonesia has received billions of dollars worth of investments through China's Belt and Road Initiative, and also sells significantly more raw materials to China than it does to Taiwan. And neither Qatar nor Indonesia have yet agreed to join in on any of the West's financial sanctions against Russia. China could thus, potentially, use a combination of carrots and sticks to convince all three of these countries to at least remain neutral or to even cooperate with a hypothetical Chinese blockade of Taiwan, which will induce significant pressures to Taiwan's energy security and ability to power itself, and further test the resolve of the United States without going full send to the invasion option. And then, of course, if all of these previous options fail to bring Taiwan beneath the PRC's control, there is the full-scale invasion option. The PRC is well aware that this option will be one of the most difficult military operations ever carried out in human history. It will involve the largest amphibious operation in history since the D-Day landings at Normandy during World War II, which will necessitate using thousands of ships, planes, and missiles to accomplish. It is estimated that China will need to commit somewhere between 300,000 to 1 million troops or even more to the invasion to have any hope of victory. And assembling such a massive invasion force with all of their accompanying transport ships and equipment on the western side of the Taiwan Strait will be impossible to hide from American spy satellites operating above, who will quickly begin sounding the alarm over the imminent invasion, just as they began doing in the months leading up to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The PRC's A2D2 missile capabilities on the mainland are designed to turn the skies dense with Chinese missiles that will keep the American Navy, Marines, and Air Force, along with all of their allies, far enough away from Taiwan and the Taiwan Strait to keep the invasion route open and secure for as long as possible. The PRC will need this because they need to win the invasion of Taiwan as swiftly as possible to have the best chance of success, ideally within days to weeks at a maximum. If they fail to quickly take the island and the war turns into a protracted conflict like Ukraine has morphed into, then the greater the odds will be that it will lose with a US intervention and potentially Japanese, Australian, and UK intervention as well. The longer China's maritime trade and imports of critical raw materials like oil and gas are blockaded, the greater the instability within China will become, to say nothing of the piling casualties and humiliation at not being able to take Taiwan swiftly. The PRC will desperately want to win as quickly as possible, and so, at the onset of choosing to launch the invasion, Beijing will likely have to take the most momentous decision that it will likely ever have to make in its entire history. Whether or not they will launch the invasion with or without a preemptive first strike on United States military assets in the Western Pacific. If they decide not to do that and launch their invasion without attacking the US first, it stands to reason that there might be a chance, no matter how small, that the US has been bluffing this whole time and won't actually respond militarily. And then, if the US does react militarily, China could attempt to claim that it was the US who fired first, during what they will inevitably be referring to as an internal Chinese matter where the PRC was simply trying to subdue a rogue province. But of course, not attacking the US military assets surrounding them first ensures that the US military will be at their full power and be most capable of restricting and defeating China's invasion force quickly. And thus, there is the significantly riskier second option. The 21st century Pearl Harbor. The PRC's conventional ballistic and cruise missiles easily have the range from the Chinese mainland to strike US military targets across South Korea, in Okinawa, across the Philippines, and even in Guam first. Before launching the invasion of Taiwan, the PRC could fire hundreds and hundreds of these missiles in a surprise attack across all of these nearby U.S. military bases and facilities in an attempt to preemptively neutralize the U.S. military's early ability to quickly respond to the invasion within the first and second island chains, which would then ideally enable the PRC to launch its cross-strait invasion of Taiwan rapidly and less opposed at first, enabling them to, hopefully from their perspective, seize control over the entire island quickly and then bunker down on it for the retaliatory attacks by the United States that would inevitably come next. This option is inherently the more risky out of the two, because, for one, it would all but guarantee a ferocious United States response to the scale of the war against Japan in the 1940s. It would also mean that China would be widely perceived as a massive warmonger on the global stage for clearly firing the first shots. China might also still struggle with taking Taiwan as quickly as they had hoped, leading to this eventual ferocious rival of the United States that would probably soundly defeat them anyway. Moreover, the PRC's military is still untested and lacks any real experience, as the last war the country fought in was their invasion of Vietnam back in 1979, which was nearly 4.5 decades ago now. The US military has very recent experience fighting actual combat in comparison, though of a kind that would be very different from the amphibious warfare that would be likely around Taiwan. And in addition to launching the main assault on Taiwan, there would also be a ferocious battle waged across the South China Sea, which the PRC largely claims in its entirety as Chinese territorial waters, backed up by China's claims to the tiny Spratly Islands and the many artificial islands they have constructed that are full of PRC military assets, including naval and air bases and radar stations. The PRC is so aggressive in their claims to the South China Sea and their construction of militarized islands within it because, during an invasion of Taiwan scenario, they want to be able to adequately project power down to Singapore and the US naval base at Changi there, so they can claw the Strait of Malacca open and keep their critical imports of oil and LNG from the Persian Gulf flowing through it, in order to keep their economy and war machine running. Nearly every single foreign policy decision and action that the PRC makes is all about overcoming this critical vulnerability that they know the US Navy will exploit during a war. It's partially why the PLA opened their first overseas military base in history in Djibouti, and why they're potentially seeking to acquire further bases in the future at Gawar in Pakistan, and Hambantota in Sri Lanka, and in the Coco Islands of Myanmar, all of which, so far, has been unsubstantiated but could always happen in the future. China's relentless drive to pursue its Belt and Road Initiative is primarily focused on overcoming this over-reliance on their oil and gas imports coming through Malacca, and reducing the risk of a US naval blockade there and throughout Indonesia, crippling their energy imports coming from the Persian Gulf. China's support for Russia and the transformation of the Russian state into a sort of Chinese vassal state ever since the invasion of Ukraine has been designed to get Russian oil and gas to China through overland pipelines and the Northern Sea Route for LNG to reduce Beijing's over-dependence on Malacca. China has relentlessly pursued investments into other oil and gas-rich countries nearby like Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan as well, in order to construct further overland pipelines bringing oil and gas into China in a safer and more reliable way that the US and allies can't as easily intercept as the maritime imports coming in through Malacca. And it's why China has also relentlessly pursued investments into and supported the regimes of strategically located countries around it that can transport Persian Gulf oil and gas into China before those imports ever even reach Malacca. Countries such as Pakistan, in which China has invested tens of billions of dollars to create the so-called China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, a vast network of highways and railroads being built to connect the Pakistani deepwater port of Gwadar with China's western Xinjiang province, through which the Chinese will eventually be able to import large amounts of oil through from the Persian Gulf without having to rely on those imports going through the vulnerable Strait of Malacca. And even more crucially than Pakistan, there is also Myanmar, where between 2013 and 2017, China invested billions of dollars to construct the crucial Sino-Myanmar crude oil and gas pipelines, a pair of twin oil and gas pipelines that begin in Myanmar's deepwater port of Kyokpu in the Bay of Bengal and run for nearly 500 miles across the country to Kunming in China's Yunnan province. Since these are actual pipelines and not highways or railways like in Pakistan, the Sino-Myanmar pipeline enables China to import very large volumes of oil and gas directly from the Persian Gulf without those resources having to pass through the blockadable Strait of Malacca, making it a vital component of China's energy security and ability to confront the United States during a war over Taiwan. It is also why China so heavily supports the extremely authoritarian military regime in Myanmar, known as the Tatmadaw. In 2021, the Tatmadaw military in Myanmar launched an infamous coup d'etat that overthrew the civilian-elected government in the country, immortalized forever by this viral clip that you've probably seen of this woman dancing as the coup plotters behind her are busy actively overthrowing the government. In that coup's aftermath, Myanmar has descended into one of the most violent and devastating civil wars that the 21st century has ever seen, and become the only failed state in Southeast Asia. The whole country has ever since become more of a geographic expression than an actual united country, with a complicated patchwork mosaic of dozens of competing rebel factions all vying for control and influence against each other, and against the increasingly repressive and authoritarian central government, now ruled by the Tatmadaw military. The undemocratic military regime has also since become one of the most heavily sanctioned and isolated regimes in the world as well, which has pushed them ever closer into the orbit of countries like China and Russia. Without any countries in the Western world now willing to assist Myanmar's military regime, China now has extensive leverage in the country to expand their pipelines even further, to continue reducing their oil and gas imports coming in through Malacca, and to potentially pressure them into allowing the PLA to finally establish an overseas military base on the Coco Islands as well, nearby to Malacca on the strait's western side. As such, Chinese and Russian military vehicles and planes have been frequently spotted in the service of the Tatmadaw military in its complicated war against the many rebel factions now pushing back against it. And Beijing needs the Tatmadaw military to win the civil war in the country, because they need to continue maintaining their ability to keep importing oil and gas through the Sino-Myanmar pipelines in order to keep reducing their over-reliance on energy imports coming through the Malacca Strait, in order to be in a better position to eventually launch their invasion of Taiwan. If the Tatmadaw falls and a new regime unfriendly to Beijing emerges from the chaotic civil war in its place, they could choose to shut the Sino-Myanmar pipelines down when under pressure coming from the United States. And thus, the eventual outcome of the ongoing civil war in Myanmar has direct implications on China's ability to eventually seize Taiwan, and America's ability to counter that invasion. But of course, the Myanmar civil war itself is a very, very complicated and dark subject. It has resulted in the deaths of tens of thousands of people in the country only since it began in 2021, and has become one of the 21st century's bloodiest conflicts. But just before it began between 2016 and 2019, the Tatmadaw military regime, who now mostly rules the country, even further perpetrated one of the 21st century's largest scale genocides against the Rohingya people in Myanmar's western Rakhine state, which resulted in unbelievable levels of human suffering rarely seen since the 20th century, and the largest refugee crisis seen anywhere in Asia since the Vietnam War. The complicated and massive internal conflict still raging across Myanmar is thus one of the darkest chapters of all of 21st century history so far, and it is directly related to everything that you just listened to me talk about throughout this entire video. But unfortunately, due to the inherently violent, controversial, and recent nature of discussing one of the biggest ongoing genocides and wars taking place anywhere in the world, if I made a video covering it all here on YouTube, it would almost certainly become demonetized and age restricted, which would ultimately mean that YouTube's algorithm would never promote it to you, and you would probably never even see it. That's why instead of uploading it here to YouTube, I created yet another full-length companion video to this one in my ongoing Modern Conflict series that's about the same length as this video you just watched, that covers the entire history, course, and explanation of the ongoing civil war in Myanmar and the associated genocide of the Rohingya people, and uploaded it directly to Nebula. And this is just one of more than 24 exclusive, full-length real-life lore documentaries that you can only find on Nebula in my overall Modern Conflict series there, that can all only be found over there because of all of their darker, more controversial subject material. There are further episodes in Modern Conflicts you can go and watch right now as well, covering China's own genocidal actions against the Uyghur people in the Xinjiang province, other recent major civil wars like the ones in Ethiopia, Syria, Libya, and Yemen, episodes covering how ISIS was able to rapidly rise to power in the Middle East and then was subsequently defeated, more episodes covering the ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine, and dozens of others with brand new episodes releasing over there every single month that will help you keep up to date and informed with why major conflicts in our world are happening. And what's even more, signing up to Nebula will also get you access to all of the other amazing exclusive content from all of the other creators on the platform as well. Because the best part about this site is that it's jointly co-owned by all of its creators, built by me and hundreds of other independent YouTubers and podcasters. Since Nebula is a subscription-based service without any ads and without any algorithm, we all get to work on way bigger, riskier, and higher budget productions over there than we could ever afford to do on YouTube. That's why there's tons of other exclusive content you'll find equally fascinating from channels that are very similar to my own, like Wendover Productions' The Logistics of X series, exploring the complex variables that influence how our society functions. Real-Time History's Red Atom series covering the entire history of the Soviet nuclear program. Real Engineering's Battle of Britain series covering how the Royal Air Force was able to defeat the German Luftwaffe during World War II. Neo's Underexposure series covering topics like the Tenerife disaster, the Osama bin Laden raid, and the MH17 disaster over Ukraine, and many, many more, with new content coming out every single month. And if you sign up for Nebula using my link, you'll also get access to all of Nebula classes, where our creators host classes on how to be, well, a creator. There's classes by Sam from Wendover Productions on persuasive communication, or by Devin from Legal Eagle on copyright laws, or by Patrick Willems on how to make a movie, and dozens of others, all of which are great for aspiring future creators or anyone who just wants a peek behind the curtain. And best of all, if you sign up by clicking the button that's here on your screen right now, or by following the link that's down below in the description, you'll receive an insane 40% discount for an annual subscription, which means it'll only cost you $2.50 a month for all of this awesome exclusive content from myself and hundreds of other independent creators, with more being added all the time. It's the absolute best way to help support what I'm doing here on Real Life Lore. And as always, thank you so much for watching. This video is made possible by Nebula. Use the link down in the description to support my channel directly and watch dozens of additional videos in my ongoing modern conflict series. Russia and China, two countries that are these days more often thought of as close allies, but are in reality more like mortal enemies. Just weeks before the Russian army invaded Ukraine, the Russian and Chinese leaders, Putin and Xi, declared during a meeting that their partnership was one that contained no limits. In the 12 months now since the Russian invasion began, the Chinese have never once condemned the Russians for any of their actions, and they have abstained on every critical vote in the United Nations, as they did in September when they abstained on the UN Security Council vote to condemn Russia's unilateral annexations of 4 Ukrainian oblasts. Senior Chinese officials have openly cited support for Russia's security concerns around NATO enlargement in Eastern Europe, while blaming the United States and NATO for dragging the conflict out by supplying the Ukrainians with weapons and arms. And while Russia has been steadily losing their ability to export oil and gas to Europe, the Chinese have stepped in to take some of their place. Compared to a year ago before the war, the Chinese are now buying up 60% more of their energy resources from Russia, providing the Russian war machine with much-needed cash to continue fighting their war in Ukraine. And to make their growing alliance even clearer to the West, the Russians and Chinese even flew joint patrols adjacent to the Japanese and South Korean air defense zones back in May of 2022, precisely when Joe Biden was visiting US allies in Asia. For the past several years, even before the Russians invaded Ukraine, Beijing and Moscow have been growing increasingly closer together as their relationship shifts ever closer into something resembling a more formal military alliance. And it's pretty easy to see why they would work so closely together, at least for now. In a lot of ways, a Sino-Russian alliance today in the 2020s makes perfect geopolitical sense. But it won't make much sense at all after a few more decades. You see, both Russia and China are authoritarian great powers who each wish to disrupt and change the status quo in Eurasia to their benefit. On Eurasia's western flank, Russia isn't satisfied with its position and security in Eastern Europe. For centuries, Russia's single most important geopolitical policy has always been to control as much of the Eurasian steppe as physically possible. In the west, this huge flat plain begins in northern Germany and steadily grows in width the further east it goes into Russia, to the point where eventually it's thousands of kilometers across and almost impossible for any military to defend against hostile invaders. Throughout the Cold War, the Russians achieved their greatest territorial control over the Eurasian steppe in their history, extending by their proxies in the Warsaw Pact all the way to where it begins in Germany itself. Surrounded by the geographic barriers in the Baltic Sea to the north and the Sudeten-Carpathian Mountains and Black Sea to the south. If a Western European army was going to invade Russia again, Like NATO, it would have to squeeze their tanks through the narrowest point of the plain in Germany, where the Russians could concentrate the bulk of their troops in order to plug it. But following the collapse of the Soviet Union in the 1990s, Russia in its current form has watched on as their once complete domination of the plain has eroded away. Germany reunified. Every former Warsaw Pact country flipped to joining NATO, and even the 3 former Soviet Baltic republics all joined up with NATO as well. Belarus remained loyal to Moscow, and that meant that the red lines for Russia ultimately came in Ukraine and Georgia. It would place a NATO and American military presence directly along the Greater Caucasus Mountains, around which are flatter coastal strips that can be utilized by an invading army into the Eurasian steppe. Across from these mountains and through the low, easy-to-pass-through coastal entrances, it's effectively nothing but flat land all the way to Moscow. And immediately across from the mountains is arguably Russia's most sensitive area as well. Chechnya, an ethnically and religiously distinct region that fought 2 brutal wars for independence from Russia across the 1990s that claimed the lives of tens of thousands. At great cost, the Russians crushed the rebellion in Chechnya, but the presence of a perceived hostile military alliance immediately across from Chechnya would be an inherently risky development from Moscow's perspective. And then there was Ukraine. Were Ukraine to have joined NATO, it would have cemented NATO and the US military's presence across nearly the entirety of the European part of the steppe, theoretically enabling NATO forces to land unopposed in Crimea, line up tanks across thousands of kilometers of open, flat terrain, and transform Belarus into an impossible-to-defend salient, surrounded on 3 flat and exposed sides by NATO territory. If you were ruling in Moscow and you perceived that NATO could become a rival and potentially hostile military alliance in the future, and you had the long history of being invaded repeatedly by Western European armies from this direction, this situation would understandably make you pretty nervous. So Russia invaded Georgia in 2008 and occupied about 20% of their territory, including Abkhazia, to plug up the western coastal entrance into the Eurasian steppe, while keeping them out in NATO at the same time. Then they invaded Ukraine in 2014 to occupy Crimea and plug up that entrance into the Eurasian steppe from the Black Sea, while also preventing Ukraine from joining NATO. And then they invaded the rest of Ukraine in 2022 in an attempt to fully push their geographic defenses against NATO back to the gap between the Carpathian Mountains and the Black Sea, opposite of Romania and Poland. So Russia is attempting to push back against what they perceive as US and NATO encirclement in Eastern Europe, at precisely the same time that China is attempting to push back against what they also perceive as US encirclement of them in the Indo-Pacific. Over here on Eurasia's eastern flank, China's single greatest geopolitical objectives are finishing the Chinese Civil War once and for all by finally wresting control over Taiwan through either diplomacy or warfare, while ensuring that their flows of energy resources necessary to continue fueling their ravenous industrial economy continues unabated. But just as Russia feels over in their theater in Eastern Europe across the European plain, China feels that the US is the most major obstacle standing in the way of their objectives as well. Taiwan itself is classified as a major non-NATO ally of Washington's, while the United States maintains an ambiguous policy on Taiwanese defense. Were China to eventually reject diplomacy and choose the sword, it would certainly face a Taiwan armed and equipped with advanced American weapons, and would potentially face a United States and allied military response itself. Meanwhile, nearby island states like Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines are all classified alongside Taiwan as major non-NATO allies as well. India, Japan, and Australia are all additional parties alongside the United States to the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, a security dialogue explicitly aimed at countering China, while Vietnam is considered to be another major potential US ally in the near future. The result is the geopolitical containment of China across most of its flanks, and the hemming in of Chinese naval power to its own immediate coastlines in the East and South China Seas. China thus perceives itself as growing increasingly encircled by regimes who are more friendly to Washington that will complicate its ultimate objective of seizing control over Taiwan. And consequently, Beijing maintains multiple territorial disputes that push back against this perception. Naturally, China of course claims the entirety of Taiwan as belonging to itself, viewing the island as nothing more than a rebellious province of China temporarily under the control of the Republic of China, or ROC, the opposing faction to the communists that they fought against during the Chinese Civil War that mostly came to a conclusion more than 70 years ago when the ROC retreated from the mainland over to Taiwan, but never really formally or officially came to an end. China's principal fear is that if diplomacy ultimately fails, and war becomes the only way left to wrest control over the island, their maritime imports of energy resources will become blockaded and choked off by the US Navy. Right now, more than 70% of China's oil and liquefied natural gas imports all come through a single narrow choke point in the Strait of Malacca. If the US Navy successfully blocks this choke point during a wartime scenario over Taiwan, China's economy and war machine will each come crashing to a halt, and Taiwan will likely remain free under the ROC's control. To attempt and mitigate that risk a bit, China also maintains a large territorial claim to nearly the entirety of the South China Sea, almost right up to the entrance of the Strait of Malacca itself, in what they call the 9-Dash Line. A claim rooted in China's supposed historical claims to the region rather than any legal basis, and which directly clashes with the maritime claims of several other countries. Simultaneously, China also maintains territorial disagreements in the airspace over the East China Sea, claiming an air defense zone that clashes directly with those claimed by Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, all major US allies. They also claim a series of small islands that the Japanese currently administer as well. And then in the south, China maintains another large series of territorial disputes with India across the Himalayas, lands that India currently administers but that China claims as natural extensions of their provinces in Tibet and Xinjiang, pushing back against another perceived US partner in the region. Thus, Russia and China each feel blocked in their greater geopolitical objectives by the United States and US allies. But that's not the only reason why their cooperation makes sense. They also complement each other's strengths and weaknesses exceptionally well. China possesses an enormous population base and a correspondingly capital-rich economy that rivals even the United States itself in purchasing power parity terms. But in terms of natural resources, China is very poor. China has very little of the natural gas or the oil or the minerals within its own borders that it needs to continue fueling its expanding industrial base. It has to get most of those resources from abroad, which is why so much of China's oil and gas has to be imported from the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Malacca, creating China's greatest vulnerability to the United States. But Russia is precisely the opposite of China. Russia's economy is tiny in comparison and very capital poor. As of 2023, the entire Russian economy is smaller than that of only New York City, or in Chinese terms, smaller than just the province of Guangdong. Russia has orders of magnitude less capital than China has and nearly 10 times fewer people. But what Russia does have is a vast, nearly bottomless supply of the exact resources that China needs. Russia has by far the largest reserves of natural gas on the planet, and one of the largest reserves of oil and coal as well, in addition to vast quantities of valuable minerals like copper, lead, diamonds, and nickel. Everything that China lacks. And even better for both of them, most of these vast Russian resources are located over in the Asian part of Russia and Siberia, relatively near to China's huge industrial base. Left on their own, the Russians have never had the capital nor the population base required to ever be able to exploit these resources in the chronically underdeveloped Russian Far East, so far away from Russia's population and economic core over in Eastern Europe. But equipped with China's vastly larger capital and human resources, they actually can. China can provide the Russians with the capital they need to continue pushing back against American hegemony in Eastern Europe, and expanding their strategic depth of control across the Eurasian steppe through states like Ukraine and Moldova. And then, equipped with vast Russian resources coming in over land through pipelines and railways, China can gradually reduce its overdependence on importing resources through the dangerous Strait of Malacca, and therefore push back more effectively against American hegemony in the Indo-Pacific, granting them greater strategic flexibility when dealing with finishing the Chinese Civil War and securing Taiwan. But that isn't to say that the Sino-Russian alliance makes sense forever. It just kind of makes sense right now, because historically speaking, China and Russia are far more predisposed to being major rivals than friends. The current cooperation is a pretty major aberration in history. Russia itself has had a very long history of conflicts with powers in East Asia, dating all the way back to the Mongol conquest of Russia during the 13th century, and spanning well into the 20th century with the wars against Japan in 1905 and again in 1945. And for its part, China has had a long history of conflict with European powers as well, notably during a period that many in China refer to as their century of humiliation. The 110 years between 1839 and 1949, when China was weak, divided, and fragmented, and at the mercy of foreign powers. It was during this century of humiliation that the British seized control over Hong Kong, and the Japanese conquered Taiwan and Manchuria. According to official Chinese Communist Party doctrine, the century of humiliation ended only in 1949, when the communists emerged victorious in the Chinese Civil War on the mainland and established the People's Republic. But many of the territorial concessions that pre-communist China was forced into making with foreign powers during the century of humiliation remained even after it supposedly ended. Taiwan, seized from China by Japan back in 1895, remained de facto outside of Beijing's control, still under the rule of the communist opponents from the Civil War, while Hong Kong remained under British rule for decades until it was finally peacefully returned in 1997. The Chinese Communist Party labeled these treaties that forced China into surrendering land to foreign powers during its century of humiliation as unequal treaties. And it is intensely ironic that one of the most unequal of all the treaties that was forced upon China during the century of humiliation came from their current closest partner, the Russians. You see, back in 1858, the Qing dynasty in China was in the midst of an unprecedented crisis, waging a massive internal civil war that would claim the lives of tens of millions of people, while simultaneously fighting the Second Opium War against the British and the French. Sensing China's weakness, the Russian Empire seized the opportunity by lining up tens of thousands of their troops on the then border and demanded that the Qing cede over this huge piece of land that was then known as Outer Manchuria, or else. So, not wanting to open up a third war with the Russians in the north, the Qing reluctantly relented and agreed under duress in a treaty in 1860 to surrender over this huge amount of land equivalent to the size of Ukraine without anyone firing a shot. Then, what used to be known as Outer Manchuria would eventually become incredibly important to the Russians. It's where they founded big cities like Khabarovsk, the largest city today in the entire Russian Far East, and Vladivostok, the largest Russian port on the Pacific Ocean and the contemporary home base of the Russian Pacific Fleet, including their nuclear-armed submarines. Without Vladivostok, the Russian Navy and submarine nuclear deterrent would be largely incapable of operating anywhere in the Pacific, granting it an enormous strategic importance to Moscow. But at the same time, the 1860 treaty that surrendered all of this land to Russia under duress locked the Chinese out from being able to directly access the Sea of Japan, limiting them instead to just the East and South China Seas. Perhaps in an alternate timeline where the Russian conquest never happened, the Sea of Japan would have been referred to in Beijing as the North China Sea. And for a century and a half since that annexation, there have been many Chinese nationalists who have never forgotten what happened, and many who have labeled the loss of Outer Manchuria as yet another of China's unequal treaties to foreign powers, including among them the founder of the People's Republic of China himself, Mao Zedong. In the 1960s, China and the Soviet Union's relationship began to deteriorate significantly over their different interpretations of Marxism-Leninism. In 1964, Mao privately made comments with a delegation from the Japanese Socialist Party that the Russians had unilaterally absorbed Outer Manchuria into their country a century ago, and that the issue had still never been resolved. His comments were leaked to the public and sparked outrage in Moscow. Then, 4 years later, in 1968, the Soviets invaded Czechoslovakia in order to put down a revolt and published the Brezhnev Doctrine, insisting that Moscow reserve the right to topple any other communist government that was straying too far away from the global communist movement as Moscow defined it. To Mao, the Brezhnev Doctrine appeared to indicate an ideological justification for the Soviets to invade China and overthrow him as well, and so he decided to manufacture a crisis along the Sino-Soviet border. In the very Far East, across the lands that had once been Outer Manchuria, the boundary between the Soviet Union and China was marked by the Amur and Ussuri rivers. The Soviets insisted that the border between themselves and China were the banks of these rivers on the Chinese side, effectively implying that all of the islands within the rivers belonged to the Soviets in their entirety. Mao disagreed with this interpretation and insisted that the boundary instead ran through the midpoint of the rivers, meaning that islands on the Chinese side of that line were in fact Chinese. The matter came to a boiling point in March of 1969 over an island the Chinese claimed on their side of the river as Zhenbao, and which the Soviets claimed within their river as Damansky. For weeks, hundreds of Chinese and Soviet troops battled against each other for control over the island, with dozens getting killed on both sides and hundreds more wounded. The world's two biggest communist countries fired over 10,000 rounds of artillery at each other and were approaching the brink of full-scale nuclear war. According to numerous insider reports, the Soviet high command at the time was terrified of a greater war with China. Mao was claiming that the issue was over the islands in the river, but that seemed far too insignificant. The Chinese had well over 1.5 million soldiers deployed near to their border with the Soviet Far East, compared to only 350,000 soldiers over on the Soviet side. Mao had made private comments just a few years previously effectively labeling the 1860 Russian annexation of Outer Manchuria as an unequal treaty. And the big fear in Moscow at the time was that he was preparing to retake all of it. A few Soviet bureaucrats even argued that the only way for the country to stop the vastly numerically superior Chinese forces from seizing the area would be by deploying nuclear weapons against them. Luckily, it never came to that and the crisis gradually died down, but the border remained theoretically in dispute between them all the way until it was formally demarcated in 1991. But just because they both finally legally agreed on the border in 1991 doesn't mean that they will always legally agree on it forever, especially from the perspective of paranoid planners in the Kremlin. After all, Russia itself agreed on the internationally recognized borders with Ukraine through multiple treaties in 1994 and 1997, only to then a couple decades later renege on those treaties based on their supposedly historical, rather than legal, claims to Ukrainian territories like Crimea and the Donbass. Russia invaded and then conquered large swaths of Ukrainian territory based on their supposed historical claims to those territories, opening up the Pandora's box of China hypothetically doing the very same thing with their historical claims to Outer Manchuria at some point in the distant future. But the historical strains over Outer Manchuria are far from the only place of divergence between Moscow and Beijing. After the Soviet Union collapsed, 5 new countries emerged in Central Asia after centuries of domination from Moscow. And over the decades since then, most of them have moved away from Russia and gotten closer to China. China has spent the years here carefully cultivating its Belt and Road Initiative, which seeks to restore the ancient Silk Road trade routes running across Central Asia. The region is rich in hydrocarbon resources like oil and gas that the ever-hungry and resource-poor Chinese economy needs to keep itself running. With Chinese backing, pipelines for oil and gas were all built from hydrocarbon-rich countries like Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan that all now flow east towards China. From these 3 countries, China now imports around 15% of its entire natural gas demand, greatly helping Beijing in overcoming its heavy reliance on more vulnerable liquefied natural gas imports coming in from sea through the Malacca Strait. And at the same time, China is now by far the largest customer of Turkmenistan's and Uzbekistan's natural gas supplies. 2 countries that used to be ruled from Moscow that now directly and massively compete with Russia for the growing natural gas trade in China. The only big market left for the Russians to sell to, now that their market in Europe has largely shut them out over the war in Ukraine. With its massive and still growing capital and industrial base, China has also overtaken Russia in terms of trade volumes with all of the Central Asian states since the collapse of the Soviet Union. Consequently, all of the Central Asian states have a viable and more attractive economic alternative to Russia these days. And that's largely why 3 of them, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and Tajikistan, never joined on with Russia's Eurasian Economic Union, basically Moscow's version of the European Union consisting of former Soviet states. Instead, they all 3 more heavily participate with China's Belt and Road Initiative. This is complicated for Russia. Geographic control over Central Asia has been an imperative foreign policy goal of Moscow's for centuries, because it contains yet another of the most major historical invasion routes into the flat Eurasian steppe. The pretty easy to travel across flat gap that runs through modern Uzbekistan, in between the hostile Karakum Desert in the west and the towering Tian Shan Mountains in the east. But Russia also needs to accommodate China's growing interest in the region, because after the collapse of the Soviet Union, China's objectives in Central Asia span far beyond simply acquiring the region's rich hydrocarbons. China also wanted to stabilize their turbulent Xinjiang province, a region racked by internal violence and instability, fueled by ethnic and religious differences from the majority Han Chinese government. By the early 2010s, the instability in Xinjiang had reached a boiling point, and the Chinese Communist Party decided to respond with harsh repression. Sometime around 2012, the Chinese People's Armed Police established a permanent presence just across from their border in Tajikistan along the Tajik side of the Wakhan corridor. the narrow strip of Afghanistan that just reaches out and barely touches China. Their objective in doing this was to stop the spread of Islamist militants and arms flowing into turbulent Xinjiang from Afghanistan and Pakistan. But Tajikistan was also a member of the CSTO military alliance led by Moscow, and they never asked the Russians for permission. The fact that a supposed CSTO member and former Soviet republic had secretly granted another foreign power access to deploy military bases on its territory was a severe affront to the Russians, and a sign of their growing displacement in Central Asia at the hands of the Chinese. But for now, Russia has little other choice but to accept the new reality in the region and Beijing's emerging supremacy. Moscow's more important focus is on their perceived fight against the West across the European plain, and losing influence and ground in Central Asia to China appears a price they are willing to pay in order to maintain that focus. But a price they may not be so willing to pay will be on another major point of divergence between them in the not-so-distant future. One of the greatest macro problems that will be facing China this century is a major shortage of available water. China itself is currently home to around 20% of the human population, but China also only controls around 7% of the world's available surface freshwater. And then to make matters even worse, around 80% of China's limited water supplies are found exclusively in southern China and Tibet. The North China Plain, where big cities like Beijing and Tianjin are located on, is one of the most heavily populated locations on the planet, with more than 400 million people who call it home. And yet the whole plain only has enough local water resources to match the water consumption rate in Saudi Arabia, a desert country home to less than 1/10 of the population. All the rest of the North China Plain's water supply must come in from other parts of China via pipes and aqueducts or from abroad, while the warming effects of climate change throughout the rest of the 21st century will only inevitably make this situation even worse with time. In 2022, a record-shattering drought in China saw the lowest levels of rainfall within the Yangtze River Valley since record-keeping began back in 1961. Viral pictures and images emerged of China's longest and greatest river running almost completely dry in several of its locations, a potential harbinger of China's looming generational water crisis still to come. But the big problem is that there aren't many places around China for them to acquire more water from. The nearest available sources of vast freshwater resources are to the south in the Himalayan regions of India, Nepal, and Bhutan, all of which China already has fairly adversarial relationships with, and which are also located far away from the North China Plain, where the water scarcity crisis will be the most severely acute. And further, India has an even higher population base than China does, and is a member of the Quad alongside the United States. And most of India will be facing acute water shortages this century alongside the North China Plain as well. India would never sit idly by if China attempted to move in and take over what precious few water resources they have available. And so the fight here in this direction will be ferocious. Those facts naturally point the direction of China's water anxieties north into the Russian Far East. Somewhat luckily for China, there is a massive body of easily accessible and underutilized freshwater here very near to their borders. Lake Baikal. By volume, this is by far the largest lake on the planet, with more freshwater available within it than all of the North American Great Lakes combined. It alone contains nearly a quarter of the entire Earth's surface freshwater, and could sustain the entire global population with drinking water for around 50 years. And the Chinese have already been eyeing it. In the 2010s, a state-owned Chinese company called Aquasib began buying up land around the lake's perimeter, and then in 2017, they announced plans to construct a pipeline from it to China that would deliver water supplies. But the proposal spurred angry protests from the local Russian population, who feared that the pipeline would only become the start of a long project to divert the lake's water away to China through more pipelines still to come. The Russian government decided to step in and shut down the whole thing, and no water pipelines from the lake have so far ever been built. But as climate change continues to reduce the water supply for hundreds of millions of people in China's arid North Plain, and as China's roaring economy continues to demand ever greater amounts of energy inputs, like oil, gas, and coal, China's interest in the vast water and energy resources in the nearby and sparsely populated Russian Far East will inevitably continue to grow. Today in the 21st century, there are only 8 million Russians across the entire Far East, half of whom live just within the former Qing-controlled Outer Manchuria. This is in stark contrast to the more than 109 million Chinese who live within just the 3 Chinese provinces that border the Far East, outnumbering the Russians by a more than 13-to-1 ratio. The Russian Far East is as resource-rich as China is poor, and as sparsely populated as China is densely populated. And the weight of that calculus has always been alarming to Moscow. And then, only to make matters even worse from Moscow's perspective, the Far East's population has been steadily shrinking with time. Between 2012 and 2018, the Russian Far East lost more than 100,000 people. And that was even before the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine began killing or driving even more people away and restricting Russia's access to Western capital. Putin's Russia has been left with little other choice then but to begin opening up the Far East to Chinese investment in labor, which has long been resisted in Russia over concerns, misplaced or not, of the area becoming demographically dominated by the numerically superior Chinese. For decades, these fears remain mostly unfounded, as before the invasion of Ukraine, there were perhaps as few as only 300,000 Chinese migrants in the Russian Far East, compared to the more than 8 million Russians. But the more and more that Russia has to rely on China to provide capital and labor to develop the resources in the Far East that will be mostly getting exported to China, and the more Russia has to shift away from Europe and towards relying on China's cash to keep their government operating, the more Russia begins to force itself into becoming China's junior partner on the world stage, a fact that couldn't possibly be lost on Beijing. Now, because Russia is so much more desperate for this relationship than China is, it will be firmly up to China to decide the relationship's extent and course. So long as they each share a common enemy in the United States with more important front lines to worry about in Eastern Europe and the Indo-Pacific, they are likely to remain closely aligned, with Russia just having no other alternative to choose from, and China wishing to keep its northern flank secure and continue accessing cheap Russian and Central Asian resources coming in from overland to help overcome its heavy reliance on maritime energy imports through the Malacca Strait. But without the US as a common enemy, China and Russia are far more predisposed to being rivals than friends. At the moment, China would like to keep Putin's regime in power in the Kremlin, because they're basically just giving Beijing everything they want right now. They're distracting the United States away from the Indo-Pacific with a major war in Europe. They're giving China free economic reign in Central Asia, and they're selling China enormously discounted oil and gas supplies, while they're building even more gas pipelines into China to increase the flows further. But if that ever stops in the future, if Putin gets removed from power and a new government takes over that's less friendly to Beijing, then all bets are suddenly off. China has cited its historical claims, no matter how legally tenuous, as a justification for its vast territorial claims in other theaters, like in the South China Sea. It is always possible in the future that if Beijing finds itself in a position where it is the senior partner in an alliance with a desperate and ostracized Russia, where Beijing wields an outsized influence as the #1 customer by far of Russia's energy-based economy, that Beijing could make certain demands from Russia that Moscow couldn't possibly refuse. In this future, if the Russians ever decide to stop or slow down the deliveries of energy and water resources to China, or raise their prices, they may find themselves at the mercy of a revisionist China who suddenly decides to invoke their historical claims to Outer Manchuria once again, and by proxy, perhaps even more of the almost uninhabited Russian Far East beyond Outer Manchuria as well. If Russia finds itself in a weakened geopolitical position, with a military disgraced by a disastrously failed war, a terminal demographic decline that they can't possibly reverse, and an economy completely based around selling resources to China, then what other answer than yes could they possibly give an aggressive and expansionist China making territorial demands of them? A formal alliance with China is a very, very dangerous one for this exact reason. And it's likely why the Kremlin will continue to sell resources to China and cooperate with them to an extent in the near term, but it's also why long-term cooperation over the span of decades between them is highly unlikely. the historical fault lines around outer Manchuria, Russian fears of China's demographic superiority, China's displacement of Russian influence in Central Asia, and the looming water crisis in the North China Plain all point towards divergence between Moscow and Beijing in the eventual future. And as Russia's war in Ukraine continues to go badly and weakens Russia even further, all China has to do is sit by and play the long game as Russia and its resources are forced into shackling itself further and further to Beijing.